Chapter 1. Becoming cannon fodder. You dead girl. It's just sending you to the countryside to replace Lily. How dare you seek death? Where am I supposed to put your face and Uncle Huang's face? If you're sensible, hurry up and go sign at the youth office, or don't blame me for not caring about our mother-daughter relationship and saying outside that you jumped into the river out of shame because you wanted a man and couldn't catch one. In a cramped, dark, and foul-smelling storage room, Lin Nian lay on the bed listening to her original mother, Zhang Sufang, scolding her incessantly. Sigh. Lin Nian didn't know how many times she sighed in her heart. She thought she had died in a shipwreck, but instead, she had crossed over into a book she had read, becoming a cannon fodder character with the same name. The place of the crossover was in the river. She couldn't swim and nearly drowned upon crossing over, but luckily someone saved her. The person who saved her was Zhang Haiyang, the male lead in the book. The original Lin Nian was merely a piece of evidence used to punish the vicious female supporting character, Huang Lily, by the future male and female leads. Lin Nian was forced to replace her stepsister Huang Lily to go to the countryside, but because Zhang Haiyang saved her, Huang Lily held a grudge against her. Huang Lily bribed a local loser to insult Lin Nian, forcing Lin Nian to marry him and become his wife, eventually leading to her being tortured to death. Perhaps to highlight Huang Lily's viciousness, Lin Nian's days in the countryside were particularly miserable, and her death was quite tragic. Lin Nian shook her head, sitting up from the bed, weakly leaning against the pillow, interrupting Zhang Sufang's incessant scolding. Mom, I agree to go to the countryside. But I have a condition. You give me 500 yuan, and I'll buy my own things for going to the countryside. As a time traveler, she had to distance herself from the city where the original had lived for over a decade otherwise. A sudden change in temperament would be too conspicuous. In this era, being conspicuous was not a good thing. She had to survive until 1977 when the college entrance examination was reinstated, and then leave the countryside through the exam, returning to the city she was familiar with. No matter what, she had to make money first and take revenge for the original. 500? Why don't you go rob someone? 500 yuan was a huge sum in 1973. Zhang Sufang could hardly believe her ears. This dead girl actually dared to speak up. She had calmed down a bit when Lin Nian said she was willing to go to the countryside. But when she heard Lin Nian ask for 500 yuan, she immediately exploded, raising her hand to pinch Lin Nian's face. Lin Nian didn't dodge. Zhang Sufang's grip was fierce, making Lin Nian's tears stream down her face. You dead girl, I see you need a beating. When Zhang Sufang was about to pinch her again, Lin Nian grabbed her wrist and coldly said, Mom, I might as well die. I've died once already. Barefoot people aren't afraid of those wearing shoes. If you don't give me this money, then I won't go to the countryside, or I'll go find Director Wang. I believe old Director Wang will lend me money for my dad's sake. Zhang Sufang was stunned. The Lin Nian before her was quite unfamiliar. Was this really her timid daughter who acted like a quail? Lin Nian smiled at Zhang Sufang. If I borrow money from old Director Wang, he'll then find my dad's former colleagues and borrow from each of them. He'll surely gather enough money. Zhang Sufang suddenly shook off Lin Nian's hand and slapped her face, causing Lin Nian's face to swell immediately. She was furious. You dare. If Lin Nian really went to find old Director Wang or her biological father's colleagues, Zhang Sufang's face would have no place to go. Do you think I dare not? Shall we try? Lin Nian, with her swollen face, stared directly into Zhang Sufang's eyes, not flinching or avoiding. Zhang Sufang certainly didn't dare to try. She didn't dare let Lin Nian go find old Director Wang, because over the years, she had often used Lin Nian's name to seek benefits from him. If Lin Nian went to old Director Wang for living expenses for going to the countryside, that would be a disaster. Seeing Zhang Sufang silent, Lin Nian chuckled. Mom, going to the countryside is a lifetime matter. Once I go, I won't be able to come back. 500 yuan for a lifetime isn't excessive at all. Zhang Sufang could only grit her teeth and agree. I can't take out 500 right away. I'll gather it for you by the time you go to the countryside. First, she would delay until this dead girl signed the papers for going to the countryside. Then she would keep her locked up at home and directly send her off when it was time. No chance for her to find old Director Wang. Lin Nian hesitated for a moment. Give me 300 first, otherwise just beat me to death. Zhang Sufang really wanted to beat her to death, but she couldn't. She could only go back to her room and get the money. Throwing at Lin Nian, I really owe you for my last life. Ungrateful thing, I should have drowned you in the urine bucket when I gave birth to you. With 300 yuan in hand, Lin Nian ignored Zhang Cuifang any longer. After Zhang Cuifang scolded and left, she got up, changed her clothes, and hid the money well. Just as she hid the money, her stepsister Huang Lili kicked open the door, charging at Lin Nian in a rage. Lin Nian dodged, and Huang Lili crashed into Lin Nian's bed frame, crying out in pain. When she recovered, she scolded Lin Nian. "Lin Nian, you shameless girl, how dare you seduce Brother Haiyang? He'll fight you." Lin Nian smiled at her, and, right in front of her, messed up her hair, wrinkled her clothes, tore off 2 buttons, and rolled on the ground. Then, in Huang Lili's stunned gaze, she suddenly rushed out. While running, she cried, "Mom, sister, I was wrong. I agreed to replace my sister to go to the countryside. Please don't hit me. I beg you." Huang Lili chased after her. "Lin Nian, you shameless girl, stop right there. Let's see if he'll beat you to death today. You sly vixen. Who else do you want to seduce? Going to the countryside and still not being honest, really itching for trouble. Our home doesn't lack cucumbers and eggplants. You little shameless girl, come back. Let me see how I'll deal with you. You're always causing trouble." Huang Lili and Zhang Cuifang pursued one after the other. Lin Nian staggered outside, and the neighbors all came out to watch. Hearing Huang Lili's filthy words, the neighbors pointed and looked at her with sympathy for Lin Nian. "Don't hit me." Lin Nian's hair was disheveled, her face swollen, turning back to look at Zhang Cuifang and Huang Lili, who looked fierce, especially Huang Lili, who looked like she wanted to eat Lin Nian alive, which was quite scary. Bang! Suddenly, Lin Nian bumped into a military green figure. Just as she was about to fall, he reached out and caught her. "Be careful." The young man let go once Lin Nian steadied herself and stepped back. "Thank you." Lin Nian didn't see the person clearly, hurriedly said thanks, and anxiously turned to look at Zhang Cuifang and Huang Lili chasing after her, running out like crazy. The young man frowned slightly and hurried after her. "What are you doing?" At this moment, the original stepfather, Huang Zhengwo, blocked Huang Lili and Zhang Cuifang, who were also chasing outside. Huang Zhengwo was originally an ordinary workshop worker under Lin Nian's father, Lin Changjing. After Lin Changjing was called to another department and news of his sacrifice came, Zhang Cuifang quickly married Huang Zhengwo, who had lost his wife and was struggling to make ends meet with his son and daughter. "Dad." "Old Huang." Huang Lili panicked when she saw Huang Zhengwo's grim face. "It was all that shameless Lin Nian's fault." "Dad, listen to me, I'm wronged. It's all Lin Nian's fault for framing me." Zhang Cuifang, who had chased out, smiled awkwardly, pushing Huang Lili aside and reaching to pull Huang Zhengwo's sleeve. "Old Huang, you're back. It's a misunderstanding that. Girl Lin Nian did it on purpose." Because Huang Zhengwo married Zhang Cuifang and had to support the martyr's orphan Lin Nian, he was promoted from a worker position to a cadre position over the years, rising several levels and having his salary increase significantly. He was now the deputy factory director of the rolling mill of the Hongxi Mechanical Factory, and with the old factory director about to retire, he was competing for the position of factory director with another deputy factory director, Zhao Shengli. And in the end, whoever goes up, Director Zhang's opinion carries a lot of weight. But just at this critical moment, his wife and daughter actually caused a scene bullying Lin Nian in public, which dragged him down. Huang Zhengwo's face darkened, and he glared fiercely at Huang Lili and Zhang Cuifang, pointing at them with his finger, angrily saying, "Why aren't you hurrying back? You're embarrassing yourselves." Chapter 2. Taking the initiative to go to the countryside. Fu Qiushi followed Lin Nian onto a bus, got off near the cultural palace, and trailed behind her, watching her struggle to find her way, carefully looking at every street sign, clearly unfamiliar with the area. Captain Yang Dongliang from the technical support team knew that Fu Qiushi had completed his mission in Rongqing, so he called it before he returned to the team, asking him to check on Lin Nian as well. Yang Dongliang had wanted to see Lin Nian for years, but due to heavy tasks, he could never find the time. Every month, he had the guard help send money and tickets to Lin Nian. He also had someone inquire about Lin Nian's situation, and the news was that she could eat and wear warm clothes, and her life was okay. Yang Dongliang always felt uneasy the standard of being able to eat and wear warm clothes was too low. Old Lin's daughter should be eating well, dressing well, and growing up happily. But he was simply too busy, and the post was far from Rongqing, so he couldn't spare the time to visit her personally. Therefore, when he heard that Fu Qiushi, a scouting elite, had completed his mission in Rongqing, he sought him out. Yang Dongliang wanted to know how Lin Nian was doing after Zhang Cuifang remarried. Moreover, He wanted Fu to convey two messages to her. Fu followed along and began to feel something was off. The place Lin Nian was headed to seemed increasingly familiar. Lin Nian was unaware that someone was following her. She was here to find a capable person. This person was named Lu Yongnan, nicknamed Gap Tooth, who was missing a piece of his front tooth and was a craftsman for handling documents. The female protagonist in the book sought him out for several letters of introduction to help her travel around and make money. Fortunately, the book described Gap Tooth's residence in great detail, and Lin Nian quickly found the right place by spotting the distinctive scenes. After knocking on the door a few times, it took a while before a crack opened, and the person inside asked through the gap, "Who are you looking for?" Lin Nian replied, "I'm sent by the third uncle." This was the code. "The third uncle isn't here. Do you want to come in and wait?" The other party asked. Lin Nian nodded. "Then I'll trouble you." The code matched, and the person let Lin Nian in, then peeked out to look around before closing the courtyard door. The small courtyard was quite messy, filled with debris and emanating an indescribable foul smell. The young man who brought her into the courtyard was tall and thin, with delicate features and a pale, sickly oval face, but unfortunately, a long scar on his cheek ruined the aesthetic. If he didn't have that scar, his looks could make countless women envious. Gap Tooth led her into the main room and pushed open the door to the side room. The dimly lit room contained a huge writing desk cluttered with tools. The only bright spot in the entire room was the writing desk, illuminated by 3 desk lamps. "What do you want to do?" "Write down." Gap Tooth sat down in front of the desk, opened his eyelids, glanced at Lin Nian, and tossed her a small notebook and a pencil. Lin Nian caught them with both hands, looked around, and saw an empty stool by the desk. So she sat down and began to write, "I want to make a property certificate, a martyr certificate, and a household registration book." Gap Tooth raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Nian, saying, 300. "Pay first. After you pay, wait in the main room. I'll call you when it's done." 300. That's quite expensive, almost equivalent to a regular worker's annual salary. Lin Nian was astonished, but had no choice but to pay. She was afraid that if she haggled, they would kick her out, which would be counterproductive. "Then I'll trouble you." Just like that, the 300 she had just received was gone. However, Lin Nian felt no regret at all. The original owner's household registration book had always been held by Zhang Tsuifang, and if Lin Nian wanted to make things happen, she had to get the household registration. Book.as for the property certificate. That was also a real thing. The original owner's biological father had left her an old house. This house was left by the original owner's grandfather, and since her father later transferred from the eastern province to work in Rongqing, it was given to her father. Later, after the original owner went to the countryside, Zhang Tsuifang had Huang Lily impersonate her to sign the name change and transfer procedures at the Housing Management Bureau. This house then became Zhang Tsuifang's, and later on, it was given to her son Huang Hongwei, becoming his marriage house. The original owner's biological mother had squeezed her dry, leaving not a drop of blood. It was also because of this that when the original owner's father, who had died in a mission, returned after completing his task and learned about his daughter's tragic situation, he was deeply grateful to the female protagonist who helped his daughter seek revenge and took her as his adopted daughter, leaving all his property to her and helping her pave the way in politics. The original female protagonist really was exploited and squeezed by her biological mother while alive, and used by the female protagonist after death. Truly tragic. All done. Before long, Gap Tooth came out of the room and handed the items to Lin Nian. Lin Nian checked them over and couldn't help but admire Gap Tooth that he even aged the items, making them look completely authentic. They could easily pass for real. "Thank you." After checking and finding no mistakes, Lin Nian quickly put the items away and took her leave. As Lin Nian left with the items, Fu entered the small courtyard right behind her. Gap Tooth's eyes lit up when he saw the newcomer, and he ran over. "Third brother. You're back. Third brother. We must have a good drink tonight. How have you been in the team?" "Not bad, I guess." Fu patted Gap Tooth's shoulder and smiled. "I've been back for 2 days, just handling some matters before leaving. By the way, what did that girl come to find you for?" Gap Tooth asked in surprise. "Wait, third brother, you introduced her. How come you don't know what she wanted?" The code for the introduction was to find the third uncle. If someone else introduced her, it would be a different code. That a hint of unnoticeable darkness flashed in Fu Qiushi's eyes as he smiled and said, "I just felt embarrassed to ask her, so I came to ask you." Gap Tooth returned to the room to get the note Lin Nian left for Fu Qiushi. "She is applying for a household registration book, a martyr certificate, and a property certificate. Fu Qiushi scanned the content on the note, took out a match to burn it, and then said to Gap Tooth, "Don't tell outsiders that she was here. Also, stop this matter, don't proceed with it. Destroy what needs to be destroyed." Gap Tooth's expression changed. "What's going on? Did something happen?" Fu Qiushi said, "The situation is tense. You might have leaked something. Just so happens that an old leader has been sent down, and I need you to help take care of him in the village he has been assigned to. As for your loss, I'll make it up to you later." Hearing this, Gap Tooth immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "You can trust us with this matter. We're all brothers, so don't mention compensation or anything." Fu Qiushi punched his shoulder playfully, smiling, "Good brother." He then explained to him the location of the old leader's assignment and told him to sign up at the youth office. "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Fu Qiushi said goodbye, needing to catch up with Lin Nian. He chased her all the way to the youth office. Fu Qiushi thought, "This girl is quite the troublemaker." Inside the youth office, Lin Nian passionately said to the staff, "Comrade, I'm the daughter of Martyr Lin Changzhong. I want to respond to the call, inherit my father's lifelong wish to serve the people and dedicate everything to building our country, and go to the countryside to write a new chapter of youth in a broader world." The staff at the youth office loved enthusiastic young people like Lin Nian, who took the initiative to go to the countryside. If everyone were proactive, their work would be much easier. The staff warmly received Lin Nian. "Comrade, your ideological awareness is quite good. You are also the child of a martyr, truly a good comrade with a solid foundation. I need to report this well to the higher-ups. Comrade Lin, with your level of awareness, you should be well promoted." Chapter 3 Progress Youth. Lin Nian quickly waved her hand. No, please don't publicize me. I'm secretly going to the countryside, and if my elders at home find out, they will definitely come to the youth office to make a fuss. After all, there are policies in place. The only child of a martyr doesn't have to go to the countryside." Upon hearing this, the staff member immediately understood and quickly sat down. Yes, you're right. We won't publicize it. I'll handle the paperwork for you right away." "Comrade Lin, do you have any specific requests for the place you want to go to?" "According to the policy, children of martyrs like you can receive preferential treatment. We need to arrange a good location for you. So when a young lady's family comes looking for her, she has something to say." Lin Nian smiled and said, "I want to go to the 2nd Group of the 8th Brigade in Hongsheng Township, Dongyang County, Dong Province. To be honest, my father's relatives are still there, and he has always wanted to find an opportunity to go back and show filial piety. But at this point," Lin Nian shed tears, choked up as she said, "This is my selfish wish. I want to take care of my grandmother for my father. Of course, if it's difficult to arrange, I won't insist. I will follow the organization's arrangements." The staff member smiled. "This is not a difficult matter. I will arrange it for you. Dong Province is far and cold, and not many people are willing to go there. Anyone assigned there will try to find a way to change locations. Yet this Lin Nian actively wants to go there." Fearing that Lin Nian might change her mind, he quickly completed the paperwork and wrote all the necessary introduction letters. "Meet here at 8 o'clock in the morning 5 days later to depart. Don't forget the time." Lin Nian packed her things and thanked the staff member. "Thank you very much, comrade." She was going to the countryside as the only daughter of a martyr, not as a replacement for Huang Lily, which meant that Huang Lily could not escape her fate of going to the countryside. When the time came, she would leave without a care, leaving Zhang Tsuifang with a mess to deal with. And it would be interesting to see if she could continue to live happily with Huang Zhangwo, or if the Huang family would have any peaceful days. This was just the beginning. Lin Nian intended to get everything that the original owner owed back before going to the countryside. After leaving the youth office, Lin Nian headed straight to another residential area of the Hongxing Machinery Factory. Zhao Shengli, who was competing with Huang Zhangwo for the position of director of the steel rolling plant, lived nearby. Lin Nian waited on the route that Zhao Shengli's wife, Lu Guixiang, would take home from work. Lu Guixiang was from the Women's Federation of the main factory and had a bad relationship with Zhang Tsuifang. It was already noon, and the sun was glaring in the sky, making it hard for people to see. Lin Nian was hungry. Unfortunately, she had no money left, so she could only swallow her saliva and endure it. After a long wait, when Lu Guixiang returned on her bicycle, Lin Nian hurriedly ran out from under the shade of the tree and called out, "Comrade Lu." Hearing the shout, Lu Guixiang squeezed the brakes, got off her bicycle, let the people she was with go ahead, and pushed her bicycle toward Lin Nian. Isn't this Lin Nian? I heard you fell into the river, and it was the ocean that brought you back. I was going to organize a few women-s Federation cadres to come and see you. As Lu Guixiang spoke, she examined Lin Nian. The young girl's face had bruises, and it was unclear whether she had been hit or pinched. Her clothes were ill-fitting and patched up. Her eyes were also red, clearly indicating that she had been crying. Lu Guixiang had previously tried to find Lin Nian privately. But no matter how she tempted or coaxed her, Lin Nian would not say a word against Zhang Cuifeng or Huang Zhangwo. She always said, "My mom and Uncle Huang treat me well. Without Uncle Huang, I might have starved to death." These were the same words over and over again. Remembering the old Lin Nian, Lu Guixiang couldn't help but wonder why Lin Nian had suddenly come to find her. "Thank you for your concern, Comrade Lu. I want to talk to Director Zhao about something, but I don't know what to do. So I came to seek help from Comrade Lu and Director Zhao." At this point, Lin Nian shed tears again. Lu Guixiang quickly took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. "Quickly wipe your tears and come home with Aunt Lu." Lin Nian accepted the handkerchief, quietly thanking Lu Guixiang, and then sat on the back seat of her bicycle as they went to Zhao's home. "Hurry in and sit down. Have some water. Your Uncle Zhao will be back soon. You can eat at my house later." Lu Guixiang warmly welcomed Lin Nian, noticing her demeanor, and estimated that something significant was going on. She had a vague feeling that they could find a breakthrough in the matter concerning her husband, old Zhao. Through this young girl, Lu Guixiang heard Lin Nian's stomach growling, so she quickly boiled a bowl of noodles for her and added an egg. "You should eat a little first. When your Uncle Zhao comes back, we can eat together." Lin Nian hurriedly refused. "Comrade Lu, how can I accept this?" "I can't." Lu Guixiang smiled and said, "Call me Aunt Lu. I used to carry you when you were little. Hurry up and eat. Don't be polite with Aunt Lu." Lin Nian shyly thanked her. "Thank you, Aunt Lu." She was really hungry. She had never eaten enough while living with a Huang family, always having to eat the leftover soup and scraps from the family. Seeing Lin Nian eat heartily, Lu Guixiang sat beside her and chatted. "Look at you, so thin, eat more. I asked your mom if she was not feeding you enough, and she said you have a cat's appetite, very picky, not eating this and that. Nian Nian, being picky is not good. We shouldn't indulge in the habits of capitalist young ladies." After finishing the noodles and drinking the broth clean, Lin Nian could tell that Lu Guixiang was trying to extract information from her. It was just a mutually beneficial relationship. Lin Nian understood this in her heart. She mimicked the original owner's timid demeanor and said softly, "No, I'm not picky." Lu Guixiang was very satisfied with this answer and smiled. "Aunt Lu can see that our Nian Nian is a good child, not indulging in the ways of capitalist young ladies. Your mom really should know better than to say such things outside. It could tarnish your reputation." Just as she finished speaking, the sound of a door opening came from outside. Lu Guixiang quickly went to greet him, taking the bag from Zhao Xingli's hand. "Old Zhao, Lin Nian is here. She has something to discuss with you." After that, she gave Lin Nian a knowing glance. Lin Nian stood awkwardly, bowing to Zhao Xingli. "Hello, Uncle Zhao." Her helpless demeanor made her look pitiful. "Oh, it's Nian Nian. Hello, hello. Quickly sit down. Don't be polite at Uncle Zhao's house. Your father and I were good friends and brothers." Lin Nian sat down with her head down, and Zhao Xingli sat across from her, asking, "Nian Nian, what happened to your face? Did someone bully you?" Lin Nian suddenly stood up nervously, shaking her head vigorously. "No. Sister didn't bully me. She looked like a frightened rabbit. It was me. I accidentally fell." Zhao Xingli and his wife exchanged glances, realizing that she had been beaten by Huang Lily. All right, Uncle Zhao just wanted to ask. As long as no one is bullying you, that's good. Your Aunt Lu said you were looking for me. Can you tell Uncle Zhao what it is?" Lin Nian looked down at her toes, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes. She seemed to be struggling, unsure of how to begin. Chapter 4. Who do I owe? Zhao Xingli and his wife didn't urge her, and Lu Guixiang went into the kitchen to cook. Lin Nian hesitated for a long time before whispering. "Since I was little, my mom told me that my dad died, and she couldn't support me. So I depended on Uncle Huang. Uncle Zhao, I want to ask you to help me check at the post office if a comrade named Yang Dongliang has been sending my living expenses to my mom every month since the year my dad sacrificed himself. I need to find out who I actually owe." Lin Yan's voice, like a mosquito, fell into Zhao Shunli's ears like a loud explosion. Everyone in the factory knew that Huang Zhengwo was supporting the daughter of martyr Lin Changzheng, Lin Nian, which was why the old factory director had made an exception to promote him to a cadre position. This way, his monthly salary would be a bit more, and the extra part would be enough to support Lin Nian. But what if Lin Nian had been receiving support all these years? Then how could Huang Zhengwo have the face to say he was raising Lin Nian? Zhao Shunli felt this was a good opportunity. He hurriedly asked Lin Nian, "How did you find out?" Lin Nian still hung her head. "My mom would come home a few days early every month, waiting for the postman. Once when the postman came, she had a stomachache, and the postman gave me the remittance slip and the letter. I saw it was written on the remittance slip. After I read it, I didn't know what to do. So I put the letter and the remittance slip under the door and then hid." This excuse was nonsense. Lin Nian could know it was because it was written in the book. Uncle Zhao, I thought for a long time, didn't know who to ask for help, and didn't dare to tell anyone else. You child, you came to Uncle Zhao, and that's right. Lu Guixiong came out of the kitchen, pulled Lin Nian into her arms, and patted her back, saying, "There's an old saying that when there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. Actually, it works the other way too. When there's a stepfather, a biological mother can also become a stepmother. After all, your mom had a son with Huang Zhengwo, and you have become superfluous in that family. You silly child, do you think if you don't say anything, Aunt Lu won't see it? You're just too kind. Remember this. Good people are bullied, and good horses are ridden." Lin Nian seemed to be hid in her heart, crying loudly in her embrace. After Lin Nian cried for a while, Lu Guixiong continued to stir up trouble. "After your dad sacrificed himself, his position was reserved for you. Your mom took you to find the old factory director, saying you were still small, so the worker's position was temporarily occupied by your uncle Zhang Ganmei, and it would be returned to you when you grew up. Nian Nian, tell Aunt Lu honestly, do you not want to go to the countryside? If you don't want to go, Aunt Lu will make the decision for you." Lu Guixiong genuinely wanted to help Lin Nian, but her own selfish motives occupied a large part of it. After all, if she brought down Zhang Tsufang and her husband, old Zhao would definitely become the factory director of the steel rolling branch. Lin Nian shook her head, choking as she said, "Aunt Lu, I have already signed up to go to the countryside. I registered before coming here. I have to leave in 5 days, so I was anxious to find Uncle Zhao." At this point, Lin Nian paused, as if she had made a big decision, and said, "My mom said that Uncle Huang has taken care of my food and drink since I was little, and it hasn't been easy for them to raise me to this age, and if I go to the countryside, they won't give me money." When Zhao Shunli heard this, he slammed the table. "What? They want to give you money when you go to the countryside? That is too much. Life in the countryside is so hard. How can you live without money?" The couple indeed had plans to use Lin Nian, but hearing her say this, they couldn't help but feel angry. "Just wait. Uncle Zhao will find someone to check for you right away." Lu Guixiong's brother worked at the post office, and Zhao Shunli didn't even have time to eat, telling Lu Guixiong, "I'll help you take a leave. You don't have to go to work this afternoon. Just stay home to take care of Lin Nian." "Good. Keep a close eye on this matter." Lu Guixiong sent Zhao Shunli out, turned back into the house, and opened a can for Lin Nian. "Eat quickly. You need to replenish yourself. Nian Nian, listen to Aunt Lu's advice. You can't just let the job matter go like this. If you go to the countryside, you may never return to the city. If you don't have some money in your hand, how can that work? Listen to Aunt Lu, sell the job, keep some money in hand. And life in the countryside won't be too hard. You haven't been to the countryside. You don't know the difficulties. Your mom, she is deceiving you." After a vigorous persuasion from Lu Guixiong, Lin Nian finally reluctantly agreed to the job-selling matter. But she would only sign the papers and wanted to take care of it on the day she left. Furthermore, she didn't want money, just a nationwide general ticket. Lu Guixiong was extremely happy, patting her chest and assuring Lin Nian that she wouldn't need to worry about this matter. She would handle everything for Lin Nian. Are you kidding? A formal position in a key state-owned enterprise is something many private individuals would want. Holding this indicator in hand is a big favor to anyone. Also, Lin Nian only had 5 days left. Otherwise, she would have relied solely on Zhao Shunli and his wife for mutual benefit. It's naturally better to give favors to several people. Who knows if Zhao Shunli and his wife would dismantle the bridge after crossing it. However, even if Zhao Shunli and his wife dared to dismantle the bridge, Lin Nian had her backup plan ready. She liked to eat many things but hated to suffer losses. After settling the job matter, Lin Nian took her leave. Lu Guixiang feigned reluctance to keep her a bit longer, but eventually sent Lin Nian out and began to think about Zhang Ganmei's job. Deciding who would be good for her and who could help old Zhao, Lin Nian, having no money, didn't wander around aimlessly and went straight home. At this time, Huang Zhangwo also returned home. As soon as he entered the residential compound, a neighbor stopped him and recounted what happened that morning when Huang Lili and Zhang Cuifang chased after Lin Nian. Finally, he mentioned Zhang factory director's grandson, Zhang Haiyang, came by later and left with a dark face after watching the scene. Lin Nian also ran away. Nobody knew where she went. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhangwo felt terrible. He had noticed something when he returned home, and then hurriedly went to chase after Zhang factory director. Now, being pulled by the neighbor to recount again, Huang Zhangwo felt utterly humiliated. It was a critical time for competing with Zhao Shunli for the position of factory director. And that fool Zhang Cuifang not only didn't help, but also dragged him down. Huang Zhangwo thanked the person and hurried home, feeling extremely embarrassed as the people in the compound pointed and whispered behind his back, making him quicken his pace. As soon as he entered the house, Huang Lili ran up to him to complain about Lin Nian. "Dad, that little bitch Lin Nian has gotten too bold. She actually dared to bully me. Dad, you have to stand up for me. Go tell the people at the youth office to send her to the toughest, most grueling place, where no birds lay eggs and there's no food to eat. Marry her off to an old bachelor, so she can never turn her life around." Huang Lili said fiercely, knowing that her dad would definitely punish Lin Nian harshly given how much he loved her. "That dead girl thinks she can outsmart me?" In her dreams, Zhang Guixiang chimed in. "Yes, old Huang, Lin Nian is really getting more and more outrageous. She jumped into the river once, and now that she's gotten close to Zhang Haiyang, she has become wild and no longer puts me, her mother, in her eyes. She must be taught a severe lesson." Chapter 5. The dead girl changed. Huang Zhangwo's expression grew increasingly grim, and Huang Lili and Zhang Cuifang knew he was truly angry. So, the two of them worked even harder to complain about Lin Nian. The more Huang Zhangwo listened, the angrier he became, and he could no longer hold back. He raised his hand and slapped Huang Lili and Zhang Cuifang each across the face. His face was terrifyingly dark, and his gaze was extremely fierce, scaring both Huang Lili and Zhang Cuifang. Wait, shouldn't he be dealing with Lin Nian? Why was he hitting them instead? They were genuinely confused and aggrieved. "Didn't I remind you that you could do whatever you wanted at home with the doors closed, but when you're outside, you better pretend to be a loving mother and a dutiful daughter, with deep sisterly affection?" Huang Lili cried as she explained, "Dad, it's not my fault. It's that Lin Nian bitch who did it on purpose." "Shut up," Huang Zhangwo roared, suppressing his voice. "You're more trouble than you're worth. If my position as factory director is ruined, you'll be sent to the countryside too." Huang Lili had never experienced such humiliation. This was her first time being hit by Huang Zhangwo. Her face burned with pain, and just touching it made her realize it was swelling. She couldn't believe it. Clearly, it was Lin Nian who was causing trouble, so why was her dad punishing her instead? Huang Lili couldn't accept this reality and broke down, running back to her room, collapsing on the bed and crying her heart out. This was just too bizarre. How could that dead girl suddenly become so cunning? She had never felt so wronged in her life. Zhang Cuifang also didn't expect Huang Zhangwo to hit her, but that slap woke her up right now. Huang Zhangwo's fight for the factory director position was the most important thing. "So, what should we do?" Zhang Cuifang touched her face and asked Huang Zhangwo, feeling very guilty. She truly hadn't expected that timid girl would dare to go out and shout. Ever since Lin Nian fell into the water, she seemed like a completely different person. She wondered if she was possessed. She thought this and told Huang Zhangwo, even mentioning how Lin Nian had asked her for 500 yuan and she had given her 300. Huang Zhangwo said irritably, "If she asks for it, just give it to her. You need to placate her before she goes to the countryside. Go buy a chicken and make soup for Lin Nian tonight. Treat her well. After a few days, when her face heals, take her to Director Zhang's house to thank him and make her say in person that today's incident was a misunderstanding, that she insulted Lily first. You must dispel the old director's suspicions. Buy a chicken. Zhang Cuifang was very reluctant, but when Huang Jiangwo shot her a glare, she caved. Not only did she have to buy a chicken, but she also needed to cook some of Lin Nian's favorite dishes. In just a few days, she had to pretend to be nice to her. After saying this, Huang Jiangwo left in a huff. He needed to find Director Zhang to explain things. Lin Nian thought that after what happened in the morning, her stepfather Huang Jiangwo, if he wasn't stupid, would definitely have Zhang Cuifang coax her. Hey, she was right. When she returned, Zhang Cuifang immediately changed her previous indifferent attitude towards her, coming up to her with warmth and concern. Lin Nian mercilessly exposed Zhang Cuifang. Ms. Zhang, can we stop pretending? It's exhausting to keep this up. You give me what I want, and I'll obediently go to the countryside. Lin Nian didn't even want to use the word comrade for Zhang Cuifang. She didn't deserve it. Don't bargain with me before I go to the countryside. I will definitely cooperate with you and visit Director Zhang's house. And I can even go to the old director's house. Zhang Cuifang's smile was forcefully wiped off her face by Lin Nian's words. After Lin Nian finished speaking, she bent down, grabbed an apple, washed it in the kitchen, and took a big bite. The book mentioned that before Lin Nian was 5, a man named Yang Dongliang sent her 30 yuan a month and some national ration tickets. After she turned 5, the amount increased every year, and by the time the original owner went to the countryside, Yang Dongliang was sending Lin Nian 70 yuan a month. Zhang Cuifang held this money in her hand, and along with her salary, it was even higher than Huang Jiangwo's income as deputy factory director. With money and ration tickets in hand, their family lived a very comfortable life each month. While others might go 10 days or half a month without seeing meat, the Huang family could eat meat and fish every few days. Other families hardly had fruit, but the Huang family had it regularly. Moreover, the clothes for their family were usually replaced with new ones after being worn to about 80% new. But none of these good things had anything to do with Lin Nian. Forget about eating. Even looking at them would get her scolded. Huang Lily loved to say, "You should take a look at yourself in the mirror. With you being a burden, do you think you deserve to eat in my house? If you haven't starved to death, that's the greatest kindness our Huang family has shown you. Even if you die, it wouldn't be enough to repay our kindness in raising you." At this moment, Lin Nian was sitting in front of Zhang Cuifang, biting into the apple, and her heart couldn't help but feel a wave of bitterness. The original owner had been wronged for over 10 years. But little did she know, it wasn't her who owed the Huang family, but rather the entire Huang family who owed her. Lin Nian walked over to the sofa and sat down confidently, eating her apple while stating her demands. First, Huang Lily must kneel in front of the whole family and apologize to me. Lin Nian, don't push your luck. As soon as Lin Nian finished speaking, Zhang Cuifang became furious, pointing at her and cursing. Lin Nian smiled and said, "I've stated my conditions. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Second, give me the remaining 200 yuan immediately. Third, during these days at home, I want to eat well, wear well, and drink well. Ms. Zhang, I don't mind walking around in these clothes with this swollen face, and then visiting both Director Wang and Director Zhang." Lin Nian said slowly, thinking that the apple tasted really sweet at this moment. She needed to eat more. Oh, and I also want to change my sleeping place. I want to sleep in Huang Lily's room. Zhang Cuifang was dumbfounded, hardly believing her ears. How dare Lin Nian? This dead girl, how dare she? Unable to hold back, she raised her hand and slapped Lin Nian hard. Lin Nian's gaze instantly turned cold. She stood up and grabbed Zhang Cuifang's hand, staring at her coldly. "Ms. Zhang, the previous Lin Nian is dead. She died in the cold, icy river. The current Lin Nian is barefoot and not afraid of those in shoes. I don't mind going down with you, after all. It can't get worse than this. How much worse can it get?" Suddenly, her demeanor startled Zhang Cuifang. The girl in front of her felt so unfamiliar. Could it be? Could it be? Seeing the fear on her face, Lin Nian leaned in closer to her ear and whispered softly, "You guessed it right, so should we find a shaman to exorcise the evil spirits?" A shaman was considered superstition, and even if Lin Nian gave Zhang Cuifang 100 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to invite one. Engaging in superstition could lead to being sent for labor reform. Lin Yan's threat sent a chill down Zhang Cuifang's spine, and her hairs stood on end. Give me some money. Lin Nian patted Zhang Cuifang on the shoulder. If you don't give me money, I'll go outside and cry, saying you hit me. Those who care about their face will never win against those who don't. Thus, the original owner couldn't fight against Zhang Cuifang, and Zhang Cuifang couldn't resist the current Lin Nian. Zhang Cuifang gave Lin Nian all the change she had, and it wasn't until Lin Nian had left for a long time that she came back to her senses. Lin Nian was not her daughter. No, this was not acceptable. She needed to find old Huang and tell him to come up with a solution. Chapter 6 Busy comrade of progress Lin Nian came out of the Huang family and took the bus to the Housing Management Bureau. No matter what, she had to keep this house and not let Zhang Cuifang take advantage of it. Rushing to the Housing Management Bureau, Lin Nian faced a public service office with 2 storefronts. Inside, a row of old desks formed a counter, and a few staff members were scattered behind them. There were also quite a few people there for services. Lin Nian stood in a less crowded area and waited in line. When it was her turn, she spoke loudly to the staff member. Comrade, I have a vacant house that I would like to lend to the Housing Management Bureau for 5 years, free of charge, to help military families of martyrs who are struggling with housing difficulties. Her words stunned everyone. Housing resources were extremely scarce. This girl was too naive. No, her awareness was too high. Young lady, do you realize this is a big deal? Does your family know about it? Lin Nian stood tall and proud. Comrade, I'm already 16 and can work. I can make decisions on my own. My father was a martyr, so I want to inherit his wish to serve the people and help those in need. Although my power is small, a great person once said, a single spark can start a prairie fire. I do not lack a place to live now. This house is empty, and lending it to you will allow it to fulfill its greatest value. But I am not completely selfless. I will definitely be getting married in 5 years. And when that happens, I will need the house back, or my partner and I will have nowhere to sleep. The staff member couldn't make decisions on their own and went to fetch their director. Director Fu. This comrade Lin Nian wants to lend her house to the Housing Management Bureau for free. The Housing Management Bureau had found a benefactor. No, a highly aware girl. And so many people from other offices came to see Lin Nian. They wanted to see what such a highly aware person looked like. And the small office quickly filled with people. Fu Qiushi, who had followed her, watched Lin Nian standing in the spotlight. Her swollen face and patched, ill-fitting clothes could not hide her brightness. Even though she looked so disheveled in the family quarters that morning, bullied and like a frightened little cat, she had the courage to take the bus alone to the cultural palace to find the person with the broken teeth, boldly claiming to be working under his banner. Clearly, children of martyrs were not supposed to endure hardship in the countryside, yet she was willing to volunteer. Now, she came to the Housing Management Bureau to lend out a house. She spoke with such righteous fervor, but Fu Qiushi felt that this girl was calculating something. Initially, he had only come to fulfill a promise to his grandfather as student, with the mindset of completing a task. But now, he was curious to explore more about this interesting girl and see how many sides she had and what surprises she could bring him. He also wanted to know how this girl had learned about the person with the broken teeth and his banner. Good. Well said, young lady. Director Gu approached Lin Nian and extended his hand. Lin Nian quickly took his hand with both of hers and shook it solemnly. Continuing my father's wish to serve the people is what a child should do. The comrade receiving Lin Nian said to Director Gu, Director Gu, I just checked Lin Nian's house. It is quite large and located in the city center. If it is divided, it can accommodate 2 families of 7 to 8 people. It has indeed been empty. Director Gu smiled and asked Lin Nian, Comrade Lin, what made you think of lending this house out for free now? Lin Nian replied shyly, before my mom didn't agree. Director Gu raised his eyebrows. So you made this decision without your mother's consent? Lin Nian feigned confusion, blinking innocently. Am I not allowed to make my own decisions at 16? This is my house. Isn't there a regulation stating that one can join the military and start working at 16? Why would I still need elders to influence my thoughts at this age? Director Gu was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, but such a big matter should still be discussed with your mother. Lin Nian stubbornly said, There's no room for discussion. This house will remain empty, and as a result, At least 2 martyr families will not have their housing issues resolved within 5 years. My father is a martyr. I can deeply understand the various difficulties faced by the families of martyrs, so I just want to make life a little easier for 1 or 2 of these families. Does Director Gu not want to help me fulfill this wish? As she spoke, the smile on Lin Nian's face faded, revealing a look of disappointment on her youthful face. The girl had come with enthusiasm to do a good deed, only to be rejected, which was quite a blow. The staff present, seeing her like this, couldn't help but urge her to go back and discuss it thoroughly with her mother, as it might affect their relationship if her mother found out later. Lin Nian lowered her head and stubbornly said, I've already thought it through. If my mom finds out, she might scold me. But I think it's worth it if I can endure a scolding to provide shelter for 2 martyr families for 5 years. My mom treats me well. I am her and my dad's only child and the only remnant of my dad in this world. She might be angry for a moment, but since this matter is already settled, she won't say much. After saying this, Lin Nian looked up at Director Gu with hope. Director Gu was also in a dilemma. It was a good deed, but he was afraid the girl's family would cause trouble and turn this good deed into a bad one. Fu Qiushi looked deeply at Lin Nian, squeezed through the crowd to the front, and said to Director Gu, Director Gu, if this matter complies with national laws and policies, I believe the Housing Management Bureau should handle it according to the normal procedures. This is a good deed. Lin Nian looked at Fu Qiushi in surprise. The young man who suddenly appeared was wearing a military green uniform, with a tall stature and a cold, handsome face. His sharp eyes, like an eagle's, carried a hint of subtle charm, giving off an ambiguous vibe. He didn't even need to speak. Just a glance could penetrate right through a person. Lin Nian felt as if all schemes and tricks were laid bare in front of him, and she felt a bit guilty for no reason. Avoiding his gaze, Lin Nian lowered her head. Director Gu paused for a moment, then quickly shifted gears. Then let us proceed according to the procedure. Xiao Zhao, you prepare a rental contract for Comrade Lin Nian. Young comrade, I'll give you a month to consider this. If you change your mind within a month, you can come to me at any time to cancel the contract. But after a month, I will have to arrange for the house. And then it will be too late if you want to change your mind. Lin Nian looked up, her face lighting up with a smile again. She bowed to Director Gu. Thank you, Director Gu. Don't worry, I want to change my mind. Chapter 7. The pressure of the board, she lent the house for free, mainly to set a trap for Zhang Cuifang and incidentally do a good deed. 5 years later, if anyone dared to occupy the house without returning it to her, she had ways to reclaim it. Comrade Xiao Zhao, the clerk, took out the mimeographed rental contract and handed it to Lin Nian. After Lin Nian read it, she said to Director Gu, Director, can we add a clause to the contract stating that after 5 years, when the rental period is over, the Housing Management Bureau will take back the house and give me a vacant one in good condition? Sure. Xiao Zhao, add that clause for her. Lin Nian was satisfied and happily left the Housing Management Bureau with a freshly printed rental contract, not daring to glance at Fu Qiushi even once. Fu Qiushi watched her retreating figure, which seemed to carry the words guilty in bold. What was the young girl feeling guilty about? He chuckled softly and followed her, ignoring Director Gu's call behind him. On the other side, Huang Jiangwo went to find factory director Zhang, who clearly had a bad attitude and didn't listen to his explanation, simply telling him to return to work. Huang Jiangwo felt extremely frustrated. At this moment, Zhang Cuifang approached him and chattered about some irrelevant matters. Old Huang, do you think that girl is really possessed? Huang Jiangwo frowned. He used to think that Zhang Cuifang's foolishness was a good thing because it was easy to manipulate her. And indeed, since they got together, Zhang Cuifang had been obedient to him and brought him many benefits. But now, he suddenly found her stupidity quite irritating. She was useless and particularly good at dragging him down. Speaking of Lin Nian, she used to be honest and dull as a quail. But after jumping into the river once, she changed. Huang Jiangwo didn't believe it was possession. He thought someone was teaching her from behind. Who could that person be? Could it be Zhang Haiyang? If it was Zhang Haiyang, he couldn't afford to be careless. You just need to follow what she says. It's not like she's asking you, as her mother, to bow down to her. What's so difficult about that? Zhang Cuifang couldn't believe her ears and questioned Huang Jiangwo. Old Huang, Lily is your own daughter. With her temper, you want her to bow down to that Lin Nian girl? She won't be able to take it. You can't treat Lily like this. What do you want me to do? Huang Jiangwo slammed the table a few times. In any case, I don't care how you do it. But you must pacify that girl. If you can't even handle this, and it ruins my plans, I'll divorce you. By then, don't even think about being the factory director's wife. You won't even have the title of the deputy factory director's wife. Clearly, Huang Jiangwo knew where Zhang Cuifang's soft spot was. After he said this, Zhang Cuifang had no choice but to return home in defeat to talk to Huang Lily. However, when Huang Lily heard that she was supposed to kneel and apologize to Lin Nian, she immediately exploded, jumping up and shouting at Zhang Cuifang. You wish. You're such a wicked stepmother, actually asking me to kneel to that Lin Nian bitch. No way. Zhang Cuifang felt extremely wronged. Stuck in the middle and unable to please either side. It was all that Lin Nian's fault. Lily, you have to endure this for the sake of going to the countryside, and besides, your dad's promotion to factory director is at a critical moment. If you don't pacify Lin Nian now, your dad won't be able to explain it later. Lily, just bear with it this once. Huang Lily pushed Zhang Cuifang away, looking at her resentfully. Why should I suffer? She eats for my family and lives in my house. What's wrong with her going to the countryside for me? Why do I have to kneel to her? Anyway, I won't take care of this. After saying that, she slammed the door and ran out, leaving Zhang Cuifang crying alone in her room. But she couldn't cry for too long. As she saw the sun setting, she still had to go buy groceries. She had to make delicious food to win over that debt-collecting brat. It was so frustrating. Zhang Cuifang prepared a large table of delicious dishes. Apart from Huang Lily, Huang Jiangwo and their two sons returned home. The eldest son, Huang Hongbing, was 2 years older than Huang Lily and was born to Huang Jiangwo and his deceased first wife. The younger son, Huang Hongwei, was born to Zhang Cuifang and Huang Jiangwo. Lin Nian hadn't come back, and Huang Jiangwo had the family wait. The spoiled younger son refused to do so, causing a ruckus. Huang Jiangwo, already in a bad mood, ended up hitting him. Zhang Cuifang tried to protect him, but Huang Jiangwo wouldn't allow it, and a few hits landed on Zhang Cuifang instead. The house was in chaos. When Lin Nian returned, she happened to see this scene. She slowly walked to the coffee table, leisurely peeled an orange, sat down on the sofa, and ate while watching Huang Jiangwo hit his wife and children. Just like countless times before, when Huang Jiangwo sat on the sofa, silently watching Zhang Cuifang hit the original owner. At that moment, Lin Nian felt a wave of emotion slowly spreading in her heart. Perhaps it was the residual resentment of the original owner. After finishing the orange, Lin Nian bypassed the family of 4 and sat at the dining table to eat. She first drank a bowl of chicken soup, which tasted quite good. Then she tried some other dishes and had to admit that Zhang Cuifang's cooking skills were quite decent. Unfortunately, the original owner had only tasted it once or twice. Usually, she wouldn't dare to use chopsticks. When the original owner was young, she was too greedy and stole a few pieces of meat when no one was home, which led to Huang Lily reporting her. That night, Zhang Cuifang nearly killed the original owner. After that, the original owner never dared to eat meat again. After Lin Nian was full, she went to Huang Lily's room, threw her things out, replaced them with the original owner's bedding from her little room, tidied up a bit, and then closed the door to go to bed. The noise outside was the best lullaby for her. Let them make noise. The more chaotic, the better. With the Huang family in such turmoil, neither Zhang Cuifang nor Huang Jiangwo had the mood to eat. After a while, Huang Lily returned. Finding herself unable to enter her room, she kicked the door from the outside. When Zhang Cuifang tried to pull her back, Huang Lily scolded her before going to complain to her dad, Huang Jiangwo, who was so frustrated he felt like his head would explode. He told Huang Lily to endure for a few days. Once Lin Nian went to the countryside, he would return the room to her, but Huang Lily refused, causing a scene. In the end, Huang Jiangwo silenced her with a slap. Listen, if you make a scene again, I'll send you to the countryside tomorrow. He wasn't uncaring towards his daughter or son. It was just that before his future, everything had to make way. If it weren't for his future, why would he marry a divorced woman like Zhang Cuifang? As a formal employee of a machinery factory, even if his wife had died, he could easily find a young girl. Chapter 8. No more acting. The next day, Lin Nian woke up naturally. When she opened the door, she found both Zhang Cuifang and Huang Jiangwo at home, not having gone out. Yawning, She looked at them and saw a haggard-looking Zhang Suifang approaching her with a forced smile, opening a handkerchief to reveal a stack of money inside. Nian Nian, this is the remaining 200 yuan. Take it, and make sure you don't lose it. I know I was a bit strict with you before, but it was all for your own good. You are my child, born after 10 months of pregnancy, and I care about you. Nian Nian, please don't blame your mother, okay? I suffered a lot raising you alone. If it weren't for your Uncle Huang's help, we might not have survived. You need to understand your mother. Huang Zhangwo also stood up to support her, saying, Nian Nian, Uncle Huang has been busy with work and has neglected you. I'm sorry you had to suffer at home. Stop acting, you too. If you're feeling uncomfortable, I feel disgusted too. Lin Nian interrupted Huang Zhangwo, mocking him. Uncle Huang, you're just a low-level worker back then. After marrying the widow of a martyr, Zhang Suifang, the factory promoted you to section chief, and your salary increased by 10 yuan a month. Zhang Suifang also got moved from a worker position to a union officer, with her salary raised too. The factory told you that the increased salary was to cover my living expenses. Later, Zhang Suifang went to the factory leaders with me, claiming I was older and needed more money, saying my father sacrificed for the country, so the factory should take care of his widow and child. Then the factory promoted Uncle Huang to workshop director. I, Lin Nian, owe you nothing, but you too owe me a lot. Lin Nian didn't want to play along with them anymore, tearing off the veil of shame, which made their faces look very ugly. What do you want? Huang Zhangwo didn't expect Lin Nian to be so aware of these matters and felt that Zhang Haiyang had said something to her, teaching her something. He could no longer maintain his facade and looked at Lin Nian coldly, his eyes filled with venom. Lin Nian chuckled lightly. I told Zhang Suifang my conditions yesterday. What? She didn't tell you? Lin Nian, I am your mother. Zhang Suifang was furious to hear Lin Nian repeatedly calling her by her name. Her daughter, who had been obedient for years, suddenly became like a hedgehog, uncontrollable, making Zhang Suifang's anger rise to the sky. Lin Nian ignored her, focusing only on Huang Zhangwo. Huang Zhangwo frowned. Your mother has already given you the money, but we can't make Lily kneel and bow to you. Huang Lily said last night that if she was forced to kneel, she would crash her head into her biological father's office. Huang Zhangwo knew Huang Lily was just trying to scare him, but he couldn't afford any unexpected events right now. Lin Nian shrugged. No kneeling is fine. 300 yuan, no bargaining. Cash in hand, deal done. Zhang Suifang widened her eyes in shock. You've already been given 500, and you still want 300? Why don't you just rob someone? Lin Nian smiled. 400. Zhang Suifang raised her hand to hit her. You ungrateful girl. Enough. Huang Zhangwo shouted angrily. This woman can't do anything right. She is the top procrastinator. Can't even handle a little girl. She is simply useless. Give her 300 yuan. Huang Zhangwo glared at Zhang Suifang, who was extremely frustrated. We have already given her 500. Lin Nian turned around to the kitchen to find something to eat. She found eggs, boiled 2 poached eggs, and seeing there was chicken soup, she made a bowl of noodles with it. As she brought the noodles out, she ate while watching the couple argue, which was quite entertaining. In the end, Zhang Suifang compromised and took the passbook to withdraw money. When she returned with the money for Lin Nian, Huang Zhangwo said impatiently, We've met all your demands. Tonight, you're coming with me to Director Zhang's house. Lin Nian pointed to her patched-up clothes and asked Huang Zhangwo, Uncle Huang, are you sure I'm going in this outfit? Zhang Suifang gasped, You ungrateful girl. We gave you the money. Don't you know to buy some clothes? Lin Nian shook her head. I'm not buying. I think this outfit is fine. Huang Zhangwo glared at Zhang Suifang fiercely. What are you waiting for? Bring the fabric coupons and money, and take her to the department store to buy some clothes. Zhang Suifang. What kind of sin has she committed? After taking Lin Nian to the department store, Lin Nian took full advantage of Zhang Suifang, buying clothes, shoes, and socks everywhere. She ordered, Comrade, I'll take 2 pairs of these shoes, 2 pairs of those shoes, 2 sets of this outfit, and 2 sets of that outfit. Zhang Suifang, who was responsible for paying and receiving receipts, nearly spat blood. Huang Zhangwo only knew to order her around and didn't give her a dime. In just 2 days, she had given Lin Nian 800 yuan, and now she was spending over 100 more. Almost 1,000 yuan was gone. 1,000 yuan. That was the salary of an ordinary worker for 3 years. In an ordinary family, how many years would it take to save up 1,000 yuan? Zhang Cuifang wished she could strangle Lin Nian, regretting letting Lin Nian replace Huang Lily for the rural work. With so much money, even half of it would have been enough for many parents to push their children out for Lily's rural work. Moreover, even if Lin Nian didn't go to the countryside, she could still marry her off, allowing her to take what she wanted. This ungrateful girl was becoming too difficult, making her feel suffocated. Now, no matter how much Zhang Cuifang regretted or got angry, it was useless. She could only comfort herself, endure it, until the ungrateful girl went to the countryside. By then, when she got the house, along with Yang Dongliang's remittance, her life would still be comfortable. Zhang Cuifang was fixated on the house, completely unaware that Lin Nian had already dug a big pit waiting for her to jump in. After buying the clothes, Lin Nian didn't go with Huang Jiangwo to Director Zhang's house that night, claiming that her facial injuries hadn't healed and she needed to wait a few more days. This excuse was something Huang Jiangwo couldn't refuse. Frustrated, with nowhere to vent his anger, Huang Jiangwo was on edge. The worse the Huang family had it, the happier Lin Nian felt. She enjoyed good food and drinks at the Huang family and took the time to find all her junior high and high school textbooks at the recycling station. Then she went to the Xinhua bookstore to see if there were any useful study materials and bought 2 new books of quotes from great leaders. It was now 1973, and she had 4 years until she could take the college entrance exam. Lin Nian was very clear about her path. She never thought about doing business in this era, or during the early reform period, not to mention whether she had the talent for it. Doing business on the black market at this time was risky. In the early reform period, especially during the years when the educated youth returned to the city, there were too many unemployed youths and many unstable social factors. Doing business required running goods back and forth, which was very dangerous. The probability of adult men being robbed or stolen was high, not to mention a woman like her. She was like the female protagonist with a space to store things safely. Moreover, there was a key issue. It was very dangerous for a woman to travel alone. If she were kidnapped into the mountains, her life would be over. Just thinking about that tragic life made Lin Nian's scalp tingle. The college entrance exam was the safest path. Chapter 9 clarified choices, choosing to go to the countryside to the original owner's grandmother's village. Lin Nian actually had her considerations. She couldn't comfortably use the money from the original owner's father, Lin Changzheng, while ignoring the plight of Lin Changzheng's mother. The book mentioned that while Yang Dongliang was sending living expenses to the original owner, he also sent her grandmother 20 to 30 yuan each month along with some coupons. However, this money and these coupons were embezzled by the village captain. When the original owner's grandmother fell ill, her family went to borrow money from the captain's family, but despite begging on their knees, they couldn't get a single cent. As a result, the elderly woman was dragged to her death by illness. Later, the original owner's uncle and second uncle learned the truth and stormed the captain's house with their sons, killing the entire family. The uncles and several sons were all sentenced to death and executed, and the women in the family couldn't bear the blow. They either committed suicide or died from illness, leaving the family completely wiped out. Therefore, all of Lin Changzheng's resources and assets belonged entirely to the female lead, with not a single thing leaking out. At that time, when Lin Nian was reading the book, she couldn't help but complain that the female lead's growth was built on the sacrifices of others. How many lives were lost? The author was quite ruthless. Lin Nian couldn't just stand by and watch the tragedy of the original owner's relatives happen without intervening. As for whether she would recognize them later, that would depend on whether the original owner's grandmother's family was worth her recognizing. On this matter, Lin Nian didn't dare to have too high expectations. Lin Nian was on her way home with her textbook when she was stopped by Lu Guixiang. "Nian Nian, come here." Lu Guixiang waved to her under a tree at the side of the street. Lin Nian hurried over, smiling and greeting Aunt Lu. Lu Guixiang tilted her head. "Let us go. I'll take you home. I'll make you something delicious for lunch." Lin Nian shook her head. "I can't go, Aunt Lu. I have to go home. If I don't return, my mom will worry." As she spoke, a perfectly appropriate look of fear appeared on her face. Lu Guixiang wanted to say, "What are you afraid of?" But remembering old Zhao's instructions when leaving, She thought it was crucial to stabilize Huang Zhengwo and Zhang Cuifang at this time, so she swallowed back the words that almost slipped out. Then, let us find a quiet place to talk. After saying that, she pushed her bicycle ahead, with Lin Nian following behind, arriving at a secluded alley. Lu Guixiang set her bicycle down and pulled out a small bundle wrapped in a handkerchief from her bosom. She opened the handkerchief, revealing a thick stack of coupons inside. I've taken care of the job matter. I'm just waiting for you to sign. This is 500 jin of national grain coupons, 10 jin of sugar coupons, 20 industrial coupons, 20 meters of cloth coupons, and 50 jin of cotton coupons. The Red Star Machinery Factory is a key state-owned enterprise with excellent employee benefits. In other factories, a formal worker's position can sell for 3 to 400 yuan, but positions at the Red Star Machinery Factory can sell for at least 800 or more. Lu Guixiang did not underestimate Lin Nian because of her youth. She felt a bit sorry for her. Lin Nian accepted the coupon she handed over, quietly thanking her. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Lu Guixiang laughed. What is there to thank? This position has helped her a lot. It was exchanged for the promotion of her eldest son, so she should really be thanking Lin Nian. By the way, the matter you mentioned has been clarified by old Zhao, and he even asked the Postal Bureau for a stamp list. Your father's comrade Yang Dongliang, has been sending your mother your living expenses since the year your father sacrificed himself, accumulating a total of 8,220 yuan over the years, along with countless coupons. Nian Nian, you are not a burden. You owe nothing to the Huang family. To clarify this matter, Zhao Shengli and his wife put in a tremendous effort, sending out a lot of cigarettes, alcohol, and tea. Their hard work paid off, and within a few days, they found all the remittance slips from these years, not missing a single one in a month. When Zhao Shengli brought the proof home to show Lu Guixiang, she couldn't believe her eyes. She felt that Zhang Cuifang was sick, relying on Lin Nian to receive so much money but treating her daughter so poorly. It was like eating someone else's food and still complaining it was spoiled. Lin Nian knew the real figures, as the book mentioned even more. After all, there were still a few years until the original owner's father, Lin Changzheng, appeared, and before Lin Changzheng showed up, Yang Dongliang had been sending money to Zhang Cuifang. But she still put on a shocked expression, her eyes starting to redden, her lips trembling, choking up almost to the point of being speechless. Aunt Lu, is what you said really true? Seeing Lin Nian so devastated, Lu Guixiang's heart softened. She hugged Lin Nian tightly, patting her back and sighing. Aunt Lu didn't lie to you. If you want to see, come back home with me later, and I'll show you. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Nian broke down in tears in her arms, crying while recounting the original owner's grievances. My mom said I was a burden, that Uncle Huang had already done his best to support me, and that I shouldn't eat meat. Every morning, I had to get up to make breakfast for the whole family. After the porridge was cooked, I had to peel the boiled eggs and put them in the porridge so they wouldn't be cold when they got up. When serving them, I could only watch the eggs in the pot and swallow my saliva. I would use the rice spoon to scrape the eggs in the pot, scraping back and forth, as if scraping once meant I had eaten. I envied my mom for always buying pretty clothes for my sister. I thought that when my sister couldn't wear them anymore, it would be my turn, but it wasn't. When my sister couldn't wear them, my mom would give them to my cousin in my uncle's house. The clothes I wore were the ones my grandma didn't want. My mom said I was a burden, that it was already good enough for Uncle Huang to support me, and I couldn't wish for anything else. If you want to step on someone, you have to step on them completely. Then just walk away, and by then it would be far away. And even if Zhang Cuifang wanted to find someone for revenge, she wouldn't have anyone to target. Lin Nian poured out how the original owner was manipulated and abused, crying uncontrollably, leaving Lu Guixiang dumbfounded. You silly girl, how could they bully you like that? Why didn't you run away and find someone? Lin Nian sobbed. There was one time when I couldn't take the beating and ran out, but then the Women's Federation from the steel factory came to find my mom. My mom said I stole someone else's things, and that's why she beat me. After those women left, my mom locked me in the room for 3 days without giving me food or water. After that, I didn't dare to run outside anymore. Lu Guixiang understood. The child was small and scared. Moreover, that was ultimately someone else's family matter. The factory people came to criticize and educate, but couldn't take Lin Nian away. Once the factory people left and the door was closed, Lin Nian would suffer even worse beatings. What a sin. Aunt Lu, the last time I worked up the courage to find you was also because I was about to go to the countryside. After going to the countryside, I might never come back, so that's why I dare to come find you. After saying that, she took 2 steps back, rolled up her sleeves, and showed Lu Guixiang the deep and shallow scars on her arms. Lu Guixiang, after seeing this, angrily scolded, "Beasts! How could Zhang Cuifang do such a thing? What about Huang Zhengwo? Did he ever lay a hand on you?" Chapter 10, The Great Villain. Lin Nian shook her head. "No, every time Uncle Huang is unhappy, he scolds my mom for how she raised me, saying I have no manners, and then he goes out. After he leaves, my mom locks me in a small room and hits me. When she's done, he comes back home and scolds her a bit, saying she shouldn't hit me. But my mom always agrees at that moment, and the next time she still hits me." Lu Guixiang was so angry that her chest was heaving, and she said to Lin Nian, "Huang Zhengwo is the worst. That dog is not human. The bad guy let that fool Zhang Cuifang take over. Do you still think he's a good person? Not all. The original owner thought that her stepfather Huang Zhengwo was the best. Nian Nian, don't worry. Uncle Zhao said he would go find the old factory director to discuss this matter." Lin Nian quickly pleaded with Lu Guixiang, "Aunt Lu, I just want to know the truth. My mom has it hard, and they did raise me." "Bah!" Lu Guixiang grabbed Lin Nian's hand and turned her head to spit. "Nian Nian, you can't be soft-hearted. How can they take your money and bully you? Besides, with the Red Star factory so big, can't they afford to support one child of a martyr? If Zhang Cuifang didn't want you back then, not to mention others, even your Aunt Lu would have raised you. More than 8,000 yuan. You could raise 10 of you with leftovers. Besides, when you went to the countryside, didn't she give you money? We can use this to make her give more money." Lin Nian lowered her head and said softly, "A few days ago, Uncle Huang came back and scolded my mom. She gave me 300 yuan and even made chicken soup for me every day." Lu Guixiang slapped her thigh. "Oh my, they are fooling you. You don't know, that day Haiyang saw you being chased and beaten by Zhang Cuifang and Huang Lili. And Huang Zhengwo went to explain to factory director Zhang for a long time." Under Lu Guixiang's earnest persuasion, Lin Nian finally reluctantly agreed to expose this matter, but she requested to wait until she left before discussing it. In fact, whether Lin Nian agreed or not, Lu Guixiang and old Zhao would still report this matter to the old factory director. But Lin Nian was too miserable. She felt pity and was willing to give her some advice. It was to prevent this young girl from being so foolish, being swayed back by Zhang Cuifang's few words. Seeing that it was almost time for lunch, Lin Nian let Lu Guixiang leave first, saying she would wait in the alley for a while before leaving. After Lu Guixiang left, Lin Nian took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Her expression changed, and her demeanor transformed. There was no longer a trace of her previous pitiful look. Just as she was about to step outside, she saw a young man walking into the alley, looking at her meaningfully. It was a familiar face. She had seen him at the Housing Management Bureau. He had said a few words to her then. Lin Nian felt a bit embarrassed, hoping that he hadn't seen her crying and pretending to be weak. Just as she was at a loss, the young man quickly walked towards her, grabbed her hand, and pulled her deeper into the alley. He lowered his voice and said, "Lin Nian, I'm Fu Qiushi, and I need your help now." Fu Qiushi had already completed his mission, but then discovered another group of spies. He sneaked into their lair and stole the core secrets they had obtained. Now he was being chased by the spies and unexpectedly ran into Lin Nian while escaping. What a miraculous fate. Since they met, he wouldn't be polite. He pushed Lin Nian against the wall, quickly took off his outer coat for her to hold, then wrapped his arm around her waist, holding her head with one hand and pressing her little face against his chest, flipping them so that Lin Nian was outside and he was inside. "Don't shout. You can cry. Cry louder." Lin Nian's head was buzzing with the clean and refreshing scent of the man surrounding her and the sound of his slightly rapid heartbeat in her ears. Just a moment ago, she had been crying quite well, right? The man's deep and magnetic voice drilled into her ears, and Lin Nian's face instantly turned red. "I help you once. You have to help me once too. That's fair. Be good, cry quickly." He gently rubbed Lin Nian's head, like how his mother used to rub the little tabby cat she gave him. "Hurry up, be good." Fu Qiushi couldn't help but rub her head again. The little girl's hair was yellow but very clean and soft, making one unable to resist wanting to touch it. Lin Nian, who was being treated like a little cat. Thank you. Hurry. Check over there. There's movement over there. Find that bastard and kill him. At this moment, a noisy sound of footsteps came from outside the alley, getting closer. Lin Nian didn't dare to delay and hurriedly cried out, "It's all your fault. You bully me. I hate you. Let go of me. Your mom looks down on me. She shouldn't have humiliated me in front of so many people. I shouldn't have gone to your house. Who cares about your family? I'm not marrying you anymore. Woo-woo. You go away. I want to marry you." As she said this, she even kicked Fu Qiushi twice. Fu Qiushi. The little girl's strength is quite big. It hurts. Well, one must not underestimate the claws of a little kitten. Getting scratched will still bleed. The people chasing from outside looked around and saw only a couple quarreling in the alley, so they hurriedly turned and ran away. "I'm telling you, we're done. Let go of me. Don't you dare bother me again." As she said this, Lin Nian struggled again and kicked Fu Qiushi twice. Lin Nian was very nervous. She thought to herself, "Oh my God, isn't this a scene from a movie or TV show? How did she encounter it? Exciting." She wondered if she acted well and if she had fooled those people. Just as Lin Nian was thinking of adding more drama, Fu Qiushi let her go. Lin Nian was stunned, her tear-streaked eyelashes trembling, and a tear fell, one after another, looking extremely pitiful. Fu Qiushi was momentarily distracted. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and he averted his gaze. "They're gone. I'll take you home." Lin Nian hurriedly replied, "No need, I can go back by myself." Fu Qiushi pulled Lin Nian back as she was about to leave. The little girl lost her balance and unexpectedly bumped into his arms. She quickly steadied herself. Fu Qiushi, as Adam's apple moved up and down, his voice slightly hoarse. "It's not safe. There are people nearby." After saying that, he took Lin Nian's hand and quickly walked out, passing through several alleys before finally letting go of her hand on the street. "Lin Nian, your father's comrade, Dongliang, Uncle Yang asked me to come check on you. I have urgent business and need to leave now. I will come find you later." Lin Nian watched Fu Qiushi's figure quickly running away, and a series of question marks popped up in her mind. Fu Qiushi. Oh my, he is actually Fu Qiushi. She reacted just now. Fu Qiushi, the ultimate villain. The book says that Fu Qiushi is a person who clearly has a good hand. Coming from a prestigious background, his father is the commander of a certain security area, and his grandfather is a mechanical engineer who returned from Germany, a national treasure-level figure. He himself is also very capable, but he was born with a rebellious spirit, often defying authority and clashing with his superiors and repeatedly violating discipline. Opposing the male lead Zhang Haiyang everywhere, ultimately making a major mistake during a mission and getting expelled from the team. After being expelled, Fu Qiushi completely let himself go, engaging in fights and brawls, conducting business with a group of friends, and opposing the female lead everywhere. The fate of opposing the male and female leads can be imagined. Fu Qiushi later met a tragic end. At a young age, he became estranged from everyone and ultimately died after kidnapping his stepmother, shot in the head by a sniper. At the end of his life, the book summarizes him with a line. Fu Qiushi was a troublemaker when he was in the courtyard. It was precisely because he caused trouble every day and couldn't be disciplined that his father threw him into the team, hoping it would refine him. It can be seen that some people are fundamentally bad. No matter where they are placed, their fate is already predetermined. Lin Nian became unsettled. Wait, didn't Fu Qiushi come looking for the original owner? The book didn't mention that. Could it be that the original owner didn't cause a scene like she did? So Fu Qiushi didn't discover her true situation, and this part was thus skipped? With a belly full of questions, Lin Nian returned home and only then realized she was still holding Fu Qiushi's outer garment. She quickly stuffed the clothing into her cloth bag that was filled with books. When she returned to the Huang family, both Huang Zhengwo and Zhang Cuifeng were at home. As soon as they saw her enter, smiles spread across their faces. Huang Zhengwo even stood up and greeted her with a smile. "Nian Nian is back? Hurry and wash your hands. Your mother has made a whole table of your favorite dishes today." Lin Nian twitched her lips. These two seemed to have amnesia. forgetting that they had already torn their faces apart. I will do what I promised you. Huang Jiangwo chuckled. That's good. Lin Nian must perform well tonight. Lin Nian ignored the couple, and after finishing lunch, she returned to her room to sleep. However, as soon as she closed her eyes, all she could think about was Fu Qiushir's exceedingly handsome face. There was something both righteous and wicked about him. Once those deep, abyss-like eyes met hers, it made her want to plunge in and explore what was hidden beneath the dark waters. Oh no! Realizing that she might be developing feelings, Lin Yin rolled around on the bed with her blanket, reminding herself, Lin Yin, get a grip. He's the big villain, more dangerous than the male lead. He's off limits. Chapter 11 Clarification. That evening, Lin Yin obediently followed Huang Jiangwo to Director Zhang's house, and Huang Jiangwo let out a sigh of relief. He didn't think much of Lin Yin. He didn't believe in the superstitious talk that Zhang Suifang mentioned about being possessed. The young girl was simply led astray by others, wanting to gather some money and belongings before going to the countryside, which he could understand. It was all Zhang Suifang's fault. He had clearly told her that Lin Yin would replace Huang Lily in going to the countryside, and that they shouldn't treat Lin Yin harshly materially. Otherwise, he was afraid she would cause a scene. Zhang Suifang said that Lin Yin wouldn't dare to make a fuss, and that she was confident. What confidence? He shouldn't have indulged that woman. Yin Yin, when we get to Director Zhang's house, just say what Uncle Huang taught you, okay? As long as you behave well. Uncle Huang will secretly give you 300 yuan later. Lin Yin wanted money, right? So he would use money to coax her. When the time comes, he would just shove her onto the bus to the countryside. What money or not, could she really refuse to go just because she didn't get the money? At that time, she wouldn't have a say in it. Lin Yin responded. Upon arriving at Director Zhang's house, Huang Jiangwo tidied his hair and clothes before raising his hand to knock on the door. Who is it? A woman's voice came from inside. Huang Jiangwo quickly put on a big smile and said, Director Yang, it's Huang Jiangwo from the steel rolling branch. Is the old director home? I'm here to report something to him. The door opened, and it was indeed Director Yang, the head of the gynecology department at the factory hospital and Director Zhang's wife. Hello, Director Yang. Yin Yin, quickly greet her. Lin Yin lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone, and timidly called out, Grandma Yang. Huang Jiangwo was quite dissatisfied, but since they were at Zhang's house, he couldn't scold Lin Yin and had to explain, Director Yang, please don't mind, this child has been timid since she was little. Director Yang smiled and said, it's good for a girl to be quiet like this. Come in, let's talk inside. As she let them in, she called out, Old Zhang. Haiyang, we have guests. In the living room, Director Zhang and Zhang Haiyang both stood up. Zhang Haiyang's gaze fell on Lin Yin, who was nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes with her head down, and he recalled the day she had despairingly jumped into the river. Her vacant eyes, her face filled with sorrow. When he saved her, she felt as light as a straw, making him inexplicably heartbroken. After saving her, Zhang Haiyang felt unsettled. So he secretly inquired about Lin Yin's situation. He heard that she wasn't doing well and told his grandfather a few words. His grandfather said, every family is struggling these days, and the Huang family has many children. There must be some favoritism since she's not their biological child. But at least the Huang family provides for Lin Yin's food and clothing, and the factory goes to visit the families of martyrs every year. Lin Yin has always said she is doing well, and Uncle Huang treats her well. So the factory has no reason to lend a hand. After all, Lin Yin is better off than those children who can't even get food or clothes. As long as the Huang family isn't too unreasonable, they can live their life behind closed doors without anyone interfering. Zhang Haiyang knew his grandfather was right, so he didn't say much more. Hello, Director Zhang. I'm sorry to disturb you so late. This is just a small token from me. Some things that aren't really presentable. I hope you can forgive me. Zhang Haiyang placed a net bag on the coffee table and reached out to shake Director Zhang's hand. Inside were 2 bottles of Mao Tai, 2 cans, 2 bottles of milk powder, and 2 bottles of milk essence. A generous gesture, not a small token at all. Director Zhang's gaze swept over the full net bag, nodded for him to sit, and then smiled as he shook Zhang Haiyang's hand, warmly saying, Haiyang, I haven't seen you in a long time. This young man is remarkable. Becoming a captain at such a young age, your future is limitless. You just wait to enjoy the blessings. As he spoke, he turned to Director Zhang. praising him vigorously. If my two little brats can achieve even a tenth of Haiyang's success in the future, I'd be able to wake up smiling in my sleep. Director Zhang laughed and said, Old Huang, don't flatter him too much or he'll get proud. Huang Zhangwo quickly said, I'm not flattering him. I'm stating the facts. Director Zhang waved his hand, ending that topic. He turned to Huang Zhangwo and said, Old Huang, what brings you to see me this late? You know I don't like beating around the bush, so just say it directly. At this time, Director Yang brought over tea, first handing it to Huang Zhangwo, who quickly accepted it with both hands. Then Director Yang offered a cup to Lin Nian. She lowered her head, and Huang Zhangwo reminded her, Nian, your Grandma Yang is serving you tea. Why don't you quickly accept it and thank her? Lin Nian hurriedly reached out to take it, but perhaps due to her nervousness, she didn't hold it steadily, and the teacup fell, spilling water all over her. Zhang Haiyang stood up in a rush, looking concerned. Lin Nian, are you okay? Director Yang quickly took her hand and led her into the inner room, saying, Oh dear, look at me. My hands are unsteady now that I'm old. Did you burn yourself, little girl? Lin Nian shook her head repeatedly, no. Director Yang said, Come on. Grandma will find you a clean outfit to change into. Sitting on the sofa, Huang Zhangwo was furious. This was really embarrassing, making a fool of themselves right from the start. Director Yang, there's no need to trouble yourself. We'll just sit for a moment and leave. He quickly stood up and said. Director Yang disagreed, saying it's getting cold. The young girl can't get cold. You talk about your matters. It won't take long. As she spoke, she had already taken Lin Nian into the room and closed the door. Outside, Director Zhang urged Huang Zhangwo to get to the point. And Huang Zhangwo sighed, Actually, there isn't much to say. I just wanted to thank Haiyang. If it weren't for him saving our Nian, who knows what would have happened to the child? Nian is a quiet child. She never tells us when something is bothering her. Even old Zhang can't get anything out of her. We really have no choice. We're busy with work and haven't cared enough for the child. Sigh. How could this happen? To be honest, I'm very scared, fearing that something might happen to this child, and I wouldn't know how to explain it to old Lin. Plus, my eldest daughter is not sensible, thinking that Nian is causing trouble for the family, so she scolded her without care. Actually, as an older sister, she's also worried about her younger sister and is just anxious. I've already sternly criticized Lily. For a child like Nian, you can only coax her. No matter how angry you are, you can't scold her when she doesn't take her own life seriously. That child already knows she was wrong and has apologized to Nian. The two sisters have made up. Director Zhang nodded and said, Children are hard to teach. You need to put in more effort. As long as the sisters have reconciled, that's good. Do you have anything else to discuss? Seeing Lin Nian come out in a clean outfit, Director Zhang asked. Huang Zhangwo quickly got up and said, Nothing else. Just brought Nian here to personally thank Haiyang. Saying this, he smiled kindly at Lin Nian and waved. Nian, come here and bow to thank your brother Haiyang. Lin Nian obediently bowed and thanked him. Director Zhang asked Lin Nian, if you have any difficulties, you can come and find Grandpa Zhang. The factory won't neglect you. With this question, Huang Zhangwo's heart immediately jumped to his throat. All the eyes in the room fell on Lin Nian. Chapter 12. The Great Dream of Spring and Autumn. Huang Zhangwo looked at Lin Nian with some anxiety. Lin Nian lowered her head and said softly, Thank you, Grandpa Zhang. I'm fine. Mom and Uncle Huang treat me well, and I don't have any difficulties. Zhang Haiyang was a bit anxious upon hearing this. He said to Lin Nian, Comrade Lin Nian, you can speak freely. The factory will help you. After speaking, he gave Huang Zhangwo a meaningful glance. You don't need to worry. You've grown up, and you have the Hongxing Machinery Factory backing you. Huang Zhangwo thought to himself. He knew that it was Zhang Haiyang who was stirring up trouble behind Lin Nian's back. It's really strange. He hadn't offended Zhang Haiyang. So why was he being so aggressive? Fortunately, Lin Nian shook her head. I don't have anything to say. I'm doing well. Factory Director Zhang glared at Zhang Haiyang and instructed Huang Zhangwo to take the items away. Huang Zhangwo repeatedly thanked Zhang Haiyang, firmly refusing to accept them. So Director Zhang did not insist further. Huang Zhangwo saw that the gift was left behind, and Director Zhang personally saw him off, advising him to work hard, which made him feel assured. His position as factory director was now secure. What Huang Jingwo did not know was that after Director Zhang returned home and closed the door, Director Yang reported to him, "Old Zhang, Huang Jingwo and Zhang Suifang are not good people. Lin Nian is seriously malnourished and has multiple old scars on her body. They're abusing her." Director Yang said angrily, "I never expected Huang Jingwo to be such a person. Zhang Suifang too. A tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. How could she do that?" It was no wonder that the girl was so timid, afraid to even lift her head in front of others. She must have been scared by them. After finishing, Director Yang gulped down a cup of tea. Director Zhang's brow furrowed tightly, and Zhang Haiyang said to him, "Grandpa, the orphan of a martyr shouldn't be abused. Moreover, I heard that Huang Jingwo got promoted because he raised the children of martyrs, which earned him preferential treatment from the factory." Director Zhang's expression became serious. "I will report this matter to Old Wang. Old Yang, you gather this information and write down who provided it." He was about to retire, and during this time, many people had come to deliver gifts in hopes of securing positions such as factory director and deputy factory director. After all, there was one position for each carrot, and if he, the top boss, left, many people could move up a step. If he didn't accept these people's gifts, they would become restless and might do something foolish. It was better to accept them and return them one by one when things settled down. He had also reported this matter to the head factory director, not fearing that those who give gifts would stab him in the back. Such people should not be allowed to rise. Director Zhang pounded his fist on the table twice. The abuse of the children of martyrs had already trampled on his bottom line. Zhang Haiyang frowned. No wonder she would choose to take her own life. Huang's family. After Huang Jingwo brought Lin Nian home, Zhang Suifang hurriedly came over and asked, "How did it go? What did the old factory director say?" At this moment, she noticed that Lin Nian had changed her clothes, and her expression changed immediately. "What are you up to now, you little girl? You wouldn't ruin your Uncle Huang's matters, would you? If you dare to ruin your Uncle Huang's affairs, I won't let you off." Lin Nian didn't give her an extra glance, directly bypassing Huang Lili, who was about to mock her, and slammed the door shut behind her. This infuriated Zhang Suifang and Huang Lili. Huang Lili stomped her foot. "Mom, look at her. Does she even care about you and Dad?" Huang Jingwo scolded Huang Lili. "Enough. Don't stir up trouble. She'll be going to the countryside soon. Just calm down." Huang Lili pouted in displeasure. At this moment, Huang Jingwo sat down, smiling. "This trip went very smoothly. The old factory director is very easy to talk to. He accepted the gifts and told me to work hard. It seems that my promotion to the director of the steel rolling branch is a done deal." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Suifang instantly became excited and overjoyed. The unpleasantness caused by Lin Nian immediately dissipated. Huang Lili also felt less wronged, her eyes shining as she looked at Huang Jingwo. "That's great. When Dad becomes the factory director, we can go to the Zhang family to talk about my relationship with Brother Haiyang." "Dad, will Brother Haiyang be home when you go? When you become the factory director, you must remember to mention my marriage to Brother Haiyang to the old factory director." Mentioning Zhang Haiyang, the smile on Huang Jingwo's face gradually faded. This Zhang Haiyang indeed had a promising future. He also wanted him to be his son-in-law, but his attitude. "Dad, what's wrong? Didn't you say that Brother Haiyang is suitable for me? Why are you suddenly silent?" Seeing Huang Jingwo's expression was not good, Huang Lili ran over and shook his sleeve. Zhang Suifang also said, "Yes, old Huang. Zhang Haiyang is currently the best candidate for Lili. He is talented and successful, and his salary and benefits are very good at his level. After Lili marries him, the security zone will also arrange work for the family. This is related to Lili's lifelong happiness. You must take it to heart." Huang Jingwo pondered for a moment and nodded. "Once the promotion matter is settled, I will go find the old factory director. No matter why Zhang Haiyang incited Lin Nian like that, if he becomes a son-in-law, we will be family, and these issues will be resolved." Regardless, Huang Jingwo felt that someone like Zhang Haiyang should not be let go. Huang Lili was delighted, and Lin Nian in the room heard Huang Lili happily humming a song. Lin Nian curled her lips. This family was truly peculiar, as if Zhang Haiyang was already part of their family. They really had extravagant dreams. Factory director? Zhang Haiyang? None of them belong to your family. The earlier you are happy, the more painful it will be when reality strikes. thinking about the troubles that the Huang family was about to face. Lin Nian's mood became very pleasant, and she also hummed a song cheerfully. Soon she would be going to the countryside. She had to pack her things. All the new clothes had to be taken away. She was disgusted by Huang Lily's things and wouldn't take any of them. Tomorrow she would go to the department store to shop. After going to the countryside, buying things might not be convenient, so she should buy what she could in Rongqing while she was still here. At most, it would just be a bit tiring on the way. Lin Nian decided to find Lu Guixiang. At this moment, Lu Guixiang should be more than willing to help her, and after buying the items, she could temporarily store them at the Zhao family to avoid letting the Huang family know. She wanted to leave suddenly, catching Zhang Suifang off guard. It was just a pity that after she left, she wouldn't be able to see Zhang Suifang and Huang Jiangwo fighting like dogs. Fu Qiushi returned to the guest house late at night. The items he submitted were very important. If he hadn't intervened, they would have been sent abroad by the spies. If they were sent out, the losses to the country would be unimaginable. As soon as Fu Qiushi finished washing up and lay down, someone came to find him. They handed him a notebook. "Third brother, I've written down everything you asked me to investigate about Lin Nian from childhood to now," said the young man who gave him the notebook. Fu Qiushi took the notebook, glanced through it, turned sideways to let him in to sit, and poured him a glass of water. "Where did you get this information from?" Fu Qiushi asked. If it were just asking neighbors, he wouldn't have sought out this young man. The young man smiled and said, "I asked a few girls who were good friends with Huang Lily and also Huang Hongwei, her mother's later child, and got some information from him and his playmates." Fu Qiushi nodded, stood up, took an envelope from a large bag, and handed it to the young man. "Here are 30 yuan and some food and cloth coupons. Thank you for your hard work." The young man took the envelope, happily said, "It's no trouble at all. If there's anything in the future, third brother, just let me know." After Fu Qiushi sent him out, he sat under the desk lamp, looking at the recorded events in his notebook. The smile on his face faded, and a chill gradually enveloped his brow. Chapter 13. The object's jealousy. Huang Lily was naturally a flamboyant person. When she was with her girlfriends, she would occasionally boast about her superior family life and casually belittle Lin Nian, revealing some of Lin Nian's true circumstances. Huang Hongwei was young and had never regarded Lin Nian as a person under the influence of the adults around him, so he would naturally share a thing or two with his friends. Coupled with some snippets he himself shared, it could reconstruct the true situation of Lin Nian and the Huang family. It became clear what kind of life Lin Nian had lived in the Huang family for more than a decade. Starving, being scolded, being beaten, jumping into rivers, being belittled, and being trampled upon were like daily occurrences. From a young age, she had started working like a little maid, facing constant blame. She was not allowed to eat meat, not allowed to laugh, not allowed to talk too much, and not allowed to. Fu Qiushi suddenly felt as if his neck was being choked by someone, and a large hand was gripping his heart tightly, making it difficult to breathe. The little girl had a stepfather. He had a stepmother. But the little girl's life was far worse than his. At least he had no worries about food and clothing, always had enough to eat, and no one dared to deny him meat. Fu Qiushi thought about the vibrant Lin Nian he had seen in recent days. Completely different from the description in the little notebook, he felt his scout's mind was a bit dysfunctional, stuck. If the repressed, timid, and suffering Lin Nian in the notebook were to jump into the river, he would think it quite normal. But the Lin Nian in his eyes, shining with brilliance, jumping into the river felt very incongruous. Fu Qiushi wondered whether the little girl had suddenly changed after experiencing life and death, or had she been enduring and hiding all along, waiting for an opportunity to suddenly strike out? Was jumping into the river just one of her schemes? Regardless of which it was, a glimmer of ambiguous meaning flashed in Fu Qiushi's eyes. He stared at the little notebook in his hand for a while before taking out paper and pen to write a letter to Captain Yang Dongliang. "Hello, Captain Yang. I would like to report some information about Comrade Lin Nian." He filled 3 sheets of letter paper and put them along with the notebook into an envelope. That night, Fu Qiushi dreamt of Lin Nian. In the dream, it was he who fell into the water, and Lin Nian, standing on the shore, reached out to pull him up from the icy river. When Fu Qiushi woke up, he felt a bit jealous of Zhang Haiyang. Why was it him who encountered Lin Nian back then, and him who saved her? He couldn't help but recall the moment in the dark alley when the little girl's soft body pressed tightly against him, trembling with fear, yet at the same time, she was clever and witty, spinning lies with ease. The faint, clean scent of the little girl still lingered at the tip of his nose. Fu Qiushi's tongue brushed against his cheek, and he chuckled softly. After washing up, he grabbed his coat and strode out. He first went to the security area to send the letter. His identity was special, and since he had just completed a special mission, the outgoing letters had to be checked in person. After sending the letter, Fu Qiushi went to find Lu Yongnan, the toothless man. Lu Yongnan was packing his luggage at home. Upon seeing him, he was very happy and quickly put down what he was doing to greet him. "Third brother, come in and sit." After welcoming Fu Qiushi in, Lu Yongnan hurriedly cleared a spot on the stool for him and busily went to pour him some water. "Has the date for going to the countryside been set?" Fu Qiushi asked as he took the cup. Lu Yongnan nodded. "Yes, it's set. We leave tomorrow morning." Fu Qiushi took a sip of water and set the cup down. "Pack a little less luggage. You can buy what you need locally. I'll send you some later. Lin Nian will go to the countryside with you, so take care of her on the way. Also, buy a sleeper ticket for her. Help her get one. Don't mention me. You can tell her you got an extra ticket and happened to run into her, so you asked if she needed it." Lu Yongnan didn't ask for the reason and quickly agreed. Getting a sleeper ticket was difficult for others, but it was much easier for him. After thinking for a moment, Fu Qiushi still reminded him, "Don't charge too much for the ticket. Just a small fee will do. You should understand how to explain it later." Lu Yongnan smiled. "Third brother, don't worry. I'll make sure to handle it well for you." Fu Qiushi then talked to him about the situation of their old leader before getting up to take his leave. He needed to return to the team. This time, the mission was a joint operation between the two security areas, and their leaders would come to coordinate command. After the mission was completed, they would return together to the northeastern security area. Before that, he needed to formally meet the little girl. Fu Qiushi raised his hand to check the time, thought for a moment, and then went to the department store to find her. Lin Nian was at the counter buying skincare products. In this era, the selection of skincare products was very limited. There were only a few options like yashuang, clam oil, almond honey, snowflower cream, etc. Lin Nian didn't know which brand was good, so she bought some from Yashuang by K. Ling and Yuyi. Suddenly, she noticed that the sales clerk, who had been indifferent to her before, suddenly became enthusiastic, not only being friendly, but also shyly glancing behind her. She turned her head and saw the overly handsome face of the antagonist invading her sight. He was standing right behind her, hands in pockets, lazily looking down at her. His slightly raised eyebrows carried a hint of mischief, and the smile at the corner of his lips was a bit flirtatious. However, this slight flirtation didn't come off as annoying on him. Instead, it added a touch of charming mischievousness that was irresistibly attractive to a young girl. No wonder the sales clerk's attitude had changed. If he were to take off his green uniform, he would definitely be a young nobleman of the era. "Give it to me. I'll hold it for you." Fu Qiushi reached out, and before Lin Nian could react, the sales clerk quickly packed all the items Lin Nian was buying into a net bag and handed it to Fu Qiushi. "Comrade, your brother is really considerate," the sales clerk said to Lin Nian, her eyes fixed on Fu Qiushi, her face flushed with shyness. "Comrade, my name is Zhang Hongmei. What's your name? Let's be friends. In the future, if there are any good items in our department store, I can help you save them." The 8 major professions were highly sought after during this time, and in the marriage market, they had strong competitiveness. The sales clerk was one of the 8 major professions, and Zhang Hongmei proudly mentioned her job, feeling that although she wasn't as pretty as the woman in front of her, she still had a reputation as a beauty in the department store. If the man across from her wasn't foolish, he wouldn't reject her. Zhang Hongmei looked at Fu Qiushi with anticipation, and Fu Qiushi smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, Comrade Zhang, but my girlfriend is quite jealous and doesn't allow me to make friends with other young women outside. I'm really sorry, wife." Lin Nian looked at Fu Qiushi in surprise. The original text didn't mention that Fu Qiushi had a girlfriend. In the original text, Fu Qiushi remained single until his death. Zhang Hongmei's smile froze on her face. Her mouth also stuck, and Lin Nian quickly tugged at Fu Qiushi's sleeve and hurried away, fearing that if they didn't leave soon, the girl behind them would burst into tears. Chapter 14, Watching a Movie. "What else do you want to buy?" Fu Qiushi asked Lin Nian, who was pulling him forward. "Lin Nian, doesn't your partner dislike you making friends with young women?" She stopped, wondering why someone with a partner would come looking for her. As for checking on her at someone's request, didn't they already do that before? Fu Qiushi glanced at the small hand of the girl gripping his sleeve, and Lin Nian instinctively let go, feeling a bit regretful for pulling his sleeve. Where was her head? Did she forget to bring it when she went out? Fu Qiushi watched the girl change her expression with interest and chuckled, explaining, I currently have no partner. That's just an excuse. Lin Nian breathed a sigh of relief. She thought so. The book clearly described Fu Qiushi's love life as non-existent. He seemed like a lone wolf, covered in sharp spikes. Anyone who got close would end up hurt. Everyone around him had no good ending. What a shame. Such a good-looking face. Fu Qiushi noticed the fleeting pity in Lin Nian's eyes. What was the girl pitying him for? For not having a partner? He touched his face, wondering if he had gotten old enough to be pitied for being single. Is there anything else you want to buy? Fu Qiushi asked again. Lin Nian didn't want to have too much to do with Fu Qiushi. To live long, one should stay away from the main characters and the big villain. She liked beauty, but she wanted to keep her life. So she shook her head. I won't buy anything. That's perfect. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. I have some questions to ask you in person, so I can report back to Comrade Yang Dongliang. Captain Yang is very concerned about you. He has inquired about you at the factory over the years. He has always wanted to come see you in person, but his tasks are heavy, and he hasn't been able to find the time. I hope you can understand. With that said, Lin Nian couldn't refuse any longer. All right then, Lin Nian agreed. Where are we going? In this era, Rongqing was not like later generations, with tea houses and coffee shops everywhere. It wasn't mealtime, and the state-run restaurant was closed. So they could only go to the park to find a place to sit for a while. Follow me. Fu Qiushi didn't specify a place, and after thinking for a moment, Lin Nian followed him. Then, she was led into a movie theater, and they sat in the last row. Lin Nian, Fu Qiushi said seriously, there are no seats outside, so why not come to the cinema? With the movie playing, no one will hear what we're saying. They could have gone to the park. But Fu Qiushi thought that even if they went, sitting on the same bench would leave enough space for at least two people in between. Even if they were dating, they couldn't sit too close. Otherwise, it would be a problem if someone noticed. But in the cinema, the seats were right next to each other. Lin Nian thought about it. The movie hadn't started yet, and the hall was lit. She looked down at the movie ticket in her hand, which read Puppet Show, Little Eighth Route. It was a random purchase. Anyway, they would leave once they finished talking. Fu Qiushi said casually. Upon hearing this, Lin Nian felt she was overthinking it. She wanted to stay away from the big villain, but the big villain might not even want to pay attention to her. What was she being so pretentious about? Once they were done talking, they would part ways. She had nothing to worry about. With that in mind, she relaxed and stopped being tense. Perhaps fewer people watch puppet shows, or maybe it wasn't Sunday, so the screening room wasn't very crowded. In such a large hall, only a few couples were sitting. It seemed they were all dating. Soon the lights dimmed, the large screen lit up, and music started playing. Comrade Lin Nian, can you tell me about your life over the years? I want to hear the real story, not the good from the neighbors or every child is like this, and not what the factory leaders say. We have visited Lin Nian. She says Uncle Huang treats her well. Do you understand what I mean? If it were those words, I wouldn't need to come all this way. Comrade Yang wants the truth. Please cooperate, and don't have any psychological burdens. The sound of the movie was loud, and Fu Qiushi leaned toward Lin Nian, lowering his voice to her ear. His warm breath brushed against Lin Nian's ear, and his magnetic, deep voice seeped in her ears like a midnight, emotional broadcast. Lin Nian suddenly understood his saying, ears can get pregnant. Her ears turned hot, and her heart raced. After he finished speaking, Fu Qiushi straightened up, his gaze fixed on the screen, not looking at Lin Nian. Lin Nian turned her head to sneak a glance at him. Watching the changing light from the movie reflecting on his face, those constantly shifting lights were like him, impossible to see through or guess. Oh, this is so thrilling. Lin Nian, stay calm. You can't get involved with the big villain. She coughed softly twice and began to talk about the original owner's real situation over the years. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you say it again? Fu Qiushi leaned closer again, and Lin Nian had no choice but to lean in a bit, whispering in his ear. The girl's voice was soft, her breath gentle. In an extremely calm tone, she recounted the abuse the original owner had suffered. Even though Fu Qiushi had read some of this in his notes, Hearing Lin Nian say it herself made his heart ache. He couldn't imagine how scared a little girl would be when locked in a small dark room, hungry. He also couldn't fathom how painful it would be for the girl when a hot iron hook from the stove hit her. She had been scared. She had once sought help from the outside world, but what she received in return was even worse punishment. No one could help her. The good wolf in the factory brought her not relief, but harm. Later, I learned to endure. I kept enduring, thinking that one day I would grow up, and they would grow old. By then, I would be strong while they would be weak and frail. Of course, I won't wait until they grow old. So, just before going to the countryside, I took revenge where I could, and I ran far away afterward, so they couldn't reach me. The latter part was Lin Nian justifying herself. Fu Qiushi's earlier words had alerted her. He must have investigated her, because he had followed her. That incident at the Housing Management Bureau wasn't a coincidence. It was inevitable. How could there be such a coincidence? So Fu Qiushi knew that she was different now from the original owner before. Lin Nian didn't dare to lie in front of the big villain, but she could artistically process it, providing a reasonable explanation for the presence of two completely different personalities in one person. She couldn't say she had a split personality. That would be too hard to act. Why did you jump into the river? Fu Qiushi asked, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, his hostility quietly brewing and churning beneath. Chapter 15. Acquaintances. Lin Nian pondered for a moment before putting on a guilty expression and fabricating. If I don't jump into the river, I won't attract comrade Zhang Haiyang's attention. His grandfather is the old factory director of the steel rolling mill. I don't want Huang Jiangwo to take over the old factory director's position. Fu Qiushi said, just as I analyzed. After speaking, she glanced at Fu Qiushi and quickly lowered her head. She wasn't afraid of Fu Qiushi gossiping in front of Zhang Haiyang. He and Zhang Haiyang were sworn enemies. And Zhang Haiyang might not believe him anyway. Even if he did, so what? Zhang Haiyang would only dislike her and keep his distance, which was exactly what she wanted. Fu Qiushi reached out and rubbed her head, leaning in to praise her. You're very clever. I won't talk about your plan regarding Zhang Haiyang, and you don't need to mention it to anyone else. But in the future, if you encounter any difficult problems, don't joke around with your life anymore. Heartache. It was nothing but heartache. If it weren't for being pushed to the brink, if it weren't for the overwhelming hatred, who would resort to such extreme measures to achieve their goals? If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. Lin Nian's eyes widened. But when she looked over, Fu Qiushi had already naturally withdrawn his hand and sat up straight, as if the earlier head pat had been an illusion. At that moment, the sound from the movie suddenly increased, startling Lin Nian and causing her gaze to shift to the big screen. To be honest, this puppet show was quite well made. Animated films from this era were meticulously crafted, every frame a result of the hard work of old artists. Lin Nian gradually became engrossed in the movie's plot, while Fu Qiushi was seriously watching her. He thought, this might be the first time this little girl has seen a movie, right? Watching her expressions and eyes change with the film's story, Fu Qiushi's heart softened completely. For the first time in his life, he felt the urge to cherish someone in the palm of his hand, planning before acting, knowing when to stop and gain. Fu Qiushi suddenly felt a bit ashamed. In certain matters, he was even inferior to a little girl. He recalled Du Mu's poem on the pavilion of Wujiang. Victory and defeat are matters of the military. Enduring shame and humiliation is what a man does. The young talents of Jiangdong are numerous. It is uncertain when they will return. Fu Qiushi's thoughts drifted far away, and he only came back to his senses when the movie ended and the lights in the screening room brightened again. Seeing his lack of interest, Lin Nian thought he wanted to leave after saying his piece and lamented that she had delayed him until now. After all, big men wouldn't like puppet shows. Unlike her, who found it fascinating because she had never seen one before. Lin Nian felt a bit embarrassed. Once they exited the cinema, Lin Nian said, then I'm leaving. Farewell. I'll see you off, Fu Qiushi replied. No need, no need. I can go back by myself. Lin Nian quickly waved her hand. She hadn't finished her shopping yet. Fu Qiushi checked his watch and said, all right then, if you encounter any difficulties, just write me a letter, send a telegram, or call me. After speaking, he took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Nian. It had his contact address and phone number written on it. Comrade Yang Dongliang has a special identity, so I can't give you his address. If you need to find him, Just write to me, and I'll figure out how to relay your message. Lin Nian finally accepted the note and tucked it away. Thank you. Now I'm leaving. After thinking for a moment, she said to fodder, there's nothing in this world that's too big to handle, and no obstacle that can't be overcome. I'll be fine in the future. Please tell Uncle Yang not to worry about me. Though it seemed like she was reassuring herself, she actually hoped fodder could also think more positively when faced with difficulties. A person as good-looking as him. She hoped he would be well and not end up as written in the books. Don't worry about me. Lin Nian waved at fodder and then turned to run away. Fodder watched her back, smiling softly for a while. Until she was out of sight, he murmured, Fodder, you can't be outdone by a little girl. He turned and left, walking with ease. The next day, Lin Nian woke up early. When she left, Zhang Cuifang asked where she was going, but Lin Nian ignored her. After stepping out, she heard Zhang Cuifang's distant scolding, but didn't care. After all, Zhang Cuifang wouldn't be able to jump around for much longer. Lin Nian arrived at the place she had agreed upon with Lu Guixiang and followed her and another young man to the personnel office of the factory. Lu Guixiang had already made arrangements with them, and such a big matter hadn't been mentioned to Huang Jiangwo and his wife. Originally, Lin Nian's matter had been approved by the factory, and it could be verified in the archives. The entire procedure followed the factory's regulations. So even if Huang Jiangwo wanted to cause trouble later, there would be no way. The process went particularly quickly. A signature here, a fingerprint there, and it was done. After Lin Nian pressed her fingerprint, the young man also completed his onboarding procedures. Everything was settled. The personnel office staff said they would notify Zhang Ganmei to come to work and then tell him to leave. Lin Nian felt happy inside, but on the surface, she pretended to be anxious. Lu Guixiang reassured her not to be afraid. She would soon be going to the countryside, and Zhang Cuifang wouldn't be able to chase her there to scold her. Lu Guixiang took a half-day off to help Lin Nian carry some luggage and sent her to the youth office for assembly. Along the way, she reminded Lin Nian about many things, such as never fooling around in the countryside, or it would be impossible to return to the city. She also said that if there was a chance to return to the city in the future, she would definitely ask her family's old Zhao to help. All her advice came from good intentions. Lu Guixiang treated Lin Nian not only as someone to use, but also with a bit of pity, as if she were her niece. All these words were sincere. When they arrived at the assembly place, Lin Nian took her luggage from Lu Guixiang and smiled as she said goodbye. Thank you, Aunt Lu. My mom never cared about me this much. She could be sentimental too. I don't even know how to thank you, and Uncle Zhao. I'll remember what you said, and I'll be fine in the countryside. You don't need to worry about me. Goodbye, Aunt Lu. Lin Nian walked into the line, turned around, and waved to Lu Guixiang. Lu Guixiang also cried and waved at Lin Nian. Don't forget to write to Aunt Lu when you get there. If you need anything, just tell Aunt Lu. I'll buy it here and send it to you. Lin Nian nodded, also crying. She certainly couldn't take Lu Guixiang's words seriously, but she had to write letters. Otherwise, how could she know about the Huang family? She had to keep an eye on the Huang family and make sure they had misfortunes. Okay, I'll write to you. Lin Nian followed the group, and when she heard her name being called, she quickly responded, here. Then she handed over her paperwork and identification to the person in charge of registration. Once registered, they told her to line up to get on the bus. The vehicle was a Liberation brand truck with a green canvas cover on the back. The truck bed was a bit high, not very friendly for women. However, there were men in the truck extending their hands to help with luggage and assist women up. When Lin Nian made eye contact with the man who reached out to her, she was surprised to find out it was a familiar face. It's you? You're also going to the countryside? She asked in astonishment. Lu Yongnan nodded with a cold face. His attitude was indifferent, and after helping Lin Nian up, she felt it was awkward to strike up a conversation. Spotting an empty side bench, she sat down. To her surprise, Lu Yongnan followed her and sat beside her, no longer caring if there were other women behind. Lin Nian. Oh, is he helping her because she used to be a customer? Chapter 16. Seizing opportunities, Lu Yongnan didn't speak, but when there weren't many people on the bus, he secretly slipped Lin Nian a note. Then he turned sideways to block the crowd for her. Lin Nian quickly opened the note and glanced at its content. 1 extra sleeper ticket, 10 yuan. Do you want it? Yes. Why not? The train from Rongqing to the East Province takes several days, and getting a hard seat is not guaranteed. Just the thought of standing the whole way to the East Province made Lin Nian feel suffocated. She had originally planned to find a conductor for help once she got on the train. She had even prepared things to bribe the conductor. Now that Lu Yongnan offered it to her, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Well, having good luck on the first day of going to the countryside is a good omen. Lin Nian felt happy all of a sudden. She tucked the note into her pocket and patted Lu Yongnan on the shoulder. Lu Yongnan sat up straight to look at her, and she nodded. "Follow me when we get off the train," Lu Yongnan said. Lin Nian quickly agreed. She was actually quite curious about why Lu Yongnan was going to the countryside. The book didn't mention him going, only that his ending was quite tragic, seemingly with no good outcome. Oh dear, could it be because of her, the book Transmigrator? With her as a variable. The flap of a butterfly's wings could change the subsequent plot so much that even the author wouldn't recognize it. Lin Nian felt that she should be cautious and not judge the people and events in this world just because she had read the book. She couldn't rely too heavily on the original plot. Otherwise, it would be easy to suffer losses. Before long, the train carriage was filled with people, and the middle of the carriage was packed with luggage. People continued to board until the carriage was stuffed like a tin of sardines. When they arrived at the train station, Lin Nian got off and closely followed Lu Yongnan. Lu Yongnan took out his proof and showed it to the staff helping the educated youths board the train. That person glanced at Lu Yongnan and Lin Nian and then let them go to the ticket counter to buy sleeper tickets. When they returned, that person reminded them to get off the sleeper carriage as quickly as possible and head to the assembly point without wandering around. The two nodded in agreement and went to the sleeper carriage amidst countless envious gazes from other educated youths. Lu Yongnan and Lin Nian became the topic of discussion among this group of educated youths, with everyone speculating about their family backgrounds. After all, in this era, sleeper tickets were not something anyone could just buy. They required special approval. Lu Yongnan helped Lin Nian carry her luggage all the way, and Lin Nian didn't think much of it. She believed that this treatment was because she was a customer. Their sleeper tickets were next to each other, one middle and one lower. Lu Yongnan said, "You take the middle bunk, and I'll take the lower one. We'll put the luggage under the lower bunk, and you can rest easy knowing I'm watching over it." Lin Nian had no objections. That's how the tickets were issued. Moreover, it was already quite nice of him to give her a sleeper ticket, so she certainly wouldn't quibble over which bunk she got. "Why didn't you bring more luggage?" After settling in, Lin Nian leaned out from the middle bunk and asked Lu Yongnan. Lu Yongnan replied, "Too lazy to bring it. I'll buy it when we get there. If I can't buy it, I'll have someone send it." Thinking of the 300 yuan Lu Yongnan had earned, Lin Nian knew he was not short on money and thought to herself that money was indeed important. In any era, you can't be without money. How did this extra ticket come about? Lin Nian asked again, mainly because it was only 10 yuan, which didn't fit Lu Yongnan's style. If he had asked for 50, Lin Nian would have given it to him just to make the journey more comfortable. She knew 50 was equivalent to nearly 2 months' salary for an ordinary worker in this era, a considerable sum, but she was the type to prioritize immediate comfort. Lu Yongnan replied, "Someone canceled last minute." Lin Nian understood. This was a ticket refund. Got it. Refunds could sell for whatever they could get, and he probably didn't dare to casually ask someone if they wanted it. He thought he was stuck with it until he met Lin Nian, a referral customer, and felt bold enough to ask her if she wanted it. "Let's not sleep together tonight. We'll take turns keeping watch." Lu Yongnan continued, "It's better to be cautious." "All right, I'll keep watch for the second half of the night. You take the first half," Lin Nian agreed without thinking. Thinking that those who dared to do business secretly in this era were indeed quite cautious. "Were you going to the countryside?" Lin Nian asked him, wanted to clarify where he was heading in case she needed to find him later. Lu Yongnan replied, "Qianjin Village, Hongsheng Township, Danyang County." Lin Nian, what a coincidence. We're both in Hongsheng Township. What a twist of fate. How lucky. I'm also from Hongsheng Township in Danyang County. Lin Nian said. Lu Yongnan remained silent, and the atmosphere between them cooled down. Lin Nian simply took out a book of quotations from her bag and began reading. She needed to study hard and memorize the quotations. Meanwhile, Zhao Shengli took the postal list in his hand and went to find factory director Zhang. He handed the list to Zhang and briefly explained the situation. Because he had an agreement with Lin Nian, He didn't say it was Lin Nian who found him, but instead claimed that his brother-in-law at the post office discovered the matter by chance and informed him. He felt something was off and asked his brother-in-law to investigate further. After reading the list, factory director Zhang was shocked. Zhao Shengli continued to fan the flames. I also checked the post office's records, and it clearly stated that the funds were for comrade Lin Nian's support. Holding the list, factory director Zhang stood up and walked out. Old Zhao, you come with me to the main factory. Zhao Shengli was delighted. This was a sure thing. As long as he found old Wang, the factory manager at the main factory, Huang Jiangwo, would no longer be his opponent. Moreover, this could be considered a merit. And if the factory didn't give him the position of the rolling mill's factory manager, that would be unreasonable. Sure enough, when factory manager Wang saw the list and heard Zhang and Zhao Shengli's explanation, he was so angry that he slammed his enamel cup on the table, chipping off a piece of porcelain. This is outrageous. Shengli, you go back to the rolling mill to work. Old Zhang, you stay behind and call on the leaders from the factory office, the union, and the Women's Federation to hold a meeting together. Huang Jiangwo and Zhang Suifang not only embezzled Lin Yan's high support funds, but also abused her, nearly driving her to death and forcing the girl to go to the countryside. This matter must be dealt with seriously. The main factory held a meeting to discuss Zhang Suifang and Huang Jiangwo's issues, but Huang Jiangwo, who was full of himself thinking he would become the factory manager, was completely unaware. He went to the rolling mill's office and, not seeing Zhao Shengli, adopted a managerial tone and asked the staff, Xiao Gao, where did deputy factory manager Zhao go? I haven't seen him since I arrived. Xiao Gao replied, deputy factory manager Zhao is not here. Huang Jiangwo held his teacup and said sternly, deputy factory manager Zhao's work attitude is lacking. As a deputy factory manager, he actually leads by example with tardiness and early departures. His awareness is too low. This kind of work ethic is unacceptable. You must not follow his example. How could the office staff respond to this? There was no way to respond. This deputy factory manager, Huang, usually wasn't like this. Why was he suddenly criticizing deputy factory manager Zhao publicly? Did it mean that the selection for the new factory manager had already been decided to be Huang Jiangwo? Oh, deputy factory manager Huang is so authoritative. If one didn't know better, they might think you had already dropped the deputy from your title. Just then, Zhao Shengli walked in from outside and sarcastically mocked Huang Jiangwo without holding back. He stopped at the door of his office and looked at Huang Jiangwo. I see the factory manager was called to a meeting at the main factory. Could it be about the succession? Did deputy factory manager Huang know something in advance? Chapter 17. Corruption. Huang Jiangwo glanced at Zhao Shengli, cleared his throat, and elongated his voice, saying, what can I know in advance? It's just the old factory director reminding me to work hard, to contribute to the country, and to serve the people. Could Huang Jiangwo say this? In terms of other qualifications, he was on par with Zhao Shengli, but he had one advantage over Zhao Shengli. He was raising the children of martyrs. Coupled with Director Zhang's attitude, Huang Jiangwo was certain that his promotion was a done deal. Of course, he couldn't say that. After all, it hadn't been officially announced. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shengli's expression changed instantly, his eyes filled with resentment. His reaction amused Huang Jiangwo and made the others in the large office aware of the situation. Bang! As Zhao Shengli slammed the door, a smug smile appeared on Huang Jiangwo's face. How refreshing. That dog Zhao Shengli had been fighting him all along, always trying to trip him up. Now he knew he couldn't contest the factory director position, which must have infuriated him. The more Huang Jiangwo thought about it, the more pleased he became. The people in the factory office were sharp. Everyone guessed what was happening between him and Zhao Shengli, and they began to flatter Huang Jiangwo. Director Huang, your leadership skills are excellent, and your professional abilities are strong. If the old factory director doesn't value you, who will? Yes, under Director Huang's leadership, we believe the production of the steel rolling plant will reach new heights. With Director Huang at the helm, reaching a new height is an understatement. I believe surpassing 1 or 2 levels is not a dream, and 3, 5 levels is a piece of cake. Achieving 8 or 10 levels is also possible. What boldness! The production would be as great as their ambition. Listen, these people had completely dropped the deputy title and were calling him director straight away. Huang Jiangwo felt elated. His face wrinkled with a smile, and he said, "You can't say it like that. Work still needs to be done steadily. Of course, I will not let everyone down. I will strive in the direction everyone expects, contribute to the country, serve the people, and seek benefits for our factory workers." As he finished speaking, the large office erupted in enthusiastic applause. Zhao Shengli hid in his small office, listening to the commotion outside, and couldn't help but feel pleased. Let you enjoy your moment now. Wait until the head factory announces the final results, then see where your face will go. Earlier, Zhao Shengli had deliberately put on a sour face outside to provoke Huang Jiangwo's misunderstanding. With the encouragement of Zhao Shengli and his wife, the news that Huang Jiangwo was about to take over as the director of the steel rolling plant spread throughout the whole division in just one morning. By the time Huang Jiangwo finished work, more and more people approached him to flatter him. Not only were there many people coming to flatter him, but there were also many approaching Zhang Suifang. The couple was competing with each other. If Zhang Ganmei hadn't taken leave and not gone to work, she would have made a fuss with Zhang Suifang when she found out about the job loss, and then she wouldn't be able to flaunt herself. When the couple returned home for lunch, they didn't notice Lin Nian was missing. That dead girl had money now. Who knows what she was doing with it out there? If she spent all her money and went to the countryside, let's see how she would survive. Zhang Suifang thought maliciously. If she wrote back asking for help after going to the countryside, she would definitely ignore her. That dead girl would be better off dying early in the countryside. If she died, the news wouldn't get out, and they'd still have to send money. It was really unexpected that Lin Changzheng had died, and he had such a foolish and wealthy comrade who sent Lin Nian so much money every month. Zhang Suifang couldn't help but ponder how much Yang Dongliang earned each month. Alas, if only she knew Yang Dongliang's address. She would find a way to dig out more money from him in Lin Nian's name. Zhang Suifang thought greedily. What she never expected was that when she went out to take out the trash that night, she was ambushed, had her mouth covered, and was beaten badly. Huang Jiangwo, noticing she hadn't returned home for a long time, went out to look for her and ended up getting ambushed as well. The couple was severely beaten, and it took them a while to recover from the pain. When they finally crawled out of the sack, they looked around to see if anyone was still there. Zhang Suifang shouted that she wanted to report it to the police, but Huang Jiangwo scolded her. "Can you be quiet? At a time like this, going to the police? Not only is it unlucky, but what will the people in the factory think?" Zhang Suifang was unwilling. Then what to do? Should we just let go? Huang Jiangwo was furious. "What do you want? Make it public. Then people will speculate what kind of wrongdoing we did to get beaten up. Also, where can we find them in the dark?" Zhang Suifang was silenced. They had no choice but to limp home together. The first thing they did when they got home was to look in the mirror. Seeing that their faces were fine, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although they had been beaten, there were no visible scars. They could still face people normally tomorrow. The couple lay in bed for 2 hours before the pain eased a bit. After recovering, Zhang Suifang said to Huang Jiangwo, "Old Huang, do you think that dead girl Lin Nian sent someone to beat us up? I haven't seen her today." Huang Jiangwo furrowed his brow, his face dark. "You still haven't gone to find her since she hasn't come back? I almost forgot about that girl. Really, it's a worry every day." Zhang Suifang trembled at his shout and quickly got up. Zhang Jingguo also got up, dressed, took a flashlight, and went out with her to look for Lin Nian. They knocked on doors one by one, asking neighbors if they had seen Lin Nian. The neighbors said they hadn't seen her, and Zhang Suifang wanted to complain. This child really doesn't know how to behave, making people worry. A girl, not coming home late at night. If others didn't know better, they would think I, as a mother, can't teach her. She had never been as obedient and sensible as Lily. At home, no one could control her, and she didn't talk, just like a mute. The neighbors had heard that Huang Jiangwo was about to be promoted to factory director, so they naturally didn't want to offend the couple and echoed Zhang Suifang's words, saying a few words about Lin Nian's wrongdoings. A big girl not returning home at midnight. What should she be doing? Zhang Suifang's loud knocking on doors to ask around ended up spreading Lin Nian's reputation for being disobedient and staying out late. In this era, a girl not returning home at night was almost synonymous with being a delinquent. Seeing the neighbors' disdain for Lin Nian, Zhang Suifang felt a great sense of satisfaction. and the grievances she had suffered from Lin Nian over the past few days dissipated considerably. After asking all the neighbors and not finding Lin Nian, they went to the security department for help. This time, the matter blew up in the factory's residential area. Zhang Cuifang's goal in making a fuss was to tarnish Lin Nian's reputation. A daughter without a reputation would be much easier to control. Huang Zhangwo's goal was naturally to show his concern as a stepfather for Lin Nian. Look, my stepdaughter is troublesome, and I, as her stepfather, have been searching for her tirelessly, even neglecting my sleep. He was truly a stepfather like no other, with such a strong sense of responsibility. Handing the steel rolling plant over to him would definitely be the right choice. Chapter 18. Venting anger one night. The security team was restless, helping Huang Zhangwo search for Lin Nian everywhere. The security personnel who searched all night were extremely resentful and had a very poor impression of Lin Nian. During the shift handover, they complained about Lin Nian without exception. The entire factory's perception of Lin Nian had plummeted to freezing point. Even those who had previously sympathized with her now harbored deep disdain. Zhang Cuifang took the opportunity to weep in front of others, saying, "Everyone thinks I treat my own daughter like a stepmother, but what can I do? I just want to teach her to be good. There are some things I feel embarrassed to say outside. This child often behaves unreasonably. If she had even half the understanding of her sister Lily, I wouldn't be so troubled. They say being a stepmother is hard. I was a stepmother to Lily, who was very filial to me. Yet my own daughter is a constant worry. If I and Zhangwo don't meet her demands, she threatens to harm herself." The crowd sighed, saying that if their daughters behaved like that, they would be beaten several times a day. They said Zhang Cuifang was still too kind. Zhang Cuifang wanted this effect. After everyone had discussed it enough, she choked up and said, "She is the child of a martyr. I wouldn't dare hit her. Zhangwo respects her like an ancestor, afraid that if she's unhappy, she'll go out in tattered clothes crying, saying I and Zhangwo are abusing her. I never expected she would dare to stay out all night. Last night, Zhangwo and I searched for her all night. Her outburst directly cleared her and Huang Zhangwo of suspicion. Everyone believed her nonsense. After all, a girl who stays out all night must have character issues. She cannot be a good person." Lu Guixiang, who worked at the main factory, was furious when the news spread. She slammed the table in her office. "Bah! Zhang Cuifang is shameless. Clearly, Lin Nian was sent away to replace Huang Lily in the countryside. I saw her leave yesterday morning with my own eyes. She turned around and made a scene, ruining Lin Nian's reputation. Is she even Lin Nian's real mother? People who didn't know might think Huang Lily was her biological daughter." The women in the Women's Federation, upon hearing Lu Guixiang's outburst, instantly tuned their gossip radars to full. They all knew that Lu Guixiang's man and Zhang Cuifang's man were competing for the factory director position. Their discord was well known. So everyone wondered if Lu Guixiang was deliberately stirring up trouble. If that were the case, it would be quite a show. Someone asked old Lu, "You need to be responsible for what you say. You can't just talk nonsense." "Yes, old Lu, no matter what, Lin Nian is still Zhang Cuifang's biological daughter. No matter how foolish she is, she wouldn't drag a man around the factory in the middle of the night just to ruin her own reputation." Others agreed. Lu Guixiang replied, "This matter is straightforward, and we in the Women's Federation cannot ignore it. Let's send 2 comrades to the youth office to inquire and ask them to issue a certificate. Then everything will be clear. I saw Lin Nian get on the bus yesterday when I was sending my relatives' children to the countryside. Everyone thought this was indeed a good plan. And since Lu Guixiang dared to ask for a certificate from the youth office, she must not be lying. Otherwise, it would be easy to expose her." Director Chi of the Women's Federation thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll issue a certificate now and get it stamped at the factory committee. Comrade Xiaotang and old Lu will go to the youth office at the rolling mill." With the factory certificate, the youth office cooperated and checked the roster, issuing a certificate. The women in the Federation were furious to learn that Lin Nian had indeed gone to the countryside. Lu Guixiang knew that Lin Nian had gone to the countryside without Zhang Cuifang knowing, but since Zhang Cuifang had no good intentions, looking for her daughter while simultaneously tarnishing Lin Nian's reputation, Lu Guixiang had no qualms about embellishing the truth to harm her reputation. Lu Guixiang fanned the flames, and everyone felt that Zhang Cuifang was not only malicious but also treating them like fools. How could they tolerate that? Director Chi immediately took the evidence to the factory office and reported the matter to Factory Director Wang. Director Wang already had Zhang Haiyang and others backing him up. He knew about the Huang family forcing Lin Nian to replace Huang Lily in the countryside. Now that Lin Nian had gone to the countryside, it all matched up. These two, clearly knowing their child was in the countryside, still wouldn't let her go and were trying every means to ruin her reputation. Besides malicious, Director Wang couldn't think of another word to describe them. He immediately issued instructions for Director Chi to take the Women's Federation staff and find a way to clear Lin Nian's name. He also sent someone to the rolling mill to notify them to hold a meeting. Except for those who must remain on duty, everyone else should stop working and attend. He and the factory committee, along with the Union and Women's Federation comrades, would also be present. Huang Jiangwo and his wife had no idea that Lu Guixiang had set them up. Zhang Cuifang was venting her grievances in the large office of the Rolling Mills Union, recounting the difficulties of raising Lin Nian over the years. She accused Lin Nian of being disobedient, unfilial, gloomy, and having too many small grievances. She had bought her nice clothes, but Lin Nian refused to wear them, insisting on going out to trade them for old and tattered clothes. While she was passionately criticizing Lin Nian, someone came to announce the meeting, saying people from the main factory were coming, including Factory Director Wang. Everyone immediately thought of the factory director position and congratulated Zhang Cuifang, telling her to think positively. The previous girl was just immature, and she still had a son. Moreover, since the stepdaughter was better than the biological daughter, there would be times for her to enjoy. Everyone chimed in with compliments, and Zhang Cuifang pretended to be modest, but couldn't contain her inner joy and smiled. Huang Jiangwo experienced the same. Upon receiving the meeting notice, everyone began to congratulate him. He pretended to be upset about not finding Lin Nian, saying he couldn't be happy. He expressed his guilt towards Lin Changzhen. Everyone urged him, saying he had been responsible enough. They all knew being a stepfather was hard, so he shouldn't be too self-reproachful and should lift his spirits. After all, the old factory was about to retire, and the rolling mill needed him. If he didn't get himself together to work, the rolling mill would be finished. Huang Jingwo was very satisfied with everyone's attitude and feigned humility again, going to the auditorium surrounded by everyone. When they arrived at the auditorium, the workers had mostly gathered, and it was noisy, discussing both Huang Jiangwo's potential succession and Lin Nian's situation. This topic had escalated from Lin Nian staying out all night to speculations about her being promiscuous, possibly having had an abortion, and whether the factory would protect her or if she would be arrested. After Zhang Cuifang sat down and heard everyone discussing this, she couldn't help but smile inside. That dead girl's reputation was completely ruined when the time came to send her to the countryside. She could use this as an excuse, saying no one in the countryside knew her reputation. Everyone would understand. In fact, if Lin Nian had obediently gone to the countryside the first time, she never intended to ruin her reputation. At that time, they could say Lin Nian was secretly registering at the youth office out of concern for her sister. But Lin Nian did not know what was good for her. After almost drowning herself, she continued to go against her. So, Zhang Cuifang couldn't be blamed for being ruthless and merciless. Zhang Cuifang looked at Huang Jiangwo, sitting beside the podium, her excitement and eagerness completely unmasked. Her man was about to become the factory director, and that dead girl's reputation was ruined. Her anger was vented, and her joy was indescribable. Zhang Cuifang eagerly anticipated Lin Nian's reaction after facing the gossip outside. At that time, even if the dead girl knelt down and begged for forgiveness, she wouldn't feel a shred of pity for her. She wanted Lin Nian to regret it. She must pay the price for her recklessness during this time, a price she cannot afford. Chapter 19. Fractured. After a while, the leaders from the main factory arrived, and the podium was filled. Old factory director Zhang presided over the meeting. Huang Jiangwo's heart was in his throat, excited and expectant. He kept drinking water to cover up his unease. After this meeting, he would officially be the director of the steel rolling plant. The difference of a single word between the director and the deputy director meant a world of difference in power. He was still young, if he managed things well. There was no reason he couldn't leap to the position of the main factory director. After all, both old factory director Wang and old factory director Zhang were about the same age, with Wang being a few months older. The reason Wang hadn't retired yet was that there was an important project at the main factory that still needed him. Plus, his health was better than Zhang's. But even so, age is age, and Wang could not hold the director position until he died. Retirement was inevitable. Huang Zhangwo was indeed quite ambitious. As old factory director Zhang delivered his opening remarks, which were half the usual routine that everyone had become weary of, Huang Zhangwo envisioned himself as the main factory director. Just then, Zhang's tone shifted. Recently, the atmosphere in our steel rolling plant has worsened, with some older comrades in leadership positions setting a bad example. Due to personal interests, they waste the factory's manpower and let rumors run rampant. This kind of atmosphere is unacceptable. It affects worker unity and production. This unhealthy trend must be dealt with. Huang Zhangwo. How could this be so different from what he imagined? What did the old factory director mean by wasting the factory's manpower? Huang subconsciously recalled how he and Zhang Cuifang had searched for Lin Nian throughout the factory last night. No matter if he found Lin or not, the security personnel still had to work. How could that be considered waste? The old factory director must not be referring to him. Something must have happened in the plant that he wasn't aware of. He glanced at Zhao Shengli, who looked unwell, likely because Zhao had caused some trouble. Thinking of this, Huang Zhangwo leaned closer to Zhao Shengli and whispered, "Old Zhao, your work style is unacceptable. The old factory director is right to criticize. You should take this as a warning. If you make the same mistake again, your position as deputy director might not be secure. I'm saying this for your own good. You need to change." Zhao Shengli looked at him like he was an idiot and coldly snorted, "Mind your own business." His bad mood stemmed from his disgust for the couple's behavior. They were so shameless. They ate, wore, and relied on Lin Nian to get promoted. Yet they not only mistreated her, but also tried everything to ruin her reputation. Although it was Zhang Cuifang who caused the incident, who was behind her? It was that dog Huang Zhangwo. Huang Zhangwo thought Zhao Shengli was embarrassed and grinned even wider, striking a victorious pose. "Deputy Director Zhao, why don't you say a few words?" After Zhang finished speaking, he looked toward Huang Zhangwo. Huang was overjoyed, judging by the order of speakers. His succession was almost a done deal. He cleared his throat, took the microphone from the staff, and, after confirming it was working, he began to speak solemnly, echoing the old factory director's sentiments. He sternly criticized the behavior of abusing power for personal gain, with his words almost directly targeting Zhao Shengli. It was clear to everyone listening. In the audience, Zhang Cuifang frequently directed provocative glances toward Lu Guixiang, looking quite pleased. After Huang Zhangwo's lengthy speech, old factory director Zhang invited old factory director Wang to speak, who further harshly criticized the spreading of rumors. He emphasized that as parents, one must have a kind heart. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. The audience began to feel increasingly uneasy, and Zhang Cuifang caught on to the shift. The way people looked at her turned skeptical, making her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. Someone tried to comfort her, saying, "It's okay. The old factory director didn't name names, so it might not be about you. Even if it is, it's a misunderstanding. After the meeting, you can explain it to him. I'm sure he will understand." Zhang Cuifang couldn't bear to hear this and angrily retorted, "What nonsense. There are plenty of people in this big factory who are bad to their children. Why should it be assumed that the old factory director is criticizing me? I have nothing to be ashamed of." Seeing this, everyone fell silent and turned to whisper among themselves, speculating about who the old factory director was criticizing. After the old factory director finished speaking, it was time for the Women's Federation Director Chi to take the floor. Director Chi was not as subtle as the old factory director and Zhang. She bluntly stated, "I know everyone is spreading rumors that martyr Lin Changjing's daughter, Lin Nian, is staying out all night, saying she's a bad girl. Last night, to find Lin Nian, Deputy Director Huang of the steel rolling plant even abused his power, ordering security personnel to search all night. Comrade Zhang Cuifang from the plant's union even knocked on the doors of everyone in the family area to inquire about Lin Nian's whereabouts. It created quite a stir. Everyone knew about it. The leaders at the main factory also took this matter seriously. The orphan of a martyr cannot just be ignored. Therefore, they sent someone to investigate. And the result is that comrade Lin Nian had already signed up to go to the countryside and left for a broader world yesterday morning, contributing to the socialist cause. She is a good girl, not the delinquent you describe. She has inherited the fine qualities of martyr Lin Changzheng and is responding to the call. She should not be slandered or insulted. This matter, I asked Comrade Zhang Cuifang to explain to the Women's Federation after the meeting. A thunderous silence fell over the venue, shocking everyone. Zhang Cuifang stood up suddenly, loudly rebutting, "You're talking nonsense. That dead girl hasn't gone to the countryside. How could she possibly go? I haven't even taken her to the youth office yet. The household registration book is still in my hands." Zhang Cuifang's mind was buzzing, and her instinctive outburst completely bypassed her brain. Huang Jiangwo on stage had a stiff face, his mind only racing with 3 words. It's over. The mention of that dead girl shattered the image of the kind Mother Zhang Cuifang had been trying to portray for days. Once everyone realized what had happened, they understood they had all been played by this woman, and they were all furious. "Comrade Zhang Cuifang, are you sure you want to confront me at the staff meeting?" Director Qi's voice rang out again. Huang Jiangwo knew he couldn't let this foolish woman speak any further. He quickly stood up. "Zhang Cuifang, what's going on? Why did you hide Lin Nian go to the countryside for me? Think carefully about how you're going to explain this to Director Qi later. This is infuriating. This woman is simply ruining me." At this moment, Huang Jiangwo felt a strong desire to get rid of Zhang Cuifang. Chapter 20 exposure. This kind of thing, unless it's a public denunciation, won't be brought up at the staff meeting. Both factory directors dislike this method, so they only criticize without naming names at the meeting. However, Director Qi from the Women's Federation is not one to tolerate any sand in her eyes, and with Lu Guixiang inciting her from the side, she directly named Zhang Cuifang in front of hundreds of people in the factory. She believed that Lu Guixiang was right, protecting the reputation of Zhang Cuifang, who maliciously slandered the orphan of a martyr, was a harm to Lin Nian. If this matter wasn't made clear, Lin Nian's reputation couldn't be restored. Hiding the truth only leads to speculation, which is detrimental to Lin Nian. After the meeting, Zhang Cuifang and her husband Huang Jiangwo were investigated by the factory office. Huang Jiangwo quietly reminded Zhang Cuifang that he knew nothing, and only by being unaware could he maintain his position as deputy factory director. Zhang Cuifang understood this reasoning. When they arrived at the makeshift office, Zhang Cuifang still argued that she didn't know anything. But Lu Guixiang was sharp-tongued and asked her why she had Lin Nian's household registration book in her hands if she claimed to know nothing. Zhang Cuifang had no words to defend herself. Director Yang, the wife of old factory director Zhang, came forward to testify that Lin Nian had long suffered abuse, was malnourished, and had multiple new and old scars on her body. Zhang Cuifang was ultimately confirmed to have forced her biological daughter to replace her stepdaughter in going to the countryside, abusing her biological daughter for a long time, and to cover up her malicious actions, she spread rumors to tarnish her biological daughter's reputation, claiming that the reason for sending her to the countryside was due to her bad reputation. Director Qi asked if Huang Jiangwo was involved in these matters, and Zhang Cuifang firmly denied it. On the factory office side, Huang Jiangwo denied everything, saying he was busy at work and really didn't know how Zhang Cuifang was raising the children. He always heard Zhang Cuifang complain about how Lin Nian was disobedient and unruly. Each time, he advised Zhang Cuifang to be more patient. After all, Lin Nian didn't have a father, and it was understandable for her to have a strange temper. At this moment, Zhang Cuifang was brought in. Director Qi publicly read out the investigation results, and Huang Jiangwo put on a pained expression, accusing Zhang Cuifang. "You're confused. How many times have I told you? Education should be based on persuasion, not violence." Zhang Cuifang cried and complained. "You don't care? It's easy for you to say. Moreover, what family doesn't raise their children by hitting them?" She exclaimed, saying I forced her to go to the countryside. Isn't it time for the Huang family to repay her after raising her for so many years? Why is it my fault? As soon as she said this, old factory director Zhang was so angry he laughed. He pulled out a document for everyone to pass around. "Let me remind you, after Comrade Lin Changzheng sacrificed himself, his pension was only a few hundred yuan, all of which was given to you, Zhang Cuifang. The factory asked you at that time, if you didn't remarry, The factory would promote you 3 levels and raise your salary enough to support Lin Nian until she came of age. But you said you and your daughter needed care and wanted to marry Huang Jiangwo. The factory then transferred you to the union staff position, promoted Huang Jiangwo to workshop director, raise your salary 1 level and Huang Jiangwo S2 levels, with the extra salary as alimony for Lin Nian, which you both agreed to and signed. Zhang Cuifang, you may have forgotten over time, but the factory documents are still here, clearly recorded. Indeed, Zhang Cuifang had forgotten about this after living a good life for too long. Huang Jiangwo pointed at Zhang Cuifang, very heartbroken, and said, "Old Zhang, how could you be so confused? How can you let Nian replace Lily to go to the countryside? Going to the countryside is a policy from above, sending educated youth to support rural construction. This is a good thing. No matter what, Lily has to go to the countryside." At this moment, Huang Jiangwo could only sacrifice his eldest daughter because only in this way could he prove that he was kept in the dark and demonstrate his stance. He supported Huang Lily going to the countryside and completely disagreed with Lin Nian replacing Huang Lily. Zhang Cuifang was dumbfounded. At this point, she didn't know how to argue anymore. Then, old factory director Zhang took out a postal certificate to circulate among everyone, which undoubtedly dropped a giant bomb, leaving everyone stunned. After Lin Chongqing's sacrifice, his comrades have been sending money and postal tickets to Lin Nian every month without fail for all these years. They were stunned. Just like that, Zhang Cuifang still had the face to say it was the Huang family that raised Lin Nian. It was clearly Lin Nian who supported this whole family. At that time, Lin Chongqing had a special identity. He was a member of the defense area and held positions in both the defense area and the factory. He was both a factory worker and a defense area personnel. In this special era, such arrangements were not surprising. The proof finally reached Huang Jiangwo's hands, and that thin piece of paper felt like a branding iron, burning Huang Jiangwo's hand and making it tremble. How did this get exposed? Didn't Zhang Cuifang say it was nothing? She had always waited for the mailman every month without letting anyone know that someone was sending the money. This, Zhang Cuifang, you were something. You didn't even tell me about such a big deal. Zhang Cuifang was also dumbfounded, her face pale, completely unable to believe what was happening before her. Huang Jiangwo's roar woke her up, and she cried as she explained, "The family needs money everywhere, for children are waiting to eat. What can I do? I didn't dare to tell you. If I told you, you would definitely not allow me to use this money." The couple started their act. Lu Guixiang made a few sarcastic remarks, but it was useless. Zhang Cuifang took full responsibility, while Huang Jiangwo cleared himself of any involvement. Finally, old factory director Wang made the decision. The factory has already paid for Lin Nian's alimony, so the money and tickets that comrade Yang Dongliang sent to Lin Nian must be submitted to the factory office, and then the factory office will send them to comrade Lin Nian. Zhang Cuifang was devastated. How could she have that much money? What was she supposed to pay back? Over the years, that money had either been used to support the Huang family or to support her natal family. Just a few days ago, that dead girl had extorted over 1,000 from her, and she had little left now. Why? I am Lin Nian's biological mother. It's only right for me to use her money. Besides, I already gave her 1,000 a few days ago. I don't have money now. Huang Jiangwo stood up and angrily pointed at her. You go home right now and bring out as much money as you have. And the tickets? You must also make up for Lin Nian. Zhang Cuifang looked at Huang Jiangwo in disbelief. His eyes were cold, so cold it made her tremble. At this moment, old factory director Wang spoke. In that case, you will first submit 3,000, and the remaining 5,000 will be deducted from your monthly salary, sending half of your salary to Lin Nian until this debt is cleared. The tickets will be the same, deducting half each month. If you two can't even do this, then stop working and go reflect. Come back when you've thought it through. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cuifang's eyes went dark, and she fainted. It was a real faint, not an act. Zhang Cuifang only had a few hundred yuan left in her bank book, while the remaining 2,000 was from Huang Jiangwo. Since Huang Jiangwo married Zhang Cuifang, his salary hadn't changed and had all been saved up. Zhang Cuifang managed the household expenses. When he ran out of money, he would hint to Zhang Cuifang, and she would give him money. Huang Jiangwo had saved quite a bit, but taking out more than 2,000 at once still pained him greatly. Chapter 21. A strange encounter. Huang Jiangwo regretted it. He regretted making a big deal out of things with Zhang Suifang. Now, it was him whose reputation was tarnished, and he was the one losing money. Moreover, he had also lost the opportunity to take over. The factory would no longer let him take the position. Keeping his vice factory director position was already quite good. Zhang Suifang was really ill, staying in the factory hospital, and her family not only didn't come to care for her, but also caused a scene at the hospital. They had already learned that Zhang Ganmei had lost her job, which was taken back by the factory. The reason was that Lin Nian had gone to the countryside, returning the job position to the factory. This was the agreed-upon excuse between Lu Guixiang and the personnel department comrades. With Zhang's family causing such a commotion, Zhang Suifang's illness worsened, and Huang Lili, knowing she had to go to the countryside, also came to the hospital to yell at Zhang Suifang. Zhang Suifang felt extremely bitter inside. Who was she doing this for? No one understood her. What kind of sin was she committing? It was all Lin Nian's fault. That dead girl was the one who put her in this situation, trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. It was all a wasted effort for Zhang Suifang and Huang Jiangwo. While the Huang family was in turmoil, Lin Nian on the train was completely unaware. She was sleeping on the middle bunk, which was much narrower than the lower bunk, making it quite cramped and suffocating. But soon she realized that Lu Yongnin had a reason for having her sleep in the middle bunk, as strangers would just sit down on the lower bunk without caring whether the person sleeping there was willing or not. Lin Nian experienced the benefits of the middle bunk. After a day's journey, the train stopped at a major station, and a few young people poured into the sleeper car. There were 3 boys and 1 girl. One sat on the lower bunk opposite Lu Yongnin, one was on the upper bunk across, and the only girl was on the upper bunk next to Lin Nian. The girl had empty hands, her luggage being carried by the 3 boys. Without thinking, she directly ordered Lin Nian, who was lying on her bed reading quotes. Lin Nian pretended not to hear. What was this? Who did she think she was to command her? Seeing Lin Nian ignoring her, the girl immediately got angry. Placing her hands on her hips and pointing at Lin Nian, shouting, "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." At this moment, Lu Yongnan, who was half lying down, suddenly stood up. He had a scar on his face and a cold expression, which made him appear somewhat intimidating. His sudden movement startled the girl, who instinctively took a step back and almost fell, but fortunately one of the boys behind her caught her, stabilizing her. Once she was steady, she slapped the boy who caught her, the sound crisp enough to shock everyone in the car, causing them to lean in to see. Xiaolan, it wasn't intentional. He was just afraid you'd fall. Another boy stepped in to mediate, while the boy who was slapped kept apologizing. "Sorry, Xiaolan. I will definitely be more careful next time." Lu Yongnin picked something up and lay back down, while Lin Yin, using the quotes as a shield, watched the drama unfold with great interest. Who was this Xiaolan, the little princess of some family? She really had an air about her, like she was traveling as a noble lady from ancient times. The 3 boys following her looked more like her servants. "You, apologize," Xiaolan ordered Lu Yongnan, who simply rolled his eyes at her. The boy who had been slapped hurried to persuade Lu Yongnan, "Comrade, you were indeed in the wrong just now. You startled Comrade Xiaolan when you suddenly stood up. I think you should apologize to her." The other 2 boys also tried to appease Xiaolan and persuade Lu Yongnan, "Yes, Comrade, just apologize, and this will all be over." Lu Yongnan looked at them as if they were idiots, giving them both the same eye roll. He closed his eyes. Rolling his eyes was tiring too. Lu Yongnan's blatant disregard infuriated Xiaolan. "Do you know who my dad is? How dare you provoke me?" Lu Yongnan continued to ignore her, which made Xiaolan so angry she was about to explode. At that moment, Lin Yin spoke up, smiling. "Who is your dad? Tell me. I want to know what kind of big capitalist or landlord could raise a daughter like you with such a capitalist attitude. Tell me, so I can go ask at the committee after we get off the train." Xiaolan turned to glare at Lin Yin. "You dare?" Lin Yin smiled and waved the quotes in her hand. "Look at me. Do you think I dare or not? Do you dare to reveal your dad's name?" "My dad is," Xiaolan began, but was interrupted by the boy next to her, who said to Lin Yin, "Hello, comrade. My sister is traveling for the first time, and if she has offended you with her words, please forgive her." Lin Yin replied, "I'm not her mother. Why should I forgive her? You insulted me. What's your name? I want to tell my dad." Xiaolan began to shout. But the man pulled her back and signaled the other two boys, who went to ask the person sitting on the other lower bunk to leave. Then pushed Xiao Lan onto the bunk. You sleep on the lower bunk. I'll take the upper. Xiao Lan protested. I won't sleep on the lower bunk. It's dirty since so many people have sat there. The few people who had previously occupied the lower bunk and had not gone far. Which capitalist daughter has mixed into the revolutionary ranks? We must go to the committee at the next station to ask. Absolutely not allowed for the offspring of capitalists and landlords to bully the glorious masses. The commotion quickly drew support from others. The more they stirred up trouble, the more intense it became. Xiao Lan was furious. Who dared to treat her like this in the courtyard? These people were all unreasonable. As the situation escalated, the three young men quickly began to explain, Everyone, we're really sorry. My sister comes from a good family. She's neither a capitalist nor from a landlord family. We are educated youth who responded to the call to go to the countryside. She was a bit scared on her first trip away from home, so she spoke without thinking and offended everyone. I apologize on her behalf. After speaking, he turned to Sure Hepping. Can you share some snacks we brought from home with everyone? Sure Hepping quickly opened a big package and began distributing snacks to everyone in the car, speaking kindly as he did so. Only then did the crowd settle down. Sure Hepping was sweating profusely, unsure if it was from anxiety or fear. When the snacks reached Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan, they both declined. The three exchanged glances. These two were not simple, especially the girl, who had stirred up this whole scene with just a few words. The leading boy said to them, Comrades, I sincerely apologize on behalf of my sister. After saying this, he deeply bowed to each of them. Lu Yongnan and Lin Nian ignored him, and he didn't mind, continuing to pack up his things, unable to swallow her anger. Xiao Lan suddenly stood up and declared, I'm not sleeping on a lower bunk. I want the upper bunk. After saying that, she climbed up and deliberately let her feet dangle over the edge, swinging them right next to Lin Yan's head. Lin Yan, what a troublesome brat. Hey, aren't you going to do something about this? She shouted at the three boys. Xiao Lan shot a warning glare at the three, and before they could speak, she arrogantly declared, What I do on the upper bunk is none of your business. Am I touching you or kicking you? Oof. You think you can offend me? You must be tired of living. Chapter 22. Dealing with the oddball, seeing Lin Yin silent, Xiao Lan became even more smug. She swung her legs vigorously. If Lin Yin hadn't dodged quickly, her shoes would have kicked Lin Yin's face several times. Lin Yin was so angry she laughed, looking at the three men with Xiao Lan and asking, Aren't you going to do anything about her? The three seemed not to hear her and continued doing their own things. On the upper bunk, Xiao Lan wore a proud expression, thinking to herself, You want to compete with me? You're still too young. Just as she was feeling pleased, suddenly her legs began to itch. Ah, a caterpillar. Lin Yin picked up a few strands of hair from the pillow and poked them into Xiao Lan's pant leg. After a few pokes, the hair against her skin was really itchy. Lin Yin suppressed her voice and shouted, and Xiao Lan panicked. Her calves itched. Could it be that a caterpillar crawled into her pants? She screamed, likely instinctively trying to shake off the caterpillar, forgetting she was on the upper bunk, and jumped straight down. Thud! Xiao Lan fell to the ground, landing hard and twisting her ankle, screaming in pain. The three men with her were instantly dumbfounded and hurried to help her, guiding her to sit on the lower bunk. She cried and kicked her legs. There's a caterpillar. Get out. Her frantic movements attracted a lot of onlookers. Are you all dead? Get the caterpillar out for me. While shouting, she tried to stand up and jump around, but her ankle throbbed with pain, making Xiao Lan cry even louder. The few men were at a loss. In front of so many people, they couldn't just roll up Xiao Lan's pant leg. In the end, Sui Jianmin had no choice but to ask a female passenger for help to check on Xiao Lan, but no one dared to approach Xiao Lan with her temper. He had no choice but to find the train attendant. Of course, he didn't go empty-handed, but brought a can of food. Xiao Lan's temperament was just too bad, and Sui Jianmin was afraid of offending the attendant. The attendant took the can and helped Xiao Lan to the restroom for a checkup. But Xiao Lan complained that the attendant was walking too fast and not considering her, or that the restroom was too smelly. If it weren't for the can, the attendant would have wanted to ignore her altogether. When she brought Xiao Lan back, her face was sour. She's fine. There's no caterpillar in her pant leg. Xiao Lan angrily pointed at Lin Nian, who was lying on the middle bunk. You did this on purpose. Sui Jianmin was also very angry and questioned Lin Nian with a dark face. Comrade, shouldn't you explain yourself? It's because you shouted about a caterpillar that my sister jumped down. You must take responsibility for this. Lin Nian laughed. How does my shouting about a caterpillar concern you? Did I put a caterpillar on her or touch her? This young lady has the freedom to swing her legs, and I have the freedom to speak. This is a new society. We can't have the officials setting the fire while the common people aren't allowed to light a lamp. You people are really good at playing the double standard of American imperialism, Sui Jianmin and the others. Although it was the first time they heard the term American imperialism double standard, they were educated enough to understand the literal meaning of the sentence. After grasping the meaning, their faces turned even uglier. They were completely powerless to refute her. Lin Nian achieved a crushing victory over them. In this era, what are people afraid of? In this era, people are afraid of being labeled. Moreover, Lin Nian's label was very precise, and no one could say anything against it. Sure enough, Lin Nian's words resonated with everyone. Xiao Lan cried in anger. Unable to argue with Lin Nian, she took her frustration out on Shi Heping and LV Mingyu. Lin Nian, TSK, a capitalist young lady scolding her family servants. The crowd pointed and commented on them. Sui Jianmin grabbed Xiao Lan's hand, sternly admonishing her, stop making a scene. If you really want to cause trouble, you can get off the train at the next stop and go back to Beijing. Xiao Lan glared fiercely at Sui Jianmin and fell silent. After a moment, she acted up again. I want to go back to my upper bunk. I want to sleep on your stinky bed. Sui Jianmin had no choice but to call Shi Heping to help her back up, rummaging through her luggage to find a plaster for her to put on her ankle. Now the few of them settled down. Who knew that in the middle of the night, Lin Nian was suddenly splashed with water. She felt the wet blanket, turned over, got dressed, and got out of bed. What happened? Lu Yongnan, hearing the commotion, got up to ask Lin Nian. Lin Nian whispered, it's nothing. The girl on the upper bunk is making a mess on her bed, and I'm going to find the train attendant to get a new blanket. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, so it wouldn't disturb the other passengers. But it was loud enough for Xiao Lan on the upper bunk to hear. You're talking nonsense. I didn't make a mess on the bed. Xiao Lan's voice was sharp and loud, and in the quiet train carriage at night, her shout drowned out the sound of the train. A child was immediately frightened and started crying. Some people who were woken up began to curse. What is all the noise? So unlucky. Damn it. Screaming in the middle of the night. What a pain. You bastard, it's a new society, and you're acting all high and mighty. What a joke. These people cursed venomously, and Xiao Lan had never seen such a scene. She cried loudly, and the more she cried, the harsher the cursing became. The train attendant was drawn over. She simply turned on the lights in that section of the carriage, glaring with a very displeased expression at Xiao Lan, who was wailing on the upper bunk. This lady, it's already the middle of the night. Please control your emotions. If you continue to make a scene, I will have to call the train police. Xiao Lan pointed at Lin Nian and complained, it's her slandering me. I didn't want to make a scene. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest her. The attendant looked at Lin Nian, and Lin Nian pulled out her blanket to show the attendant. Comrade, look, I was sleeping until midnight when the girl on the upper bunk suddenly wet the bed and spilled on my blanket. So I got out of bed to find you to change it. Who knew she would suddenly start shouting? Xiao Lan, you're talking nonsense. I didn't wet the bed. That is clearly water on your blanket, not urine. Lin Nian, how do you know it's water and not urine? Comrade, bedwetting in dreams, isn't scary. It can be treated. Xiao Lan, in a fit of anger, I already said it's water. I spilled it myself. Don't you understand? The crowd, Sui Jianmin and the others. Lin Nian, comrade, I still trouble you to call the train police. I'm afraid to stay in the same carriage with her. This time she splashed water. Next time, who knows what vicious means she will use against us. The children of the working class she looks down on. The attendant also felt that Xiao Lan was too much of a troublemaker. She nodded in agreement. All right, I'll find the train police now. Xiao Lan couldn't stand this. She pointed at Lin Nian and yelled that it was Lin Nian's fault and that Lin Nian was looking for trouble. The onlookers who had been woken up spoke up for Lin Nian. Give me a break. We only heard you screaming. Besides, you were the one who splashed water. Who would think it was bedwetting if they were splashed awake in the middle of the night? Could it be that the train is leaking rain? Xiaolon had never encountered such a scene. She had never been treated like this before, and at this moment, she even wanted to kill Lin Nian. To prevent the attendant from calling the train police, Sui Jianmin followed the attendant, pulling her aside once they were out of the carriage to borrow a moment to talk. He slipped the attendant an envelope containing money and tickets. The attendant finally softened her stance. If you can get that lady to forgive you and ensure nothing else happens, then I want to go call the train police. Chapter 23 Bait Sui Jianmin asked the train attendant to help them switch to another carriage, trying to keep the two of them apart. The attendant thought to herself that with that woman's temperament, no matter where she went, she would end up arguing with someone. However, she still agreed. After Sui Jianmin returned, he first instructed Shi Heping and others to pack their things. Once they were done, he helped Xiaolon down and asked the two of them to support Xiaolon to the newly switched carriage. It was late at night, so be quiet and don't wake anyone up. If we provoke everyone's anger again, the train police will kick us off at the next station and hand us over to the authorities. Xiaolon, don't cause trouble. Even if someone cleans up after you in the end, this is not the capital. Even if Uncle wants to help you, he can only do so much, and it will take several days. Think carefully. Trust me, you wouldn't want to stay in a detention room. Xiaolon seemed to be frightened by Sui Jianmin and, sure enough, didn't make a sound for the rest of the journey. Sui Jianmin took a deep breath and turned to apologize to Lin Nian. I'm sorry, comrade. My sister is really mischievous. Lin Nian raised her hand to interrupt him. I'm not her mother. I have no reason to tolerate her. Besides, if it weren't for your indulgence, she wouldn't be so arrogant. When she was causing trouble, I did call for you, but you all pretended to be deaf and dumb, and no one came to manage it. Since that's the case, don't pretend to apologize now. Apologies are useless. Sui Jianmin. So how can you give up reporting to the train police? Lin Nian raised an eyebrow. Want to settle this privately? Don't come to me for money and then turn around to tell the train police that you lost it. Sui Jianmin exposed. What do you want? He took another deep breath. This woman was simply slippery. Lin Nian. Simple. You write a statement. I found 100 yuan from Comrade Lin Nian, 50 jin of national grain tickets, 20 industrial tickets, 20 meters of cloth tickets, and return the items to the original owner, sign it, and leave a fingerprint. Oh, you also need to show me your ID. Why did he go rob someone? Sui Jianmin was stunned. This woman really dared. Lin Nian shrugged. You wanted to settle it privately, not me. I'm making this condition just to make you back off. Sui Jianmin had no choice but to take out his ID and other proofs to show Lin Nian, then wrote the statement according to her request. Lu Yongnian shone a flashlight the whole time. After finishing, Lu Yongnian took out the ink pad, which surprised Sui Jianmin. These two were simply unbelievable. Who carries an ink pad while traveling? Lin Nian was also a bit surprised. She actually planned to have Sui Jianmin use ink to blacken his finger and then leave a fingerprint. She truly didn't expect him to bring an ink pad. This made Sui Jianmin feel that Lin Nian and Lu Yongnian were deliberately setting him up. Lin Nian took Sui Jianmin's money and tickets and indeed climbed up to the middle bunk to sleep. After Sui Jianmin left, Lin Nian hid the envelope containing the money and tickets under the mattress of the opposite bunk. She also whispered to Lu Yongnian, be wary of that dog, try to turn the tables. There's proof. Lu Yongnian reminded Lin Nian. Lin Nian lowered her voice. Sui Jianmin can say he was forced to write it by us. After all, who returns lost items to the owner and writes a statement? It's clearly illogical. Lu Yongnian, not us but you. Thank you. Then why did you make him write it? Naturally, it's bait. Otherwise, how would you fish? But Lin Nian didn't tell Lu Yongnian. She quickly took a match to the restroom and burned the statement. When she came back, she had Lu Yongnian throw the ink pad out the window. The next morning, the train police came to find Lin Nian. Comrade. This comrade says you extorted some money and tickets from him. Please cooperate with the investigation. When Lin Nian saw Sui Jianmin standing behind the train police, she thought to herself that this dog had indeed been guessed correctly by her. The provocation in Sui Jianmin's eyes was hard to conceal. Lin Nian was indeed meticulous. But unfortunately, she encountered him. He was not fully prepared. How could he bring the troublemaker Xiaolon onto the train? Comrade, you've made a mistake. It was them who caused trouble all day yesterday. Isn't that enough? Lin Nian looked surprised. Her eyes filled with shock as she glanced at Sui Jiaming. It was as if she couldn't believe he dared to report to the train police. The train police said, regardless of whether it's a mistake or not, we need to investigate to find out. Lin Nian. So if you investigate and find that I didn't do such a thing, wouldn't he be guilty of defamation? The train police nodded. That is for sure. Lin Nian provocatively glanced at Sui Jiaming. Since that is the case, you can investigate. Sui Jiaming thought Lin Nian was acting so confidently because of the statement he wrote, thinking to himself that she could smile now. But soon she would only be able to cry. Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan were taken away separately, with male and female train police searching them. The remaining train police began searching their bunks and luggage. In the end, they found nothing. When Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan were brought back, the train police shook their heads at each other. Nothing. Sui Jiaming's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Comrade, you need to search more carefully, otherwise. They must have accomplices who move the money and tickets. The train police also considered this possibility, but at the moment there was no evidence. And they had no reason to send Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan for questioning at the front station. Lin Nian said, Comrade, I want to accuse him of defamation. The things he mentioned are not on us, but his defamation of us is a fact. Comrade Lu Yongnan and I are educated youth sent to the countryside. You just checked all our documents and know where we are sent. The charges Sui Jiaming is accusing us of, after we leave, you can continue to investigate. If you find that we have accomplices or other criminal evidence, you can arrest us anytime at our rural location. If not, then his act of false accusation and defamation cannot be tolerated and must be severely punished. I am a child of a martyr. My father sacrificed his life, and I responded to the call to inherit my father's wish to serve the people by going to the most difficult and laborious places in the countryside. Yet, I am falsely accused and framed like this. We were originally traveling peacefully, but as soon as Comrade Sui Jiaming and others got on the train, they began to bully us. Last night, after Comrade Xiao Lan poured water on my bunk, Comrade Sui Jiaming came to apologize, asking for my forgiveness and requesting that I not report to the train police. I, being soft-hearted, agreed. I didn't expect to be falsely accused of defamation early this morning. I suspect that they harbor animosity towards the children of workers, and it's not excessive to say they harbor animosity towards the children of martyrs, right? Comrade, I want nothing. I just want justice. At this moment, the onlookers also began to testify for Lin Nian, confirming her words. Sui Jiaming gepanikt. An unprecedented fear surrounded him. He couldn't bear the two labels of hating the children of workers and hating the children of martyrs. They would crush his neck. The scale in the hearts of the train police instantly tipped towards Lin Nian. One was a child of a martyr responding to the call, and the other was a raucous woman with a spoiled demeanor. Who was more trustworthy, it was evident. Comrade Lin Nian, rest assured, we will not wrong a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. Chapter 24. Joys and Sorrows Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I wrongly accuse Comrade Lin Nian. Sui Jiaming admitted defeat and quickly changed his tone. I am willing to compensate. Lin Nian sneered. Stop using your capitalist ways to corrupt the children of workers. Misunderstanding? If you say you thought you saw me steal your money, I can accept that as a misunderstanding. But you keep insisting that I extorted you and even forced you to write some kind of ridiculous proof, fabricating it with details. That's not a misunderstanding. It's outright slander and framing. Upon hearing this, Sui Jiaming's expression quickly darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Lin Nian, do you really want to make this so extreme? Leave a way out for people, so we can meet again in the future. Lin Nian looked at Sui Jiaming as if she had heard a great joke. This comrade really has a big face. Why do I want to make things extreme? Aren't you the one who framed me? If your framing succeeded, my life would be ruined. If I encountered a severe crackdown, I could end up in serious trouble, or worse. And you come to me saying I'm being extreme? Weren't you the one who started it? I simply couldn't tolerate your sister's spoiled temper, and you thought of harming me, the orphan of a martyr. Your heart is so venomous. My kindness towards you is irresponsible to other comrades. Who knows who else will provoke your sister and then face your retaliation? Well said. The onlookers applauded Lin Nian's words, feeling she was absolutely right. These people were toxic, and anyone could fall victim. Comrade, we cannot tolerate him. This kind of evil must be stopped. We cannot let this menace remain in society to continue harming people. The cold handcuffs were placed on Sui Jiaming's wrists. Sui Jiaming was completely thrown off. Later, the conductor who had benefited from Sui Jiaming was afraid he would expose her, so she came to tidy up Sui Jiaming's bunk, planning to secretly hide the envelope in his bedding and then take it out in front of others to prove she hadn't taken any money. This person was terrible, marking on the money and receipts. As a result, while tidying up, the conductor found another envelope containing a large stack of money and tickets. She quickly took it to the train police and handed over her envelope as well. When the police looked at it, they found that the money and tickets in one of the envelopes matched exactly what Sui Jiaming had reported. One of the train policemen said, "It seems he wanted to frame someone, but the evidence was placed in the wrong spot. There's still another one. I wonder who else he wants to frame." The conductor breathed a sigh of relief. Frame who? It's obviously to frame me. Even if he doesn't frame me, he would definitely use this to coerce me into doing something against my conscience. This kind of passenger is too bad. I will never dare to accept benefits from passengers again. The train police took statements from Lin Nian, Lu Yongnan, and the passengers in the compartment. And when they reached the next station, they took Sui Jiaming away. When Sui Jiaming was taken away, his gaze at Lin Nian was very chilling. The carriage returned to quietness. Seeing Lu Yongnan looking at her, always seeming to want to say something but stopping short, Lin Nian quietly asked when there was no one nearby, "Do you think I'm too harsh?" If a woman isn't harsh, her position is unstable, especially in the 1970s. I live alone. If I don't raise my defenses, am I waiting to be bullied to death? Lu Yongnan shook his head. No, but they clearly have a background. And that background must be quite powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have raised such an arrogant girl. I'm afraid they will find trouble for you. For me? Lin Nian replied. If we do nothing and accept their apology, we'll have already established a grudge. They won't let us off easily. This incident shows how ruthless they can be. In fact, as long as Sui Jiaming doesn't think of harming me, he won't have any issues at all. So it's better to let them know from the start that we are not easy to mess with. Lu Yongnan said. Third brother, you wanted to protect this girl? She is more likely to protect me. You're right. Lu Yongnan said. I was narrow-minded. The barefoot don't fear the one in shoes. Both he and Lin Nian are barefoot, so why be afraid? In the following days, Xiaolan, who might have been the one holding her back, was arrested, and no one could control her. She rushed in front of Lin Nian and went wild, only to be dragged away by hands.Her. Lin Nian noticed that the group of four had now turned into a duo, and one person was missing. It seemed that person must have gotten off the train with Sui Jiaming to help him out. However, she couldn't manage that. It was best for these people not to provoke her. They say ants can't move elephants, but if ants crawl into an elephant's nose and bite incessantly, even the elephant can't stand it. The train finally arrived in the eastern province, and by the time they reached, it was already night. However, the comrades waiting to pick them up had no intention of letting them rest. They directly put them on a truck that bumped and jolted all night, arriving at the county below, and then they had to switch to tractors, heading to various villages. This ordeal exhausted the young people, each one looking pale, like eggplants hit by frost, utterly wilted. Lin Nian felt the same, while Lu Yongnan was better off. Though he didn't talk much, he took good care of Lin Nian throughout the journey. Lin Nian felt this was the reason they had gone through hardships together on the train. What made Lin Nian happy was that Lu Yongnan was actually assigned to the same place as her, in the 8th Brigade, 2nd Team. Having a familiar person to team up with calmed her anxious heart a lot. Although she hadn't spent many days with Lu Yongnan, she felt he was reliable and solid. With happy things, there are naturally also troubling things. Xiaolan and hands.Her were also assigned to the 8th Brigade, 2nd Team. Everyone sat together on the bullock cart, with Xiaolan glaring at Lin Nian the whole way, almost popping her eyes out. There were 7 people in this batch arriving in Qianjin village, 8th Brigade, namely Lin Nian, Lu Yongnan, Xiaolan, hands.Her, Lu Jingya, Wang Xiangqian, and Huang Yufeng. 3 women and 4 men. Huang Yufeng pandered to Xiaolan the whole way, while hands.Her was surrounded by the other 3 young men, chatting with him. Because these 2 were well-dressed and had a lot of luggage, the snacks they shared looked very high-end. Their family backgrounds were clearly not bad. Xiaolon didn't share with Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan, so everyone understood there was a rift between them, leading to a spontaneous isolation of Lu Yongnan and Lin Nian. By the time they reached the village, it was almost dark. The brigade leader and the village committee members were waiting at the village entrance to receive them. After the brigade leader said a few words, he let the old, educated youths take them to the youth station to settle in. When they arrived at the youth station, it was completely dark, and weak light seeped from each room, but it wasn't enough to let everyone see the little courtyard of the youth station clearly. Xiaolon was unhappy and complained, "What kind of broken place is this? How come there isn't even an electric light?" Chapter 25, New Arrival Who Says It's Not. Each room has just 1 or 2 kerosene lamps, a small courtyard, 3 rooms for male educated youth, and 2 for female educated youth. Now, 7 new people have arrived, and they have to squeeze into each room. Moreover, the room only has a large common bed. When Xiaolon entered the room and saw it, she couldn't stand it and stomped her feet, saying, "Is this a place for people to sleep? This is a pigsty." The older, educated youth. "So you're saying they're all pigs?" A tall female, educated youth rolled her eyes. "If it's not a place for people to sleep, then don't sleep." Xiaolon angrily turned to leave. "I won't sleep. I won't sleep." Sure, Hepping quickly followed her. Having one troublemaker leave was a good thing for Lin Nian. There are 2 temporary leaders at the educated youth point, a man named Xiao Guoyang and a woman named Zhang Hongying. Xiao Guoyang chased after them with 2 others, while Zhang Hongying assigned Lin Nian and Huang Yufeng to the dormitory of the tall Yang Chunlan, with Lin Nian and Huang Yufeng joining. The female educated youth dormitory now has 4 people on each side, and no one could pick out any faults. Everyone introduced themselves and then went to tidy up their living space. Zhang Hongying warmly introduced to Lin Nian and Huang Yufeng. Each person has a cabinet. You could buy a lock later. Keep your valuables safe. Otherwise, if something goes missing, it could cause conflicts and affect comradeship. At this moment, there was still hot water in the pot in the kitchen. If you're tired from the journey, you can go get some hot water to wash up. However, if you want to use hot water in the future, you'll have to boil it yourself. Also, everyone eats together at the educated youth point, but each person's rations are managed individually. Then, at lunchtime and dinner, you pack your food into boxes and steam them together. The stove is also communal, so everyone takes turns gathering firewood. Each person must bring in a load of firewood every week. The same goes for water. There are 2 large water tanks in the kitchen, and everyone takes turns fetching water. Whoever's turn it is responsible for filling both tanks. Hearing Zhang Hongying say this, Lin Nian felt that the leaders on the male educated youth side were somewhat capable, as they clearly defined responsibilities for work, and the meals were individually managed, avoiding the big pot cooking style, which would reduce a lot of conflicts. Quite good. Now that you're here, I'll assign you to fetch water tomorrow. No need to assign firewood, since you just have to bring a load back and register with me. Lin Nian. Thank you, Sister Hongying. I'm completely in the dark being here for the first time. I'll have to ask you for guidance later. She was sweet-talking and smiling, looking very well-behaved. Zhang Hongying smiled and said, "You're welcome. Just come and ask me if you have any questions later. It was getting late. You should tidy up and rest." Lin Nian chose a spot at the end of the Kong, where no one was sleeping, keeping a distance from the others. As for whether it would be cold in winter, it didn't matter. She didn't plan to live in a collective setting for long. She would stay for now and see how it goes. Later, she would find a way to move out to live alone. She took out the things she would need daily and placed them on a large table by the window, then locked her food, toiletries, and clothes in the Kong cabinet. She had bought a lockhead in advance. She heard Huang Yufeng mumble, "It's not anything valuable." "Who are you guarding against?" Lin Nian replied without hesitation, "Whoever mumbles. I guard against whom. The stuff may not be valuable, but you can't stop someone with shallow eyes from being interested." Yang Chunlan and another older educated youth, Sun Yanhua, exchanged glances, already clashing after just arriving. "Our room is going to be lively." Huang Yufeng was furious. "You." Lin Nian took an 8-pound water bottle to the kitchen to fetch water. "What? Didn't you hear Sister Hongying say to lock it up to avoid misunderstandings? If you don't want to lock it, that's your business. Just don't blame our room if something goes missing later." Yang Chunlan said, "Lin Nian is right. All 3 of us in this room are locking up, and you're not. If something goes missing later, don't blame us." Sun Yanhua also nodded in agreement. Huang Yufeng then realized that her mumbling had offended the older educated youth as well. She could only awkwardly explain, I wasn't talking about you. Yang Chunlan rolled her eyes. Huang Yufeng felt embarrassed and had to take her basin to the kitchen to fetch hot water. As soon as she stepped out, Sun Yanhua whispered to Yang Chunlan, Look, these two newcomers. Huang Yufeng must come from a poor family. Her things are all very old, and her porcelain basin has a lot of chips. Lin Nian must come from a good family. All her things are new, especially that 8-pound hot water bottle. It's just too tempting. Living in the same room, there will definitely be times when we can benefit from it. Yang Chunlan shot a glare at Sun Yanhua. Stop thinking about benefiting from others all day. Just by looking at Lin Nian, she doesn't seem like someone easy to deal with. Sun Yanhua didn't think so. They were living in the same room. And as long as she had a good attitude, Lin Nian would surely be friendly to her. When Lin Nian returned with the water, she took out some snacks, ate a couple of pieces, and drank some hot water before washing up. At this moment, there were sounds coming from outside the yard. Lin Nian perked up her ears to listen. It turned out that the people who had chased after Xiaolan and Shi Heping had returned. She heard them say that these two wouldn't be living at the educated youth point, but would stay at the brigade leader's house. Everyone was amazed. Coming here and being able to live at the brigade leader's house, it seemed that these two had quite a background. It's worth noting that the brigade leader of their 8th Brigade was not someone who would coddle the delicate. Speaking of Xiaolan, Huang Yufeng got excited and glanced at Lin Nian, saying sarcastically, Speaking of which, Comrade Xiaolan is quite generous. She shared the snacks she brought from the capital with us on the bullock cart. Those snacks were the best I've ever had. And Comrade Xiaolan said they were from a time-honored brand in the capital, made by a master chef whose ancestors were imperial cooks. However, some people with bad character didn't get any from her. This was a veiled jab at Lin Nian, who ignored her, thinking it was better to sleep than engage with her. So tired, Sun Yanhua immediately got excited. Oh, so it turns out Comrade Xiaolan comes from cadre family? Huang Yufeng nodded, definitely a cadre, and a high-ranking one. Sun Yanhua was astonished. Wow, this is something. How could the child of a high-ranking cadre come to such a remote place? Huang Yufeng, who knows? But children from such families usually have good lives no matter where they go. Yang Chunlan was tired of their endless chatter. All right. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to blow out the lamp and sleep. The kerosene was bought collectively. Upon hearing that kerosene had to be contributed for, Huang Yufeng quickly said, Then hurry up and blow it out. I'm not doing anything else. We're here to support rural construction. Shouldn't these things be provided by the village? Yang Chunlan, you know we are supporting rural construction. How can you not buy your own and use the villagers? Aren't you embarrassed? Huang Yufeng was instantly at a loss for words. Sun Yanhua tried to smooth things over. Oh, Chunlan, Yufeng just arrived and doesn't know. Just explain nicely. No need to be so fierce. Yufeng, don't take it to heart. Chunlan doesn't have any bad intentions. She just speaks a bit straightforwardly. Lin Nian, lying in her quilt, yawned. Before sleeping, she firmly decided to move out as soon as possible. The collective dormitory was just too noisy. Chapter 26, wearing small shoes the next day, Lin Nian was awakened by the sound of gong. When the gong rang 3 times, it was time to go to work, and being late would result in a deduction of work points. After a long journey and only 1 night's sleep, how could she recover? But Lin Nian still got up. After all, she had just arrived and couldn't make exceptions. She didn't want to give anyone something to gossip about. After washing up, she heard Yang Chunlan say, You just arrived in the village and haven't received any transitional rations. Just hold on for now, or borrow some coarse grain buns from other comrades to tide you over until you get the relief grain, and then you can return it. Lin Nian thanked her, took out 2 pieces of snacks, and mixed a cup of malt milk powder. The aroma of the malt milk powder was quite strong, filling the entire room as soon as she poured hot water over it. Huang Yufeng swallowed hard, casting a jealous glance at Lin Nian, while Sun Yanhua, with a smiling face, sat down beside Lin Nian, her eyes shining as she looked at Lin Nian's enamel cup. Oh, it's malt milk powder. Ever since I came to the countryside, I haven't tasted malt milk powder. It smells so good. Lin Nian replied, It really is fragrant. Sun Yanhua said, No, given that I'm like this, shouldn't you offer me a little to try? Lin Nian, I'm really craving it. Can you give me a bit to taste? Later. I'll help you with your work. Only then did Lin Nian nod. All right. Sun Yanhua reached out to grab Lin Nian's enamel cup. But Lin Nian picked up the cup. You go get your cup. Speaking of working, why not help me carry a tub of water when it's my turn to fetch water? As soon as Sun Yanhua got her own enamel cup, her smile froze on her face. A tub of water would require carrying 3 full loads. Well, Lin Nian, isn't a tub of water too much? It's just a little malt milk powder. Lin Nian blinked her innocent eyes. Su Jiqing, it's just a tub of water. Oh dear. Sun Yanhua was choked. You say it's just a little malt milk powder, but she says it's just a tub of water. Sigh, malt milk powder requires a ticket, but water doesn't. After Lin Nian finished speaking, she took a sip from her enamel cup. So fragrant. It was impossible to get it for free. Even if her heart was big, Lin Nian couldn't afford it. Sun Yanhua's face darkened. At that moment, Yang Chunlon walked over, slamming her large enamel cup on the table. I'll fetch you 2 tubs of water. Lin Nian quickly opened the cabinet, took out the malt milk powder, and scooped 4 full spoons into Yang Chunlon's enamel cup. Pouring boiling water over it, the rich aroma instantly spread, making the other 2 in the room drool. No matter how much they craved it, there was nothing they could do. Since they didn't have any, they could only swallow hard. Finally, the sour-faced Huang Yufeng borrowed 2 coarse grain buns from the equally sour-faced Sun Yanhua, gagging and rolling her eyes. If Sun Yanhua hadn't been eating the same thing, she would have thought Sun Yanhua was deliberately fooling her. Sun Yanhua said to her, "You just arrived and don't know. Life in the countryside is tough. Workers have grain rations, but farmers do not. At the end of the year, the work points don't amount to much grain, and all the fine grain has to be exchanged for coarse grain to ensure there is something to eat every day." Huang Yufeng was dumbfounded. But my mom said that the countryside grows food and doesn't lack for it. Sun Yanhua looked at her with sympathetic eyes. Another girl who had been deceived by her family and brought to the countryside. When the gong rang for the second time, everyone began to head outside. Not directly to the fields, but to the supply room. They had to go to the supply room to collect farming tools first, and, after finishing their work, they also had to return the tools and register their work points at the supply room. With the friendship forged over a cup of malt milk powder, Yang Chunlon called Lin Nian to go together and talk to her about many things regarding the production team and the educated youth camp along the way. Lin Nian asked her questions, and she answered them one by one. When they arrived at the supply room, the team leader held a worn-out loudspeaker to his mouth and shouted, "New educated youths who arrived yesterday, come to the front." Lin Nian and the others stepped forward, while Huang Yufeng deliberately distanced herself from Lin Nian and leaned toward Xiaolon. Xiaolon was certainly happy to see Lin Nian being sidelined. Lin Nian's good days were still ahead. That dead girl caused her cousin to be captured. Just wait and see. She makes sure to deal with her. After the team leader's lengthy speech, he started assigning tasks to the new educated youths. Since you just arrived for the first few days, you will follow along with some easier tasks to get familiar. But you need to get familiar quickly. In a few days, during the autumn harvest, you must exert all your strength. As long as you are not dead tired, you must go to the fields. After speaking, he paused and began assigning tasks. The male educated youths were assigned field work, which didn't sound too heavy, while the female educated youths received tasks for weeding and cutting grass for pigs and cows. Only Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan's tasks weren't announced. Lin Nian met Xiaolan's triumphant gaze and knew she had done something. Sure enough, the team leader said to the 2 of them, "Comrade Lu Yongnan will dig a fish pond, and Comrade Lin Nian will carry manure." As soon as his words fell, everyone looked at Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan, knowing they had been targeted. The 2 poor souls, how did they offend the team leader as soon as they arrived? Digging a fish pond was the most exhausting work, and carrying manure was the smelliest. However, since you just learned to work and aren't skilled yet, for the first week, you can only earn half of the work points. Once you become proficient in your tasks, you can earn full points. When he finished speaking, Lin Nian clapped enthusiastically. Great. Everyone thought, is this girl a bit foolish? How can she be so happy about being assigned to carry manure? But Lin Nian's next words, truly deserving of the team leader. The awareness is high. Thank you, team leader, for assigning me the dirtiest and heaviest work. As the child of a martyr, I came to the countryside to undergo training. The team leader's good intentions must be written in a thank you letter and sent to the town and county committees. Then, I'll send a few letters to the newspaper. The team leader's impartial approach and strict training of a martyr's orphan is commendable. I take pride in doing dirty work, and I will not disappoint the team leader's expectations. Growth starts with being a manure carrier. Everyone thought. They have a narrow view. This girl is not foolish at all. The team leader. He suddenly looked at Xiaolon. This girl hadn't told him how difficult Lin Nian was to deal with. Nor had she told him that this girl was the child of a martyr. Xiaolon retorted confidently. So what if she's the child of a martyr? There are plenty of martyrs. Is she that precious? The team leader then looked at Shi Heping, who averted his gaze guiltily. This girl had even tricked Sui Jiaming. She was indeed formidable. If possible, he didn't want to be matched against Lin Nian. But Xiaolon couldn't swallow her pride. The team leader, Bao Xiangdong, quickly exchanged glances with the production team's leader, thinking, damn it, the children of martyrs coming to the countryside are being targeted. He couldn't bear that hat. The team leader understood, jumping in to say, Team leader, we have enough people carrying manure. It wouldn't be good to add another. Bao Xiangdong cooperatively frowned. Oh, in that case, Comrade Lin Nian can go pull grass instead. Just please don't write a thank you letter, dear lady. And sending it to the newspaper? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Lin Nian asked in disappointment. Oh, I can't carry manure anymore. Chapter 27. Countering the move then. I'll go dig the fish pond with Comrade Lu Yongnan. Even if I die from exhaustion there, I will do it willingly. After all, it's for serving the people. I want to inherit my father's glorious beliefs and traditions. Squad leader Ding Qiangxing quickly said, there are already enough people digging the fish pond. Lin Yin smiled and said, then I'll swap with Comrade Lu Yongnan. Don't worry, brigade leader, if I switch to digging the fish pond, I will still write a thank you letter. My aunt works at the newspaper. She will definitely get my thank you letter published. Ding Qiangxing didn't even think before saying to Bao Xiangdong, brigade leader, there are really enough people digging the fish pond, and there's no way to fit in Comrade Lu Yongnan. Bao Xiangdong took a deep breath. Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, it would affect others' work points. So, Lu Yongnan, you go with Lin Yin to pull weeds. If we talk about principles, the educated youth going to the countryside naturally have to do any kind of work. Whatever work the organization assigns you, you must do it. There is no qualification to be picky. Besides, it's all about contributing. Work doesn't differentiate between high or low status. But the reality is that the dispatch personnel are assigned the dirtiest and most exhausting tasks. It doesn't make sense to treat the orphans of martyrs as if they were dispatched personnel. What people think of at first glance is that it's unfair to the children of revolutionary martyrs. Just like when Lin Yin mentioned on the train that Sui Jiaming was allegedly persecuting the children of martyrs, it immediately attracted the attention of the train police. Bao Xiangdong didn't dare to go too far before figuring out Lin Yin's background. In the first confrontation, Lin Yin won decisively. Xiaolon was furious. She exchanged 2 bottles of milk powder and a can of formula for Bao Xiangdong's targeting of Lu Yongnan and Lin Yin during the work assignment, only to be easily countered by Lin Yin's few words. She was really angry. Ever since getting on the train and encountering Lin Yin, she had been unlucky. Not a single thing went smoothly. Lin Yin was truly her nemesis. Xiao Jiqing. I'm now in the same room as Lin Jiqing. And this person is extremely sharp-tongued and stingy. Huang Yufeng, seeing Xiaolan's furious expression, leaned over to whisper to her. She wasn't stupid. Xiaolon stayed at the brigade leader's house last night, and today Lin Yin and Lu Yongnan were targeted. Combining this with the deliberate neglect on the bullet card, Huang Yufeng could guess that it was Xiaolon who had manipulated things, which is why the brigade leader acted this way. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for the brigade leader to be looking for trouble. Xiaolon raised an eyebrow and looked at Huang Yufeng. She had seen many people like Huang Yufeng. She had never lacked such people around her since she was a child. Such people would proactively help her deal with those she didn't like without her needing to say anything. Back in school, any boy or girl she disliked would soon disappear from school, no longer bothering her. Be careful if you're living with her. After saying that, she pulled out 2 large white rabbit milk candies from her bag and handed them to Huang Yufeng. Here, take these to eat. You've been wronged. Huang Yufeng's eyes lit up. Wow, it's white rabbit. 7 milk candies equal a cup of milk. Xiaolon was really generous, and her family background was indeed solid. Huang Yufeng felt she had made the right choice in allying with her and became even more enthusiastic about slandering Lin Nian. Xiaolan listened with great interest, occasionally agreeing to show her disdain for Lin Nian, ensuring Huang Yufeng understood her stance. When we go back to town, I'll treat everyone in your dormitory to a meal at the state-run restaurant, Xiaolan said to Huang Yufeng. Huang Yufeng instantly understood that Xiaolan meant to treat everyone in the dormitory except Lin Nian. Okay, I will definitely pass on your message, Huang Yufeng said happily. Just hearing about the state-run restaurant makes my mouth water. Once the work assignments were done, the squad leaders distributed the new educated youths to the villagers to help with work. Bao Xiangdong walked up to Lin Nian and casually asked her, "Comrade Lin Nian, why didn't you mention earlier that you're the child of a martyr? What's your father's name? And how did he sacrifice himself?" Lin Nian smiled and said loudly, "Brigade leader. I can show you my father's martyr certificate later. It clearly states everything. But I consider myself quite lucky. Although I lost my biological father, my adoptive father is also great. He is the director of the steel factory. My mother works in the union. They didn't want me to go to the countryside, and I signed up without telling them. My biological father is a martyr. I cannot tarnish his name. I know the countryside is tough, and the work is hard, but the vast majority of farmer comrades can persist day after day. I have no reason not to." The surrounding villagers thought, "Hey, her family condition is not bad. But this girl can't be a fool, can she?" While other educated youths are doing everything they can to return to the city, she's secretly signing up to go to the countryside. But it won't be long before this girl regrets it. And that Xiao Jiqing living in the brigade leader's house is the same. It won't be long before she can't stand country life. After hearing Lin Nian's words, Bao Xiangdong quickly calculated in his mind. Xiaolan hadn't mentioned her background, but her sidekick Shi Heping's parents were both officials in the capital. Shi Heping had told him that Xiaolan was just being sent to the countryside by her elders to experience rural hardships, and it wouldn't be long before her elders would bring her back. He also promised that if Bao Xiangdong took good care of Xiaolan when she left, he could give Bao a formal job quota at a local county factory. These two young people were well-dressed and well-fed, and they casually took out expensive milk powder and milk without hesitation. Both wore watches on their wrists, clearly indicating their exceptional family conditions. Bao Xiangdong chose to trust Shi Heping. Now, after hearing about Lin Nian's family situation, his inclination shifted unhesitatingly toward Xiaolan. Lin Nian's family condition was good, but still far inferior to Xiaolan's. With this comparison clear, he became less enthusiastic about Lin Nian. The young girl didn't know her place. She dared to confront him as soon as she arrived. Just wait. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with her later. She was still very young and naive. Once in the countryside, it was his territory. Dealing with a city girl who had little experience would be incredibly easy. All right, go to your work. Recognize the crops from the weeds. Don't pull the crops out. He whispered a few words to the villager who was taking Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan to pull weeds and then left. The villager took Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan to the field that needed weeding, taught them to distinguish between grass and crops, and then told them how many acres of weeds they needed to pull before leaving. As he left, he looked back at them with sympathy. Lu Yongnan looked at the vast expanse of fields and said, "There's no way we can finish this area with just the two of us." Lin Nian shrugged, "It's okay. We'll do as much as we can. If we can't finish it, we won't finish it. As long as they don't stop us from working. Worst case, they just deduct our work points. But you're not someone who relies on work points for food." Lu Yongnan. True. He indeed doesn't rely on work points for sustenance. He came here intending to just pass the time, mainly to quietly take care of the old leader of Sange. Chapter 28 Little Friends, Thank You. Lu Yongnan said to Lin Nian, "If it weren't for you, I would have to go dig a fish pond. Anyway, pulling grass is much easier than digging a fish pond." Lin Nian put on her straw hat and gloves and said, "Why are you being so polite to me? We are all in the same boat now. With Xiaolan's temperament, she won't let us off easy, and there will be more of this kind of thing in the future." She bent down and started pulling grass, while Lu Yongnan glanced at her and moved to a farther spot to pull grass. In the distance, Lin Daqiang was working when he heard his mother calling him from the ridge. He put down his hoe and said to a tall man beside him, You stay here and dig the land. Don't run around." Lin Daqiang nodded vigorously. Daqiang will be good. Daqiang won't run around. The second son of the Lin family is a fool, but he is strong, and he can still earn a full 10 work points working with his older brother. Lin Daqiang then limped over to the ridge. Mom, what is the matter? He took off the torn towel from his shoulder and wiped his face. Aunt Chu looked at her son anxiously and said, I heard someone say the new educated youth Lin has a father who is a martyr. You go find out what her father's name is. Also, did you see that girl this morning? Does she look like your third brother? Lin Daqiang shook his head. How could I keep an eye on the female educated youth? Mom, you're thinking too much. If the daughter of the third brother is willing to recognize us, even if she can't come back to her hometown, she can still write to us. Aunt Chu became anxious and slapped Lin Daqiang's shoulder. When the third son sacrificed, she was only a few years old. What does she know? Her mother must have hidden it from her. Lin Daqiang sighed. Mom, since you understand, you should know that even if the third son's family wants to send the girl to the countryside, they won't let her come here. Aunt Chu understood all these reasons, but she still wanted to ask. What a coincidence. She has the surname Lin, and her father is a martyr. Aunt Chu muttered. Back then, the third son was the one who studied well, got into university, and became the golden phoenix that flew out of their valley. After graduating from university, he stayed in Rongqing, and apart from sending money home, he never returned. He only mentioned getting married and having children in a letter, and later, he sacrificed. Aunt Chu once blamed her son a lot, but the eldest son always advised her, saying that the family relied on the third son's remittances and tickets during those difficult years. The third son was also helpless. He had to obey the organization's arrangements. Hearing his mother say this, Lin Daqiang sighed. Otherwise, Mom, you can ask directly. The team leader has sent them to the west to pull grass. As soon as Aunt Chu heard this, she hurriedly went towards the western field. When she arrived at the field, she searched for a while before finding Lin Nian, who was squatting down pulling grass hidden behind the crops. Girl, what is your father's name? Upon hearing someone asking her, Lin Nian quickly stood up and turned around. The person was a frail old lady with completely white hair and a slightly hunched back, who stared at her as if trying to see a flower from her. She asked so directly, without any preamble, showing how anxious she was. Lin Nian, my father's name is Lin Jianjun. She made up a name. Now was not the time for family recognition. The matter with Bao Xiangdong had not been resolved, and recognizing family now would bring trouble. It would be like alarming the snake in the grass. She asked Bao Xiangdong if he wanted to see the martyr certificate, but she didn't really want to show him. Moreover, Lin Nian didn't understand this family well and didn't dare to recognize them casually. What if they were a family of troublemakers? That would be a headache. Regardless, she had to help the old Lin family get their money back. This way, whether she recognized them later or not, it would count as repaying a favor to the original owner. Lin Jianjun. Aunt Chu raised her hand to wipe away a tear. He was not her third son. Her third son's name was Lin Changzhen. Well, little girl, if you don't mind, just call me Grandma Chu. My son is also a martyr, and you also have the surname Lin. He also has the surname Lin. This is all fate. If you encounter any difficulties in the village in the future, just come find Grandma Chu. I will definitely help. With her own son being a martyr, the old lady had a kind of affection for the children of martyrs. Okay, Lin Yin smiled in response. If I have difficulties, I will definitely come to find Grandma. After Grandma Chu left, Lin Yin continued to bend down and pull grass. To be honest, doing farm work was really tiring. Bending down for so long, she felt like her back was about to break. Next time, she needed to bring a small stool. Lin Yin felt a bit regretful. She should have asked Grandma Chu if they had any spare small stools at home that she could exchange for something. Snacks, candy, or enamel jars would be fine. She had plenty of those. Sigh, in the countryside, where is there a place without work? Pulling grass was already relatively easy work. After persisting for a while, Lin Yin stood up to stretch her sore back and saw several children hiding in her field, also pulling grass. She shouted, "Little friends, you're pulling in the wrong place. This field is mine to pull." The children heard her voice and looked up, smiling. "Sister Lin, we didn't pull in the wrong place. We can't help you pull grass. Grandma sent us. Anyway, this grass can also be used as pig feed, and we can still exchange work points." 3 little radish heads, true radish heads, with big heads and thin necks, obviously malnourished for a long time. However, the eyes of the 3 children were very bright and clear, making one unable to help but want to get close. Could this be the power of blood ties? She was closer in blood to Zhang Cuifang, but Zhang Cuifang treated her like an enemy. It should be that the children looked innocent, with no calculations in their eyes, which made her feel goodwill. Hearing what they said, Lin Nian knew it was Grandma Chu who sent them. Thank you. Lin Nian waved to them. You pull towards me, and I pull towards you. It won't be long before we meet. The children responded in unison. Okay. Lin Nian also bent down to continue pulling grass. When a few of them gathered in the field, Lin Nian looked up and saw the children working very carefully. The rows they had pulled were clean, without any weeds. She took off her gloves and pulled out a few fruit candies from her pocket to share with the 3 children. Here you go. Candy. The children looked at the candies in Lin Nian's palm and swallowed hard. But they still shook their heads. We don't want it. Lin Nian unwrapped a piece of candy and put it in her mouth. The children's eyes all fell on her mouth, and they swallowed even harder. If you don't want it, then don't pull grass in my field. If you don't want to be my friends, then don't help me pull grass. Good friends not only help each other, but also share with each other. You help me, and I share candy with you, but you don't want it. Sigh. I'm so sad. The children couldn't withstand Lin Nian's coaxing and quickly said, We want it, we want it. We want to be friends with sister. Lin Nian stretched her hand in front of them. Then let us eat candy together, one for each person. Chapter 29, 3 eggs, 3 children each of them got a piece of candy. Hold on tight, eat the big brothers. The eldest peeled off the candy wrapper, bit off a small piece of the candy, and then handed the almost intact candy to the second child. The second child only took a small bite and then stuffed the remaining large piece into the mouth of the third child. So sweet. The third child squinted his eyes and exclaimed. He couldn't help but laugh, happy like a little mouse that had successfully stolen some oil. The eldest and the second child smacked their lips. Indeed sweet. Although it didn't last long, it was sweet. A long-awaited sweetness. Candy was given, and Lin Nian didn't care how the 3 children divided it. She asked, What are your names? Sister, I'm called Linda Dan, he.s. Dan, and this is Sandan. Hello, Dadan, Dan, and Sandan. I'm Lin Nian. Nice to meet you. Lin Nian smiled and reached out her hand to shake hands with the children. The 3 eggs had seen handshakes in movies, so they were excited, rubbing their little hands on their bodies, then seriously shaking Lin Nian's hand up and down. Comrade Dadan, you've worked hard. Dadan, not hard, serving the people. Comrade Dan, you've worked hard. Dan, not hard, serving the people. Comrade Sandan, you've worked hard. Sandan shook his head vigorously. Not hard. I got candy. Dadan and Dan, patiently correcting their younger brother. You should say serving the people. That's how it's done in the movies. You should know that when the movie team went to the countryside, they chased the projection team, going from village to watch. Grandma said that during those days of movie screenings, their legs got thinner from all the running. With candy in his mouth, Sandan mumbled, Serving the people. Because he shouted this, some saliva leaked out, and the little boy quickly sucked it back. He couldn't waste it. It was sweet. Lin Nian. Ha 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 ha. These 3 eggs are simply too cute. Seeing her laugh, the 3 eggs laughed along. For a moment, laughter echoed in the fields, catching the attention of Lu Yongnan, who straightened up to look over. The gong signaling the end of the workday rang, and the 3 children ran home. Once at home, Dan rushed in front of Lin Daong. Dad, bend down. Lin Daong obediently bent down, and the child stuffed the peeled fruit candy into his mouth. The sweetness suddenly flooded Lin Daong's mouth. His eyes lit up instantly, clapping his hands and bouncing around the yard. Candy. Eating candy. Daong has candy to eat. The family laughed at his antics. Aunt Chu was laughing when a piece of candy was shoved into her mouth, the sweet taste hitting her unexpectedly. And she heard Sandan's soft voice beside her. Grandma, eat candy. It's from Sister Lin. Lin Daong frowned. You child, how can you just take someone else's things? Candy is so precious. How can you be so inconsiderate? Dan drooped his shoulders after being scolded by his dad, explaining. Sister Lin said that if we didn't take the candy, she wouldn't let us help. Aunt Chu got up and pulled Dan to her side, glaring at her son. Don't be harsh on the children. It was me who asked them to help that child, Lin Nian. Lin Daong sighed and hobbled to fetch water to wash Daong's face. Lin Daong brought out a broken bowl, squatted under the porch to drink water, and asked after a sip, "Mom, did you ask that Lin educated youth what she said?" Aunt Chu said sadly. She said her dad is Lin Jianjun. Lin Dagong chewed his mouth. "Lin Jianjun? Did you see if she looks like my third brother at all?" Aunt Chu thought carefully and shook her head. "No, there is not a single bit of resemblance to your third brother." Lin Dagong said, "Then it's not him. Mom, you shouldn't dwell on this. According to policy, my third brother only has one daughter, and she can stay in the city, even if that child is disobedient and insists on going to the countryside. Our country is so big, who knows where she will be assigned." And Chu also felt it was unlikely and felt even worse. Her third son was gone, and she couldn't even see her granddaughter. Lin Daong and Lin Dagong exchanged a glance, and they didn't speak anymore. The granddaughter issue was the old lady's heartache. The old lady went to prepare food, and the children didn't idle either, dumping the grass from their baskets and using small knives to cut off the roots. The grass with roots removed could still be submitted for work points. After a while, the old lady called for dinner, and the family put down their work and entered the main room to eat. There wasn't much, just a basin of dark wild vegetable porridge. Each person scooping a bowl and eating with hoo-hoo sounds. Food had to be saved. It wouldn't be long before the autumn harvest, and it was too tiring during the harvest. So they needed to eat something dry. Educated youth point. When Lu Yongnan and Lin Nian returned, the old educated youth had already started eating. The new educated youth, except for Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan, were also eating. Lin Nian asked Zhang Hongying, "Have the others received their transitional grain?" Zhang Hongying nodded. "Yes." The brigade notified them to pick it up from the storage room. "Why, didn't you receive yours?" Lin Nian smiled. "Yes. No one came to notify me and Comrade Lu Yongnan." "Comrade Lu Yongnan, let us go to the brigade leader's house for a meal." Zhang Hongying's expression changed, and she quickly stopped Lin Nian. "Over such a trivial matter, there's no need to find the brigade leader. It's just a meal. Missing one won't kill you." Lin Nian shook her head. "Zhang, educated youth, you're mistaken. This isn't about whether it will kill us from hunger. It's about not having energy to work without food. Furthermore, it's the brigade leader's responsibility to distribute the transitional grain. Missing 2 people is a negligence on his part, and if we don't go, he won't realize his mistake. As educated youth of the new era, we cannot just stand by and watch the brigade leader make mistakes without correcting them. That's not right." Zhang Hongying, is this Lin Nian out of her mind? Doesn't she know what human feelings are? Fine, do whatever you want. If you offend the brigade leader, don't say I didn't warn you when life gets hard later." Lin Nian smiled and said, "It won't be the case. Someone trusted and entrusted with the position of brigade leader must have unquestionable ideological awareness. Zhang, educated youth, you should trust the brigade leader. Everyone." Lin Nian is out of her mind. Assessment complete. Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan went into the room to get their lunch boxes and chopsticks and walked out of the educated youth point under everyone's gaze. Huang Yufeng took the opportunity to sow discord. "Everyone, you all saw it. This Lin Nian is not to be trifled with. Everyone should be careful around her. Don't let her catch you off guard, or once she gets serious, who can stand it?" Her words and deeds struck a chord with everyone. No one wanted someone like that around them. Look at her. The brigade leader just made a slight oversight, and she brought her lunchbox to confront him. To put it bluntly, her face is really thick. Bao Xiangdong didn't expect Lin Nian to have the audacity to come to their house, sit down at the table, and start eating. Does she even care about her face anymore? Chapter 30. Returning with full load, Lin Nian completely ignored the opportunity for the village chief's family to speak. As soon as she squeezed in to sit down, she began, "Thank you, Captain, for inviting Lu Yongnan and me to dinner. The people at the educated youth point all say the captain is deliberately withholding extra rations from us to make things difficult for us and to put us at a disadvantage. But I don't think so. I believe the captain is simply not giving us extra rations because he wants to treat us to a meal. But they wouldn't believe it if I said it. After we finish eating and go back, we will use facts to slap their faces hard, leaving them speechless and feeling guilty for their narrow-minded thoughts. If you ask me, our village's captain has a level of awareness that is higher than Mount Everest. I will definitely write a letter of commendation and send it to the township to praise Captain Bao for his progressive behavior in caring for the educated youth. Let the other village captains learn from you. While speaking, Lin Nian had already scooped a lot of dishes in her lunchbox and even put 2 steamed buns into it. Bao Xiangdong, confused, said, "Well, thank you." What could he say? Should he say that it was Xiao Lan who notified them and that he had nothing to do with it? But could he blame Xiao Lan? No. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. What are you doing, girl? The captain's wife is getting bold, coming to her house to grab food. What's going on? Bao Xiangdong quickly interrupted his wife's words, cutting her off. Comrade Lin Nian, let's forget about the thank you letter. I prefer to work quietly and do my job well. You are the child of a martyr, and our team has always given preferential treatment to the children of martyrs. Treating you to a meal is a small matter, not worth mentioning. But I can't let you write a thank you letter. If that thank you letter reaches the township, won't the other village captains hate me? This Lin Nian, you could say she was a thorn, yet she was also slippery. You could say she was like an eel, yet she was prickly all over, not willing to take any losses, and very sharp. Oh, then thank you for the captain's warm hospitality. You are truly a great person. Looking at Lin Nian's overflowing lunchbox, Bao Xiangdong expressed that he didn't want to be that good person. Lu Yongnan, you should try this luncheon meat. This luncheon meat tastes good. It's a special supply canned food that can't be bought in the department store. The captain is really generous to bring out such good things to treat us. That was given by me. Lin Nian, have you no shame? Xiao Lan rushed out from the room upon hearing Lin Nian's voice. Her meal was separate. She didn't want to eat at the same table as the rural folks. So the captain's daughter-in-law had prepared the meal and sent it to her room. But hearing Lin Nian come over for dinner made her so angry that her temples were throbbing. Ah, how shameless. The luncheon meat I took out was not meant to be given to Lin Nian, but to get the captain to assign the task of notifying the new educated youth to receive extra rations to me. And what happened? I asked Huang Yufeng to run errands, and she deliberately left out Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan. In the end, the luncheon meat I took out ended up in the stomachs of these 2 annoying pests. How can I endure this? Lin Nian seemed to not hear Xiao Lan cursing her and smiled as she said, "So it was Comrade Xiao Lan who gave it to us. Comrade Xiao Lan is great. I thought the captain's family was richer than the villagers, but it turns out it was Comrade Xiao Lan's contribution. Comrade Xiao Lan is noble and selfless. This luncheon meat is definitely not meant to bribe the captain, and the captain, being clean and honest, wouldn't he accept your bribe? Speaking of which, Comrade Xiao Lan must have known that the captain wanted to treat Lu Yongnan and me to a meal, so she brought out her cherished good stuff. This kindness I will surely remember. Bao Xiangdong. Is there someone in Lin Nian's family who holds an official position in the committee? Otherwise, how could she be so adept at playing the hat-throwing game? What does it mean to be richer than the villagers and to bribe? Hearing this made him feel alarmed. Xiao Lan wanted to say nonsense, but was stopped by Sure Hepping. Comrade Lin Nian is right. Lan Lan, you go back and eat your meal. Eat, eat, eat. Are you a pig? All day long, you only know how to eat. After saying that, she forcefully shook off Sure Hepping's hand and stomped heavily on his foot, slamming the door hard as she went back inside. Sure Hepping smiled awkwardly. You all take your time eating. Comrade Xiao Lan is just like that, very straightforward. Lin Nian smiled and said, I understand. I appreciate your hard work, Comrade Sure. The word hard work coming from Lin Nian's mouth was quite ironic, making Sure Hepping recall the 2 slaps on the train. He suppressed the complex expression in his eyes and exchanged a few pleasantries before returning to his room. At this point, Lin Nian had her eyes on the chicken soup, just looking at the thick layer of oil on the soup. She knew it was made from an old hen raised for many years. Unfortunately, she didn't want to use the captain's bowl. Otherwise, she could at least drink 3 bowls. But Lin Nian was not at all polite, picking out the chicken legs, one for herself and one for Lu Yongnan. We won't disturb the captain's family from eating. We'll take this back to the educated youth point to let those gossipers see if the captain really is putting us at a disadvantage. We want them to feel genuinely guilty. After saying that, she and Lu Yongnan breezed away. Just as they stepped out the door, they heard a sharp cry from the yard. It sounded like a child's voice. Wah wah wah, my chicken leg. Grandma, you said the chicken leg was supposed to be saved for me. I don't care. I want to eat the chicken leg. I want to eat the chicken leg. Boo-hoo-hoo. My chicken leg. Lu Yongnan couldn't help but burst into laughter. To be honest, he was usually limited in showing his emotions. But Lin Nian's series of antics really made him unable to hold back. Comrade Lin Nian, I'll be relying on you to take care of me in the village from now on." After laughing, Lu Yongnin said, "Third brother, you really got it all wrong. Where did you dig up such a treasure?" "Good. Don't worry. Just follow me from now on." Lin Nian was also in a great mood. After saying that, she told Lu Yongnin, "Oh, the captain is a bit hard to get along with. Lu, when you have time, you can find out if there are any comrades in the village who can be united with." Lu Yongnin twitched his mouth. This girl had a pretty small mind, both small and cunning. She clearly wanted him to find out who in the village was the captain's adversary, just not saying it directly. If something happened later, she would definitely open her mouth. "Oh, Comrade Lu Yongnin, you misunderstood my intentions. All right, I'll go find out and see who can be united with." The person third brother wanted to protect, whatever he said, he would have to do. The two returned to the educated youth office, where the others had already finished eating. After washing their lunchboxes, they saw the two with their overflowing lunchboxes and felt hungry again. What kind of family is this? Chicken legs and luncheon meat. "You guys, you really went to the captain's house for dinner?" Huang Yufeng could hardly believe her eyes. How could this be possible? Xiaolan was at the captain's house. How could Xiaolan let Lin Nian cheat and eat for free? Lin Nian proudly raised her chin. If it's not the captain's house, whose house in the whole village could eat this well? I'm telling you, the captain's family is very warm and welcoming. And Lu Yongnian and I were just being polite. There was no way. The captain gave too much. We felt a bit embarrassed. However, Lu Yongnian and I will put our utmost enthusiasm into rural construction, and we will definitely not let down the captain's care. Chapter 31. You have changed, so have you. If you encounter difficulties, you must find the team leader. Do not feel shy. Feeling shy is an insult to the team leader. It shows a lack of respect for his caring heart towards the educated youth. Educated youths. I don't believe you. However, are they really too reserved? Just look at what Lin Nian and Lu Yongnin are eating. It's really enviable. Meat. How long has it been since they ate meat? Lin Nian's words made everyone instinctively sneer, but then they couldn't help but reflect on whether or not seeking help from the team leader was a mistake. Lin Nian didn't care about this. She returned to her dormitory and ate heartily, unaffected even by Huang Yufeng's stare. After finishing her meal, Lin Nian let out a satisfied burp, got up to wash her lunchbox, and planned to take a nap. After all, she had been working early in the morning, thinking of it as exercise, and was quite tired. Just as she lay down, Huang Yufeng came to disturb her. "Lin Nian, can you tell me why the team leader is so generous to you?" Lin Nian flipped over and sat up with a whoosh, her icy gaze chilling, completely different from her usual smiling demeanor in front of everyone. Disturbing someone's sleep is like killing their parents. "Huang Yufeng, if you want to know the consequences of angering me, you can ask Xiaolan. I think Xiaolan might tell you." After saying that, Lin Nian even gave her a sinister smile. "Get out and close the door." Huang Yufeng felt a chill down her spine, a cold breeze at her back. And without thinking, she left, shutting the door as Lin Nian instructed. After closing the door, she realized why she obeyed so readily. However, Huang Yufeng didn't have time to ponder this. She hurried to the team leader's house, wanting to ask Xiaolan. Xiaolan was already upset about Lin Nian eating for free, and when Huang Yufeng came to find her, she didn't give her a good face. Huang Yufeng couldn't suppress her curiosity and, thinking since she was already there, cautiously asked, "Xiaolan, is Lin Nian someone you can't mess with? What happens if you offend her?" Another stab in the back. Can Xiaolan endure it? No. She picked up a bowl from the table and threw it at Huang Yufeng. "Get lost." The bowl fell to the ground, shattering everywhere, and soup splattered all over Huang Yufeng. Startled, Huang Yufeng looked at the meat scattered on the floor, unsure whether to feel sorry for the meat or for herself. "Comrade Xiaolan, I told you to get lost. Are you deaf?" Xiaolan picked up another bowl to throw at her, and Huang Yufeng had no choice but to flee in embarrassment. Fortunately, it was lunchtime, and there weren't many people outside. Otherwise, Huang Yufeng would have lost face big time. Lin Nian had a beautiful nap, and in the afternoon when she went to work, she deliberately carried 2 water bottles, one with plain water and the other with prepared malt milk. She also brought a few pieces of pastry to treat Sankudan. In the Eastern Defense Zone, in the office of the 3rd Division leader, He Jiang, Fu Qiushi was inside, coldly watching team leader Wu Hongqi and division leader He Jiang banging the table. "Division leader, Do you think the reason given from above is appropriate? Comrade Fu Qiushi has made a significant contribution this time, saving the country from immeasurable losses. Why shouldn't he be credited for military merit? Are they saying he alarmed the enemy and let the spies go? At that time, he was alone. It was already a great achievement to keep the state's secrets from leaking. If he had any time to notify others for support, he definitely wouldn't have risked himself. Wu Hongqi was genuinely angry, his neck veins bulging. He Jiang had a serious face. Wu Hongqi, who gave you the right to shout in front of me? This is the organization's decision. Fu Qiushi did achieve merit, but he acted on his own, which indeed violated regulations. He is the son of Comrade Fu Guocheng. Many people are watching his every move, and he cannot have any flaws. I can understand your feelings. How could I not feel regret in my heart? However, his personal merits and faults offset each other. Your team's contributions will not be erased. Wu Hongqi interrupted He Jiang. If Comrade Fu Qiushi does not receive military merit, our team has no face to ask for military merit. It's unreasonable that he risks his life to earn merit, and he gets nothing while we benefit. He asked the division leader to reflect their opinions up the chain. They did not want this military merit. How did this team leader come to be? Back then, he was just like Fu Qiushi, a squad leader. They went on a mission together, successfully completing it, with Fu Qiushi playing a decisive role and being heroically wounded. But when they returned, everyone was credited, and only Fu Qiushi was penalized. The reasoning was sufficient. Fu Qiushi acted rashly and disobeyed orders. Wu Hongqi was very clear about the situation at that time. It was an emergency, and there was no way to report it in time. If it weren't for Fu Qiushi's quick decision, their mission might have failed, and some comrades might never return from the battlefield. Later, he was promoted to team leader due to his contributions and became Fu Qiushi's superior. He and the brothers who went on the mission together felt wronged for Fu Qiushi, especially him. For years, he felt that the position of team leader was stolen from Fu Qiushi. It's truly ridiculous. Others have powerful fathers and thrive. But Fu Qiushi has a father who is a leader, and not only has he not gained any advantage, he is suppressed everywhere. The leaders are so strict with their own sons, earning quite a bit of praise. But who can know how much grievance and hardship the son has endured? He Jiang slammed the table in anger. Foolish. You are doing this only to make Fu Qiushi's efforts in vain. Fu Qiushi stood expressionless for a long time before finally speaking. Yes, our team should not miss out on this military merit. Furthermore, we can only obey the organization's decision. I did make a mistake this time, but the interests of the country are above all. And if their next time, I will also repeat the same mistake. What he said struck He Jiang and Wu Hongqi deeply. He Jiang felt a wave of emotion. To be honest, didn't he have his own grievances? He also felt troubled. He had argued for Fu Qiushi, but unfortunately, he couldn't win against those few people. You kid, well done. He Jiang came over and patted him on the shoulder, 1,000 words ultimately condensed into this one sentence. You are still young. There is still a long way to go. Don't worry about immediate gains and losses. If you are gold, no one can hide your brilliance. Fu Qiushi nodded. Division leader, I want to take a long leave. He made the request. The division leader felt for him and readily granted him a month's leave, saying, after you come back, throw yourself wholeheartedly into training. When the national individual combat competition comes, you must represent our defense zone well. Fu Qiushi immediately stood straight and saluted He Jiang. Yes. After leaving He Jiang's office, Wu Hongqi hesitated to speak. Fu Qiushi smiled and draped his arm over his shoulder. What's wrong? Haven't you heard that saying? When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper his mind and body. Qiushi, you have changed. After Fu Qiushi finished speaking, he heard Wu Hongqi's exclamation. The old you is full of hostility, but the present you shows no hostility at all when facing this matter. To be honest, this time he was worried that Fu Qiushi would clash with He Jiang, which is why he rushed to bang the table before Fu Qiushi could. Unexpectedly, Fu Qiushi really seemed to not take this matter to heart. He appeared much more open-minded. Chapter 32 Change Has it changed? Fu Qiushi raised his eyebrows lightly, recalling the past few days since returning to the team, when everyone congratulated him on his achievement, saying that with this merit, he should definitely be promoted. At that time, he was actually looking forward to it himself. But when he entered He Jiang's office a few days later and saw He Jiang hesitating to speak, Fu Qiushi knew that his achievement would once again be like before. When He Jiang finally voiced the answer that Fu Qiushi had been guessing in his heart, he felt a surge of anger and wanted to rush out and question those people why. He wanted to argue about the circumstances at that time. He wanted to ask them what they would have done in that situation. Would they have just watched the spies take away state secrets? He even thought about directly quitting. But just as he was about to lose control, the image of that young girl Lin Nian popped into his mind. It was the day of their farewell, when she turned to him seriously and said, "There's nothing in this world that's too big to handle, no obstacle that can't be overcome." He couldn't help but wonder, if it were that girl, what would she do? A girl who could endure years of inhumane treatment and humiliation from the Huang family, before finally striking back hard against them, showing no mercy to her biological mother. If she were him, she would definitely endure first, then achieve more merits. So much so that no one could suppress or ignore it before seeking a chance to counterattack. A precise and fatal strike. Lin Nian, a perfect misunderstanding. Thinking of this, his anger instantly vanished. He couldn't be outdone by a little girl. "Yes, I have changed." Fu Qiushi withdrew his hand, put both hands in his pockets, looked ahead, and his steps became much lighter. He suddenly realized, my original intention for coming to the protection zone was not to get promoted, so why should I care about those gains and losses? The geese leave traces in the sky, and the wind leaves sounds. Not being credited doesn't mean I haven't achieved anything. Everything I've done will be recorded in my file, no matter what. With the support team here, no one dares to distort the facts. Wu Hongqi thought the same, as the details of the events were all written in the report, standing the test of scrutiny. Our comrade Fu Guochang cherishes his reputation and doesn't want anyone to think my promotion is because of his influence. As a son, all I can do is understand and work even harder, 100 times more than others, and one day when everyone sees me, they will say Comrade Fu Qiushi is better than the best. That is pretty good, don't you think? Wu Hongqi didn't want to say yes. It was too bitter, too tiring, and too suffocating. But apart from this, did Fu Qiushi have any other path to take? No. Damn, what is this all about? Fu Qiushi got a holiday. First returned to the dormitory, stuffed all the money into his pockets, simply packed 2 pieces of luggage, and quietly left without disturbing anyone. He didn't want to see the unwilling looks in his comrades' eyes, nor did he want to hear those powerless, comforting words. Fu Qiushi took his leave approval to find someone to issue a travel certificate, then called Yang Dongliang, and was lucky that Yang Dongliang happened to be in the office. He informed Yang Dongliang that he was coming to see him, and Yang Dongliang welcomed him warmly. Hongsheng Township, 8th team. Several children drank Lin Nian's malt milk and ate the snacks she gave, working hard as if they were on a mission. A few kids were so used to this work that they even outperformed Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan. When it was time to finish work, the kids returned the kettle that held the malt milk to Lin Nian. Lin Nian shook it and exclaimed, "Hey, there is still more than half left." She smiled and said, "I don't eat what others have eaten, nor drink what others haven't tea. Are you sure you don't want any? If not, please help me pour the leftover water into the dish." "No." The 3 kids immediately panicked and spoke up to stop her. Dan hesitated for a long time before finally shyly asking, "Sister Lin, can you lend me the kettle? I'll take it home, pour the water out, clean it, and return it to you at the youth point." Lin Nian nodded, "Of course." This kettle was originally prepared for the Lin family, but since we haven't recognized each other, I didn't give it. The 3 kids' eyes immediately lit up at this, and they all bowed to Lin Nian. "Thank you. Sister Lin, hurry back." The 3 kids dashed off towards home. "Hey, why are you running so fast? Are you being chased by someone or what?" Duan Chunhua stumbled back a few steps after being bumped by the 3 kids and shouted loudly while hugging them. Then she saw the brand new olive green kettle hanging on Dan, and her expression changed. "Dan, where did you get the kettle? We may be poor, but we can't just take such a valuable thing from others. Hurry and return it to Sister Lin." The kids were helping Lin Nian pull weeds, and Duan Chunhua quickly realized that it must belong to Lin Nian. Dan replied, "Mom, we'll take it back to Sister Lin in a while. This kettle holds malt milk." Dan explained the situation, and the Lin family in the courtyard understood that Lin Nian was just coaxing the kids. Duan Chunhua chuckled awkwardly. Well, city folks are particular. After she finished speaking, she looked at Aunt Chu with a hesitant expression. Mom, this malt milk water is what Sister Lin doesn't want. Even if we return it, she'll still have to pour it into the dish. So why not share it with air and the kids? The family was poor and suffering. The kids had not experienced a good day. Though no one was having an easy time, the old Lin family was worse off. Originally, the third child had received subsidies since starting university, and every month he could send some money back. Later, when the third child got a job, he sent even more money. And the Lin family lived a life that no one could compare to, until the third child sacrificed himself. Then her husband, Lin Daqiang, broke his leg while repairing the river at the commune, which cost the family a lot of money for his treatment. Afterwards, the second son got married and spent a lot of money, draining the family's finances. Unexpectedly, one year, the second son Lin Daong had a fever. He thought it was nothing, and, being reluctant to spend money on medicine, he stubbornly held on without telling anyone, only to collapse from the fever at night. His wife was sleeping soundly, and only discovered in the morning that her husband was almost cooked from the fever. They rushed him to the commune clinic for an injection. And after the fever subsided, the second son became dazed. His wife couldn't accept the reality and divorced him, remarrying shortly after returning to her family. At that time, the family had been saving a little money for the second son's treatment, and as the year went by, their lives became increasingly difficult. Duan Chunhua was looking down on Lin Daong. She just felt sorry for the kids. She couldn't bear to waste this little malt milk water. Aunt Chu sighed. Sister Lin is a good girl. She just doesn't want to take advantage of our kids. If we don't appreciate it, she probably won't be happy letting our kids help her work. In that case, let's accept it. Dan, go find a bowl to pour the malt milk water into. Eldest daughter-in-law, wash the kettle clean, then take an egg and make a bowl of egg drop soup to pour into it. Oh, and take 2 eggs next door to trade for some sugar. The egg drop soup needs sugar to taste good. Chapter 33. Hitting people. Duan Chunhua happily agreed and quickly went to get eggs to exchange for sugar. Meanwhile, the children poured out the milk powder water and insisted on sharing it with Aunt Chu and others. Und que couldn't refuse. And fearing that the milk powder water would spill and waste during the pushing, she could only drink a small sip. The sweet, milky water filled her belly, and Aunt Chu couldn't help but think of her granddaughter, wondering where she was and if she was living well. Had her mother remarried? If she had, would it be easy for her to make a living under her stepfather? She must have suffered. As she thought about this, her eyes turned red. Don't let all of you drink it all. Each of you have another sip. The old lady wiped her tears and spoke to the 3 eggs. Then she saw Lin Daong and the 3 eggs squatting in a row on the steps of the corridor, each holding a bowl to sip the milk powder water, passing it to the next person after finishing. Whenever anyone was drinking, they were all watched by 3 pairs of eyes. The flavor was delightful. After finishing the milk powder, Dayton took out the 2 pieces of snacks they had saved and handed them to Aunt Chu. Grandma, find a piece of paper to wrap it up for guests. The old lady looked at the snacks in Dalong's hand, thought for a moment, and then divided the snacks into 4 pieces. Go, share them with your second uncle and your brothers. Dayton happily nodded, and after sharing the snacks, he lifted his piece to Aunt Chu's mouth. Grandma, take a bite. I'll eat the rest. Erden and Sandan saw this, and also ran over to hold up their snacks for the old lady to eat. Lin Daong rushed over and pushed them aside. This is my mom. No one could snatch her from me. After saying that, Lin Daong stuffed all his snacks in Aunt Chu's mouth, then clapped his hands and jumped around. Oh, Mom is eating mine. Mom is eating my cake. Mom loves me the most. Aunt Chu was so touched that her eyes turned red again. She took out a handkerchief to wipe Lin Daong's mouth and said affectionately, Yes. Mom likes you, especially her second. Hearing this, Lin Daong happily rolled around in the courtyard and then lay on the ground pretending to be a horse carrying the 3 eggs. Duan Chunhua quickly finished preparing the egg drop soup and hurried to deliver it to Lin Nian. Just as Lin Nian had just sent the food to the kitchen to steam, she heard someone calling her outside the youth station. Is Lin the educated youth here? I'm Dayton's mom. I'm here to return your kettle. Lin Nian hurried out, and the educated youths were all looking on, wondering how Lin Nian had quickly become close with the villagers. They seemed to have developed a relationship. Duan Chunhua's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Nian. This girl was really pretty, full of energy. While she was sizing up Lin Nian was also looking at her, noting that she looked just like a typical rural woman of that era, with rough hands and face, and her clothes were all patched up. Even the shoes she wore had holes at the big toe. But she was very spirited. It was clear she was a capable and energetic woman. Dayton's mom, which meant she was Lin Nian's aunt by marriage. Hello, Dayton's mom. I'm Lin Nian. Lin Nian extended her hand, and Duan Chunhua was momentarily stunned before she wiped her hand on her clothes and then shook hands with Lin Nian. This was just like how Dayton had shaken hands with her. Lin Nian couldn't help but smile. They really were mother and son. Hello, Lin the educated youth. Our 3 eggs are very well behaved. Hope they didn't cause you any trouble? Lin Nian quickly shook her head. No. They're great, all good kids. Your family has educated them very well. At the entrance of the youth station, with many pairs of eyes watching from behind, Lin Nian didn't mention that the 3 eggs had helped her pull grass, to avoid it becoming a handle for others to find fault with her later. She wasn't afraid of trouble, but troublesome matters required energy, so naturally, the fewer the better. Hearing this, Duan Chunhua smiled with her eyes narrowed. She took off the kettle hanging from her body and handed it to her. Lin the educated youth, thank you for your kettle. I've already washed it clean, so you can drink with peace of mind. After saying that, she turned to leave, fearing Lin Nian would notice the egg drop soup inside and refuse it. There's a lot of work at home. I'm leaving, Lin the educated youth. Come play when you have time. Before her figure had even disappeared, her voice was still lingering in the air. Lin Nian's smile grew wider, and he was quite interesting. The kettle was heavy, clearly filled with water. She opened it and took a sip. It was so sweet that it made her cough. Oh my, how much sugar did they put in? She took a glance inside the kettle and saw the egg drops. Lin the educated youth, who was Dayton's mom. How did you get close to her? Weren't you pulling grass in the west? There's no one else there except for working with Lu Yongnan. It was Huang Yufeng who came up to ask. Lin Nian glanced back at her and then noticed Zhang Hongying, Su Nianhua, and others were also staring at her. She chuckled lightly and said, Dayton's mom is the mother of a child named Dayton. This afternoon, there were kids cutting pig grass over there, and when they got thirsty, I lent them my kettle. Dayton's mom came to return the kettle. Huang Yufeng was not convinced. Lin the educated youth, the great man once said, you must not take even a needle or thread from the masses. You can't make mistakes. When you came back, I clearly saw you carrying a kettle. This kettle is obviously given to you by the villagers. A kettle is a valuable item. How can you casually accept a villager's valuable item? As soon as she finished speaking, the looks in the eyes of the others toward Lin Nian changed slightly. Lin Nian smiled and asked Huang Yufeng, Huang the educated youth, if your ears are deaf, go see a doctor. Dayton's mom thanked me for my kettle so loudly. How could you not hear it? Huang Yufeng persisted. Who knows? Maybe you two had arranged it beforehand. And she said that to dispel everyone's doubts. Some in the educated youth group even echoed her. And after Huang Yufeng finished speaking, they nodded. Lin Nian's face turned cold. Huang Yufeng, are you just looking for trouble with me? I've made it clear. Even if Dayton's mom is willing to give me a new kettle, what can you do about it? Are you going to send me to the police station? Sorry, I neither stole nor robbed. They wouldn't accept me even if you sent me there. So what is the point of you stirring up this matter now? Are you just bored and talking nonsense? Huang Yufeng was angered by Lin Nian's words and said unhappily, who knows if you and Dayton are colluding? Maybe he likes you and wants to marry you. Lin Nian rolled up her sleeves and gave Huang Yufeng 2 slaps, leaving her dumbfounded. The other educated youths were also taken aback. How did it escalate to this? When Huang Yufeng realized what was happening and tried to lunge at Lin Nian, she was pulled back by Lu Yongnan, causing Huang Yufeng to fall to the ground in a very awkward position. Lu Yongnan, with a dark face, said to the educated youths, Lin Nian took 2 kettles out this afternoon. I saw it with my own eyes. That child Dayton I've seen before. He is just a boy of 8 or 9 years old. Huang, the educated youth, knows nothing and just speaks nonsense. Her mouth is worse than a latrine, and her heart is blacker than coal, disgracing Lin, the educated youth, and the villagers. And Lin, the educated youth, acted out of kindness, only slapped her twice. If it were me, I would have stuffed her mouth with cow dung, then report her to the commune. We educated youths come to the countryside to build it. not to stir up trouble every day and slander others. After Lu Yongnan said so much in one breath, he felt quite relieved. After all, he had spoken as much in front of so many people for a long time. Chapter 34. Beaten up Huang Yufeng was absolutely furious. She could not bear this reputation. There were plenty of men in the countryside who were called this egg or that egg. Well, little kid, they were definitely wild men. And they were wild men from relatively well-off families. As for the women who dressed poorly earlier, how many rural women dress well when they have to work in the fields? Lin Nian hit her, and Lu Yongnan helped to scold her. These two were definitely just bluffing. She got up and pointed at Lin Nian, shouting angrily, "Lin Nian, Lu Yongnan, stop talking nonsense." Who would bring 2 water bottles to the countryside? Even comrade Xiao Lan only has 1 military water bottle. You come to the countryside and start messing around. And then you hit me. Lin Nian, I'm going to the production team, to the commune, to the county to report you. Xiao Lan hit Lin Nian. If she could get Lin Nian in trouble, Xiao Lan would definitely look at her differently. At that time, she would be able to gain a lot of benefits. Who knows? She might become Xiao Lan's best friend. And when she returned to the city, she could take herself along and arrange for a clerical job. Then, through Xiaolan, she could meet some young men from prominent families and marry a cadre's son. TSK, one must admit, Huang Yufeng really had a lot of bold ideas. The more Huang Yufeng thought about it, the more excited she became, and along with her hatred for Lin Nian, her words became increasingly vicious. Maybe you've already rolled around in the fields with someone, otherwise, why would they give you a brand new water bottle? Lu Yongnan couldn't take it anymore and rushed to hit Huang Yufeng, who immediately shouted, "You're going to kill someone." I hit the nail on the head. They are just angry out of shame. Lin Nian pulled Lu Yongnan back, coldly watching Huang Yufeng and a group of onlookers. The expressions on their faces were a mix of schadenfreude, ridicule, disdain, and other emotions that changed constantly. Not a single person thought she was innocent. No one thought Huang Yufeng's words were too excessive or that they were malicious towards an unmarried young girl. Everyone only believed what they were willing to believe. Lin Nian didn't want to speculate maliciously about them, but she deeply felt the malice coming from them. Were all the educated youth not kind? Were they all villains? No. One reason was that she and Lu Yongnan had come in with a high profile and were at odds with Xiaolan and Shiping, who lived in the brigade leader's house. The brigade leader kept giving her and Lu Yongnan trouble. It was obvious to anyone with eyes. The new educated youth were bought off by Shiping and Xiaolan on the bullock cart. Perhaps the old educated youth had some spirit when they first came to the countryside, but after years of hardships in the countryside, the sharpness had long been worn away. And Bao Xiangdong knew how to handle people. Their spirit had long been ground out. Besides, Bao Xiangdong held an important power. If educated youth wanted to return to the city, he had to issue a certificate of good conduct. Otherwise, even if there was a unit in the city willing to accept them and had issued a formal document, as long as Bao Xiangdong made trouble, they wouldn't be able to leave. The second reason was simply that their own lives were tough and they couldn't stand seeing her and Lu Yongnan living well. Jealousy, it's understandable. But Lin Nian was unwilling to lower her standard of living just because others were jealous. She absolutely refused. Because she was upright, no one could put a label on her. But understanding did not mean agreement, nor did it mean forgiveness. Lin Nian pulled Lu Yongnan behind her and said to Huang Yufeng, "Don't say 2. Even with this water bottle, I have 3, 4, or 5. Huang Yufeng didn't believe her at all, looking at Lin Nian with disdain and saying, "Who are you trying to fool? If you can really pull out several water bottles, I'll eat them in front of you." Lin Nian sneered, "You don't need to eat them. You don't have the ability to eat them. But if I can really pull out other water bottles, those 2 slaps I gave you earlier won't count. And then you can let me slap you 10 more times. Do you dare to agree? If you don't dare to agree, then you are deliberately smearing me and defaming me. You need to apologize to me." Huang Yufeng thought Lin Nian was just bluffing. Military water bottles weren't something you could easily get. You still had to buy them with industrial coupons. It was simply impossible to have several water bottles. If you had money and coupons to buy water bottles, couldn't you buy something else? Was she out of her mind? Bringing a bunch of military water bottles to the countryside. Why wouldn't I dare? Huang Yufeng held her neck high and raised her head, not falling for Lin Nian's tricks. "You bring them out. If you show me the water bottles, if they're real, I'll kneel down and apologize to you. And the issue of you hitting me will be wiped clean. Lin Nian's expression changed slightly, looking a bit guilty. I'm not your ancestor. I don't want you to kneel. Aren't you afraid of being hit? Anyway, I don't care. Let me slap you 10 more times. Her voice trembled, clearly a show of bravado. Bring it out. Huang Yufeng shouted loudly. Bring it out, and I'll let you slap me 10 more times. Hurry up. Huang Yufeng began to push Lin Nian into the educated youth dormitory. Sun Yanhua followed, feigning concern. Huang Yufeng, what are you doing? We're all educated youth living in the same dormitory. Why be so serious? It's not appropriate for you to pressure Lin Nian like this. Lin Nian, you too. If you're wrong, just admit it. You just came to the countryside. And we can all understand that you can't stand the hardships here, but you used the wrong method. You shouldn't target rural young men, nor should you lie. I believe that as long as you admit your mistake, considering it's your first offense, the brigade will handle it lightly. Another female educated youth laughed and said, Sun Yanhua, you're mistaken. As long as that guy can marry Lin Nian won't be punished. So as long as Lin Nian can win over that wild man and marry into his family, even the brigade leader won't be able to manage it. Everyone knows Big Egg, and the old educated youth know Big Egg's mother too, but just because they say it's Big Egg, does it have to be? It might just be a cover for Big Egg. The Lin family still has 2 men without wives. One is a fool, and the other is the youngest. The new educated youth might not know, but the old educated youth do. The Lin family had a university student back then and was quite prosperous for a while. But now the family has fallen, yet taking out a new military water bottle isn't impossible. It might have been saved up before. Just like that, Lin Nian was pushed into the dormitory. She was forced to open the cabinet and take out her luggage, then forced to pull out the remaining 3 brand new military green water bottles. The female educated youth who followed and were Huang Yufeng. Outside, some nosy male educated youth shouted, What happened? Did you find anything? Is there none? Then a burst of laughter erupted outside. The words of the male educated youth became increasingly rude and gradually lewd. Lu Yongnan's face turned ashen as he threw a punch at the most vulgar male educated youth. Lu Jingye and the two instantly got into a scuffle. The others who watched were pretending to break it up, but were actually taking sides. Everyone went to pull Lu Yongnan away. No one helped Lu Jingye, and some even took the opportunity to strike from behind. However, Lu Yongnan was not an easy target. He dared to secretly engage in such business in Rongqing, so he was no pushover. He had grown up fighting alongside Fu Qiushi. Fu Qiushi's grandfather doted on him, and even found several masters to teach him martial arts. Whenever Fu Qiushi had free time, he would teach his brothers around him, and everyone would improve and practice together. Although Lu Yongnan and his group were far from Fu Qiushi's level, dealing with these educated youth was still easy for him. Before long, all the educated youth who had fought him were beaten to the ground. At this moment, female educated youth gradually came out of the room, each with an expression that was hard to describe. Then, Lin Nian came out holding 3 brand new military water bottles, and the male educated youth were stunned. She actually brought them out. Oh no, this beating was for nothing. Chapter 35. Striving for community resources, I still have the receipts from the department store. Do you want to take a look? Her voice was cold. Should we check the amounts on the receipt? Let us see if I bought a total of 5 water bottles. The male educated youth fell silent, feeling guilty. Who would have thought that Lin Nian actually brought so many water bottles? What was Lin Nian thinking? She had thought much about it. She just felt that these items were rare in the countryside, so she brought back a few extra. If she recognized her relatives, she could give them away. Carrying out a military green water bottle was quite impressive. If she didn't recognize her relatives, she could use them to trade for something she wanted. It's important to know that in this era, there were a few things that were quite fashionable to wear or carry. One was a green military uniform, another was a military green backpack, and the third was a military green water bottle. If you had this set, you would be the most eye-catching person in the countryside. Anyway, it wouldn't be a waste to carry them. They would be easy to sell. Seeing everyone silent, Lin Nian asked again, Come on, are you going to look at my water bottle receipt? The male educated youth leader, Qiao Guoyang, awkwardly said, There's no need. We trust you, Lin educated youth. Lin Nian, are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to set me up? Huang Yufeng couldn't accept the truth and rushed out. lunging at Lin Nian like a madwoman. Lin Nian dodged, and Huang Yufeng fell out. Looking down at the disheveled Huang Yufeng, whose eyes were filled with intense hatred, Lin Nian said, "Am I trying to set you up? Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve that? Wasn't it you who came to throw mud at me? If you hadn't come to throw mud at me, how could I have set you up?" Huang Yufeng was speechless, but she felt aggrieved in her heart and began to wail on the ground. Lin Yin looked at everyone, and her gaze finally landed on Zhang Hongying. "Zhang, educated youth, you're the leader of the female educated youth group, and you've seen the whole matter clearly. Besides, you are experienced educated youth. Don't tell me you don't know Dan and Dan's mother. Yet, you all stood by and watched Huang Yufeng wrongfully accuse me, and not a single one of you stood up to explain a word. In that case, I ask you, as the leader, to be fair. When Huang Yufeng plotted and slandered me, you stood by. Therefore, when I slap Huang Yufeng later, I also ask you and the other female educated youths not to stand up as moral guardians and say we are all educated youths. Just let it go. If anyone dares to say such a thing in the future, then I, Lin Yin, will do nothing all day but go around gossiping and making up stories. By then, don't blame me for learning from Huang Yufeng and throwing dirt on you." Zhang Hongying's face turned from green to white. The other female educated youths were also at a loss for words, feeling very awkward. Lin Yin was too fierce. They couldn't afford to provoke someone like her, so it was better to keep their distance. By the way, Huang Yufeng is crying too messily right now. I can't bring myself to hit her. When her face is clean again, I can hit her whenever I want. Amidst her loud cries, Huang Yufeng exclaimed, "Woo-woo, feeling so wronged. This wretched Lin Yin even despises my dirty face. I can't live like this anymore." The educated youths were silent, but the commotion attracted some villagers who came to watch the fun. "Lin, educated youth, don't worry. We'll remember this for you. Yes, just let us know when you want to hit her. We'll come and watch the show." After that, there was a burst of laughter. They just loved to watch the educated youth make a fool of themselves. They wanted to see these educated youth-esque jokes. These educated youths thought they were city folks and looked down on the villagers, acting all high and mighty, but when it came time to work, each one was more useless than the last. Not causing trouble was already good enough. They acted as if they were just taking the labor points for free, and at the end of the year, they still divided their grain. None of them were likable. Most of the villagers in Qianjin village didn't like the educated youths. Although these villagers were also watching the fun, they had no intention of helping Lin Yin at this moment. They spoke up not to help her, but purely to ensure there would be more fun to watch in the future. But Lin Yin didn't care. She had offended the educated youths and needed to unite with the villagers. The villagers were the local forces. So Lin Yin said, quite moved, "Thank you, comrade from Qianjin village. Your awareness is high. Not only are you kind, but you also have a strong sense of justice. I came to Qianjin village, and it was just right. I will surely learn many excellent qualities from the vast number of comrades." After saying this, she turned around, went into the room, and came out with a cloth bag. Walking in front of the villagers, grabbing some sunflower seed from the bag to share with everyone. "These are the creamy sunflower seeds I brought from Rongqing. They're sweet. So give them a try. I am so grateful that you stood up for me. If you didn't uphold justice, I would even know what to do in the future." The so-called creamy sunflower seeds had nothing to do with cream. It was just that sugar was added during the roasting process, making them very popular in the market. Lin Yin shared the seeds with the villagers watching the fun, and their enthusiasm for her visibly increased. They also had fried snacks at home, which they would serve to guests during the holidays. But those were all homegrown or picked from the mountains, dried, and then roasted themselves. Who would be willing to add sugar? Creamy sunflower seeds sounded expensive. Trying one. "Oh my, how sweet. So fragrant. Lin, educated youth, don't worry. We definitely can't just watch them bully you. Yes, if anything happens, just come to me. Annie, I may not know much, but I'm pretty good at fighting." Saying this, the woman deliberately flexed her strong arm. The older educated youths at the educated youth station shivered at the sight, clearly having suffered from her before. "Lin, educated youth, I can curse. When you need it, just call out, and I'll definitely stand at her door cursing from dawn till dusk, cursing her ancestors for 18 generations until she has no descendants." Lin Yin couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, and she said gratefully, Thank you, aunts and sisters. Thank you all. With you as my support, I feel more confident. The aunts and sisters immediately felt that Lin Nian was the best among all the educated youths and became even more enthusiastic in talking to her. Lin Nian was also easygoing, obediently standing there listening. Whatever the aunts and sisters said was fine, and she occasionally praised them, making them feel very comfortable. The educated youths at the educated youth station felt numb. One by one, they retreated into their rooms like turtles withdrawing their heads. After getting familiar with the aunts, Lin Nian began to feel a bit worried. Now I've completely offended the educated youths. I can't stay here at ease anymore. I'm afraid they will spit in my food or water, or worse, do something bad to me while I'm asleep in the middle of the night. For example, secretly stuffing something into my pocket, then framing me as a thief the next day. You all saw it. Nothing happened today, yet they can still fabricate something out of nothing. In the future, Lin, educated youth, come stay in my house. I have an extra room. The first to react was Sister L. The village chief's house had 2 educated youths living there, and the village chief's children showed off outside, saying those 2 educated youths came from well-off families and brought a lot of good stuff. They even had to take out canned meat for every meal. Although Lin, educated youth, couldn't compare to Xiao, educated youth, and the others, she also didn't seem to be short on money, giving out creamy sunflower seeds as soon as she took them out and bringing 5 new water bottles to the countryside. If I could get her to stay at my house, wouldn't I benefit every day? Sister L opened the conversation, instantly awakening the others, and everyone surrounded Lin Nian, chattering away, inviting her to stay at their homes. Chapter 36. Homestead. Lin Nian quickly shook her head. Thank you all for your kindness, but I won't be borrowing a place to stay. I just want to inquire about the homestead. As educated youths sent to the countryside, our household registration has come along, and from now on, we are genuine rural people, genuine residents of Qianjin Village. Since we are already residents of Qianjin Village, can we apply for a homestead? If we can apply, I will need everyone's help in finding workers when it comes time to build a house. Once the house is completed, I'll go to the slaughterhouse to buy meat and invite a few of my good aunts and sisters-in-law to celebrate the housewarming. Initially, the women were quite disappointed to hear Lin Nian say she wouldn't be borrowing a place. But when Lin Nian mentioned the housewarming feast, they immediately perked up. This was a task they must help with. As for Bao Xiangdong making things difficult for others, that was his own business. He was one person, and the villagers were another. Bao Xiangdong might be able to handle educated youths, but the villagers couldn't be easily manipulated by him, especially since the villagers had nothing they needed to ask him for. As for work points, just dare to write fewer points for a villager and see what happens. If you dare to do that, they'll come to your door with their families and refuse to leave. Moreover, being from the same village, there's always some sort of connection. As long as no one is doing anything illegal or against the rules, the villagers really aren't afraid of Bao Xiangdong. As for the Lin family's matters, that was a different story. Those were things Bao Xiangdong did secretly. If he dared to be openly corrupt, the men from the Lin family and their relatives would have already come knocking on his door. That's also why Lin Nian was willing to ask the villagers. Lu Yongnan had been standing aside, watching Lin Nian mingle with the village women. When he heard Lin Nian ask about the homestead, he felt a stir of desire. No matter how long he could stay in the village, living alone was definitely more comfortable than staying in a collective dormitory. It was also more convenient. Oh my Lin, you were the first to propose building a house in our village. One sister-in-law exclaimed, gossiping. Lin, you don't want to go back to the city anymore, do you? Your family is well off. They can definitely find a way to bring you back. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, signaling her to stop. It's none of her business whether Lin wants to go back or not. Don't say something that might make Lin not want to build a house anymore. Were there one be a housewarming feast to eat? Only then did the sister-in-law realize she had spoken out of turn. She awkwardly tried to cover up. Well, even if I want to go back to the city, it doesn't stop me from building a house. It's great to have my own yard, and I want to have to worry about others causing trouble. Lin Nian nodded vigorously. Right, that's exactly what I think. I can't say I will never go back to the city in my life. After all, who knows what the future holds? I'm living on a piece of brick in our motherland. I can move wherever I'm needed. If the countryside needs me, I'll come to the countryside. If one day the city needs me, I'll go to the city. If I ever return to the city, then I'll give the house to the villagers who helped me the most while I was in the countryside. That wouldn't be a waste. As soon as she said this, the women's eyes lit up. They looked at Lin Nian with great eagerness. Lin Nian turned to Lu Yongnan. Do you want a homestead? Lu Yongnan replied, I want one. Saying this, he walked over. The women suddenly found Lu Yongnan particularly pleasing to the eye. If Lin Nian said that if they had to leave one day, they would give the house to someone, what about Lu Yongnan, who was with her? If they both left together, who knows what could happen? The male villagers, who were too shy to approach Lin Nian, warmly invited Lu Yongnan. Does Lu want to build a house too? That's great. You two can build it together, which will save a lot of trouble. Let's go. While it's still bright, we'll go to the village chief's house and settle this matter. Several women hurriedly surrounded Lin Nian and headed toward the village chief's house. This must be settled immediately. Otherwise, what if these two sleep on it and change their minds? The men gathered around Lu Yongnan, boasting about how strong their house-building skills were, assuring him that if he needed help, he could count on them. They told Lu Yongnan that among the educated youths, he was the only real man. The others were all cowards. They encouraged Lu Yongnan not to be afraid and to deal with anyone who caused trouble. If he needed help, just shout, and they would be there in no time. Lu Yongnan smiled in response, but didn't take it too seriously. Meanwhile, Lin Nian was asking the women if there were any vacant courtyards in the village. If there were, that would be best. Something that could be repaired and used right away without having to wait too long. Without a second thought, they replied that there were none. Absolutely none. Repairing an existing house would take only a few work points, but building a new one would require much more labor. All right then, Lin Nian fell silent. Let us go to the captain's house to request the homestead. When they arrived at the captain's house, the captain's family's faces instantly darkened upon seeing Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan bringing such a large group. Lu, what are you doing? This is outrageous. Are you staging a protest with so many people here? Humph. So young and naive. Do they really think this will make me, the captain, compromise? Captain, why are you being so fierce? Don't scare Lin and Lu. The kids from the city are timid. They're new here. You, as the captain, should speak nicely and be a bit gentler. You usually tell us to treat the educated youths better. Have you looked at yourself? The women chimed in, making the captain's expression even worse. His wife quickly came over to mediate, asking what these people were here for. Lin and Lu are from our village. Captain, you should give them each a homestead. Sister Lu shouted loudly. What? The captain and his wife could hardly believe their ears. Homestead? Our village has never allocated homesteads to educated youths before. The captain confirmed he had misheard and replied accordingly. Come on, don't talk about precedents. Aren't Lu and Lin as household registrations in our village? If they are in our village, they are our people. If they are our people, they should have a homestead. You can't make things difficult for them. If you don't give it to them, they go to the commune, and the commune will have to give it. And who added exactly? If we give the educated youths a homestead, how can we treat them like outsiders? If the village doesn't treat them as one of us, and they write a letter saying they don't want us anymore, you better hurry and send us back to the city. Then what will happen? The captain was speechless. It wasn't that these women usually disliked educated youths. Why were they suddenly so supportive of Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan? They didn't even need to speak up, and the women were already chattering away. Seeing that the captain was unhappy, the men grew impatient. A burly man frowned and urged, Captain, hurry up. While it's still before the autumn harvest, we can find some work to do and earn some extra work points. In this era of prohibiting private trade, if Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan wanted to build houses, they would have to pay the village. And the village would find people to build for them, then allocate extra work points for those who worked on it. Chapter 37. Fury Bao Xiangdong had no choice. With these villagers helping Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan as pawns, he expressed his helplessness. The trap didn't work. He realized that if he dared not to allocate homestead land to these two, the villagers would definitely make a fuss until he was dead. However, the allocation of homestead land was one thing, but there were good and bad locations. Bao Xiangdong smiled and said, I also didn't react for a moment. Look at how anxious you all are. Every educated youth in our village wants to return to the city. except for these two newcomers. Not a single person has come to me for homestead land. He continued, the good locations for homestead land in the village have already been allocated, and the remaining spots are a bit remote. You are educated youths, and the homestead cannot be too far from the educated youth point. At least it needs to be in the same direction. Otherwise, if there are any policies or notices regarding educated youths, it would be easy for you two to miss out. There are empty spaces near the cow shed. If you are willing, we can settle there. If you are unwilling, just wait a bit longer, and I will see which location is more suitable. The ants were anxious. How can a cow shed work? It's too far away. We would have to walk a long way when going to work. They protested. Come on, Captain, don't scare us. There are still other homestead plots in the village. Upon hearing this, Bao Xiangdong's face fell. If we want other places, we will have to hold a members' meeting. Don't you know how many young men in our village are ready to get married? How many families are waiting to build houses? If we don't let the educated youths build houses there, should we let the young men from the village do it instead? Which family doesn't want their own people to be a bit closer after dividing the family? If you dare say you don't want that, fine. Then when your young men want to get married and build houses, I will allocate their homestead land towards the cow shed. I'm stating this clearly. From now on, any educated youths who want homestead land will all go to the cow shed. Besides these two fools who would want to build a house in the countryside. When it came to their own interests, these people didn't dare to speak up, and they hid their embarrassment, frantically praising the benefits of the cow shed location. For example, it was quiet. For example, it was relatively close to the educated youth point. For example, when they were tired from work, they could call those bad elements from the cow shed to help and order them around. Disappointment was evident on Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan's faces. The captain felt pleased and relaxed. Finally, these two had suffered a little. If they didn't want it, that was fine. I had given them the land. And as the captain, I couldn't neglect the interests of the members. If you have any objections, feel free to go to the commune and report me. If they dared to report this, they would definitely be criticized. The two clearly felt unwilling, but they still agreed. The captain chuckled coldly in his heart. Having a house built near the cow shed meant that every day when they went to work at the storage room, they would have to walk an extra 20 minutes compared to others. Plus, there were fewer people over there. If a few second-rate characters sneaked in at night, it would be a disaster. No one would come to help. Lin Nian reluctantly agreed and then inquired about the private plot and the cost of building the house. She and Lu Yongnian didn't need a large house. 3 rooms each would suffice. 1 living room, 2 side rooms, plus a kitchen and a toilet. For this layout of an earthen courtyard, the captain quoted 300. The villagers gasped. 300 for such a small earthen house was a bit harsh. They knew that building an earthen house only required labor. The soil and straw were free, and they lived in a village by the mountain. So the wood was free too. However, no one spoke up. After all, this money would go to the collective and would be distributed to everyone at the end of the year based on work points. 600 yuan divided among each household meant everyone would get a couple of yuan. All right, then it's 300. Lu Yongnan agreed readily, but demanded that it be completed within 10 days. We will pay half up front, and the house must be finished within 10 days. If it exceeds the time limit, we want to pay the remaining half. If the captain agrees, let us write an agreement. If the captain doesn't agree, then just give us the homestead land, and I'll go find a construction team from the county to build it. What a bold claim. Finding a construction team. He wasn't afraid of boasting. Bao Xiangdong's eyes flickered, but he readily agreed. Following Lu Yongnan's requirements, he drafted the agreement. Both parties signed, and then stamped and pressed fingerprints. They agreed to go see the land the next day and pay after that. The captain smiled as he sent them off. Xiaolon was very unhappy and questioned the captain why he allocated the homestead to Lin Nian and why he was helping Lin Nian build a house. He shouldn't be accommodating her. Bao Xiangdong truly disliked this girl. Apart from her good family background, nothing else stood out. She had an ordinary appearance, her head filled with nonsense, and she was also quite arrogant. However, for the sake of his son's formal job, Bao Xiangdong still patiently explained. First, that place is next to the cow shed, with no village in front and no shop behind. In case of any incidents, they'll want to find someone, but there wouldn't even be a neighbor nearby. If anything happened, they would only have themselves to blame. Second, I have collected half of their money and set the start and completion dates. If the house isn't completed by the deadline, they won't pay the remaining money. But the money already paid won't be refunded by the village. Only then did Xiaolan show a bit of a smile. Thinking that Lin Nian would soon be in trouble, she happily took out a bag of red sausage for a snack. Red sausage, Bao Xiangdong had only heard of, never tasted. That night, he finally got to eat some thanks to Xiaolan, and oh my, it was delicious. The whole family praised Xiaolan to the skies. The Bao family was large, and one bag of red sausage wasn't enough to go around. The flattered Xiaolan immediately took out another bag of red sausage. Sure Hepping. After dinner, Sure Hepping went to Xiaolan's room to remind her, Lan, the food we brought is running out quickly. At this rate, it won't be long before we finish all the meat products we brought. You should see if you can stop giving things to the Bao family. Spoiling them will only make them grow complacent. Xiaolan waved her hand dismissively. The stuff is mine. I don't need you to worry about it. In a couple of days, I'll call my mom and have her send more. Sure Hepping wanted to advise her further, but Xiaolan, seeing he wouldn't leave, mocked. Who do you think you are to control me? What are you even worth? Get lost. Sure Hepping clenched his fist. A flash of resentment crossed his eyes. But his face showed nothing but indulgence as he said, all right, don't be angry, I'll leave now. Meanwhile, in the capital city, in a certain courtyard, a furious roar echoed from a 3-story red brick building. This is all your fault. In the living room, the retired old leader Xiao Kuei slammed his teacup after receiving a phone call. A middle-aged couple in Zhongshan suits stood in the living room, retreating in fear as the teacup shattered at their feet. How dare they? How dare they frame and slander the orphan of a martyr for Xiaolan's personal likes and dislikes? Who gave them the audacity? Who gave them the right? You are living such a good life now because your fathers were lucky enough not to die on the battlefield. If my comrades hadn't died and I had, you would have any benefits. Eldest daughter-in-law, I warn you, I sent Xiaolan to the countryside to correct her foolish and arrogant habits. If you dare to secretly send her money or goods behind my back, get out of the Xiao family. Eldest son, if you dare to indulge your wife and daughter again, you will get out of the Xiao family too. And I will publish a notice to sever my father-son relationship with you. Hearing this, the eldest couple of the Xiao family turned pale with fright and hurriedly promised the old man that they would definitely obey this time and would absolutely not send money or items to Xiaolan anymore. Chapter 38 Regret. Xiaolan was sent to the countryside by Old Master Xiao because a girl she bullied drank pesticide. The girl left a suicide note, and her parents were heartbroken, bringing the note to file a complaint. However, the matter was suppressed by the heads of the Xiao family, who even used their son's job to threaten the girl's parents against speaking out. They then compensated the couple with a sum of money to send them away. Little did they know, Old Master Xiao found out about the incident, and he ordered a thorough investigation, discovering that his seemingly obedient and lovable granddaughter had done many terrible things. This caused him to be hospitalized due to anger. After being rescued, Old Master Xiao immediately arranged for Xiaolan to be sent to the countryside, specifying the location, hoping to let her experience hardship far away. Unexpectedly, the heads of the family pretended to comply, knowing Xiaolan's countryside assignment was a done deal, and they found 3 young men to accompany her, causing a huge mess on the way to the countryside. Old Master Xiao had to swallow his pride and seek help from former subordinates, managing to resolve the matter regarding Sui Jiaming, but exhausting his connections and losing his reputation for a lifetime. He initially didn't want to help Sui Jiaming, but his grandmother, his own sister, begged him in tears, leaving him with no choice. After the heads of the Xiao family left, Old Master Xiao instructed his security personnel to warn the Sher family not to send anything to Sher Hepping. If he found out, the Sher family would be his enemies. The Sher family was nearly scared out of their wits and hurried to apologize, claiming they only learned about the incident after their child signed up for the countryside. Saying Sher Hepping went along to protect Xiaolan from being bullied. At the same time, Old Master Xiao contacted the youth office, stating that since Sui Jiaming and El Mingyu had already signed up for the countryside, they would continue, but the location would be changed to the western Yunnan province. In short, while Xiaolan was trying to charm the Bao family with sweet words, planning to call her mother for supplies on Sunday, The Xiao family in the capital was in chaos. She was unaware that even if she gave her parents 1,000 chances, they wouldn't dare send her anything anymore. Remembering what the team leader had told her, Xiaolon eagerly awaited the chance to see Lin Nian make a fool of herself in front of all the members. She wanted to see her suffer. In the morning, she went to the storage room, where all the youth avoided Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan. The two didn't mind, as their relationship had already soured. Neither Lin Nian nor Lu Yongnan wanted to cook in the youth point's kitchen anymore. So, Lin Nian divided some snacks and gave them to Lu Yongnan, who directly handed her $1 and a pound of grain coupons. Wow, so generous. Lin Nian really appreciated Lu Yongnan's straightforwardness. They could get along. Cheerfully accepting the money and coupons, she said to Lu Yongnan, "Before I move, I don't plan on eating at the youth point anymore. I want to join a local family for meals. Are you coming?" Without a second thought, Lu Yongnan nodded. "Sure. Wherever you go, I'll go." Lin Nian replied, "Let me ask the Dan's mom if we can join her family. If they refuse, we'll ask someone else." Lu Yongnan, "Sounds good." Lin Nian, "You should ask her later. They just slandered me yesterday, saying I had some shady business with the Dan's family. I'm worried it'll be awkward." Lu Yongnan, "You're worried about awkwardness? Everyone in the world is afraid of awkwardness, but you aren't." Still, he agreed. Since Sangu asked him to take care of her, he would do as told. Lu Yongnan readily agreed, making Lin Nian even happier. Joining the Lin family would allow her to get close to them, and over time, she could deeply understand their true character. If they were good people, once the remittance issue was resolved, she could immediately recognize them as family. However, she couldn't recklessly report the remittance issue to the bureau. She needed to gauge the situation first. If she reported carelessly and Bao Xiangdong had a backup plan, pushing out a scapegoat, it would be disastrous. Upon arriving at the storage room, Bao Xiangdong gathered everyone and, after reading the quotations, first praised the new youth, saying they had completed their assigned tasks well. He praised them as the backbone of the country, earnestly coming to learn from the poor and lower-middle peasants. Unlike some comrades who talked big but were lazy in practice. Well, the lazy comrades were Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan. Comrades Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan, you completed only 1/3 of your tasks yesterday. Your work attitude is problematic. You must be diligent in both doing and being, not playing tricks or being insincere. Especially you, Lin Nian, as the orphan of a martyr. Your behavior is bringing shame to the martyr. However, considering it was their first day working, he only criticized them in the meeting. But if they didn't improve today, he would record it and report it truthfully to the youth office at the end of the year. As his words fell, everyone turned to look at her and Lu Yongnan. The youth at the point were watching the show, especially those who had been beaten by Lu Yongnan the day before. Relishing the drama, they knew that any negative remarks about being unproductive or having a poor attitude in their records would ruin their chances for university recommendations or jobs back in the city. Lu Yongnan's face darkened. Lin Nian feigned deep regret. "Team leader, I sincerely accept your criticism. Not completing the tasks is a mistake on my and Lu Yongnan's part. I will make a profound reflection and write a self-criticism of no less than 1,000 words tonight. Then I will publicly self-criticize at the brigade. I was wrong, and I will definitely repent." Xiaolon mocked. "Lin Nian, no matter how nice you say it now, it's useless. A self-criticism won't help. If you could finish your work today, you wouldn't have to face criticism tomorrow, which would show a serious attitude towards correcting your mistakes." But in her heart, she thought, "You can't finish the work even if you wanted to." Huang Yufeng wanted to chime in, but meeting Lin Nian's gaze made her hesitate to speak. Fearing she would be beaten, the 10 slaps that hadn't hit her face hung like a sword over her head. The team leader sternly stated, "Comrade Xiaolon is right. I hope comrades Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan will work hard today to complete their tasks, or else it won't count as sincere repentance. Talking about other things is pointless." They were assigned 10 acres of land, 5 acres each. Yesterday, the two had only completed 1 acre each. There were still 8 acres left, and they wouldn't finish even in 3 days. It must be said that Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan were impressive. The village folks could barely manage 8 acres in a day. Yet these two had managed to accomplish even more than the villagers, and they did it cleanly. Among all the youth, only they two worked decently. But so what? They offended the ancestral figure, Shaolin. Chapter 39. The Eternal Pot King Big Egg Ma furrowed her brows tightly. Yesterday, she heard from the 3 eggs that Lin Nian and Lu Yongnian had pulled a considerable amount of grass, if not more. The team leader was being too obvious in targeting Lin Nian. Team leader, just how much grass did Lin Nian and Lu Yongnian pull yesterday? Please tell us. Big Egg Ma shouted loudly. Sister Lu quickly echoed, Yeah, you only criticize them. We need to know how much these 2 young people pulled. The team leader's face darkened. What is the point of saying it? We should leave some face for the young folks. As long as they complete the task today, this matter will be over. Lin Yin said, Team leader, you should still tell us. I want to know where my and comrade Lu Yongnin's gaps are compared to the villagers, so we can strive to catch up. Also, I want to ask what the highest record in our village is for how much grass one person can pull in a day. Knowing the gap will help us set our goals. Team leader, you don't need to worry about our dignity. We already feel your care for us as if you were our elder. Don't be afraid of criticizing us, nor of us losing face. We can handle any criticism. Only then can we grow through criticism and better accept re-education from the poor and lower middle peasants. The so-called strict teachers produce outstanding students. Your care for us is good, but it might easily make us lose our ambition and desire to improve, which goes against the original intention of the organization asking us to come down for education. The team leader thought, this unfortunate girl just keeps talking. She speaks like a machine gun, making my head hurt. He felt frustrated. If he truly cared, would he have deliberately found fault during the morning meeting? The villagers were all aware, and Lin Nian's words made everyone burst into laughter. The little girl had put the team leader in a difficult position with just a few sentences, leaving him feeling awkward. Sister Lu and the others remembered Lin Nian's words about giving the rebuilt house to the person who treated her best when she returned to the city. Although the house could only be built near the cattle shed, wasn't a house near the cattle shed still a house? Nowadays, every family has many people. If there's an extra yard, whoever moves out can have a bit more space. Team leader, listen to Lin Nian. Quickly let the scorekeeper come out and tell us how much comrade Lin Nian pulled yesterday. Yeah, just say it. Why drag this out? If being chatty could make one a team leader, I could be one too. Hey, scorekeeper, why are you shrinking back like a quail? Did you do something shameful? Did you record the work points for Lin Nian and Lu Yongnian incorrectly? Since they hadn't started working yet today. Lin Nian said she would go check in the west soon to see how much grass Lin Nian and Lu Yongnian had pulled. They were new and didn't even know how much an acre was. If the scorekeeper misled them, she would scratch him to death. The scorekeeper was sweating coldly and looked to the team leader. The team leader hadn't anticipated that Lin Nian would quickly gain the support of the villagers, especially the more difficult to deal with older women. Go get the work points book and read it. The team leader had no choice. In the current situation, he had to read it. The scorekeeper had to grit his teeth and go get the work points book, and under Grandma Yang Wu's threat, he changed the work points back. Previously, he had received the team leader's instructions. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Nian and Lu Yongnian didn't understand that they needed to supervise the recording of work points. Thus, he recorded 5 points for Lin Nian and 3 for Lu Yongnian. What the scorekeeper didn't know was that neither Lin Nian nor Lu Yongnian were fools. Their decision to return directly to the known point instead of going to the storage room was to give the team leader an opportunity. Lin Nian, 1 acre of land, 5 work points. Lu Yongnian, 1 acre of land, 5 work points. As the scorekeeper's voice fell, the crowd erupted. They discussed vigorously, and the way they looked at the team leader changed, chattering about how Lin Nian and Lu Yongnian had offended him to be treated this way. The young ones, not understanding much, thought the team leader was being nice to them. Hearing this, the team leader felt as if his face had been trampled on the ground. He was furious. He was annoyed. He had already been at a disadvantage several times with this little girl. In all his years, he had never been continuously outmatched by a little girl. He shot a fierce glare at the little squad leader, the Eternal Pot King Ding Xiangxing. Lu Yongnian didn't give the Eternal Pot King a chance. He stepped forward to look at the registration book, and the scorekeeper instinctively wanted to hide it. Can't look? Is there something fishy or secretive? The scorekeeper, why are this batch of young people so difficult to deal with? Helpless. He could only take out the registration book. Lu Yongnian flipped through it and then said loudly, now I'm relieved. I thought Lin Nian and I were laggards. But it turns out we're not. The highest record in the village for pulling grass is 6 points for half an acre, 5 work points. Since we are new, it's understandable to pull 5 work points for 1 acre. The scorekeeper blushed and said, Lu Yongnan, one can get at most 5 work points for a day of pulling grass. That's the case in every communist village. Lu Yongnan immediately felt embarrassed and apologized. I'm sorry, scorekeeper. I misunderstood, thinking that I and Lin Nian had offended you, which is why you recorded fewer work points for us. My thoughts were narrow-minded, and I was wrong. I apologize to you. The scorekeeper, thank you. No need. You don't have to emphasize that I'm targeting you. After Lu Yongnan finished speaking, the eternal pot king Ding Xiangxing had to stand up awkwardly. Team leader, I'm sorry. I didn't explain clearly. Yesterday, you asked about the progress of Lin Nian and them completing their tasks. I told you they had completed 1/3, but that was for the 10-day task I assigned them. The team leader angrily rebuked him. Then why didn't you say that earlier? If you had said so, would I have criticized Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan? Ding Xiangxing awkwardly explained, team leader last night. I couldn't sleep, and my head is muddled today. I didn't hear what you said earlier. The team leader coldly snorted, Ding Xiangxing, I warn you, your work attitude is unacceptable. You must reflect on this. You didn't sleep well this time. I believe Lin Nian and them won't hold it against you, but this can't happen a second time. If you make such a mistake again, don't blame me for turning against you. The performance of Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan deserves praise. I hope you continue to maintain your style and pull an acre of grass every day, setting an example for the villagers. Lin Nian felt embarrassed and said, Team leader, I and Lu Yongnan are going to disappoint your expectations. To be honest, yesterday we didn't even dare to go to the toilet. We worked so hard pulling grass that today our calves and wrists are trembling and sore. It's probably because we've never done farm work before. And we went all out right from the start, leading to muscle strain. I estimate that in the coming days, we won't only fail to pull an acre of grass each day, but we might even drag the village down. Grandma Yangwu immediately went to massage Lin Nian's arms. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? You're so honest. There's no end to work. Listen to Grandma Wu. Pulling 3 or 4 points of grass a day is enough. Besides, you 2 kids aren't relying on work points to survive. The other women chimed in. Right, listening to Grandma Yangwu is the way to go. Whatever work we do, we get the corresponding work points. If the work is less, the work points won't be much from the team, so why criticize you? You and Lu Yongnan just arrived. Don't let anyone scare you. By the end of the year, who dares to say you haven't made progress, to say you're lazy and holding back? We'll go to the commune to find the director to settle this. Brigade leader. Damn, do these women really not take him seriously? Chapter 40 of Fallout. The morning commotion passed just like that. The village chief, holding his breath, went to allocate homesteads for Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan. Sister L and others followed him, but when the chief urged them to get back to work, they insisted it wouldn't delay their tasks. They would definitely complete the required work points, and even if they fell short, they wouldn't be greedy for the village points. The chief was left fuming. Upon arriving at the site, there were several aunties and sisters present, and the chief found it difficult to deceive the clueless Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan. After marking out their homesteads, Lin Nian casually inquired about the issue of private plots. The chief had no choice but to point out a piece of land behind the homestead. The land wasn't good, but it would be enough for Lin Nian to grow some vegetables and fruits for herself. Lin Nian mentioned she didn't know how to grow vegetables, but the aunties and sisters eagerly offered to help when they planted their own, promising to share some seedlings with her. Lin Nian thanked them profusely, saying, You've helped me so much today. I should treat you to some sunflower seeds, but I didn't bring much with me, and I'm out of seeds. I'll buy some in town later and treat everyone. The group waved their hands, saying, No need to be so polite, Lin, educated youth. What kind of relationship do we have? Right, what kind of relationship? No need for formality. If you need anything in the future, just come to us. We'll definitely help. The village chief added, If anyone bullies you again, just tell me. I'll take care of them. The village chief, feeling wronged, thought to himself, I'm not even gone yet. But what could he do? He had to call the elder women grandma, due to their seniority. He could only explain that he hadn't bullied Lin Nian. It was all a misunderstanding. Deep down, He was plotting when to deal with these old-timers who relied on their age. They needed to know who was in charge in this village. Lin Nian and the chief arranged a time to go to the village office to pay, and she asked when he could organize people to start the work. The chief replied, "Once you pay, I'll organize the labor for you." "Fixing what?" Lin Nian said with exaggerated sincerity. "Thank you, chief." After sending the chief off, the aunties and sisters also left to earn work points. They were not like the educated youth from the city, who occasionally received money and supplies from home. When the chief returned home, he was immediately met with a sharp scolding from Xiaolon. "Are you a pig? So stupid. A village chief can't even handle a young, educated youth. What good are you? If I were you, I would have hanged myself with a rope by now. Useless thing. You've taken so many benefits from me, and haven't accomplished a single thing." Xiaolon was furious. She had expected Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan to embarrass themselves and be dealt with. But in the end, they not only faced no consequences but were even praised. What a useless person. She seriously doubted how Bao Xiangdong became the village chief. Bao Xiangdong thought to himself, "Is she scolding me? This little girl dares to scold me." He couldn't believe his ears or eyes. Being scolded by an elder woman was one thing, but now being scolded by a young girl was intolerable. He roared, Get out of the Bao family." Bao Xiangdong's wife, Luo Hohat, heard the commotion and came out. She actually disliked Xiaolon too. This girl was so pretentious, looking down on everyone, treating their family like servants. Truly the behavior of a landlord's daughter. However, she was reluctant to give up the benefits Xiaolon provided. The daily meat cans, sausages, milk powder, candies, pastries, and most importantly, the formal job she promised for her eldest son. "What's going on? Old Bao, calm down. Xiao, educated youth, you should say less." She tried to mediate, but Xiaolon didn't give her any face, sneering, "If I'm leaving, then I'm leaving, as if I can't find somewhere else to stay." After saying this, she went back inside to pack her things. Luo Hohat was anxious and pushed Bao Xiangdong's arm. "You should stop her, not for anything else, but for the sake of the eldest's job. You can't let her go." Bao Xiangdong's face turned extremely ugly, anger boiling in his eyes. "I can't handle her. Just wait. In a few days, she'll come back obediently. If I can't deal with Lin Nian, can I handle Xiaolon?" With this thought, when Xiaolon left empty-handed and announced she would return for her luggage, Luo Hohat didn't stop her. As soon as Xiaolon stepped out of the courtyard, Bao Xiangdong turned to his wife and said, "You go check around. Xiaolon comes from a good family. Whoever marries her will not only be able to work as a laborer, but might even become an official." "All right, I'll go cut some pig grass." Luo Hohat quickly went to fetch a basket and a pig grass knife. To be honest, she had entertained the thought of having her second son marry Xiaolon. But the head of the family told her that with Xiaolon's family background, they would never agree to her marrying into the countryside. Even if it came to it, they could easily take her back to the city and deal with you later. Who knows? They might even pin a crime on you. As for the daughter's reputation, once she returns to the city, who would know what she experienced in the countryside? A crime accusation is serious. Luo Hohat immediately dropped any thoughts of Xiaolon and even warned her second son. When Luo Hohat arrived at the hillside to cut pig grass, there were many people there. The women were cutting grass while chatting. When someone saw her, they asked, "Oh, why is Hohat here? Where's Xiao, educated youth? Didn't she come with you?" Everyone turned to look behind her, but didn't see Xiaolon's figure. Luo Hohat sighed. Xiao, educated youth, comes from the capital and has a good family background. She is not used to living in our house, mainly the food. She said she wants to move out. Upon hearing that Xiaolon was moving out, everyone's eyes lit up. They all knew Xiaolon had brought many good things to the Bao family. If they could get her to stay, their families could have meat for every meal. Luo Hohat continued, "I was hoping she could stay with us longer. If she took a liking to my eldest son, who knows? Maybe he could even get help from her family and become an official in the capital. Oh, my family doesn't have that kind of luck. Who knows which family is lucky enough to marry such a girl? But our old Bao says we rural folks shouldn't dream. She definitely looks down on us." I disagree with old Gao's words. Who says she looks down on us? Workers and farmers are honorable. In the past, capitalist young ladies wanted to marry poor farmers, but they weren't qualified. Why can't we poor farmers marry the children of officials? Everyone listened and suddenly felt enlightened. Yeah, why can't poor farmers marry the children of officials? Besides, once she moves in, if it doesn't work out, they can always have a child first. Once a woman loses her virginity, what face does she have to walk around without marrying the man? In other villages, there have been cases of female-educated youths marrying rural young men and having children. Wait, I suddenly remembered I have something at home. I'll leave first. Oh, I can't believe I forgot. I have things to do at home too. Oh no, I forgot my mother-in-law called me to do work. In an instant, the group of women cutting pig grass disappeared without a trace. Chapter 41. Chaos in the chicken coop. Sure Hepping, who was working in the fields, felt uneasy when he heard Xiao Lan say she had fallen out with the team leader's family and wanted to move out. The team leader's house was the best in the whole village. After working in the village for a couple of days and comparing the scatter houses, it was clear that the team leader's house was the best. And they were in the countryside, a remote area where the team leader could easily make things difficult for her. What was she thinking? Was her head filled with nonsense? It was well known that the team leader could easily deal with a young intellectual, as evidenced by his frequent tactics against Lin Nian. If those methods were applied to Xiao Lan, she would definitely fall into a pit. She simply didn't have Lin Nian's intelligence. Even now, Sure Hepping still couldn't figure out how Sui Jiaming had fallen. Sui Jiaming was the old fox among their group. Throughout their lives, he had only ever tricked others, never been tricked himself. Watching Xiao Lan complain incessantly in front of him, Sure Hepping felt exhausted. After thinking for a moment, he said to Xiao Lan, "Why don't we also ask for 2 plots of land and build a house to live separately? Rural people have poor hygiene habits." Without thinking, Xiao Lan shook her head. "No way. Who will cook for me and wash my clothes if we live separately? Besides, we'll only be here until the new year. My mom said she wanted to let me stay in the countryside for the new year. A few months is enough time for that old man to calm down. Why build a house? Do you really think you're a rural person?" Sure Hepping thought about it and agreed. "All right, then we want to build. But have you thought about whose house to borrow?" Xiao Lan replied, "Of course I have. Y planto. Xiao Jiqing, you can come live in my house. My house is very spacious." "What spacious house? It looks like a pigsty." "Xiao Jiqing, don't listen to her. Come live at my house. I tell you, my mother-in-law cooks delicious food. Get lost. Your mother-in-law is just someone who cooks pig food for the team." "What do you mean? Let Xiao Jiqing come to your house and then be fed like a pig by your mother-in-law." "Xiao Jiqing, you can come live in my house. It's clean." "Your house clean? There's chicken dung on the stove. How is that clean?" "Xiao Jiqing, come live in my house." A group of women suddenly rushed toward Xiao Lan, their eyes shining as if they had spotted a delicious piece of meat. Among them were a few women who had previously been friendly with Lin Nian. The women pushed and shoved, each trying to get in front of Xiao Lan. An elderly woman with a face full of laughter opened her mouth wide, revealing yellow teeth. And a foul smell hit Xiao Lan's face, making her gag. She ended up throwing up all over the woman. "How disgusting. Have you eaten something rotten? Get away from me. You filthy people, get away." Xiao Lan was furious, cursing out loud. These people were all so dirty. She had just seen someone with lice crawling on their head. The sudden change in atmosphere felt like an invisible hand had pressed the pause button. The women who had just been so enthusiastic suddenly fell silent. Could these people even take care of someone in their home? Did they really want to bring someone back to be a daughter-in-law? Was it worth it to bring such a figure home for their son's future? Was it worth it? Of course it was. As long as they could have meat to eat every day, who cared if they were scolded or even beaten by their daughter-in-law? Not to mention, if they married Xiao Lan, their son could become an official. If their son became an official, even a little money coming in each month would be enough for the whole family. Just look at the Lin family. When their 3rd son was alive, they lived well. Sister Lu was the most cunning. She squeezed through and grabbed Xiao Lan's arm, pulling her out of the crowd. "Xiao Jiqing, your clothes are dirty. Come to my house. I'll wash them for you." Xiao Lan looked down and saw that her clothes and pants were indeed splattered with vomit, making her feel terrible. Sister Lu didn't forget to shout to Sure Hepping, "Sure Jiqing, bring Xiao Jiqing's luggage over. My house is right next to the creek in the Lu family courtyard." Just like that, Xiao Lan was pulled back to Sister Lu's house. And the other women finally snapped out of their daze. The old woman covered in vomit started screaming and rushed to Lu's house, grabbing Xiao Lan and demanding compensation. Xiaolan, overwhelmed by the old woman's stench, threw up again, and this time, Sister Lu, who was trying to help her, got covered in it too. Sister Lu thought to herself, bringing someone in is bad luck. Is she a blessing or a curse? The old woman's son and daughter-in-law, along with distant relatives, quickly arrived upon hearing the news, creating quite a commotion in Lu's house. Sure, Hepping turned back to look for the team leader, but the team leader's wife said he was unfortunately at another production team. Oh no, there was no choice but to pay up. In the end, Xiaolan was disgusted and felt half dead, having to pay 50 yuan and 20 jin of grain tickets to settle things. That was 50 yuan and 20 jin of grain tickets. Many people saw the possibility in the old woman's antics and greedily fixed their eyes on Xiaolan. However, Xiaolan, who had cleaned herself up and lay on the bed like a wilted eggplant, was completely unaware of this. Far away in Rongqing, Zhang Cuifang was just as wilted. She looked like she had aged 10 years in an instant, her face bruised and scratched. Those marks were from her second brother Zhang Ganmei's wife and her own mother scratching her. Zhang Ganmei had lost his job, and Zhang's mother asked Zhang Cuifang to give her job to Zhang Ganmei. If it were before, Zhang Cuifang would have received remittances every month, and Huang Jiangwo would have been gentle and considerate towards her, so giving up her job wouldn't have been an issue. But now, Zhang Cuifang dare not. If she didn't give up her job, her family would beat her. Right now, not only did she have to pay back the money she had previously received, but her salary was also being deducted every month to repay the debt. Whenever Huang Jiangwo saw her, he looked at her with disdain. When she asked him for household money, he scolded her, saying she didn't know how to manage her life and was using the family's money to fill her family's hole. At mealtime, both her son and daughter complained, saying she was feeding them pig food. Zhang Cuifang felt extremely wronged. If she had money, would she mistreat her whole family? Nobody understood her. Not a single person in the whole family understood her. The one making the most noise was Huang Lili. Knowing she had to go to the countryside, Huang Lili refused to comply, yelling at Zhang Cuifang every day, blaming her for ruining her life. Zhang Cuifang, who had been crying every day, felt like her life had been submerged in bitterness since Lin Nian left. She truly couldn't bear it any longer. So when Huang Lili started arguing with her again, she said to her, "Lily, going to the countryside is unavoidable. You know the situation at home. We've already emptied the house to pay back that dead girl's money, but there is one way, but I need your help." Huang Lili quickly asked, "What way?" Zhang Cuifang replied, "Lin Nian has a house under her name, but she doesn't know it. I want you to impersonate Lin Nian and go with me to the housing authority to transfer the house to me first, and then I will find someone to sell it. Once we get the money, I can give you a portion of it to use when you go to the countryside." As soon as Huang Lili heard Zhang Cuifang mention Lin Nian's house, jealousy twisted her face. Without thinking, she agreed, "All right, but you have to give me 100 first, otherwise I won't go." Now, Huang Lili no longer trusted Zhang Cuifang. Chapter 42. Protecting one's own. Where could Zhang Cuifang possibly get 100 yuan now? After futilely trying to persuade Huang Lili, she had no choice but to wait for Huang Jiangwo to come home, so she could discuss with him how to handle Huang Lili. Upon hearing Zhang Cuifang's words, Huang Jiangwo frowned, displeased, and said, "Didn't you say that house was to be kept for Hongwei? Why are you selling it now?" Zhang Cuifang replied, feeling pained, "Isn't it because we have no money? If I had any money at all, I wouldn't be thinking about selling the house." Huang Jiangwo's expression darkened immediately. "Are you implying that I can't support you?" "Zhang Cuifang, do you want to sell the house to support your family? Or is there something else you think I don't know?" He continued, "Both of us have jobs and earn salaries every month. How can we not make ends meet? Don't bring up the factory deducting half of our pay. Even if they deduct half, we still earn more than a typical single-income family. Besides, if it weren't for your unchecked financial support to your family, could we not afford to compensate that dead girl Lin Nian? I warn you, Zhang Cuifang, it's fine for Lily to go with you to transfer the property, but after the transfer, the property certificate must be given to me. Also, this house cannot be sold. It must be left for Hongwei in the future. If you dare to sell the house, I will divorce you." The word divorce was the most effective way to intimidate Zhang Cuifang. At her age, if she got divorced, what face would she have to live in the factory? Moreover, Where would she go after the divorce? Back to her family? Zhang Cuifang recalled the days she spent at her family home before she got married and shuddered. She couldn't even imagine going back to that life for a single day. Furthermore, she couldn't provide money to her family or help her brother find a job. Returning home would only mean enduring beatings and scoldings. With no other option, Zhang Cuifang had to agree. Huang Zhengwo went to find Huang Lili, took 100 yuan from his private stash, and told her to cooperate well with Zhang Cuifang. At the factory director Wang's home, Director Wang personally saw Fu Qiushi off. Fu Qiushi came under the guise of the security department, representing comrade Yang Dongliang, to inquire about how the factory was handling Zhang Cuifang and Huang Zhengwo. Little Fu, Wang said, please explain this matter clearly to the leaders when you return. After all, comrade Zhang Cuifang is Lin Nian's biological mother. You know, the child is not yet of age. The biological mother has the right to manage her finances. The factory has already made the greatest effort to allow her to return the money to Lin Nian. Additionally, comrade Huang Zhengwo is unaware of these matters, so the factory cannot impose any penalties on him. However, it will be difficult for him to get promoted in the future, as he has a certain responsibility for such a large incident at home. On the other hand, Zhang Cuifang has already been demoted to an ordinary worker position. Given her situation, she indeed cannot continue to handle union work. Fu Qiushi stopped and shook hands with Director Wang. I understand all these circumstances and will report them truthfully to the leaders. Thank you, Director Wang. Please take care. I will take my leave now. Director Wang also stopped and shook hands with Fu Qiushi to bid farewell. Once outside the machinery factory, Fu Qiushi's expression turned grim. Can a biological mother not be penalized? Can a biological mother abuse her child without restraint? What kind of ridiculous reasoning is this? He did not return to the guest house, but went to find someone to inquire about Huang Lili and the Huang family's recent activities. Then he went to the bureau to find professional comrades. The young girl had specifically gone to the Housing Management Bureau to rent out the house for free before leaving, which must have had another purpose. Fu Qiushi could guess Lin Yan's intentions just by putting himself in her shoes. Since that was the case, he decided to help the young girl. At the Rongqing Bureau, Gu Tu, there's someone named Fu Qiushi outside, saying he's your comrade and is here to see you. Hearing this, Gu Qiaoyang quickly got up and ran outside. When he saw Fu Qiushi standing in the lobby, he joyfully rushed up and patted his shoulder twice. Boss, why are you here? Why didn't you let me know in advance so I could prepare for your arrival? Fu Qiushi also patted his shoulder twice. I'm not going to squeeze into a single bed with you and smell your stinky feet. Gu Qiaoyang laughed heartily and led Fu Qiushi to his office. Once inside, he busied himself pouring tea for Fu Qiushi and then closed the door. Boss, your sudden appearance. Is there something you need me to do? Gu Qiaoyang asked. Fu Qiushi chuckled lightly. All right, your investigative skills haven't deteriorated. You really are the ace in criminal investigation. Gu Qiaoyang felt wronged. You didn't look for me last time you came for a mission. I know you well. If it weren't for something serious, you definitely wouldn't show up suddenly. Fu Qiushi didn't beat around the bush and said directly, keep an eye on the Housing Management Bureau. There might be a real estate fraud case involving people from the Hongqing machinery factory. I don't want this case to be trivialized. I hope it can be handled seriously according to national laws. Gu Qiaoyang immediately asked Fu Qiushi for details, and Fu Qiushi shared everything he could. Wow, how did Zhang Cuifang offend you? Gu Qiaoyang exclaimed. Why did Zhang Cuifang have to provoke you of all people? Fu Qiushi said without changing his expression. This is the intention of Captain Yang. He doesn't want to see the orphans of martyrs being bullied, nor does he want the martyr's soul to be unsettled after sacrificing for the country. Gu Qiaoyang put away his playful demeanor and became serious, as those of them who had served in the military could particularly empathize with the issue of martyrs. Don't worry, I will personally oversee this matter. As long as the other party dares to commit a crime, I will definitely bring them to justice. Fu Qiushi patted his shoulder. Good brother. Once this matter was arranged, Fu Qiushi had a drink with Gu Qiaoyang and a few other comrades that night. The next morning, he personally went to the Housing Management Bureau to keep watch. Based on his investigation into the Huang family's recent situation, Fu Qiushi used his extensive investigative experience to judge that if Zhang Cuifang intended to lay claim to that house, She wouldn't be able to hold on for long. What Fu Qiushi didn't expect was that just as he began to keep watch, Zhang Cuifeng brought Huang Lili to the Housing Management Bureau. When Zhang Cuifeng presented the property certificate and household registration book to the staff at the Housing Management Bureau and said she wanted to transfer ownership, Fu Qiushi smirked. He had guessed correctly. He thought, that girl spent 300 yuan, and it couldn't possibly be as simple as just renting the house out for free. The scene of Lin Nian at the Housing Management Bureau flashed through Fu Qiushi's mind, and his smile widened even more. No wonder he had his eyes on this girl. At the counter, what a coincidence, the staff member attending to Zhang Cuifeng happened to be the same one who had assisted Lin Nian before. So when he saw the property certificate, he looked at Zhang Cuifeng and the frowning Huang Lili in surprise. "What is your name?" he asked. Huang Lili rolled her eyes. "My name is Lin Nian." Seeing Huang Lili's poor attitude, Zhang Cuifeng was afraid of offending the Housing Management Bureau staff and quickly smiled apologetically. "Yes, she is my daughter Lin Nian. She voluntarily wants to transfer the house to her biological mother's name." As for the fact that Lin Nian had gone to the countryside, the staff at the Housing Management Bureau wouldn't know, and Zhang Cuifeng felt justified. The staff member stood up and said to the two of them, "Please wait a moment." After saying this, he took the property certificate and household registration book to find their director in the office. Chapter 43, Capture Director Gu. A mother and daughter have come outside. They claim to be Comrade Lin Nian and her mother, holding a household registration book and property certificate to transfer ownership. Lin Nian voluntarily offered the house to the Housing Management Bureau for 5 years, which caused a sensation throughout the Bureau. Therefore, from top to bottom, everyone in the Bureau was very familiar with the name Lin Nian. Especially Director Gu. Lin Nian left a deep impression on him. She was a girl with a high level of ideological awareness. He immediately called the Bureau to report the case and also contacted the Hongxing Machinery Factory to send someone to verify it. Director Gu instructed sternly. "Good." Zhang Cuifeng and Huang Lili were waiting outside, and at this time, this was the style of handling affairs, so they didn't feel anything was wrong. The call reached the headquarters of Hongxing Machinery Factory. Logically, given the size of Hongxing Machinery Factory, there wouldn't be many people at the headquarters who knew an employee from a branch factory, but Zhang Cuifeng and Huang Jiangwo were famous. After all, when the Housing Management Bureau asked them to come over for identification, the reception staff quickly reported it up. The higher-ups immediately sent people from the Labor Union and Personnel Department to the Housing Management Bureau, while also reporting it to Factory Director Wang. Zhang Cuifeng waited and waited at the small Housing Management Bureau until she finally saw a clerk come out. She hurriedly asked, "Comrade, how much longer do we need to process this?" The clerk handed them paper and pen. "You need to write a guarantee letter, ensuring that this house is voluntarily transferred from Comrade Lin Nian to Comrade Zhang Cuifeng, and then sign and fingerprint it." This was after a call had been made to the Bureau, and not long after, the Bureau called back with this instruction. In this era, houses were not like cabbages. They were scarce. No one would come to transfer ownership every few days. So Zhang Cuifeng and Huang Lili didn't know what the correct procedure for transferring a house was. They wrote exactly as the clerk instructed. After finishing, the clerk took a look at the guarantee letter, satisfied, and set it aside. "You wait. Transferring ownership of a house is a big deal. It can't be done in a short time." Zhang Cuifeng smiled apologetically then. "Comrade, please try to be quick." After a while, people from the Bureau arrived. As soon as the clerk saw them enter, he warmly went to greet them and then invited Director Gu out. 3 comrades came from the Bureau, the leader being Gu Chaoyang, a comrade in arms of Fu Qiushi. They were invited into the office, where Director Gu recounted the ins and outs of the situation. Gu Chaoyang said, "After receiving your report, we quickly investigated the files of comrades Zhang Cuifeng and Lin Nian. Among them, Lin Nian's file notes that she recently went to the countryside, and her household registration has been transferred to the rural area where she was sent to work." Director Gu's expression turned serious. "I knew they were here to scam for the house. If it were someone else, our comrades might have already been deceived into transferring the house. This was a huge loophole. I must report this to higher-ups. In the future, property transfers must be accompanied by an identity verification from your bureau to prove the person is indeed the owner." Gu Chaoyang didn't respond to this and said, "We'll go out in a moment and inspect each counter like we're checking work." I hope you can cooperate. Director Gu nodded quickly. Okay, I'll definitely cooperate. He personally led Gu Chaoyang and the others from the office, introducing them to each counter, starting from the first one on the left. Gu Chaoyang asked questions from time to time and also inquired with the clerks, appearing to be on an inspection. No one felt anything was wrong. How could people from the Bureau be inspecting the Housing Management Bureau? This was clearly two systems that had nothing to do with each other. When they reached the counter where Zhang Cuifang and Huang Lili were, Gu Chaoyang casually picked up the guarantee letter on the table to take a look. Then asked Zhang Cuifang, "You are Zhang Cuifang?" Zhang Cuifang, without suspicion, nodded. "Yes, I am Zhang Cuifang." Gu Chaoyang turned to Huang Lili, and Zhang Cuifang hurriedly said, "This is my daughter, Lin Nian." Gu Chaoyang, Lin Nian? Huang Lili quickly nodded. "Yes, I am Lin Nian." She was extremely nervous, but managed to keep her composure. After all, who wouldn't he feel nervous when being questioned by comrades from the Bureau? Even if one hadn't done anything wrong, it would still make one's heart race, let alone she was lying. Gu Chaoyang turned to Director Gu and said, "Director Gu, your work is very meticulous. Regarding the matter you just mentioned, I think if I report it, our Bureau will definitely agree." Hearing this, Zhang Cuifang and her daughter felt more at ease. It wasn't until comrades from Hongxing Machinery Factory suddenly appeared that she panicked. "Comrade Zhang Cuifang, what are you doing here?" The head of the labor union at Hongxing Factory personally brought people over, and Zhang Cuifang was caught off guard and immediately panicked. She awkwardly smiled. "Oh, nothing much. Just came to ask something." Then she quickly said to the clerk, "Comrade, I won't be processing this today. Please return my documents. I'll come back another day." She was flustered. She was anxious. The clerk sneered, thinking, "See, they really are here to do something bad." Director Gu greeted the people from Hongxing Machinery Factory. "Are you comrades from Hongxing Machinery Factory? I am the director of the Housing Management Bureau. My surname is Gu. The situation is like this. We asked you to come here to help identify these two female comrades." Zhang Cuifang and Huang Lili were stunned after hearing Director Gu's words. What does this mean? That dead girl Lin Nian secretly transferred the house for free? When did that dead girl come to handle this? How did she know there was still a house under her name? The people from Hongxing Machinery Factory looked at the two mother and daughter with expressions that were indescribable. They had seen shamelessness, but they had never seen such shamelessness. Zhang Cuifang and her daughter had completely disgraced Hongxing Machinery Factory. "Zhang Cuifang, you did this on purpose to harm me. That dead girl Lin Nian has transferred the house, and you made me come to replace her to handle the transfer? You heartless woman, my dad marrying you has brought us 8 generations of bad luck. You are here to harm our entire family." After Huang Lili reacted, she was furious and shouted at Zhang Cuifang, then ran away. However, she was stopped by the people brought by Gu Chaoyang, who quickly handcuffed her. Huang Lili struggled desperately. Let me go. Let me go. Why are you arresting me? I haven't done anything wrong. It was Zhang Cuifang who made me come to sign for her biological daughter. What could I do but listen? However, she couldn't break free at all. Huang Lili collapsed and cried. Zhang Cuifang screamed and tried to rush over to rescue Huang Lili, but was controlled by Gu Chaoyang, who also handcuffed her. The people from Machinery Factory quickly asked, "Comrade, is there some misunderstanding here? Comrade Zhang Cuifang is Comrade Lin Nian's biological mother. We are all from the same factory, and if Zhang Cuifang gets arrested, the Machinery Factory will lose face too. Even if everyone feels disgusted about this matter, they have to step up to smooth things over for Zhang Cuifang." Director Gu looked at Gu Chaoyang and the others with difficulty, and Gu Chaoyang said, "Before the law, everyone is equal. Even a biological mother cannot commit a crime against her own child." Chapter 44. Leaving after settling the matter, I haven't committed a crime. How can I be a criminal? I'm just here to change the name on my daughter's house. How is that a crime? No, comrade, you got it wrong. I haven't committed a crime. Gu Chaoyang let out a cold laugh. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that you brought people to impersonate Lin Nian and deceive them into transferring the property constitutes fraud. Moreover, your daughter is an independent person. Her belongings are hers. If someone attempts to illegally possess them through unlawful means, that is also a crime. This isn't something you can just claim without evidence. Take them away. After the comrades at Hongxing Machinery Factory confirmed the names and relationship of the two, Gu Chaoyang, gave the order, and Zhang Suifang and Huang Lili were taken away. In this era, cars were scarce, so Gu Chaoyang and his team rode bicycles, which were temporarily parked at the housing management office. The three of them walked back to the bureau, escorting Zhang Suifang and Huang Lili. The two women cried incessantly. Gu Chaoyang reminded them that if they continued to cry and delay, they would be the center of attention for even longer. Only then did the two realize, covering their faces with their hands, that they needed to avoid the various unbearable gazes and pointing fingers for passers-by, and they quickened their pace. However, they were still spotted by acquaintances who rushed over to ask what had happened. Zhang Suifang's heart felt like it was being fried in oil. She regretted hurrying to transfer the property. Even more, she regretted not treating that dead girl Lin Nian a little better at the beginning, coaxing her into transferring the house before sending her to the countryside. Now, not only had everything gone wrong, but she had also been arrested. What was to be done? Would she go to jail? Zhang Suifang and Huang Lili were both engulfed in deep regret and panic. Gu Chaoyang took the two to the interrogation room and handed them over to his colleagues before going outside to meet Fu Qiushi. Fu Qiushi, I'm confident leaving this matter to you. I'm off now. Handle it according to the law, and don't show any mercy. Gu Chaoyang nodded. Rest assured. Will you come back next time? Fu Qiushi shook his head with a smile. I don't know. After this break, I'll start closed training to prepare for the big competition in the entire security district. Whether I could take a break later, or where I'll go, I'll only know then. Gu Chaoyang sighed. After this parting, who knows when we brothers will see each other again? Fu Qiushi, let us keep in touch by letter. Gu Chaoyang nodded. Okay, I'll write to you, but you must remember to reply. Fu Qiushi waved at him. All right, go back. After Fu Qiushi bid farewell to Gu Chaoyang, he went to find the young man who had helped him investigate the Huang family, asking him to spread some rumors, stating that Zhang Suifang intended to occupy the house left to Lin Nian by her deceased father at the behest of Huang Jiangwo. Now that Zhang Suifang had messed things up, Huang Jiangwo would surely get a divorce. After the divorce, he could find a wealthy widow to continue living his parasitic life. Zhang Suifang was foolish, ruining her own daughter for such a man. Fu Qiushi waited until he personally heard the rumors before leaving in peace. In the office of the factory committee at Hongxing Machinery Factory, Director Wang called Huang Jiangwo over and scolded him fiercely. He truly hadn't expected the couple to have such a lack of bottom line. Huang Jiangwo insisted that he knew nothing about the matter, claiming he was also kept in the dark by Zhang Suifang. However, he was wondering who had taught Lin Nian to do this. Was it Zhang Haiyang? Otherwise, Lin Nian. That dead girl wouldn't have come up with such a scheme to dig such a big pit for Zhang Suifang. But Zhang Haiyang was an upright person. He shouldn't resort to such tricks. His gaze fell on Zhao Shengli, who was standing aside, whose undisguised glee was very conspicuous. He immediately began to suspect. Could it be him and Lu Guixiang? The more Huang Jiangwo thought about it, the more he felt it was these two, and he was filled with hatred, but felt helpless. Just wait. One day he would make them pay. Huang Jiangwo argued back, but Director Wang had no way to deal with him. Instead, Huang Jiangwo even asked Director Wang to help find a way to rescue Zhang Suifang and Huang Lili. Director, not for anything else, but even if it's for sending money to Nian Nian every month, Zhang Suifang can't be without a job. Zhao Shengli, you've already given Nian Nian 3,000 yuan. With that child's frugality, she won't be short on money for now. Besides, Zhang Suifang is just an ordinary worker, earning just over 20 yuan a month. With your salary, Huang factory director, it's enough for Nian Nian to live in the countryside. And since Zhang Suifang's portion of money won't be available, you can make up for it, right? After all, only when the debt to Nian Nian is repaid can this matter be considered settled. Huang Jiangwo nearly lunged forward to strangle Zhao Shengli. But Zhao Shengli even reminded Director Wang, Director, you mustn't be fooled by him into doing something against principles. Zhang Suifang is committing fraud. If you help her, others in the factory think it's fine to commit crimes in the future, since the old factory director will come to bail them out. Huang Jiangwo couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted loudly, Zhao Shengli, you've gone too far. Zhang Suifang is the widow of a martyr. Zhao Shengli sneered. If she doesn't remarry, she is a martyress widow. Now that she remarried, if she wants to be a widow again, you'd better die first. Huang Jingwo's eyes nearly bulged out, and it was only after the old factory director slammed the table that the scene was calmed down, and both of them finally fell silent. Zhao Xingli was right. Whether she was guilty or not, the factory couldn't interfere. Zhao Xingli, organize a meeting soon. Hold an assembly to discuss ideological and style issues, and give everyone a wake-up call. Zhao Xingli readily agreed, while Huang Jingwo's face turned dark. Director Wang glanced at Huang Jingwo with a complicated expression and said before leaving, "Take care of yourself." After leaving the factory committee, Zhao Xingli kindly said to Huang Jingwo, "Your family has encountered such a big incident. I'll give you 2 days off. Go handle your affairs. Your wife and daughter are detained. It's quite distressing. If 2 days isn't enough, come back to ask for more time off." Zhao Xingli hummed a tune and rode away on his bicycle. Huang Jingwo's fist clenched tightly. However, he had no way to deal with Zhao Xingli now. He needed to keep his job and maintain his position as deputy factory director. He was worried that Zhang Cuifang would say something inappropriate inside, so he hurriedly rode his bike to the bureau. However, the bureau wouldn't allow him to see Zhang Cuifang. On the other hand, Huang Lili, not being the main perpetrator, could see people after her interrogation. Huang Lili saw Huang Jingwo through the iron bars, crying as she rushed over, grabbing the bars and pressing her face against the gaps. "Dad, that venomous woman Zhang Cuifang harmed me. Dad, I'm scared. I don't want to be here. I want to go out." Huang Jingwo comforted her. "Lily, don't be afraid. Dad knows you're wronged. Cooperate well with the comrades in the bureau to clarify the situation. You must believe they wrong an innocent person. Just be more cautious in the future. Don't listen to her blindly. Remember this lesson, okay? Dad will be fighting for you outside. Don't be scared." Surprisingly, Huang Lili's muddled brain understood Huang Jingwo's meaning, and she nodded while crying. Someone over here reminded them that the time was up. So Huang Jingwo asked in front of Huang Lili, "Comrade, my daughter is not well. Can I get some food stamps and money for you so that my daughter can eat a little better?" He put on a kind, fatherly demeanor for Huang Lili to see. The guard replied sternly, "Comrade, don't try that here. We won't let anyone go hungry." Huang Jingwo was firmly rejected, so he could only leave awkwardly with a forced smile. Chapter 45. Partnering up. Zhang Cuifang never imagined she would end up in a cell. She only took her daughter's things. What was wrong with that? In her understanding, it was completely normal for a daughter to take things from her family, just like her parents and the people she knew around her. So why was it that when it came to her, she ended up in a cell? After feeling anxious and scared, she couldn't figure out no matter how hard she tried. She repeatedly requested to see Lin Nian, insisting that this matter had been agreed upon with Lin Nian. Since Lin Nian left without a word to go to the countryside, she thought of having Huang Lili help Lin Nian sign. She took all the blame upon herself, not implicating Huang Jingwo, and tried her best to clear Huang Lili's name. Zhang Cuifang believed that as long as she could find Lin Nian, and if that brat personally admitted it was her consent, she would be fine. "Boss, what should we do now?" As things reached this point, the interrogators went to ask Gu Zhaoyang. Gu Zhaoyang extinguished his cigarette. "I will consult with the bureau leadership and ask them to send a letter to the brother unit over there to assist in the investigation. Until we clarify things, Zhang Cuifang and Huang Lili will be transferred to the detention center." "Understood." Gu Zhaoyang personally went to report to the bureau leadership, who agreed. He drafted a public letter, playing a little trick. He didn't mention anything else in the letter, only asked the other party to verify with Lin Nian whether she had authorized someone to transfer the property under her name. Nothing else was mentioned. Flawless. After Zhang Cuifang and Huang Lili were transferred to the detention center, Huang Lili cried and wailed. She knew she couldn't offend Zhang Cuifang now. Otherwise, if Zhang Cuifang turned on her, she would be done for. She kept cursing Lin Nian. Then, she was beaten up badly by a group of seasoned inmates. Zhang Cuifang protected Huang Lili and also got beaten. The two calmed down. However, there was one advantage to being transferred to the detention center. They could receive visitors. Before seeing Zhang Cuifang, Huang Jingwo couldn't sleep all night, calculating how he would cope if Zhang Cuifang implicated him, saying he was the one who instigated it. He also thought about how to placate Zhang Cuifang. These past few days, people had been pointing fingers at him, and some even directly asked if he was going to divorce Zhang Cuifang. Even Zhang Cuifang's family came to him for trouble, saying that her predicament was all because of him, that Zhang Cuifang used all of Lin Nian's living expenses to support the family. Huang Zhangwo, a factory director, didn't he feel guilty at all about being supported by Zhang Cuifang? But now that something happened, it was all Zhang Cuifang's fault. Who would believe that? Zhang's family went around looking for someone to reason with, making it impossible for Huang Zhangwo to handle it, and he had to pay money to settle things. Huang Zhangwo was extremely irritated and couldn't he understand how their good life turned into this. If only he had stopped Zhang Cuifang when she suggested sending Lin Nian to help Lily in the countryside, would their lives still be stable like before? He had become the factory director. The family wouldn't he have to worry about food and clothing. It was all Zhang Cuifang's fault. He entrusted the family to her. And she couldn't he even be a little nicer to Lin Nian? If she had done her part, Lin Nian wouldn't he have treated her biological mother so harshly. Fool! In the detention center, when Zhang Cuifang was brought out and saw Huang Zhangwo with a dark face outside the iron bars, she immediately cried and rushed over. Zhangwo, you need to find Lin Nian. As long as that dead girl says she agreed, I'll be fine. Her face was swollen and bruised, looking like a mess of spices spilled all over. Huang Zhangwo once again questioned his life choices. How could he have ever gotten together with Zhang Cuifang? Clearly, Hong Bing's mother was much better, prettier, and more virtuous than her. I will find a way to call, he said. But going directly to Dongsheng was unrealistic. A round trip would take at least 10 days, and considering the time to find Lin Nian, it would be at least half a month. The factory wouldn't give him leave. Given their current situation, he absolutely couldn't get into trouble or lose his job. Otherwise, what would happen to Hong Wei? His parents were in the countryside. Would he be willing to send Hong Wei there to suffer? Your parents are in the city, but with their kind of people, can you really trust them to take care of Hong Wei? To be honest, if you got into trouble, not only would your parents not come see you, but they would also come to find me and demand money from me, 100 yuan. If I didn't give it to them, they would block me every day, not letting me visit you. The key point of Huang Zhangwo's words was, he absolutely could not get into trouble. Zhang Cuifang quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Your job cannot have any issues. You still have to take care of Hong Wei. Her family couldn't be relied on. Her youngest son was her pride and joy. And naturally, she wouldn't want him to suffer in the countryside. Huang Zhangwo breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Zhang Cuifang hadn't mentioned him. Now the factory is saying I'm going to divorce you. If you hear it, don't believe it. Our years together mean that no matter what, I will absolutely not divorce you. Zhang Cuifang was moved to tears. Huang Zhangwo continued, you take good care of Lily inside. That girl has never suffered like this. Some things she doesn't understand, and she will definitely misunderstand you. Don't take it to heart. Zhang Cuifang choked up. I understand. Lily is the child I've cherished since she was little. How could I not care for her? Don't worry, this has nothing to do with Lily. She was just helping because I urged her to. Huang Zhangwo felt relieved. He asked after Zhang Cuifang a few more times before leaving. After thinking for a moment, he went to the post office to send Lin Nian 50 yuan, then sent a telegram to inform Lin Nian that he had sent the money and asked her to wait for his call at the county post office at 10 o'clock on Saturday morning. After taking out 250 yuan, Huang Zhangwo felt a pang of pain. But there was no other way. Zhang Cuifang had to be bailed out, otherwise it would be bad for Hong Wei. With a mother in prison, Hong Wei would never be able to become a state official or join the army. Did Lin Nian know this? Lin Nian certainly knew, but she wasn't afraid because she still had another identity, that of a martyr's child. This identity was enough to offset the negative impact of Zhang Cuifang's imprisonment, while Zhang Cuifang's family was in deep trouble and sleepless in Rongqing. Lin Nian was living a blissful life, successfully partnering with the Lin family. She and Liu Yongnan provided excess food to the Lin family. Lin Nian contributed 2 yuan and 5 jin of grain coupons, along with a meal expense for a pound of meat slices. Liu Yongnan, who ate a lot, doubled his contribution. The Lin family accepted it, and Aunt Chu went to the commune to exchange the money and tickets they gave for fine grain, setting it aside to cook separately for them. As for the meat coupons, Lin Nian suggested that all the meat coupons she provided be used to buy lard, adding more oil when cooking, as oily dishes taste better. She also said she liked big pot meals and didn't want the Lin family to cook separate small pots just for her and Lu Yongnan. Lu Yongnan's 2 pounds of meat coupons were divided into 4 purchases, buying meat once a week, half a pound each time. During the first purchase, Aunt Chu made garlic shoots with pork, placing it in front of Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan, with large slices of shiny pork belly emitting an enticing aroma. The Lin family, from the oldest to the youngest, didn't touch it. Even though they were salivating, they didn't dare to eat. Chapter 46. Let's go find the captain. Lin Nian directly gave 3 eggs and a piece of meat to Aunt Chu. The 3 eggs all looked at Aunt Chu at the same time. The sound of them swallowing was simply incredible. Aunt, please don't refuse. You worked hard cooking. If you don't eat a piece of meat, I won't feel comfortable eating your food in the future. I might just go find someone else to share meals with. Lu Yongnan. I'm actually not that old. The 3 eggs help us with work every day. If they don't even get a bite of meat, we wouldn't feel right continuing to let the kids help. Aunt Chu sighed and nodded gently. Okay, Aunt will eat. As soon as she nodded, the whole family became happy, with big smiles on each of their faces. Although Lin Nian didn't ask the others to eat, no one reached for the meat plate because of Lin Nian's warm and friendly attitude. Dan took a small bite of meat and then stuffed the rest into Lin Dayong's hands. Dad, let's eat together. The meat is so fragrant. Lin Dayong's eyes widened. The meat is really delicious. He looked at Aunt Chu. Mom, eat the meat. Mommy, eat the meat. Hurry up. The meat is delicious. After seeing that Aunt Chu wasn't moving, he grabbed his chopsticks to pick up the meat from Aunt Lin's bowl. Just when Lin Nian thought he was going to eat it himself, he opened his mouth wide. And fed the meat into Aunt Chu's mouth. Mom, eat the meat. Seeing Aunt Chu eat the meat, Lin Dayong laughed happily. He took 2 steps back, stomped his right foot hard, and raised his hand to give Lin Nian an unstandard military salute. Thank you, Lin Young, educator. Mom told him that the meat was bought by Lin Young, educator, and Lu Young, educator, not from their family. Lin Nian was infected by him and stood up to imitate his salute. You're welcome. Lin Dayong was delighted, sat down, and ate heartily, his face always smiling. The whole family also started to smile. It was extremely warm. This warmth was not acted out. Lin Nian really liked the family atmosphere of the Lin family. Lin Young, educator, it's been several days, and your homestead hasn't started construction yet. You should go ask the captain. After dinner, Dan's mother, Duan Chunhua, pulled Lin Nian to chat. Lin Daqiang said, after work in the afternoon, I'll take Dayong and Dagong to the homestead to tidy up. Clear the weeds and rocks on the ground first. I think the captain is doing this on purpose. It's not autumn harvest yet, and the village can definitely spare manpower. If we delay it and wait until the autumn harvest, there will be even less manpower. After the autumn harvest, everyone is very tired and needs to rest before they could do big work. If we delay it further, when the weather gets cold and the ground freezes, we won't be able to build a house. In fact, Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan are young educators from outside. If they were originally from the village, they wouldn't need to go through the team to repair the house. They could just invite a few families they usually get along with to help, and they could finish building the house in no time, at most providing meals during the construction. Later, if those families needed help, they could just send someone over to exchange work. 150 yuan. You two together is 300. This money can't just go to waste, Lin Young, educator. Otherwise, I'll accompany you to find the captain. After hearing what her husband said, Duan Hongmei became angrier and angrier. 300 yuan. That's a lot of money. The captain's heart is black. Lin Nian laughed. No need. I'll just go find the captain myself later. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I won't suffer any losses by going to find the captain. After saying that, she even winked at Duan Hongmei. Duan Hongmei thought about it and said, if the captain bullies you, you must come back and tell me. Understand? Lin Nian nodded vigorously, understood. After Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan left the Lin family, they passed by Sister Lu's house and heard Xiaolan's sharp scolding from inside. Ah, chicken dung. You smeared chicken dung on my clothes. Shameless thing, are your parents dead? Didn't anyone teach you? Sister Lu, Xiao Young, educator, I'm sorry. The child is still small and knows nothing. I'll beat him later. I'll wash your clothes. I'll clean them for you right away. Lin Nian tugged at the corner of her mouth and Lu Yongnan glanced at the Lu family. I bet in 2 days Xiaolan will insist on moving out. How many days do you bet? Lin Nian. I won't bet. Whatever happens has nothing to do with me. At this moment, Sister Lu came out holding a basin of dirty clothes. She felt a bit embarrassed when she saw Lin Nian, but since they had already bumped into each other, she could only force a smile. Lin, young educator, have you finished eating? Lin Nian smiled and nodded. Yes. We've already finished eating. Sister Lu, you look pretty good. It seems you've been eating well these past few days. Sister Lu smiled awkwardly. Lin, young educator, you're joking. Eating well? No way. Xiao, young educator, wants to take things out to add to the meal, but is picky about our dishes, saying there's no oil or salt. And then she just eats her own canned meat. We can only watch. So infuriating. Clearly. The captain's grandson said that Xiao, young educator, eats canned meat and red sausage every meal. Red sausage? Oh, they haven't even heard of that good stuff. But she can't bear to kick Xiaolan and Sure helping out. After all, these two have money and pay a good amount for food and lodging. Besides, she still wants to matchmake her eldest son with Xiao, young educator. Endure. Oh, the word endure is like a knife. Anyway, I'm going to wash clothes now, Lin, young educator. Come play when you have time. Sister Lu hurried away. She wanted the daughter-in-law more than Lin, young educator's house. If only Xiao, young educator, had a personality as easygoing as Lin, young educator. Well, Sister Lu, go ahead and get busy. Lu Yongnan asked Lin Nian. Are we going to find a captain now? Lin Nian. First we show respect before using force. Let's go find him at his house first. If he is not there, we'll wait at the brigade office and chat with all the cadres. Now is a new society. No one can cover everything. Lu Yongnan thought for a moment and said, You go chat with the women's director. I'll go chat with the militia captain. After a few days of understanding and observation, Lu Yongnan found that these two people had some disagreements with the captain. Among them, the militia captain, Jiang Tianfeng, had previously competed with Bao Xiangdong to be the captain. Jiang Tianfeng had the highest support initially, but just before the election, there was a problem with the guardroom he was in charge of, and over 100 gene of autumn grain went missing, with no one knowing who stole it. At such a critical moment, this incident led to Jiang Tianfeng being kicked off the candidate list. Hearing Lin Nian's words had a hint of stirring up trouble. Lu Yongnan maintained a serious face, but felt a bit excited inside. When they arrived at the captain's house, Luo Hohat saw that it was them. So she put down the winnowing basket on her lap, stood up, and warmly greeted. Oh, it's Lin, young educator, and Lu, young educator. Here, to find the captain? Unfortunately, the captain is not home. If you had come a little earlier, he wouldn't have left yet. If you have anything to say, you can tell me, and I'll pass the message to him later. Lin Nian smiled. It's nothing much, just wanted to ask when our house will start construction. It's been 3 or 4 days, and we're almost halfway past the agreed time. Luo Hohat suddenly felt troubled. Oh, is it about this? Our old Bao's been worried about this for the past few days, unable to eat or sleep well. He has been trying to arrange this matter, but unfortunately, he can't spare any manpower. Lin, young educator, this matter really can't be rushed. We can't delay the production of the production team just because we're building your house, can we? Don't worry, as long as we can arrange manpower. Old Bao will definitely arrange it for you. Chapter 47. No using sugar-coated bullets. Lin Nian furrowed her brow. I see. Then, well, please help us tell the captain. I really appreciate it. Once this is sorted out, I'll treat him to some Mao Tai. Mao Tai. Bao Xiangdong, hiding in the room, smacked his lips. This was the highest grade liquor. He had only heard of it and had never even seen it. Luo Hohat's eyes lit up. Mao Tai. If Lin Nian can provide Mao Tai, then it wouldn't be impossible to persuade that old man to be more lenient. After all, that dead girl, Xiaolan, hasn't come to apologize yet. The old man said that Lin Ziking should still face some pressure. Only by letting them know the stakes can we extract benefits from them. Lin Ziking was being too polite. Luo Hohat's enthusiasm seemed a bit more genuine. Lu Yongnan said, Lin Ziking, I must criticize you. How can you corrupt the cadres for your own selfish interests? Our house repairs are important, but agricultural production is even more crucial. Besides, the captain is such an upright person. How could he accept your sugar-coated bullets? You're just humiliating yourself. Luo Hohat was dumbfounded. What was going on? How could this young man be so foolish? Was he a blockhead? Lin Nian immediately nodded in shame. Lu Ziking is right. It's my fault. I deeply reflect on it. I won't dare to use sugar-coated bullets to try to corrupt the upright and honest captain again. Aunt Luo, we're leaving. Luo Hoha watched Lin Nian's departing figure and stomped her feet. Hey, don't go. Our old man can be corrupted. Don't just say corrupted. He could be buried under sugar-coated bullets. Bao Xiangdong came out of the room, his face dark as hell. Luo Hoha turned to look at him, and Bao Xiangdong said fiercely, just wait. If you want a house, you'll get nothing. They can only enjoy themselves for a couple more days. I've already thought it through. I'll arrange for these two to do tasks that seem easy but are prone to mistakes and carry responsibilities. Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan walked far away, and the two smiled at each other. Lin Nian gave Lu Yongnan a thumbs up. Awesome. Lu Yongnan, Comrade Lin is a great teacher. Lin Nian smiled brightly. That old man will be so angry. After saying that, she hummed a tune. The two arrived at the brigade office, which was empty at that time. With no one around, they waited outside, whispering about their plans. Actually, it was Lin Nian speaking while Lu Yongnan listened. Lin Nian listed out several plans to deal with Bao Xiangdong, and Lu Yongnan had no objections, indicating that he would carry them out resolutely. After a while, the Women's Director, Guo Zuiping, arrived. Seeing the two squatting outside the brigade office, she hurried over to open the door. Oh, what are you doing here? Lin Nian stood up and followed her. Waiting for the captain, Guo Zuiping invited them in to sit and wait, casually asking, what do you need the captain for? Lin Nian replied, it's about the house repairs. Several days have passed, and the captain hasn't organized the repairs. Many members have asked me and Lu Ziking. Quite a few want to earn more work points before the autumn harvest. They think not repairing the houses is our fault. They all urged us to start working quickly. Otherwise, once it gets cold and the ground freezes, we won't be able to repair it. We just wanted the captain's house, but he wasn't home. His wife, Luo Hohat, told us that the captain is away. Guo Zuiping immediately understood. The captain was intentionally avoiding them, making things difficult for them. Lu Yongnan said, we should invite the engineering team from the county to help us with the repairs, but Comrade Lin Nian insists on finding people from the village to do it, saying that we shouldn't let the good resources flow to outsiders, and by letting the members earn more work points. It shows our sincerity to integrate into the village and settle here. Lin Nian nodded. Exactly. Since we came to join the team, our household registration is now tied to this village. We must think about the benefits for our village. This sounded comforting, as Lin Nian's proactive thinking was much appreciated, especially compared to Shaolong. However, Bao Xiangdong was too petty, and Guo Zuiping didn't dare to openly oppose him. But she could subtly hint at Lin Nian. It wasn't harvest season yet, and the village had plenty of labor. It wouldn't be hard to gather people to repair the houses. What use would they have for you? You're not even trading labor with them. If they want help, let them go find the captain. Lin Nian's eyes brightened. Oh, so it can be done this way? Thank you for reminding me. But we don't know who is good at repairing houses. Guo Zuiping smiled. That's simple. Go find the militia team leader, Jiang Tianfeng. He is a master at repairs, and all the militiamen under him are strong laborers, good at building houses and making kangs. Thank you. Lin Nian thanked her with a smile, then took a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket and placed them on the table, followed by a handful of fruit candies into Guo Zuiping's hand. Please take these back for your children. I don't like fruit candies. But the Women's Federation director at the factory forced several bags on me during the rural trip. Please help me finish them. Her words left Guo Zuiping unable to politely refuse. She tucked the fruit candies in her pocket. Then, thank you, Comrade Lin. With so many children at home, we can hardly get enough to eat, let alone have spare money to buy fruit candies. With the fruit candies as a bridge, the distance between Guo Zuiping and Lin Nian grew closer. Lu Yongnan was sent by Lin Nian to find militia team leader Jiang Tianfeng, while she stayed in the brigade office chatting with Guo Zuiping. After finishing the sunflower seeds, Lin Nian helped Guo Zuiping with some work, which was not difficult, just compiling a roster. She heard that comrades from the township health clinic were coming to the village to check the female members' gynecological health, and the roster needed to be prepared in advance. Wow, Comrade Lin, your handwriting is really beautiful. Guo Zuiping admired Lin Nian's delicate and elegant script. Lin Nian was not modest at all, right? I think my handwriting looks good too. If you have any more roster work in the future, just let me know. If I'm free, I'll come help you copy it. Guo nodded repeatedly. Then it settled. Lin Nian smiled brightly. Okay. After chatting for a while, the conversation shifted to the recent rumor circulating in the village that marrying Xiao Ziqing would lead one to become a cadre in the city. Actually, it was Guo who intentionally steered the topic there. As a women-s worker, she sensed that this rumor was having a very negative impact. Unfortunately, when she tried to advise others not to harbor unrealistic fantasies, no one listened to her. They thought her advice was just to help their own young men get ahead. Lin Nian said, with Xiao Lan's family background, it's not difficult for her family to promote her husband. They even have the ability to arrange him in a cadre position. Everyone hadn't underestimated the situation. However, Chapter 48, giving suggestions, Guo hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Lin Nian smiled and countered Sister Guo. Let me ask you, if you were Xiao Lan's parents and your daughter wanted to get married in the countryside, would you agree? If your daughter was forced into a situation where she had to marry, could you swallow that anger? Guo sighed, of course I couldn't swallow it. But what can be done? A woman's reputation is her life. If her reputation is ruined, how can she live in the village afterward? Lin Nian said, you know it's about living in the village, but does Xiao Lan have to live there forever? If I were her parents, if something happened, I would bring her back to the capital. Whoever caused her trouble, I would accuse them of being a rogue. Once back in the capital, who would know what Xiao Lan was like in the countryside, right? If they were a bit more ruthless, do you think Xiao Lan's influential parents would find a way to pin the rogue label on someone and then seek harsher punishment from the local authorities? Guo was startled. Oh, if they seek harsher punishment, they might end up facing serious consequences. Lin Nian asked curiously, Sister Guo, who do you think spread this rumor? I remember when Xiao Lan first arrived, no one had any designs on her. Guo eyes flickered, and she said, I don't know, but I do know it originated from Luo Hohat. However, she couldn't reveal that. Lin Nian said seriously, Director Guo, you need to take this matter seriously. If something happens in the future, you, as the women's director, will definitely face consequences. This bad influence must be eradicated. Everyone in the village needs to understand that they can't think about taking shortcuts. The price of shortcuts might be something everyone can't afford. Guo was troubled. But I've already done some work on this, and no one is willing to listen. Lin Nian thought for a moment and suggested, actually, I think we can report this to the Women's Federation in the township and ask the comrades there to help contact the Bureau. Then we can invite the Bureau to the village to present cases of rural young men assaulting female educated youths and what sentences they received. I believe real cases are much more impactful than just talking. Guo considered it and felt that Lin Nian's suggestion made a lot of sense. All right, I'll go to the Women's Federation later. But Lin, you must not mention this outside. Otherwise, some people in the village will think you're trying to cause trouble. Lin Nian nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I won't say anything to anyone. I just don't understand what those spreading rumors are thinking. They still want to be cadres and workers. I think they want to send someone to the police station. They have bad intentions. Lin Nian's suggestion wasn't just for Xiao Lan. It was also because she was a female educated youth herself, and a relatively wealthy one at that. These people were now focusing on Xiao Lan, and over time, they would likely set their sights on her as well. She needed to nip this dangerous trend in the bud. The more Lin Nian and Guo talked, the more they hit it off. And it wasn't until the work bell rang that Lin Nian left the team office. When she arrived at the field, Lu Yongnan had already laid out a mat under the big tree. Lin Nian sat down cross-legged on the mat, leaning against the tree trunk, and took out a high school Chinese textbook from her pocket. How's it going on your side? She asked Lu Yongnan. Lu Yongnan replied, it's all set. I promised to help them build houses and also provide an extra meal. They're all willing. They've also agreed to handle things with the team leader. Lin Nian was very happy. Then we need to go to the county to buy some grain this Sunday. And we can ask Aunt Chu to help us make some steamed buns to distribute to the workers. Lu Yongnan said, all right, I'll follow your lead. Seeing Lin Nian starting to read, he asked, why are you still reading high school books? Nowadays, getting into college relies on recommendations. Lin Nian responded, as a knowledgeable youth, I naturally need to be worthy of the term knowledgeable. Otherwise, how can I have the face to call myself a knowledgeable youth? Anyway, there's no harm in learning more. Who knows when it might come in handy, right? Could Lu Yongnan say otherwise? Of course not. Seeing that they were cooperating harmoniously, Lin Nian took out a math book from her pocket and handed it to him. "Since you're free anyway, let's read together," Lu Yongnan said. "Can I refuse?" Seeing Lu Yongnan's face of resistance, Lin Nian said, "I heard that boys are very good at math. You read it first, and if I have any questions later, I can ask you." "All right." Lu Yongnan could only agree, as he had promised his brother. The afternoon passed just like that. After work, the team leader's house was surrounded by several men and women, all questioning the team leader why he hadn't fixed the houses for Lu and Lin. They demanded to know if he didn't want them to earn work points. "Whoever tries to stop us from earning work points will eat at their house." The team leader and his wife were taken aback. "Lin Nian, all right, you really are something." The team leader nearly spat blood in frustration. He had never felt this humiliated in his life, being repeatedly outsmarted by a young girl. Young educated youths could be easily fooled, but the villagers were not so easily deceived. The team leader had no choice but to relent. They quickly decided on the personnel and started work that very night. Damn, if I'd known, I wouldn't have delayed. I could have found some lazy people to work for Lin Nian. The villagers who showed up were all skilled workers. It was really a bargain for Lin Nian because the work started so quickly. Lin Nian hurriedly asked Aunt Chu to help prepare some mixed grain steamed buns to distribute to the workers. They temporarily borrowed grain from the Lin family. Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan were straightforward, and the workers were happy as well. They told Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan, "Tomorrow morning we'll work for the team, and in the afternoon, we'll come to help you. If we work quickly, we can finish building your house in 5 days. With so many people and big bricks, it will go up fast." Lin Nian was thrilled. "That would be great." "Lin Nian, what furniture do you need?" "You have to tell the carpenter in advance, so he can make it for you." "Yes, you need to go find the carpenter early. Otherwise, he won't have time when the autumn harvest comes." "Okay, I understand. Thanks for the reminder." To be honest, she hadn't considered that point. In Hongsheng Township, Fu Qiushi brought a lot of luggage to the guest house to check in. He bought a bathing ticket, went to the bathhouse to clean himself up, and then went to the state-run barber shop to get a haircut and shave. After a few days on the train, he felt like he had turned into pickled vegetables. Originally, he could have gone directly to Qianjin village upon arriving in Hongsheng Township, but he didn't want to appear in front of Lin Nian looking shabby. After a good night's sleep at the guest house to recharge, the next day he energetically set out with his large and small bags, taking a fellow villager's ox cart to Qianjin village. When a stranger suddenly arrived in Qianjin village, someone stepped forward to ask who he was and what he was doing. Fu Qiushi smiled brightly. "I'm here to find Comrade Lin Nian. I'm her partner. She brought too few things when she came to the countryside, and I'm here to deliver things to her." The person questioning him was taken aback. This batch of educated youths, if we count Lin Nian, brought the most things. She even brought 5 water bottles. Yet someone still thinks she brought too few things. How sour. Chapter 49. My boyfriend is here. Lin Nian thought there was something wrong with her ears. Where did she get a boyfriend? Lu Yongnan was also confused. How could the person that third brother asked him to take care of have a boyfriend? Could it be that Lin Nian is the girlfriend of third brother's friend? Lin Nian said nothing and followed the person who was passing the message to the village entrance. Upon arriving at the village entrance, she saw Fu Qiushi surrounded by enthusiastic members, but not completely obscured. With the comparison, Lin Nian realized how tall Fu Qiushi was. Surrounded by both men and women, he could still show his head and smile at her. His smile in the sunlight was especially bright. Moreover, he had a pair of peach blossom eyes, shimmering as they looked over, and that glance, that smile, suddenly invaded her sight, landing in her heart, stirring up a pool of spring water. Lin Nian's heart couldn't help but race faster. "My boyfriend is here. Please make way for everyone." Fu Qiushi's voice carried an urgent longing from a long separation. And with such a good-looking person missing him so desperately, who could withstand it? In any case, Lin Nian couldn't. Her chaotic heartbeat was increasingly beyond her control. Skipping several beats, Lu Yongnan suddenly realized that Lin Nian was actually third brother's own girlfriend. No wonder third brother cared so much. He looked carefully at Lin Nian, then at Fu Qiushi, and a phrase popped into his mind. A talented man and a beautiful woman. These two were truly a match. As people made way, Lin Nian saw a large pile of luggage at Fu Qiushi's feet. She couldn't help but exclaim, How did you bring so many things? Fu Qiushi carried 2 large backpacks, and Liu Yongnin quickly ran over to help, while Lin Nian's family, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, also helped carry the luggage. It wasn't a difficult task. These things were brought to the train station with the help of comrades who used vehicles, and they had also asked comrades working on the railway to help load them onto the train, and there were people to help unload them as well. Besides, I had contacted someone in advance to pick me up. They drove me directly to the village. I arrived late yesterday, stayed at the guest house for a night, and this morning went to the commune to get help with the ox cart. I'm not tired. Lin Nian. It sounds like you want me to pity you. Your uncle asked me to bring you some things in a letter. Where's your educated youth point? As soon as he finished speaking, all the educated youths who had come to watch the excitement looked at Lin Nian with complicated expressions, not expecting her to have such a handsome boyfriend, and just by his attire, one could tell he came from a good family. Not to mention anything else. Just this large pile of things was enough to make people envious. For a moment, many regretted isolating Lin Nian because of Xiaolan. Xiaolan came from a good family, but they hadn't benefited much from her. Instead, they had often been bossed around by her. Moreover, Xiaolan's way of speaking was also unpleasant, and she looked down on all the educated youths and members equally. On the contrary, Lin Nian didn't care about being neglected by the educated youths. She turned around and got along with the members like relatives. The educated youth point is over there. Lin, educated youth. Aren't you going to take your boyfriend there quickly? Some of the regretful educated youths took the opportunity to speak, wanting to repair their relationship with Lin Nian. Lin Nian, thank you, but we have no relationship. Hearing Fu Qiushi mention his uncle, Lin Nian knew he was definitely referring to Yang Dongliang, and seeing his somewhat cryptic tone, Lin Nian decided to give him a chance and not expose his lie for now. No need. Let's temporarily put it at Dan's house. After all, the house will be repaired in a few days, and there are too many people living in the educated youth point. We won't have enough space for all these things. Lin Nian said with a smile, reasoning well without offending anyone. Of course, she wasn't afraid of offending people. Duan Chunhua enthusiastically organized. Yes. Let's put it at my house first. Once Lin educated youth's house is repaired, we can move directly from my house. Looking at Duan Chunhua showing off, Sister Lu felt like she had hugged the wrong thigh. No, the first time she hugged was right. Lin, educated youth, living with the Lin family, also added to their meals. Her youngest son came back chattering about how 3 eggs flaunted eating 5-flavored meat in the village. Bah, the second time she didn't hug wrong either. Lin, educated youth, has a boyfriend, while Xiao, educated youth, doesn't. Sister Lu stubbornly thought, but couldn't help but enviously drool at Duan Chunhua's back. A group of people was surrounded as they arrived at the Lin family, and soon the team leader and the militia captain arrived. The team leader first got angry and sent the members off to work. What are you all doing standing here? Don't anyone work points? Who taught you to be so disorganized and undisciplined? Well, he started getting serious. The laborers didn't argue back with him, and all returned to work. After all, earning work points to support their families was important. However, some aunties who usually didn't work ignored him and stayed at the Lin family to watch the excitement. Bao Xiangdong asked Fu Qiushi with a serious face, "Comrade, what is your name? Where are you from? And can you show me your introduction letter?" Fu Qiushi cooperatively took out his introduction letter, work permit, and other documents that could prove his identity from his jacket pocket. He handed them to the team leader, but Bao Xiangdong put on airs and didn't take them. Instead, Jiang Tianfeng took them. After Jiang Tianfeng finished looking at all of Fu Qiushi's documents, he immediately showed respect, giving Fu Qiushi a military salute. Then he returned the documents to Fu Qiushi, completely unaware of Bao Xiangdong's outstretched hand. Bao Xiangdong was furious, glaring. Jiang Tianfeng, being so friendly, shook Fu Qiushi's hand up and down. "Captain Fu, hello. I'm Jiang Tianfeng, the militia captain of the Forward Brigade. Very glad to meet you." He was a veteran, so he was naturally excited to meet the leaders of the defense zone. Fu Qiushi smiled and said, "I'm here to visit relatives. Comrade Jiang can just call me by my name. This isn't the defense zone. If you call me that, I might think I haven't taken leave yet." His demeanor was amiable, and all his sharpness and coldness were completely retracted, presenting the image of a sunny and cheerful young man. With such a Fu Qiushi, Lin Nian couldn't possibly associate him with a big villain. It was unclear why this person had darkened. The novel didn't clarify either. Sigh. If only she could know the reason, maybe she could save him. Otherwise, it would be too regrettable. Jiang Tianfeng, seeing how friendly Fu Qiushi was, felt happy inside and said, "Then we'll listen to Comrade Fu. I don't know how many days Comrade Fu will be staying in our forward brigade. If you need a place to stay during this time, you can consider my home." Fu Qiushi replied, "I plan to stay for about 10 days. If my accommodation isn't settled, I will definitely come to find Comrade Jiang. I see that your military salute is particularly standard. Did you come out from the ranks?" Jiang Tianfeng nodded eagerly. Being praised by a leader made the little man and his heart jump with joy. Fu Qiushi continued, "If I have time, I will look for Comrade Jiang to exchange ideas. If your militia members also want to participate, I welcome them too." Jiang Tianfeng was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. "Bao Si Andang. Do you know there's a team leader next to you?" He coughed a few times, trying to draw attention to himself. But Jiang Tianfeng bid farewell. "Comrade Fu, you go ahead. Team leader, let us leave. We should disturb them while they are tidying up." After saying that, he pulled Bao Xiangdong away. "Bao Si Andang." Once these two left, the watching aunties immediately surrounded Fu Qiushi tightly, enthusiastically and curiously asking where his family was from, what his father did, what his mother did, and what his siblings did. Lin Nian exchanged glances with Lu Yongnan, who stepped forward and said he had some candy, inviting the aunties to go with him to the educated youth point to get it, which finally rescued Fu Qiushi. She then asked Aunt Shu to borrow a room to put their things, and after organizing them, took Fu Qiushi out to the field. With no one around, Lin Nian looked up at the man whose peach blossom eyes held a hint of mischief when he smiled. She gathered all her energy to resist his damn charm and said seriously, "Comrade Fu Qiushi, explain yourself." Chapter 50. You understand me. Fu Qiushi looked around, unbuttoned his shirt cuffs, and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong forearms with smooth muscle lines. They were a bit pale. Logically, as someone who often trained outdoors in a team, his skin should have been tanned to a chocolate color. But he just wasn't dark. He beckoned Lin Nian with a finger, then slightly tugged at his pants leg, squatting down to hide his figure behind the crops. Lin Nian instinctively walked over and squatted beside him. Fu Qiushi leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "I'm on a mission. Thank you for your cooperation." "Comrade Lin Nian." His warm breath brushed against Lin Nian's ear, instantly reddening it. "I didn't misjudge you, Comrade Lin Nian. You truly understand me. Thank you for not exposing me in public. I owe Comrade Lin Nian twice. In the future, if you need anything, feel free to find me, and I will do my best." Lin Nian, "Actually, it's not an official mission. I'm helping Comrade Yang Dongliang with a personal matter, and I need Comrade Lin Nian to cover for me." As soon as Fu Qiushi finished his first sentence, he distanced himself from Lin Nian, as if their initial closeness had been an illusion. He moved forward a step, helping Lin Nian pull up the grass in the field, speaking in a low voice. To hear him clearly, Lin Nian had to keep up and try to stay close to him. Regarding Yang Dongliang, Lin Nian had to take it seriously. "After I returned, I reported your situation to Comrade Yang Dongliang, who felt very guilty about his oversight. Therefore, during my leave, he asked me to come here to investigate whether the remittances sent to the mother of martyr Lin Changzheng over the years have reached her. We're worried that a situation similar to yours might have occurred, since money can be quite enticing. When I was at the commune, I learned about your father's hometown and felt something was off. I was afraid of alerting the snake by beating the grass. So I temporarily said I was your partner. This way, no one would suspect I was here to investigate this matter." "Lin Nian, what is this? Someone delivers a pillow when you're dozing off? The villain is actually her timely reign?" Lin Nian knew that Fu Qiushi had a background in investigation, and having him look into this matter was definitely better than her amateur efforts. Just look at him. He had already sensed the problem after just a few questions at the commune. Truly impressive. "Comrade Fu Qiushi, you're right. I've been living with the Lin family and discovered they have never received any remittances from Comrade Yang." Lin Nian hurriedly said, "I'm also afraid of alarming the snake, so I didn't reveal my identity or claim kinship. Please keep it confidential, Comrade Fu Qiushi." Fu Qiushi turned to look at her. They were already very close, and when he suddenly turned like this, their noses almost touched, their breaths intertwining. Lin Nian's mind instantly flashed back to the scene in that dark alley when Fu Qiushi held her in his arms, and her face turned crimson. Lin Nian hurriedly stepped back, but in her fluster, she stumbled since she was originally squatting. Fu Qiushi quickly reached out to pull her into his arms. However, he was also squatting, and with too much force, they both fell backward. Lin Nian landed on him, her lips brushing against his chin. Both were stunned. Fu Qiushi's gaze deepened, and his breathing quickened. His chin felt as if it had been burned by a hot iron, intense heat coursing through him. The fragrant, soft girl lay on him, the softest part of her pressed against his chest. He could feel her chaotic heartbeat. In that moment, blood surged through Fu Qiushi. Fearing Lin Nian would notice his abnormal reaction, he quickly flipped over, switching positions with her, then reached out to pull Lin Nian up from the ground. After standing, Fu Qiushi quickly stepped back 2 paces, concerned as he asked Lin Nian, "Are you okay? Did you fall?" His voice trembled, but Lin Nian, embarrassed to the point of wanting to dig a hole and bury herself, completely missed the change in Fu Qiushi. "No." She looked down, brushing off the dirt on her clothes, her face as red as if it were bleeding. "That's good." Fu Qiushi took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He squatted down again to continue pulling grass, to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand and dispel the awkward atmosphere. He couldn't scare the girl away. "Well, she ran off. I need to stay at your grandmother's house. You have to help me. If it's really as you said, and your grandmother has never received the remittances, there must be more people involved. We need to gather evidence and catch them all in one go. We cannot let anyone slip through and escape punishment." Fu Qiushi changed the subject, and upon seeing that he seemed not to care about what just happened, Lin Nian felt relieved. "Yes, we mustn't let them take advantage of the situation. So, where do you plan to start?" Lin Nian squatted down to pull grass as well, asking if there was a plan. Fu Qiushi, if the remittance slip was fraudulently claimed, then several people are involved. First, there's the postman responsible for delivering the mail, or the first and second people who came into contact with the remittance slip. These people are all suspects. Second, assuming the post office staff are fined, every time the postman delivers mail, it's placed at the brigade office. Among these, important items like remittance slips, which are related to money, would definitely require the handler to sign for them. In fact, according to normal procedures, the recipient should sign for it personally. But many staff in various places do not strictly enforce this rule. I learned that some communes send letters directly to the brigade office, which then notifies the relevant members to collect them. Third, whether the issue arises from the post office or the brigade office, this remittance slip must have been fraudulently claimed by an elderly woman of similar age to your grandmother. After all, if someone else is claiming it, the procedures would be more complicated and the scrutiny would be stricter than if the person themselves were to collect it. I've already arranged with Comrade Yang Dongliang. As soon as I arrived at the commune, I called him, and he immediately sent the remittance, which will arrive in a few days. Tomorrow, I'll go to the county bureau and ask their comrades to set up surveillance, first locking down the person who fraudulently claimed it, then tracing back the leads. It's also easy to identify suspects on this side of the village. We just need to investigate who was responsible for receiving the mail each time. Lin Nian, I've already found this out. In the village, the person coordinating with the postman is the treasurer, Ma Min, and this Ma Min is the brother-in-law of Bao Xiang. Fu Qiushi raised an eyebrow, a smile curving his lips. No wonder he had chosen such a clever girl. She had only been in the countryside for a few days and had already found one of the key points to breaking the case. Fu Qiushi stood up and turned to Lin Nian. "Comrade Lin Nian, has anyone told you that you're excellent?" Lin Nian also stood up, tilting her face proudly. "Of course." They exchanged smiles. Fu Qiushi dusted off his hands and extended a hand toward Lin Nian. "Comrade Lin Nian, let us have a pleasant cooperation." Lin Nian reached out and shook his hand. Pleasant cooperation. The weather was fine, under the green mountains. Beside a vast stretch of wheat fields, golden waves of wheat surrounded a pair of beautiful young people, holding each other's hands tightly, smiling at each other. In the distance, Lu Yongnan had just wanted to take a break, and upon standing up, he saw such a beautiful and warm scene. "Guess I don't need lunch this afternoon. Chapter 51. Common progress with men and women working together. It's not tiring. After finishing a few work points, Lin Nian was pleasantly surprised to find that they were actually faster than when they had 3 eggs helping out. Of course, most of the work was done by the big villain fodder. Who would have thought that the big villain could farm so efficiently? However, where did the 3 eggs go? They didn't show up at all. Brother fodder, let's take a break. Lin Nian pointed to a big tree not far from the field, where a mat was laid out underneath. This title was requested by fodder. He said since they were now in a relationship, they should change how they address each other, instead of calling each other comrades all the time. These details must be paid attention to. Details determine success or failure. Lin Nian was not from this era and didn't know that even in this time, many married couples still called each other comrades. After a moment of thought, she agreed. Fodder stood up and looked around, then noticed a small stream not far away. I'll go wash my hands first. Did you bring a towel? Lin Nian nodded. I did. After a few days of working, she had been summarizing her experiences. Just like now, when she and Lin Nian went to work. They had to bring a small stool, a mat, a water bottle, a small basin, and a towel to wipe off sweat. When they arrived at the field, they would first spread the mat under the big tree, place their things beside it, and only then start working. Lin Nian went to get her towel for fodder, thinking that since he used it, she wouldn't need it anymore. However, she felt a bit shy. Seeing a basin, fodder strode over, bent down, and picked it up, teasing her. You guys are quite well prepared for work. He took the basin to the stream, quickly washed his hands and face, then filled the basin with water and brought it back. You washed too. I didn't use the towel, just tossed in the water for you. Lin Nian watched as fodder bent down to place the basin down, his hair damp from washing his face, droplets falling from the tips. Water droplets continued to drip from his chin onto his shirt, soaking a patch that revealed the color of the red vest he wore underneath, which was popular in this era. The wet shirt clung tightly to him, outlining the contours of his chest muscles, solid but not overwhelming. Lin Nian's heart raced again. She took a deep breath. The temptation of a wet body was no joke. With someone like fodder, who could resist? Lost in her thoughts, fodder handed her the wrung-out towel. Here, wipe your sweat. His fingers were very beautiful, long, and well-defined, hitting just the right aesthetic point for her. Oh my! This man, in terms of looks, height, and figure, was exactly to her taste. Lin Nian tried to keep her flushed face neutral, pretending she wasn't tempted as she took the cool towel from fodder's hand and spread it on her face. The cool sensation gradually cleared her muddled mind. After washing her face several times with the water fodder brought, she turned around to see that fodder had already taken off his shirt and hung it on a sunlit branch. The shirt is wet and uncomfortable to wear, so I'm drying it first, he explained casually as he sat half on the mat, leaning against a tree trunk with one leg lazily bent. Lin Nian. She silently touched her nose. Good. She held it together. No se bled. In the distance, Lin Nian, who had finished most of his work, said, All right, I'll sit at the intersection to keep an eye on this pair. What are you dawdling for? Sit down. Fodder noticed she was standing still and raised an eyebrow, gesturing with his chin to the spot beside him. Lin Nian suppressed her wandering thoughts and sat down nonchalantly. She handed fodder a water bottle, not daring to look at him again. Fodder looked at the back of Lin Nian's head, the corners of his lips curling up slightly, his smile blooming like a captivating flower in spring, charming yet full of affection. He reached out to take the water bottle she offered, his fingertips lightly brushing against her hand, causing her to flinch as if she had been electrocuted. Fodder's smile grew brighter, his peach blossom eyes filled with triumphant amusement. He opened the bottle and tilted his head back to drink. It had the taste of malted milk. Do you have plain boiled water? Lin Nian, who had just gulped down a few sips, instinctively replied, Yes. Upon hearing this, fodder straightened up, leaned over to grab the water bottle from Lin Nian's hand, and then handed her the one he was holding. Before Lin Nian could react, fodder had already taken her used water bottle and was gulping it down. Water droplets ran down his moving throat, disappearing into his solid chest. Lin Nian. Is this something she can watch for free? She swallowed hard, instinctively lifting her own water bottle to take a sip. It was only after drinking that she realized it was the one fodder had used. Lin Nian silently capped the bottle, her mind racing with thoughts of patriotism, prosperity, democracy, and harmony as she rummaged through her bag to pull out her math book to study. Seeing her start to read, Fu Qiushi couldn't help but ask, "Missing university?" Lin Nian nodded. "Yeah. What do you want to study?" He asked again. If the girl wanted to go to university, he could find a way to get her a recommendation. Lin Nian replied, "For now, nothing in particular. I'll finish my high school courses first." In fact, she wanted to learn a foreign language. Her English skills were decent, and if she got another chance, she could learn a different language. She wanted to learn Chinese too. The more skills, the better. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, the country desperately needed talents in various fields, especially in languages, which were among the top priorities. This was because of the need for foreign communication and the introduction of advanced technologies. Of course, this was also the best time for doing business. But Lin Nian believed she couldn't take that risk. She couldn't bear the hardship. Whether it was going south to buy goods or acting as a middleman in the Arctic bear country, the risks were immense and the journey was treacherous. Losing money or goods was one thing, but losing one's life was another. How much money would be enough? Lin Nian didn't have the ambition to become a wealthy tycoon. She believed that life is not just about becoming a rich businessman to prove one's worth. She thought as long as she worked hard to make her life comfortable, that would be sufficient. If she could make a contribution to the country along the way, that would be even better. Fu Qiushi said, "If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me." Okay. Lin Nian was a bit surprised. Fu Qiushi's response to her studying was different from Lu Yongnan's. Logically, with classes suspended and no college entrance exams, many people believed studying was useless. But Fu Qiushi, seeing the confusion on her face, Fu Qiushi couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair. Studying is never useless, no matter when. Our great leaders have extensive knowledge. Several great leaders have studied abroad. Study well. Lin Nian replied, "You too. Let's study together and make progress together." With such a good Fu Qiushi, Lin Nian truly couldn't bear to see him turn dark and meet a tragic end. "All right." Fu Qiushi extended his hand. "Learn together, progress together." This was a vow for marriage, and Fu Qiushi couldn't help but feel happy. Lin Nian high-fived him. As their palms met, they both laughed. "By the way, there's something I need to tell you. You need to prepare in advance." Chapter 52, Because You Deserve It Before Coming Here, I made a trip to Rongqing. Fu Qiushi talked to Lin Nian about what happened in Rongqing. Seeing the little girl listening with great interest, her eyes shining, he elaborated more. When he mentioned that Zhang Suifang and Huang Lili were arrested, Lin Nian couldn't hide her smile, laughing extremely happily. It was a visible relief. Noticing Fu Qiushi stopping and looking at her, Lin Nian asked, "Do you think I'm a bit ruthless? Being so harsh to my own mother? After all, she did carry me for 10 months. Fu Qiushi shook his head and said, "I just didn't expect that you, a young girl, could detach from blood ties and handle this matter so calmly and decisively." Lin Nian replied seriously, "You're mistaken. It's not me who detached from the blood ties. It's Zhang Suifang, this mother, who deprived me of that from the very beginning. What child doesn't admire their mother? However, not all biological mothers in this world deserve to be called mother. If she had ever treated me like a person, we wouldn't have ended up like this. The original owner is dead. Whether in the original story or here, the original owner is dead. Her death was caused by her biological mother. She repaid her life debt with her life. So Lin Nian naturally had no psychological burden in seeking revenge. Lin Nian had no concealment in front of Fu Qiushi, because he was the only one who knew her true identity. He had observed her every move since she first crossed over. Therefore, there was no point in hiding. Not hiding made Fu Qiushi a very good person to confide in. It felt good to have someone to share her inner secrets with. Fu Qiushi looked out at the boundless golden wheat fields and the rolling green hills beside him, listening to the little girl softly stating her firm words. And his heart opened up as well. He exhaled a breath and smiled at the distance. "You're right, blood ties don't represent everything. By the way, Zhang Suifang and Huang Lili are only temporarily detained at the detention center. My comrade Gu Xiaoyang told me that Zhang Suifang insists you agree to the transfer, and that she had Huang Lili sign for you because you were out in the countryside and couldn't return to Rongqing for a while. So she came up with this idea. Gu Zhaoyang has already obtained the assistant's investigation letter, and he hasn't informed the county bureau here yet. Just waiting for you to make a decision. Lin Nian caught the key point. She felt a surge of emotions. Zhang Cuifeng and Huang Lili being successfully detained was due to Fu Qiushi's efforts. Lin Nian had also thought about how people nowadays generally believe it's only natural for parents to take their children's things and wouldn't easily escalate matters to the authorities or the courts. Most would prefer to resolve it privately. In her heart, she had prepared for the possibility that she couldn't let Zhang Cuifeng be imprisoned, as it would only tarnish her reputation. Lin Nian said, "I've already made my decision, and it won't change now." Fu Qiushi asked, "Even if she goes to prison, will it affect your future studies, work, and so on?" Lin Nian nodded firmly, yes. The original owner is dead, and Zhang Cuifeng and her daughter must pay the price. She cannot be let off just because I consider my future. There is never just one path in life, and nothing can completely block all the roads leading to a person's future. Fu Qiushi suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry before I came here. Comrade Yang Dongliang already found a way to transfer your relationship from the Hongqing machinery factory in Rongqing to the defense area he is in. That means your previous records will no longer include the Hongqing machinery factory, and Zhang Cuifeng will no longer be listed as your mother. Instead, your father's column will indicate martyr and your mother's column ominous." Surprise. Lin Nian was stunned by this surprise. This meant that from now on, no matter what Zhang Cuifeng did, it would have no impact on her. Amidst the joy, Lin Nian suddenly thought that Yang Dongliang had indeed been sending money to the original owner. But he didn't seem to be very attentive. Otherwise, the original owner wouldn't have had such a miserable situation. So, Lin Nian looked at Fu Qiushi. Was it him? Was he the one who reminded Yang Dongliang? Did Comrade Yang know I was digging a pit to get Zhang Cuifeng imprisoned? Lin Nian asked seriously. Although reporting had become common and children reporting their parents happened frequently, among the older generation, the concept of filial piety was very strong. No matter how wrong the parents were, in their view, they were still parents, and their children shouldn't be too ruthless. Fu Qiushi chuckled softly. You're very smart. But I only reminded Captain Yang that Zhang Cuifeng has no bottom line, and to prevent her from continuing to harm you in the future, I suggested severing your relationship with her from the records. After Captain Yang handled this matter, I went to Rongqing. Lin Nian asked, "Why help me?" Fu Qiushi met her gaze and reached out to rub her head. "You helped me. Because of your assistance, we recovered great losses for the country. But I can't help you gain credit for it, because that group hasn't been completely uprooted yet. If you expose yourself, it would be dangerous. So, it's because you deserve it. My girl." Lin Nian felt relieved. It turned out it was to repay a favor. She was afraid of Fu Qiushi, afraid that he would unilaterally invest in her because she couldn't reciprocate. But why did she feel so lost after feeling relieved? Fu Qiushi said, "Since you've already made your decision, then tomorrow I'll go to the county and call Gu Zhaoyang. In a few days, the county bureau's comrades will come to you to understand the situation." Gu Zhaoyang's assistant's letter only asks the comrades here to investigate whether you agree to transfer the house and doesn't mention Zhang Cuifeng when the time comes. You just need to say whether you agree or not. Lin Nian replied, "Okay, thank you. This is really thoughtful. Not mentioning Zhang Cuifeng means no one will use the fact that she is your biological mother to persuade her. Moreover, in the future, no one can use this matter to attack her. After all, she herself doesn't know why the comrades in the bureau would ask this question. Nor does she know that the person trying to deceive her out of her house is her biological mother. She can always occupy the moral high ground. Sister Lin, it's time to eat. Sister Nian, Grandma asked us to come and call you for dinner." The voices of the 3 eggs came from afar, and Lin Nian hurriedly stood up and waved the 3 eggs. "Sister Nian, you and your boyfriend can go back to eat. We can take care of things here." The 3 eggs were very curious about Fu Qiushi, but he was shy and ran over to hide behind Lin Nian, only peeking out his little head to quietly observe Fu Qiushi. The big egg and the second egg also stopped at least 3 meters away from them, becoming reserved. "Sister Lin, we brought food. You guys hurry back to eat." The big egg raised the basket in his hand to show Lin Nian, and Lin Nian opened a bowl to see meat inside, smiling in response. "Okay, then we'll head back," with the 3 eggs guarding. They one team need to carry things, They have to fuss about it again when they go to work in the afternoon. When the 3 eggs came to guard, they said they had already eaten, but Lin Nian disagreed. She told Grandma Chu that it was fine for the 3 eggs to guard her things, but they had to bring lunch. She needed to see what the eggs were eating. Children are growing, and they should eat well, at the very least not go hungry. If the family made meat dishes, then at least 1 egg should get 1 slice of meat. Fuqiushi followed behind Lin Nian and said to the 3 eggs, "Accompany me to the mountain this afternoon. I have a welcome gift for you." The 3 eggs' eyes lit up at this, and they quickly nodded. "Okay, we need to go to the mountain to cut pigweed anyway." "Fuqiushi, I'll come find you after I finish eating." Sanketan nodded vigorously. When the 2 reached the intersection, they saw Lu Yongnan squatting on the ground, idly watching ants carry food. Lin Nian asked, "Lu Jiqing, what are you doing squatting here? Why don't you sit under the tree for a while?" Lu Yongnan glanced at Fuqiushi, thinking to himself that he wanted to eat something for lunch too. "I just finished my work and came directly here to wait for you after seeing Sanketan." Fuqiushi shot him an appreciative look. For the first time, Lu Yongnan felt that Sange was a bit excessive. The 3 of them returned to the Lin family. When Lin Nian saw the table full of dishes, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too lavish." There was cured meat, stewed chicken, and stir-fried pork. A large basket of white steamed buns was made. The Lin family warmly invited Fuqiushi to sit down, and each of them looked at him with sparkling eyes, the kind of look one gives to a potential son-in-law. Fuqiushi thought to himself, no wonder he is her little girl. She managed to win over the hearts of the entire Lin family in such a short time, without revealing her identity. During the meal, the Lin family kept serving dishes to Fuqiushi, and soon his bowl was piled high. They insisted that he eat more. After the meal, Lin Nian asked Aunt Chu if Fuqiushi could stay at their house for a few days. Aunt Chu happily agreed, saying that the room and bed were already prepared for him, and he could stay as long as he wanted. Chapter 53. Lin Nian is invited to join the play. Fuqiushi settled down smoothly. Then he asked Lin Nian, "Are you going up the mountain with me this afternoon?" Lin Nian thought for a moment and agreed. There were still a few years before the college entrance examination was restored, so a day and a half didn't matter. Fuqiushi rummaged through his luggage and pulled out a bag of slingshots. After making eye contact with Lin Nian, he took one out and handed it to her. "This is for you. I'll teach you how to use the slingshot when we go up the mountain later." Lin Nian nodded happily. Slingshots are great. Once she learned, she could shoot at birds or rabbits for some meat. At least it could be a treat. Thank you." Fuqiushi, "Call me brother," he said seriously. "You need to get used to it, or you might slip up." Lin Nian slapped her forehead. "Oh, right. I almost forgot." She held back her shyness and blushed as she gently called out, "Brother Qiushi, thank you." Fuqiushi playfully tapped the back of her head with the slingshot bag and led her outside. "It's only right to give a gift to your partner. No need to thank me. You just need to say if you like it or not." "Lin Nian, I like it. This gift is just perfect for her. Let us go." As they stepped outside, Fuqiushi retracted his hand and greeted Aunt Chu. "Aunt, we're going out." Aunt Chu hurriedly came out from the house to see them off at the door, watching their figures with a smile on her lips. She wondered how her granddaughter was doing, if she was well, and if she had found a partner. If she had found one, how would he compare to little Fu? He probably wouldn't measure up to young Fu. This boy was too outstanding. It was hard to find someone comparable. Her granddaughter's partner didn't need to be as tall and handsome as little Fu, but he should be good-looking and pleasant to the eye. Most importantly, he should be down-to-earth and hard-working and know how to care for others. Sigh. She wondered if she would have the chance to see her granddaughter before she closed her eyes for the last time. Thinking this, the old lady's eyes turned red, and she drooped her shoulders, turning back inside. Her sons and grandsons were all filial, not letting her do any work, waiting for them to return to do it. But how could the old lady bear to let her son and daughter-in-law, who had worked all day outside, come home and not rest for a while? Her body was still strong. She could still work. "Oh, Xiaolu, you haven't gone out yet?" Just as Aunt Chu closed the courtyard door and went to grab a hoe to tend to her vegetable garden, she saw Lu Yongnan coming out of the toilet. Lu Yongnan, Aunt Chu, Nian Yin, and little Fu just went out. They said they were going up the mountain. "If you hurry, you can catch up with them." "Good," Lu Yongnan numbly responded. No wonder Sange had called him to the toilet earlier. It was to leave him behind. Was he really that clueless? He had underestimated himself. Lin Nian actually wanted to go up the mountain to find them, but after thinking it over, he decided to let it go. It wasn't easy for Sangge to find a partner, so he would just endure for a bit. Fuqiushi and Lin Nian arrived under the tree, and several kids rushed over to greet them. But just like before, they stopped a few meters away from them. Sister Lin, Sister Nian, Brother Fu. Fuqiushi lifted the slingshot bag in his hand. Call me brother-in-law, and these slingshots are a gift for you. Slingshots. Which boy could resist the charm of a slingshot? None. The three kids' eyes sparkled with excitement as they stared at the bag. But they didn't dare to change their address casually, and all looked at Lin Nian in unison. Lin Nian shot Fuqiushi a glare. The act is over. We aren't team married yet, so you can't be called brother-in-law. Just call him Little Fu. Although the kids were eager for the slingshots, they still followed Lin Nian's lead and chanted in unison, Little Fu brother. Fuqiushi feigned a look of deep regret, raising the bag in his hand. So you don't want them anymore? We want them, want them. Little Fu brother. But the kids stubbornly called him according to Lin Nian's words. Fuqiushi shrugged. Sigh, what a pity. Fine. In consideration of the fact that I will become your brother-in-law sooner or later, I'll give you the slingshots in advance. However, I have one condition. What condition? The kids asked in unison. Fuqiushi, when I take my leave and return to the security zone, you all need to help me take care of Nian Nian, keeping an eye on the young men in the village, and not letting them have any ideas about her. Good. The children of this era were innocent in their understanding. When two people were dating, it meant they would definitely get married in the future. Since Sister Nian already had a partner, then other young men couldn't pursue her anymore. They had seen criminals being paraded, and they had heard that it was because they had too many partners. Lin Nian. At this moment, Fuqiushi saw Lin Nian approaching from a distance and distributed the slingshots to the kids. Let us go. Lu Jiqing is coming. He will watch over here. The kids all looked over at once, and upon seeing Lin Nian, quickly grabbed their small backpacks and ran off to the foot of the mountain with their slingshots. Fuqiushi and Lin Nian followed. Lin Nian murmured, What were you saying to the kids just now? Fuqiushi, when acting, you have to commit fully. When we're on a mission, even the slightest oversight could lead to injury or death for ourselves or our comrades. Because they are children, we need to treat them with extra caution, as they're the most likely to spill secrets. Only if they believe it to be true will others not see through it. At this point, Fuqiushi stopped and seriously addressed Lin Nian. Comrade Lin Nian, I need to criticize you. Huh? Lin Nian was a bit confused. Since you have agreed to help me cooperate, then you should act as if we are truly dating. Only if you believe it to be real will others think it is true. I know this is a private matter, not a state affair. But I still hope that since you have agreed to me, you will take it seriously. Hearing this, Lin Nian quickly reflected on herself and realized that her attitude was indeed problematic. Not to mention anything else, she wanted to clarify this matter herself. Since that was the case, she should cooperate well with Fuqiushi. I understand. I will correct it. Fuqiushi was serious, and Lin Nian was also earnest. Fuqiushi smiled and gave Lin Nian a standard military salute with a clap. Thank you for your cooperation, Comrade Lin Nian. Lin Nian felt a bit shy because of him, and she said, I also want to clarify this matter as soon as possible so that the bad guys can be brought to justice. Fuqiushi coughed lightly twice and extended his hand. We will definitely bring the bad guys to justice. Upon hearing this, Lin Nian also reached out her hand, and the two held hands together, not letting go for a long time. Just then, Lin Nian, who was far away under the tree, witnessed this scene. This is bad. The lunch would be hard to digest, and dinner would probably be a problem too. Sister Lin, Little Fu brother, hurry up. Dayton waved at Lin Nian and Fuqiushi from the hillside, and Fuqiushi pulled Lin Nian's hand and ran towards them. Lin Nian felt the sweat in the palm of Fuqiushi's hand, her heart racing rapidly. Looking at Fuqiushi's chiseled and handsome profile, Lin Nian felt like she was the heroine in a romantic drama, secretly eloping with the male lead. Stop. No more thinking. If she continued, it would turn into a melodramatic plot. Chapter 54. Block path. After climbing up the mountain, a few people found a secluded spot. Fuqiushi first taught them to find some pebbles about the size of Big Egg's thumb. and then he taught them how to use a slingshot. Fu Qiushi carved a mark on a large tree with his military knife, then had Lin Nian and the children stand in a row. He demonstrated the action first, helping everyone adjust their postures one by one. When it was Lin Nian's turn, Fu Qiushi wrapped his arms around her from behind, holding her hands with his own. He bent down to match her height, bringing his face close to hers. Your hand should be like this. Look at that point over there. Yes. Just like that, pull back hard. Release. His breath and voice enveloped her completely, causing Lin Yan's heart to race, and her face quickly flushed. However, after guiding her through the motion, Fu Qiushi immediately let go and took a step back. The stone shot out like an arrow, hitting the target on the tree trunk perfectly. Wow, Sister Nian is amazing. The children praised her, making Lin Nian feel a bit guilty. It wasn't her skill. It was clearly Fu Qiushi's expertise. The children jumped up, clapping their hands, and quickly followed suit with their slingshots, but none of them could hit the target. Lin Nian then took a turn, and her stone missed even more than the kids' shots. Fu Qiushi praised them, saying, "You're just starting. This level is already quite good. At least you didn't miss behind you." Lin Nian retorted, "What the hell, I totally missed behind." She couldn't help but wonder if this squad leader usually trained his troops like this. If he did, his soldier skills must be lacking. Fu Qiushi went through the training with the kids once more, and when it was Lin Yan's turn again, he didn't help her this time. He just repeated the key points of the action and let her practice on her own. Lin Yan sighed in relief, but also felt a little disappointed. It's all because of the handsome men. At that moment, Lin Nian particularly understood those foolish monarchs who ruined their countries for beauty. Really, when faced with beauty that strikes at the heart, those without self-control can't hold back at all. As long as she could do it, it was natural for beautiful people to get whatever they wanted. Fortunately, she wasn't a foolish monarch. Thankfully, she was rational and not infatuated. Beauty can be appreciated and can make one's heart flutter, but one must not become obsessed. Fu Qiushi said, "You all practice first. I'll go check inside. Don't wander off, or I want to be able to find you later." Okay. The children answered in unison as Lin Nian watched Fu Qiushi wave at them and jog around the corner of the mountain forest. She calmed her emotions and then practiced seriously with the kids. To improve efficiency, they each found a tree to practice on. When they got tired, they would cut grass, and after a while, they would run back to practice again. Before they knew it, the sun had set, and the clouds in the sky were painted orange by the sunset, making a beautiful sight. It was at this moment that Fu Qiushi came out from the mountain, not empty-handed, but carrying 3 wild chickens in one hand and 2 wild rabbits in the other. He waved the wild chickens and rabbits towards Lin Nian, getting both her and the children excited. Fu Qiushi is really amazing. He came back with such a big haul. The 3 kids ran towards Fu Qiushi, shouting, "Little Fu brother, you're so awesome." My dad and second uncle also sneaked into the mountains to set traps, but most of the time they come back empty-handed. Occasionally, they might catch 1 or 2 wild rabbits or chickens. The children whispered excitedly when Fu Qiushi handed the prey over to them and said, "We'll have meat for dinner tonight." The children quickly hid the catch in their backpacks, covering it securely with pig grass. The mountain is public property, and naturally, everything on it is public as well. If someone sees these things, they must be turned in to the authorities, and then the brigade will distribute them among everyone. A few wild rabbits and chickens wouldn't be enough to share among so many people in the brigade. Besides, no one wants to share their catch with others. During slack farming seasons, the men in the village like to sneak up the mountain to test their luck, and everyone is quiet about it. No one dares to be loud. However, wild vegetables and mushrooms are different. These are plentiful and good, so they can be picked and dug up freely. In these times, what is lacking is meat, not vegetables. Thus, after every rain, the women in the village form groups to go into the mountains for mushrooms, which the brigade doesn't manage. Seeing the kids becoming adept at their movements, Lin Nian knew she didn't need to remind them anymore. Instead, a few of the kids seriously told Lin Nian and Fu Qiushi, "Little Fu brother, Sister Lin, you can't tell anyone about this. If others find out, we'll be paraded around with a big hat." After Big Egg finished, 3 Egg chimed in. "Digging into public property means we'll be criticized in a meeting." Lin Nian quickly nodded, Yes, I want to say anything. Fu Qiushi nodded along, and the three kids were satisfied. After their satisfaction, they chattered away, asking Fu Qiushi how he caught the prey. Fu Qiushi took out the slingshot he had tucked at his waist and shook it. I use this. If you practice your slingshot skills well, you can also hunt like me in the future. The kids were practically in awe of Fu Qiushi, nodding their little heads like chicks pecking at rice, all determined to practice their slingshot skills to help their families have more meat. Fu Qiushi, you've worked hard, have some water. Lin Nian handed him an open water bottle. Fu Qiushi took it, and their fingertips briefly touched. Just for a moment. It felt like an electric current suddenly surged through her body. Seeing Lin Nian's face turn red, 3 Egg worriedly asked, Sister Nian, what's wrong? Are you sick? Big Egg and Second Egg turned to look at Lin Nian, and Fu Qiushi also looked at her, reaching out to touch her forehead and then his own. Lin Nian hurriedly said, No, I'm just hot from practicing with the slingshot. Fu Qiushi's furrowed brow relaxed, and he said, It's normal for your body temperature to rise after vigorous exercise. Big Egg, Second Egg, 3 Egg, your faces are also red. The 3 kids looked at each other and instantly felt relieved. It's no wonder the kids were nervous, since Lin Nian had a fever that left him dazed. The 3 kids were quite sensitive about fevers. The group went down the mountain to find Lu Yongxiang, who was sleeping under a tree, and then headed back to the Lin family together. However, they were intercepted halfway by Xiaolan and Heping. Lin Nian asked Lu Yongxiang to take the 3 kids back to the Lin family first. The kids were worried about Lin Nian being bullied and didn't want to leave, but Lu Yongnian said, Comrade Fu Qiushi is here. He is from the defense zone. They can't take him on. He will protect the young Lin. Thinking of Fu Qiushi's hunting skills, the 3 kids believed Lu Yongnian and followed him back to the Lin family, mainly because returning to the Lin family also meant they could call for help. Little Fu brother, why are you with this woman? After Lu Yongnian left, Xiaolan pointed at Lin Nian with a very unpleasant expression and questioned her. Xiaolan and Fu Qiushi grew up in the same courtyard. She had always been good at fighting, was the prettiest, and had a crush on Fu Qiushi, who had always ignored her. So when she heard the gossip at lunch about Lin Nian being with Fu Qiushi, she was furious. She hurried to the Lin family, but there was only an old woman there. Then she ran to where Lin Nian worked, but there was only Lu Yongnian there. So she waited at the fork in the road and unexpectedly ran into the person she had been thinking about. The person in her heart was just standing beside Lin Nian, chatting and laughing with her, and Xiaolan instantly felt a surge of anger wanting to kill. Fu Qiushi glanced over coldly. What does it have to do with you? Chapter 55. Fu Qiushi, you're a hero, good dogs don't block the way. After saying that, he took Lin Nian's hand and walked past the 2 of them. Furious, Xiaolan chased after them and raised her hand to slap Lin Nian. You shameless vixen. Her movement was too fast. Lin Nian didn't react in time. Just when she thought she would be beaten because of Fu Qiushi, her body was suddenly pulled back and crashed into Fu Qiushi's solid chest. Ouch! Her nose hit. It hurt so much. Tears streamed out because of the pain. This was no lighter than getting hit. Fu Qiushi grabbed Xiaolan's wrist and swung her away violently. She screamed as she fell right into a pile of cow dung. Well, it was a coincidence. Fu Qiushi did it on purpose. Who told her to have a dirty mouth and insult his girl? Xiaolan went crazy. When she hit the ground, her face landed right in the cow dung. When she screamed, dung got in her mouth, and now she was retching uncontrollably. Heping looked at Fu Qiushi in disbelief. Fu Qiushi, you've gone too far. You actually hit a woman. Fu Qiushi released Lin Nian, protecting her behind him, and cracked his knuckles, making a series of crisp sounds. He walked towards Heping. Don't say just women. I hit men too. Fu Qiushi's gaze was icy, and he exuded a murderous aura. Heping immediately got scared and retreated step by step. He suddenly remembered the rumors in the capital S circles, saying that Fu Qiushi had gone abroad on a mission and had even killed children. Fu Qiushi was a cold-blooded killing god. You, don't come closer. Fu Qiushi, I warn you, this is our own country, not outside. You can't act recklessly. If you dare to touch a finger on me, I will tell Lin Jiqing about your past. Heping threatened Fu Qiushi, trembling in fear. Fu Qiushi paused slightly, his gaze turning dangerous. Just when Shi Heping thought he was intimidated, Fu Qiushi kicked him, sending him flying. He crashed right into the crazy Xiaolon, and the two of them fell into the dung pile together. Lin Nian, well done. Let us go. Fu Qiushi took Lin Nian's hand and walked away. Lin Nian didn't notice anything wrong. She was enjoying watching the two of them covered in dung, awkwardly running towards a stream. And she said with a hint of regret, "Cow dung doesn't actually smell worse than the sewage in a latrine?" She had seen a rural dry toilet. Of course, even the public toilets in the city at that time were quite something. Fu Qiushi was actually quite anxious. He was afraid Lin Nian would think he was impulsive and rude for acting without saying a word. He regretted it. He should have secretly put the two of them in sacks. He had lost control earlier and was not very calm. As a result, Lin Nian said something like this to him. He hesitated. "So, next time, should I throw them into the latrine?" Lin Nian nodded vigorously and added, "Do it secretly." Fu Qiushi immediately smiled upon hearing this. His smile was more brilliant than summer flowers. Truly, he was right to choose her. She was so different, so capable of entering his heart. Lin Nian was almost blinded by Fu Qiushi's smile. For a moment, she considered whether to take down this big villain for real. No matter what kind of ending he would have in the future, it would be too much to enjoy a little with him now, right? After all, it would be a waste not to appreciate such a good-looking person. But reason told her no. Fu Qiushi was a living person, not an object. She couldn't just use him and throw him away. Moreover, Lin Nian peeked at Fu Qiushi. He didn't like her. He was just pretending to date her to complete a mission. What was the secret he mentioned? Lin Nian tossed aside her chaotic thoughts and curiously asked Fu Qiushi. Fu Qiushi tightened his grip on her hand. Only then did Lin Nian realize they were holding hands. She hurriedly looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. There was no one. If there is no one, let us pretend we don't know. Lin Nian thought secretly, feeling a surge of secret joy. Now she could understand what kind of mentality the little mouse stealing oil had. Seeing Fu Qiushi silent, Lin Nian said, "If you don't want to say it, that's fine. Everyone has secrets. I'm just curious, not trying to pry into your secret." Fu Qiushi stopped walking, lowered his head, and said, "It's not really a secret. It's just, if he doesn't say it, Shi Heping will definitely yell it out to Lin Nian in the future, rather than letting Lin Nian hear a modified version from Shi Heping. It's better for him to say it himself. When I was on a mission abroad, I killed a few children aged 6, 7, or 8. Fu Qiushi paused here, suddenly finding it hard to continue. He recalled the scene back then, and the rage in his heart surged like a trapped beast, desperately trying to break free from its cage. Originally, not many people knew about this incident. After returning to the country, the security area kept it confidential and arranged a psychologist for him to provide psychological counseling. However, under the influence of his father, who had a certain status in the security area, the psychologist did not follow the confidentiality rules and revealed the situation to his father, Commander Fu. Once his father knew about this, his stepmother found out, and then it was accidentally leaked. Later, although the leaking psychologist was punished, his reputation for being violent and even killing children had already spread throughout the capital circles. Everyone looked at him with colored glasses. Some people avoided him as if he were a plague. That year, he was 17, just under 18. Lin Nian sensed that Fu Qiushi's mood suddenly dropped. At that moment, he was enveloped in an inescapable sadness. She suddenly felt heartbroken. She had read some history books and knew that in a certain special era, when there were frictions at the national border, the opposing side would train vulnerable groups like the elderly, children, and pregnant women, people who looked pitiful, to first seek help. When you let your guard down, they would launch an attack. Surprise attacks were very effective. Sometimes a single child could take the life of an entire squad of soldiers. Fu Qiushi, it must not be your fault. If it were your fault, you wouldn't have a chance to stand here now. Perhaps even the trees on your grave would bear fruit. When you were on a mission, you bore the responsibility of defending the country. I believe that for this responsibility, you would risk your life. National interests come first. No matter what you have done, you are a hero. Fu Qiushi did not expect to hear such words from Lin Nian. The way she looked at him was so serious. And Fu Qiushi could feel that Lin Nian was speaking from the heart at that moment. He pulled Lin Nian into his arms, resting his chin on her shoulder, closing his eyes and taking deep breaths. Lin Nian was taken aback. She sighed and wrapped her arms around Fu Qiushi, gently patting his back. She felt his body tremble slightly, showing how much this incident had hurt him. Indeed, every darkened villain had endured unimaginable hardships. Fu Qiushi was a madman. He even killed children. Stay away from him. What if he goes crazy and hurts you? No wonder even Commander Fu, his own father, doesn't care for him. His heart is too cruel. The words in Fu Qiushi's mind surged up from the depths of his memory. Lin Nian's few sentences uprooted them, shattering them one by one, and finally dissipating like smoke. Fu Qiushi, no matter what you have done, you are a hero. Chapter 56. Trading Xiaolon forced herself to wash up in the creek, and as she turned back, she saw Fu Qiushi and Lin Nian hugging each other. She was furious, exploded. No wonder she had disliked Lin Nian since she got on the train. That seductive vixen. Hepping took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Lon, Fu Qiushi is simply too much. How would he treat you like this? You grew up together in the same courtyard, childhood sweethearts, and he does this to you for some unknown woman. You deserve better. Slap. In a fit of rage, Xiaolon slapped him across the face, shouting, "Who do you think you are, daring to slander Xiao Fu in front of me?" Hepping was stunned. Xiaolon, get it straight. It was Fu Qiushi who let you fall into the dung pile. Xiaolon retorted, "It was unintentional. If you had stopped me back then, or if you had taught that vixen a lesson, I wouldn't have fallen." She pushed Hepping away and ran off crying. Hepping. Damn, he was the one who got slapped, and he didn't even cry. Hepping's face turned dark. His resentful eyes fixed on Xiaolan's wet back as he gritted his teeth and chased after her. Xiaolon ran all the way to the captain's house. When Luo Hohat saw her, she hurried over and asked, "Oh, isn't this Xiao Jiqing? What happened to you? Did you fall into the river?" It was already after work, and the Bao family was all present. Everyone looked at Xiaolon, whose wet shirt clung to her body, revealing her figure with various expressions. Bao Kongmei and Bao Yuanchao's eyes were glued to Xiaolon, and when Bao Kongmei's wife, Du Guizhi, saw her man looking at her like a dog seeing a bone, she reached out and pinched his love handles hard, causing Bao Kongmei to yelp in pain. Everyone immediately looked at him, and Bao Kongmei shot a glare at his wife, then awkwardly said, there's a mosquito. They all ignored him, and Bao Xiangdong said to Luo Hohat, "You hurry up and find some clothes for Xiao Jiqing to change into." Xiaolon replied, "I won't wear anyone else's dirty clothes. I'm here for one thing, just give me a proof. Tomorrow, I want to call my mom at the post office, and also call Aunt Lu to tell her that Xiao Fu has been bewitched by a vixen." Clearly, Uncle Fu and Aunt Lu intended for her to be their daughter-in-law. That vixen Lin Nian will never set foot in the Xiao family. With one sentence, Xiaolon successfully offended Bao Xiangdong and his wife, but she was oblivious. Bao Xiangdong held back and didn't say the word no. He asked, "What do you want to call home for?" This must be clarified. The organization needs to understand the movements and ideological awareness of the educated youth. Xiaolon rolled her eyes. Calling home had to do with ideological awareness? The small production team captain, not even a real official, dared to act tough in front of her. Xiaolon irritably said, "Of course, I want money and things. Also, tell her to arrange a job for her son ASAP." Mentioning Bao Kongmei's job instantly energized the Bao family. Even Du Guizhi, who was dissatisfied with Xiaolan's wet body wandering and tempting men, put on a smiling face and flattered Xiaolon, throwing out compliments like they were free. Bao Yuanchao approached with a grin. "Hey, Xiao Jiqing, take me along too. If you let me be a worker, I'll remember your kindness. This life is yours. I'll go through fire and water for you. Absolutely no second thoughts." Xiaolon shot him a sideways glance. "That's fine, but you all must make sure that Lin Nian, that cheap vixen, is completely ruined and arrested for reform through labor." As soon as her words fell, Bao Xiangdong had Luo Hohat close the courtyard gate. At that moment, Hepping caught up, holding one of Xiaolan's clothes, and draped it over her. Lon, be careful not to catch a cold." Xiaolon didn't refuse. Bao Xiangdong signaled for Xiaolon and Hepping to come in and talk privately. Luo Hohat warned her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren outside. None of you are allowed to say a word of what you just heard. Shout Jiqing too. Should be careful. There are still children in the courtyard. And she speaks without a filter. Sooner or later, it will lead to trouble. After a while, Bao Xiaodong sent Xiaolan and Shi hepping out. And Xiaolan's expression was much better than when she arrived, leaving the Bao family with a smile. After she left, the Bao family surrounded Bao Xiaodong. Bao Xiaodong said, "Eldest and second, come into the house with me. You guys take the kids to cook." Bao Kongmei's wife, Du Guizhi, pouted. "Why can't we listen?" "Dad, what did you say to Xiao Jiqing?" Bao Kongmei quickly asked once the door was closed. Bao Yuanchao looked at Bao Xiaodong with anticipation. Bao Xiaodong said, 1,000 yuan plus 2 jobs. The requirement is that Lin Nian must be completely disgraced and publicly condemned. And she needs to be arrested for reform through labor. And she must be caught in the act in front of the whole village. And Fu Qiushi must see it. Bao Yuanchao asked, "Who is Fu Qiushi?" Bao Xiaodong replied, "The man who came to visit Lin Nian." "So it was that man?" Bao Yuanchao clicked his tongue. "What? Xiaolan has taken a liking to someone else's boyfriend?" "If you ask me, Xiaolan calls Lin Nian a seductive vixen. But she is the real vixen, running around with a wet body, mingling with men." Bao Kongmei interrupted his brother. "We're talking serious business here. Stop rambling." After that, he looked at Bao Xiaodong. "So, Dad, do you have a plan?" Bao Xiaodong, "I was going to deal with that dead girl Lin Nian anyway. If I don't, I won't have anywhere to put my old face. The method is straightforward, still using the old trick. It'll definitely get her arrested for reform through labor. As for humiliating her, Fu must see it. Second, do you have the confidence? It must be done cleanly, no loose ends. Otherwise, that Fu guy is from the security zone, and he is a team leader. If he catches even a hint of it, we'll be in big trouble." Bao Yuanchao patted his chest. "Dad, you can rest assured about this. Leave it to me. I may not be good at other things, but I'm very capable of this kind of thing." After thinking for a moment, Bao Xiaodong gritted his teeth. "It's settled. You let me know how you want to proceed. Lin Nian is a bit tricky. This time, everything must be arranged properly and absolutely no mistakes." The 3 kids burst into the house shouting, "Granny, Dad, Uncle, someone is bullying Sister Lin and little Fu." As soon as the Lin family heard this, they grabbed their tools and rushed out. The 3 kids led the way. Lu Yongnan couldn't stop them. He watched as Aunt Shu grabbed a spatula and chased after them. Forget it. He wouldn't join the commotion. He might as well go to the kitchen and see what was for dinner. The Lin family hurriedly arrived at the scene, only to see a pair of young people hugging each other. Lin Nian. The two quickly released each other, and Lin Nian awkwardly explained, "Ahem, Brother Qiushi just lost his balance, and I helped him a bit. You guys will believe me, right?" The Lin family believe? What a joke. Chapter 57. Memories. Not only did they not believe it, but seeing Fu Qiushi's red eyes made them feel that the tall and handsome young man was being bullied by Lin Nian. The Lin family suddenly felt very awkward. Lin Daqiang coughed twice. "Well, I'm going to dig grass in my private plot." After saying that, he turned around and ran off with a hoe. Lin Daong didn't understand and scratched his head, while Lin Dagong pulled him along. "We're going to dig grass too. Aren't we going to fight the bad guys?" Lin Daong asked as he was pulled away. Lin Dagong replied, "The bad guys ran away." Duan Chunhua smiled awkwardly, then urged the 3 kids, "Go help dig grass." Then she and Aunt Shu also ran off. Lin Nian and Fu Qiushi couldn't help but laugh. The old lady, holding a spatula, also said she was going to dig grass in the field. Fu Qiushi joked, "Aunt Shu is going to cook us the freshest vegetables. Let's hurry back." Lin Nian said, having been caught in a hug by the Lin family, knowing that if it were other members, it would have caused a commotion. Fu Qiushi nodded. "Thank you," he silently said in his heart. That year, on the way back to the Lin family, Fu Qiushi slowly began to recount to Lin Nian the past he hadn't mentioned since becoming a mental health worker. In fact, he wasn't a proper psychologist. He was a medic responsible for mental health issues. This time, facing his memories again, Fu Qiushi was surprisingly calm, something he himself couldn't quite believe. At that time, he had only been in the army for a year when his biological father threw him onto the battlefield. Aside from being strong in individual combat, as a 17-year-old boy, it was his first time on the battlefield, and with zero experience, seeing children, the elderly, and pregnant women made him feel a strong sense of compassion. That day, they had just finished a battle, and while cleaning up the battlefield, Fu Qiushi discovered a child who had fallen into a trap. The child looked at him pitifully and babbled incomprehensibly for help. Fu Qiushi's heart softened, and he went over to pull the child out. But the squad leader suddenly pushed him away, followed by an explosion. He witnessed the squad leader being blown to pieces. Flesh and dirt flew everywhere, splattering all over him. Fu Qiushi went mad, trying to gather the remains of the squad leader and wrap them in his clothing to carry on his back. Other comrades helped him out of the jungle, and he witnessed a pregnant woman being taken hostage by the enemy along with her 2 children. Their side shot the enemy and rescued the pregnant woman and the 2 children. The pregnant woman bent down and said something to the children, and one of the kids laughed and ran toward them, throwing 2 grenades as he approached. At that time, Fu Qiushi and the others were too far away to rush over to help and could only watch their comrades. A whole squad of 12 men was blown to death. Then they saw the pregnant woman and the child happily using knives to cut off their comrades' heads. They were too far away to rush in for a rescue and could only watch as their comrades. I killed them. It wasn't until they checked the bodies that they realized the child was a real child and the pregnant woman was a fake. Later, they encountered several similar situations. However, they had gained experience and avoided many dangers. But even though my reports were sent up and passed down, there were still comrades who couldn't harden their hearts and paid the price with their lives. It was just as Lin Nian had guessed. She looked around, saw no one nearby, and took the initiative to hold Fu Qiushi's hand. How old were you then? Fu Qiushi looked into the distance, taking a deep breath, and gently said, I had just turned 17. 17? Didn't they say you had to be 18 to enlist? Fu Qiushi replied, if the unit needs it, and the family agrees, you can enlist at 16. Besides, with his father's influence, even if he wasn't 16, it would have been possible for him to get into the army. If it weren't for his grandfather holding him back, his father might have had that thought. 17. At that age, he was just starting high school in modern times, yet Fu Qiushi was already on the battlefield and had experienced such brutal things. It was strange if his mind wasn't twisted. If he were to turn dark in the future, it would be completely justified. Lin Nian felt inexplicably heartbroken. She squeezed his hand and said seriously, everything is in the past. Now everyone can live peacefully, thanks to your hard work behind the scenes. Thank you, Fu Qiushi. And I have to ask you to continue protecting all of us. So, keep being a hero and don't turn dark. Fu Kishi met Lin Nian's gaze, smiled, and squeezed her hand back, replying solemnly, okay. After returning to the Lin family, they saw that the family had secretly gathered the game they had caught. Feathers and such were burned in the stove. The rabbit skins were kept for now, soaked in a wooden basin by the chicken coop in the backyard. Comradez-vous? What do you think we should do with these? Aunt Chu asked Fu Qiushi how to deal with the game he brought back. Fu Qiushi replied, just cook them all. It won't keep in this hot weather, and it would be bad if it got discovered. It's all because I was craving meat, and I really feel bad about it. Tonight, everyone will have to work hard and eat to their heart's content. Lin Nian added, I'm also craving meat. She then said, if anyone asks why it smells like meat every day, just say it was brought by comrade Fu Qiushi. The Lin family nodded in unison. The 3 kids said they understood and went to teach Lin Daong how to respond. After teaching, they even made Lin Daong repeat the answer. Everyone burst into laughter. Aunt Chu and Duan Chunhua busied themselves in the kitchen, with Duan Chunhua grinning from ear to ear. Meat. So much meat. Tonight we can really eat to our heart's content. Oh, if only Lin Ziking could be my real sister. Seeing her so happy, Aunt Chu scolded her. Tonight's meat is for Lin Ziking and comrade Xiao Fu. You tell the kids, don't eat like starving ghosts. Duan Chunhua nodded like a chick pecking at rice. With so much meat, Lin Ziking and comrade Xiao Fu can't possibly finish it. They can eat until they're full, and then we can start. Aunt Chu said, when it's done, serve them in 2 big bowls, put them in cold water to keep cool, and heat up tomorrow for Lin Ziking and comrade Xiao Fu. Duan Chunhua. Oh no, Mom, can we at least have a piece or 2? Aunt Chu shot her a glare, and Duan Chunhua giggled. Aunt Chu had no choice but to say, watch your mouth and eat less. Not eating is also bad. It would embarrass comrade Xiao Fu. Duan Chunhua immediately brightened up, her face breaking into a smile, and she even hummed a tune from a model opera. It was simply unbearable to watch. Aunt Chu disdainfully turned her eyes away and ignored her. When the meal was ready, sure enough, a neighbor came over, drawn by the smell of meat, asking, "Oh, are you having meat again tonight?" Duan Chunhua laughed loudly. Of course. Comrade Xiao Fu brought the meat, and he said it wouldn't keep in this hot weather, so we cooked it all. Oh, Lin Ziking's partner is truly a catch. Tall, handsome, and generous. It's really hard to find someone like him. Our whole family is benefiting from Lin Ziking. Lin Nian added, Brother Qiushi brought enough meat tickets, and he'll buy more later. With such great skills, Fu Qiushi would definitely continue hunting. Lin Nian wanted to give them a heads up. Oh, she and Duan Chunhua sang in harmony, successfully making their neighbors envious. They were so envious their eyes turned red. The news reached the L family. Sister L looked at the wild vegetable mush in her house, thinking of the solitary meal Xiao Lan would have inside, and felt a deep sense of discomfort. If she had fought for Lin Jiqing to come and live with her family back then, when Lin Jiqing's partner came this time, the household that could openly enjoy meat would have been hers. Woo-woo. Don't ask. If you ask, there's only one word: regret. Chapter 58. Open to eating meat during dinner. The Lin family gathered around the table, and faced with a table full of meat, they indeed ate as restrained as they did noon. Lin Nian said, "You all eat up. I don't like leftover food, and it would be a pity to waste so much meat." After saying that, she looked at Fu Qiushi. "Brother Qiushi, I want to eat dumplings tomorrow." Fu Qiushi nodded. "All right, we'll have dumplings tomorrow. We'll go to the county tomorrow, buy some meat, and ask Aunt Chu to help us wrap them in the evening." Duan Chunhua nodded furiously. Good. What filling does Lin Jiqing want? I'll prepare the ingredients first." Lin Nian replied, "Chive and pork filling, and cabbage and pork filling." Duan Chunhua beamed with joy. These two were her favorites, and she hoped to get some tomorrow night. "Okay, I'll go cut chives after work tomorrow." A few eggs were also starry-eyed, drooling at the thought of dumplings. In the evening, everyone ate until they were full, except for the eggs and Lin Daong. The others felt guilty after eating because they didn't know what to return. Duan Chunhua said, "Mom, the autumn harvest work is tiring. I'll do half a day as household chores and free up half a day to help Lin Jiqing with her work." Aunt Chu nodded. "Let the kids help Lin Jiqing too." Before the old man left, he often said, "One must know the give and take in life. No one owes anyone anything by birth. If others treat us well, we can't just accept it without giving back." Lin Daqiang and Lin Dagong replied in unison. "We remember. When the time comes, we will put in more effort at Lin Jiqing's house. Soon, I will light 2 torches with Dagong and Daong and go over there to work for a while." Aunt Chu said with satisfaction, "That is how it should be." Lin Daqiang took his brothers to work, just as Fu Qiushi returned Lin Nian. He went to find Aunt Chu. "Aunt, I have something to ask you privately." Aunt Chu hurriedly invited him in to talk. After the door closed, Fu Qiushi got straight to the point and briefly explained the situation. But he did not mention Lin Nian. "What? My son's comrade has been sending money and tickets home?" Aunt Chu was shocked. "But we have never received anything." Fu Qiushi said, "This time I brought the remittance receipt and the ticket records sent by Captain Yang. Since you haven't received anything, I will report it to the county tomorrow and ask the Bureau to investigate thoroughly. However, before we clarify it, please keep it confidential to avoid the bad guys destroying evidence." Aunt Chu quickly agreed. She grasped Fu Qiushi's hand and said, "Comrade Fu, I can't help much as an old lady. I can only rely on you. I hope we can catch that person and recover the money and tickets. If we get them back, please return them to Captain Yang for me. He has a family too, and our son's sacrifice for the country. His honor is our honor. But we can support ourselves. We can't spend his money." Fu Qiushi nodded. "Yes, let us solve the case first, and I will ask Comrade Yang for his opinion then." Aunt Chu sighed and repeatedly said, "Good," frowning as she muttered, "Who could it be?" Jiqing Point. After Lin Nian returned, many young intellectuals greeted her warmly, and she seemed completely changed. You don't hit a smiling face. Others are warm. And Lin Nian naturally responded with a smile. Back in the dormitory, Su Nianhua approached Lin Nian with a big smile and asked, "Lin Jiqing, your boyfriend brought you so many things. What did he bring? I heard that the Lin family ate meat all day. It was all bought by your boyfriend. What does his family do to be so generous?" Yang Chunlan pushed Su Nianhua aside, bringing a basin of hot water to Lin Yan's table. Lin Jiqing, here is the hot water I made for you. Lin Yan said, thank you. She took out a few candies from her bag and gave them to Yang Chunlan. Candy? My boyfriend bought these for me. She didn't want to owe anyone in this room, but since she had to stay in the village for 4 years, she didn't want to make her relationships too rigid. Yang Chunlan accepted the candy and put it in her pocket. If you need anything in the future, just find me. I'll help you. After thinking for a moment, she added, I'm sorry, Lin Jiqing, a few days ago, I listened to others and had some opinions about you and was not nice to you. I hope you won't hold it against me. After saying that, Yang Chunlan's gaze swept over Huang Yufeng and Su Nianhua. Su Nianhua chuckled awkwardly and sat down by her bunk, absent-mindedly tidying up her things. At this moment, Huang Yufeng spoke up. I know about Comrade Fu Qiushi. His father is a big leader in the defense zone. Some people, though their family conditions seem decent here, can't really climb the social ladder. Can a big leader's family look at someone like her for a daughter-in-law? Their daughter-in-law must be carefully chosen. At least it has to be a good match. Not just anyone can enter their door. Su Nianhua didn't dare to agree, but couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. Huang Yufeng continued, some people shouldn't be too happy too soon. Otherwise, they might get dumped later and lose both face and dignity. They should take a look in the mirror and see if they are worthy. After she finished speaking, Lin Nian covered her nose. It stinks. Who is letting out the foul, old, futile thoughts? Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the committee? What era is this? And you're still spouting such rotten ideas about social status. I truly feel sorry for the revolutionary martyrs. They risked their lives to overthrow the old society and establish a new one. Yet some people are still obsessed with restoring the old ways and trying to bring back feudal society. It's simply foolish. Their hearts are worthy of punishment. Who knows if they are spies sent from across the sea, or if they have been lurking since the previous generation. Huang Yufeng exclaimed, Lin Nian, you're slandering me. Who is trying to restore the old ways? Don't be unreasonable. Lin Nian coldly snorted. If you dare to repeat what you just said in front of the whole village, let everyone judge whether I have wronged you. Besides, I didn't name anyone. You jumped out to claim it yourself. How is that my fault? Huang Yufeng. She was furious, but couldn't argue back. In the end, she could only cover her face and cry. Lin Nian didn't let her go, sarcastically saying, if I were you and knew I couldn't win the argument, I'd just keep my mouth shut. Otherwise, I'd bring trouble upon myself. Not only would it harm you, but it would also implicate your whole family. Huang Yufeng, today I'll give you a free lesson. I want to be so kind in the future. Chapter 59, help me keep an eye on my partner Huang Yufeng, who was crying loudly, said, does this mean I still have to thank you? She didn't dare to confront Lin Nian anymore. Lin Nian's sharp tongue was just too terrifying. No matter what you said, she could twist it around. But if she didn't dare to confront Lin Nian, could she still confront Yang Chunlan? Yang Chunlan, don't forget why you isolated Lin Nian a few days ago. No matter how great her partner is, they aren't married, and besides, he is Lin Nian's partner, not yours. Also, aren't you afraid of the captain when you go and flatter Lin Nian? If the captain can't handle Lin Nian, can he handle you? Yang Chunlan's expression changed drastically, looking very troubled. Lin Nian, however, was excited and asked, how do you know so much? Has the captain been after you? Are you pregnant? Should I ask the captain about it later? Huang Yufeng. XX, what kind of devil is Lin Nian? Lin Nian, you're going too far? You're talking nonsense, and I'm going to tell the captain. Lin Nian widened her eyes. You're going to find the captain this late? Could it be that I guessed right? You're so blatant. Does the captain's partner know? Do you even realize what you're doing? This is a chaotic relationship between men and women. It's a rogue behavior. Huang Yufeng was about to be driven mad. She collapsed and said, you're talking nonsense. I'm not. I have a clean slate with the captain. Lin Nian looked visibly disappointed. Oh, so you're innocent? Then why did you speak of the captain like he was a bully, persecuting female, educated youth? I thought you had experience with persecution. Comrade Huang Yufeng, your ideological awareness is lacking. I had already reminded you before. One must be cautious with their words and actions. A person has a mouth to eat and to communicate and learn, not to spew filth and invite disaster. Alas, Who told us we were in the same dorm? I can't just watch you fall without lending a hand. Let me give you 4 words. Disaster comes from the mouth. Huang Yufeng. Cool. Spitting blood. Crying in despair. Lin Nian pouted. Where did this weakling get the courage to challenge her? After going out to wash up, she went to bed. However, before getting into bed, she still told Yang Chunlan, Comrade Yang Chunlan, to avoid suspicion, you shouldn't help me improve in the future. Otherwise, in the eyes of some people, who knows what they'll say to the captain? After all, they have a good relationship with the captain, and they know what he thinks. Yang Chunlan looked at Huang Yufeng, who was crying and glaring at Lin Nian in frustration, but didn't dare to say a word, and darkly replied, okay. Actually, she felt that Huang Yufeng made some valid points. Lin Nian had the confidence to stand up to the captain. At the very least, she didn't lack money and tickets, and she was definitely living better than they were in the countryside. But she was different. Her family couldn't support her. She had to rely on herself. Others received money and tickets from their families, but she had to earn work points herself. Then, when the village distributed meat and fish at the end of the year, she had to exchange them for smoked meat and fish mixed with some dried goods to send home. She wanted to curry favor with the wealthy, educated youth, Lin Nian, but she couldn't afford to offend the captain. She wanted to please Xiao Ziyuth, but she couldn't squeeze into Xiao Ziyuth's circle and with Xiao Ziyuth's personality. She couldn't serve her well. Yang Chunlan lay down in despair. She couldn't understand why people in the new society still ranked each other. Why were people like Xiao Lan and Lin Nian born with better fates than others? Huang Yufeng, if you keep crying, just come out and say whether you've been bullied. If you haven't been bullied, then shut up. Outside, the educated youth group leader, Zhang Hongying, was annoyed. Everyone has to work tomorrow. How can we sleep with you wailing all night? Huang Yufeng didn't dare to go out and speak. She was genuinely afraid of Lin Nian and could only bury her head in the quilt and sob. Yang Chunlan was also annoyed and directly got out of bed to find Huang Yufeng's smelly socks, balled them up, and forcefully stuffed them in her mouth. She said fiercely, try wailing again, and you can guess what I'll stuff in your mouth next time. Damn, you can't argue with Lin Nian, so you bring your troubles to me? What do you think? Am I easy to bully? But Huang Yufeng was wrong. Being quiet didn't mean she was easy to bully. Huang Yufeng, why am I the only one getting hurt? Ooh, I can't go on living. After Yang Chunlan let her go, Huang Yufeng quickly ran outside to vomit. As soon as she stepped out, Yang Chunlan locked the door behind her. Huang Yufeng vomited for a long time, and when she cleaned herself up and returned to the dorm, she found the door wouldn't budge. She wanted to knock, but remembered Yang Chunlan's fierce face. She hesitated and ultimately didn't knock. Feeling wronged, she ran to the kitchen, curled up in front of the stove, hugged her knees, and stifled her sobs. She was simply too miserable. It was all Lin Nian and Yang Chunlan's fault. Just wait. I won't let this go if I don't get my revenge. The night in the mountain village was very quiet, with a gentle evening breeze bringing a refreshing chill. The night sky, like black velvet, was dotted with countless stars, sparkling like scattered gems, dazzling and bright. Fu Qiushi carried a large bundle and, bathed in starlight, arrived near the cow shed beside Lin Nian's homestead. He sat on a pile of stones, raised his hand, and rhythmically whistled a few notes. The sound resembled an owl's hoot, and in the dead of night, such a sound echoed, giving a chilling feeling. Before long, a shadow gradually approached, and Fu Qiushi quickly stood up, briskly walking over to help the old man find a piece of clay brick to sit on. You child, why are you so disobedient? Just because I've been sent down, you think I can't manage you? The old man was his former leader, Dai Goen, and after sitting down, he elongated his face to reprimand Fu Qiushi. Fu Qiushi shrugged it off. I found a partner. She's down here in the countryside. You see, this house is hers. I came to you precisely to ask you to keep an eye on her, so no one snatches her away. The old man raised his hand and heavily patted Fu Qiushi's shoulder. You're just talking nonsense. Still the same as before. No sense at all. If you run away, then run away. I won't keep an eye on you. You'll have nowhere to cry. Fu Qiushi laughed and said, then I won't care. If my wife runs away, you'll have to compensate me. Dai Goen was astonished. You really found a partner? Fu Qiushi nodded. I really did. To take care of her. I had a buddy come down to the countryside with me, but she doesn't know my buddy and I are related. My buddy is in the shadows, keeping an eye on both of you. He pointed to a nearby area. His name is Lin Nian. That house over there is his. Dai Goen was anxious. Why would you bring her down to the countryside when finding a partner? You child, how can I say this to you? I still have some old connections. I'll write to you later. You go find them and think of a way to get the girl back to the city. Chapter 60. Come play with you, it's best to go to the team. That way, you can be in the same place. Fu Qiushi shook his head. I didn't interfere with her going to the countryside. She wanted to come here herself. Her hometown is here. By the way, her father was a martyr. Her grandmother is here. Dai Goen keenly caught the key point and asked, this girl's biological mother remarried. So now she has a stepfather and a stepmother? Fu Qiushi vaguely nodded and mentioned a few things he could say. Dai Goen sighed and advised Fu Qiushi that since he was dating someone, he should treat her well and not let her down. You also have a partner now, so don't be so impulsive in the future. You have to understand that some people are just waiting for you to lose your temper and do something that would hurt those close to you and please your enemies. You need to learn to endure, not for anyone else, but for your wife. You need to change your temper. Fu Qiushi readily agreed. Smiling at Dai Goen, it wasn't easy for me to find this wife, so you have to keep an eye on her. Dai Goen scolded, little brat. How could he not know this kid's good intentions? He also knew that once this kid made a decision, it would be impossible to change his mind. What's your partner's name? Fu Qiushi, Lin Nian. After saying this, he smiled. Isn't the name beautiful? The character for Nian means to remember. Dai Goen couldn't bear to look at this foolishness. He knew this kid was serious. It's not easy. Dai Goen sighed inwardly and said, don't let your partner come into contact with me. And also, your friend Lin Nian, avoid contacting me unless absolutely necessary. You are both still young. There's no need to risk your future for an old man like me. Fu Qiushi agreed, grabbing his backpack and telling Dai Goen, I brought you some essential medicine and some food. Don't hesitate to eat. Life in the cowshed is tough. So you must take care of your health and not wear yourself out. Dai Goen, is life in the cowshed harder than the Great Lockdown back then? Harder than a long march of 25,000 miles? I survived those tough times, so what am I afraid of? Saying this, he rummaged through the backpack, finding medicine, food, a wool vest, knee pads, and a neck scarf. Everything was complete. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. This kid, such a good kid, yet he ended up with such a cold-hearted and selfish father. Fu Qiushi, can you tell me about the other people in the cowshed? Dai Goen knew that if he didn't say anything, this kid would find a way to inquire, rather than let him take other risks. It was better to go along with him, so he didn't hide anything and detailed the situation in the cowshed for him. Besides me, there are two couples. One couple are university professors, Peng Weimin and Qi Hui. They are scholarly people, not very clever and kind-hearted. The other couple are capitalists, Yu Wangshui and Bai Lan. Yu Wangshui is cunning, and Bai Lan is weak. They have the best life in the cowshed with the least work. Fu Qiushi put away his nonchalant demeanor and said seriously, then we must deal with this couple. If we don't resolve this, Lin Nian trying to help his elder will significantly increase the risk. Dai Goen said, you don't need to worry about that. What is there to resolve? If one couple leaves, another will come. Are they all good people? But if we have their weaknesses in hand, we don't have to worry about them being disobedient. Fu Qiushi understood. The day was getting late. Let me take you back. But do you have a place to hide these things? Dai Goen nodded. I have a place to hide them. I have a separate room. After all, the other two couples are married, and I can't live with anyone. Fu Qiushi took him back to the cowshed, and after Dai Goen brought the things back to his room, he threw the large backpack out to Fu Qiushi. Inside were a roasted wild chicken and a roasted wild rabbit. Dai Goen couldn't eat all that by himself. Moreover, since the weather wasn't too cold yet, these things couldn't be kept. So, he gently knocked on the wooden plank at the head of the bed, and soon there was movement from the other side. Professor Peng whispered, Old Dai, what's the matter? The cowshed was very simple. It originally had only one earthen room for the cowherd to sleep in. After the people were sent down, they divided it into 2 rooms with wooden boards. Later, the brigade built a separate room for Yu Wangshui and Bai Lan, and the originally empty small compartment was given to the newly arrived Dai Goen. I secretly set a trap in the mountains earlier, and while everyone was sleeping, I went out. Luckily, I caught a rabbit and a wild chicken. I roasted one and will share a wild chicken with you. Come take it. After eating, don't forget to hide the bones and find a chance to throw them in the stove tomorrow. Hearing this, Professor Peng was overjoyed. Meat. This isn't the time to be picky. His wife's health was poor, and the autumn harvest was coming soon. He was worried that she might not be able to make it through this harvest. Great kindness is not to be thanked, Professor Peng said excitedly. In the future, old Dai, if you ever need my help, just say it. Soon, Professor Peng pushed open Dai Goen's door, and Dai Goen handed him a lotus leaf package. He quickly took it and darted back to his small room at the youth commune. The next morning, there was a commotion in the kitchen, followed by scolding voices. Huang Yufeng, are you crazy? You are scaring people here. Lin Nian was awakened by the noise and realized that the dormitory door was locked from the inside, but Huang Yufeng was not in the room. She didn't take care about other people's grudges. She quickly tidied herself up, took a basin to get water, and washed up. After washing, she went directly to the Lin family. Now Lin Nian didn't even drink water at the commune, fearing that someone might slip her some laxatives or other unclean things. But she would fill her water bottle at the commune. She just changed the water when she got to the Lin family. Lin Nian always felt that someone like Xiao Lan, who had no bottom line, might do something sneaky. Moreover, in the original story, the original owner was tricked into marrying a second-rate guy. Better to be cautious. As for why she needed to fill the water at the commune, it wasn't unnecessary. She had to show a flaw she could control. Otherwise, how could someone who wanted to play tricks find a breakthrough? What if they played tricks she couldn't control? Lin, a youth from the commune, your partner is here to see you. Just as Lin Nian finished tidying up, she heard a male youth shouting outside. Lin Nian hurried out and saw Fu Qiushi waiting for her outside the commune. In the morning sun, with his hands in his pockets, leaning casually against a tree, he looked simply too handsome. Why are you here? Lin Nian was a bit surprised. Who would want to see a handsome guy first thing in the morning? Fu Qiushi stood up straight and slowly walked towards Lin Nian. I'm here to take you to ask the team leader for a leave. Today, I'm taking you to the county to have some fun. He winked at Lin Nian, who instantly understood and quickly got into character to help him cover. Great. I want to eat braised pork for lunch. Fu Qiushi raised his hand and lightly scratched Lin Nian's nose. Okay, we'll go to the state-run restaurant to eat. Don't worry, I brought enough ration tickets this time. Just as Liu Yongnan walked out of the commune, he felt his eyes had been dazzled. What about breakfast? Should he eat or not? The youths in the courtyard, hearing the commotion, braised pork? They wanted to eat too. So sour. Chapter 61 Confession. Fu Qiushi and Lin Nian went to the county town. Xiao Lan and Shi Heping also took leave to go to the county town. Upon seeing Xiao Lan and the others taking leave to go to the county town, other educated youth also followed suit. After all, with more people going, they could borrow the village's ox cart. Each person only needed to pay 2 jiao for the fare to the production team. If there were too few people, the village wouldn't collect enough fare to justify sending the ox cart out, especially since the autumn harvest was approaching, making it even less likely for the village to let livestock transport people. Besides the educated youth, some villagers also took leave to go to town, filling up an ox cart to the brim. 2 villagers heading out were carrying a full basket on their backs, filled with various vegetables, claiming they were bringing them to relatives in the town. There were also some eggs intended to be exchanged at the supply and marketing cooperative for salt, needles, and thread. With so many people on the ox cart, it got quite cramped. Fu Qiushi shielded Lin Nian behind him, creating a relatively spacious area for her. Xiao Lan's eyes nearly turned red with envy at the sight. It was obvious to everyone that there was something going on between them, especially the 2 aunts, whose curiosity was piqued. Aunt Zhang asked Xiao Lan, Xiao educated youth, do you know Lin, educated youth partner? The phrase Lin, educated youth partner, made Xiao Lan's eyes redden. And she sarcastically remarked, a partner? That's what you call it when the parents agree. If the parents don't agree, it's just a mess of a relationship. After saying that, she cast a resentful glance at Fu Qiushi. Oh, there's a big show here. Fu Qiushi retorted bluntly. Then did Xiao educated youth's family agree with Shi educated youth? Upon hearing Fu Qiushi speak to her, Xiao Lan immediately became excited and replied without thinking. Of course they didn't agree. After answering, she felt that Fu Qiushi's words had a deeper meaning. Was he jealous of Shi Heping? Was he just using Lin Nian as a temporary partner to make her jealous? Thinking of this, Xiao Lan felt delighted and provocatively glanced at Lin Nian, who was hiding behind Fu Qiushi, then loudly clarified her relationship with Shi Heping. I have nothing to do with Shi Heping. Don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in him. As soon as Xiao Lan's voice fell, all eyes on the ox cart turned to Shi Heping, who felt completely humiliated and thought he had lost all face. Oh, Xiao educated youth and Shi educated youth are going in and out together, and Shi educated youth even calls her Lamlin, yet they're not in a relationship. So it's just a messy relationship? His sarcastic tone made Lin Nian unable to help but laugh. However, convinced that Fu Qiushi was jealous. Xiao Lan didn't find Fu Qiushi's words excessive. She hurriedly explained, "Little Fu, please don't misunderstand. There's really nothing between me and Shi Heping. Shi Heping is just someone my mom asked to take care of me." After saying this, she turned to glare at Shi Heping. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute? Hurry up and explain to little Fu. Additionally, once we go back, you need to move out of the LV family. Wherever you go, you must not live in the same place as me." Shi Heping's expression was practically unmanageable. He was furious. He clenched the strap of his military green messenger bag, his veins bulging, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Did he even care? If it weren't for Xiao Lan having a good grandfather, he wouldn't even glance at her. In terms of looks, she was far behind Lin Nian. In terms of brains, she was even less than Lin Nian's toes. If he wasn't pursuing Xiao Lan, Shi Heping thought he could consider Lin Nian. He found her annoying as a rival. But what if she were his partner? "Shi Heping, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Xiao Lan was dissatisfied with Shi Heping's silence and raised her voice to ask him. "Fine, I'll move out when we get back." Shi Heping gritted his teeth. "Shi educated youth. If you move, my house still has empty rooms." Aunt Zhang quickly pulled in business for herself. Putting gossip aside for the moment, Aunt Huang squeezed past Aunt Zhang. "I also have empty rooms at my place if you want to come. I can give you the big room to stay in. I guarantee you'll be comfortable." In the eyes of the two aunts, Shi Heping was like a piece of pork that was 7 parts lean and 3 parts fat. Xiao Lan was all fat. They couldn't get a piece of her. And since they didn't get a piece of Lin Nian, who was like 5-flavored meat, they certainly wouldn't let go of Shi Heping, who ranked 3rd in fatness. Shi Heping coldly refused. "No need. I'll stay at the educated youth point." The two aunts wanted to negotiate again. But Shi Heping's face was so sour that they all fell silent and turned back to ask Xiao Lan. "Xiao educated youth, you still haven't said. Do you know Lin educated youth's partner?" Xiao Lan raised her chin, "Of course. We grew up together." Fu Qiushi and Lin Nian said in unison, "We're not familiar." The interest in the eyes of the others intensified upon seeing this. Xiao Lan got anxious and said, "Little Fu, please don't be angry, okay? Can you not say angry words? Everyone in the courtyard knows that my uncles and aunts are partial to me." Fu Qiushi replied, "If your uncles and aunts are partial to you, then if your aunt is willing to divorce and move up, just marry him. No need to tell me." Hearing Fu Qiushi's harsh words, Lin Nian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiao Lan was furious. How could little Fu be like this? It's all Shi Heping's fault for sticking to her like a little tail. Little Fu's anger is justified. The onlookers were thrilled. Wow. This two Jiao fair is simply worth it. This is drama I wouldn't dare to act out. What does this mean? Xiao educated youth is interested in Lin educated youth's partner. But from Lin educated youth's partner's perspective, Xiao educated youth is still thinking about climbing up to Lin educated youth's father. If she really manages to do that, wouldn't she become Lin educated youth's mother-in-law? Then turning around to flirt with Lin educated youth's partner, her stepson. Oh my. That's really, truly shameless. The onlookers were embarrassed by their own imagined plot, looking at Xiao Lan with disdain. But Xiao Lan was immersed in her fantasy of being misunderstood by Fu Qiushi and completely unaware. "Lin Nian, don't get too proud. Uncle Fu and Aunt Lu won't let you in." Lin Nian replied, "Whether they let me in or not is none of my business. This is a new society. We don't practice the old feudal parental arrangement. Besides, my relationship with Comrade Fu Qiushi is nobody's business but the organization's." Fu Qiushi was her comrade, and she couldn't just watch him get entangled with someone as brainless as Xiao Lan. Comrades should help each other. Moreover, Fu Qiushi was such a good person, and there was a risk he could turn dark. He needed to find a gentle and kind partner. Not someone like Xiao Lan who was dark-hearted and had a princess syndrome. Fu Qiushi agreed, right? What Comrade Lin Nian said is exactly what I wanted to say. Also, the organization will agree with us. Comrade Lin Nian is smart, kind, gentle, and a martyr's orphan. She has a solid background. To be able to partner with such a comrade for mutual progress is my honor. Fu Qiushi. As soon as Comrade Lin Nian reaches the right age, I will immediately submit a marriage report. After saying this, he turned to look affectionately at Lin Nian. Nian. Being able to date you is a blessing from my previous life. You should not listen to some self-righteous, insignificant people. You only need to listen to me. Lin Nian thought to herself. Thankfully, she had prepared herself, knowing Fu Qiushi was just acting. Otherwise, if he suddenly confessed like this, she really wouldn't be able to handle it. As soon as Fu Qiushi's words fell, everyone looked at Lin Nian with admiration. Wow, Lin, educated youth. You managed to charm such an outstanding young man to disregard his parents' opinions. That's impressive. Chapter 62. Market day Xiaolan was in a terrible state. She was filled with intense hatred for Lin Nian, yet she felt powerless against her. She wanted to go mad and push Lin Nian off the vehicle. But Fu Qiushi protected Lin Nian closely, which made her even angrier. Her face twisted in rage, looking as fierce as a ghost. In the past, sure Hepping would have stepped in to help her save face, but unfortunately, she had embarrassed him in front of everyone. And now he felt secretly pleased to see her humiliated, so he naturally ignored her. During the rest of the journey, the two ants from the village stopped bothering Xiaolan and instead focused on talking to Fu Qiushi, asking him all sorts of questions. Fu Qiushi was very friendly, always smiling as he responded, but by the time they reached the town, the two ants still hadn't gathered any useful information. The ox cart only went to the town and wouldn't go to the county seat. The driver had agreed on a return time with everyone and then left with the ox cart. Those who wanted to continue to the county had to take a tractor. In this era, some places already had rural buses, but Hongsheng Township did not. The village only had a few tractors, and during the slack season, 2 could be used to transport passengers back and forth between the county and the town. The tractors ran on diesel, so the fare was a bit higher, costing 30 cents per person. At this time, money was still quite valuable, and the villagers rarely went to the county. Only those better-off educated youth would go occasionally. When they reached the ticket booth, it was unclear how Fu Qiushi negotiated with the ticket seller and the driver. But as soon as Sure Hepping and Xiaolan were about to board, the tractor tooted and drove off, spraying exhaust in their faces. Xiaolan was so furious that she jumped and screamed in place. The ticket seller quickly had someone go to the station to find someone, as the comrade had said. This woman had mental issues. Fortunately, she was not allowed to get on the vehicle. Otherwise, if she went mad halfway and pushed someone off, it would be a disaster. Soon, a few comrades from the station arrived and took Sure Hepping and Xiaolan away. Sure Hepping didn't know what to say, while Xiaolan was still shouting recklessly at the station. In the end, Sure Hepping had to explain repeatedly to the comrades at the station and ask them to call a comrade from the county's logistics department. Only then did they refrain from detaining Xiaolan and sending her to a special hospital. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Sure Hepping borrowed the phone to call home and recounted a series of Xiaolan's outrageous actions in the village. He also learned from his mother about the situation with Lu Mingyu and Sui Jiaming, and his heart sank coldly. Mom, with Xiaolan like this, she will eventually drag me down too. Plus, all the money and tickets I had been squandered by her. And the canned goods I brought have all been given away. Mom, hurry up and send me some more. His mother hesitated for a moment before saying, Son, it's not that I don't want to send you money, but Grandpa Xiao has ordered that no one is allowed to send money or tickets to Xiaolan or you. Mainly, he is afraid you might give them money and tickets to Xiaolan to spend. You know, your dad is at a crucial point in his promotion right now and can't afford to offend Grandpa Xiao. Even though Grandpa has retired, he still has many old subordinates, and one word from him could determine your dad's fate. Sure Hepping was extremely frustrated. Then what should I do? You can't just let me starve in the countryside. Think of a way to send me money. At most, I'll just avoid Xiaolan and not let her spend it. His mother was troubled, but you live together. How can you avoid her? She has a big mouth, and if even a hint of it gets out, then... Sure Hepping sneer, Mom. Xiao Lan chased me away in front of many villagers and said she looks down on me, that I have nothing to do with her. Don't worry, I want to live with her. Besides, if I'm living poorly, you could forget about me putting up with that young lady again. All right, don't be angry. Mom will think of a way. This is what I'll do. I'll send you a military coat, a quilt, and sew the money and tickets inside. Only then did Heping breathe a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that his parents wouldn't send him money or tickets. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to survive in the countryside. After finishing the call, Xiao Lan in the next office had also quieted down. When she saw him coming out of the room with the phone, she ran over and glared at him fiercely. What are you babbling about for so long? Heping replied, I'm holding back. Xiao Lan connected the phone to her home, where only the nanny was present. Of course, to the outside world, the nanny was a distant relative of their family, whom she referred to as aunt. Oh, it's Lan Lan. Oh, Lan Lan, are you suffering in the countryside? Your parents are worried about you every day. Xiao Lan said, tell my mom to hurry up and send me money and tickets, and also, I've run out of food, so she needs to send me some too. Send more canned meat and milk powder, and send a few more military coats. Rural people really are something. They've never seen good things and want everything. So shallow. Also, tell my mom that she must send me at least 3,000. Okay, I've written it down. As soon as your mom comes back, I'll tell her. Don't worry, don't say 3,000. If you want 30,000, your mom can send it to you. Xiao Lan was satisfied. After hanging up, she walked out and saw Heping waiting at the door, so she flaunted. You used to always nag me about wasting money, but soon my mom will send me money. As she spoke, she held up 3 fingers, 3,000. The comrades at the station were shocked when they heard 3,000. They knew that their monthly salary was only 20 or 30 yuan. 3,000 would take them 10 years to earn. Is the chief's family that wealthy? Just handing out 3,000 like that? Heping's expression also changed upon hearing this. What a good Xiao family. They are really bullying people. They give Xiao Lan 3,000, but let his family send him money. Good job. He suppressed his hatred and smiled. Uncle and aunt have always spoiled you. I wouldn't be surprised if they give you any amount. Xiao Lan felt a little better and said to Heping, let us go to the county. I'll treat you to braised pork. Once the money arrives, I'll give 1,000 to the captain, and Lin Nian will be utterly disgraced. Originally, little Fu didn't really like her, and when he sees her disgraceful appearance, he will definitely turn around and ignore her. Although little Fu is using Lin Nian to annoy me, I still want to forgive Lin Nian. Whoever competes with me for little Fu, I wish them dead. However, the tractors only ran a couple of trips, and the morning one was already gone. Xiao Lan got angry again. There was no other way. The two of them could only wander around the town and go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. When they were shopping at the cooperative, Lin Yin and Fu Qiushi had also arrived at the county. After being jolted by the tractor all the way, Lin Yin's legs felt weak when she got off. Fortunately, Fu Qiushi got off first and reached out to help her down from the tractor. But even so, as soon as her feet touched the ground, she collapsed into Fu Qiushi's arms. Lin Yin, I didn't do it on purpose, do you believe me? Fu Qiushi, who was holding her tightly, didn't really believe her. Chapter 63. Lucky partner, there were many people around, and fearing the red armbands would chase them. Fu Qiushi quickly changed his embrace into a supportive gesture. He swiftly helped Lin Yin to a less crowded area and unscrewed the cap of the water bottle, handing it to her. Have some water. Lin Yin took the water bottle and took a sip. Fu Qiushi glanced around and spotted an old farmer carrying a basket of oranges. Do you have any candy? Fu Qiushi asked Lin Yin. Lin Yin dug in her pocket and pulled out a handful of candy, placing it in his palm. Their fingers brushed, and Lin Yin's ears turned slightly red. She curled her fingers and casually shoved her hand back in her pocket, as if the earlier touch had never happened. But Fu Qiushi grabbed her wrist, pulling her hand out and prying open her palm to return half of the candy. You don't need this much. Wait for me here. After saying that, Fu Qiushi turned and strode towards the old farmer. He rubbed his fingers together, thinking that his partner's hands were really soft. He quickly caught up with the old farmer. Sir, could you exchange a few oranges with me? My partner can't handle the tractor. She gets carsick. The old farmer stopped and looked in the direction of Fu Qiushi's finger towards Lin Yin. The girl looked a bit wilted and pitiful. He put down the basket and grabbed a few oranges, stuffing them into Fu Qiushi's hands. What do you mean exchange? These aren't anything precious. Just take them and eat. Fu Qiushi placed the candy in the old farmer's basket before emptying his hands to receive the oranges. A few candies, sir. You can take them home for your children. Oh, I can't take such precious candy. The old farmer, seeing that the candy was not the usual fruit candies he was familiar with, immediately panicked and hurriedly picked the candy back up to return it to Fu Qiushi. But not only did Fu Qiushi refuse, Lin Nian insisted he keep it. The old farmer finally carefully tucked the candy into his pocket and then began to frantically hand over oranges to the two. As a grandfather, he naturally wanted to buy candy for his grandchildren, but the family had no money. Today, he encountered two good people, which made the old man very happy and grateful. These oranges are from my backyard tree. I haven't taken care of them. They're not worth much, so take more home to eat. Lin Nian protested. That's too many, sir. We can't take that much. However, the old man didn't care and placed a pile on the ground, then ran off with his basket. How simple, Lin Nian sighed. The old man had left. Lin Nian could only take out 2 mesh bags from her backpack to put the oranges in. Both bags were filled to the brim. Lin Nian was troubled about how to carry them. Fu Qiushi handed her a peeled orange. Try it. Lin Nian took it and tasted a segment. It was sweet and tangy and quite delicious. She shared half with Fu Qiushi. You try too, I think it tastes good. Fu Qiushi took it and tried a bite. His expression unchanged. The taste was too sour for him. He preferred sweet, pure sweetness. But since it was given by his partner, Fu Qiushi didn't want to disappoint Lin Nian, so he could only keep a straight face. Is it good? Lin Nian asked after finishing half of the orange and peeling another one. Fu Qiushi saw her eagerness. If he said it was good, she would surely offer him another half. He mumbled while quickly getting up with the orange in hand. There's a state-run restaurant over there. Let us go find a place to sit. Lin Nian followed behind Fu Qiushi, who maintained a distance of 1 step. He only relaxed after seeing Lin Nian finish the orange in her hand. Upon entering the state-run restaurant, the waitstaff were lazily cleaning the tables. When they saw someone entering, they looked quite displeased, exuding annoyance. However, when they spotted the 3 young ladies, their expressions brightened, and they warmly welcomed them. What would you like to eat? Come in and sit. Their attitude had made a complete turnaround. Lin Nian couldn't help but glance at Fu Qiushi. His looks were indeed striking. If he were to leave the line, he could easily make a living based on his appearance. He could enter the film studio to act in movies or the TV station to star in dramas. With a smile, Lin Nian sat down, watching the 3 waitstaff bustling around Fu Qiushi. Fu Qiushi took out grain coupons and money, first asking Lin Nian what she wanted to eat. After looking at the menu, she ordered pig trotter's noodles. 2 bowls of pig trotter's noodles, Fu Qiushi said. When the noodles arrived, the pig trotters were piled high on top. If Lin Nian hadn't eaten at a state-run restaurant before, she would have thought they were losing money. State-run restaurants did serve substantial portions, but not to this extent. Lin Nian quietly said to Fu Qiushi, Brother Qiushi, I can't eat this much. Fu Qiushi handed her chopsticks. Eat as much as you can. All right. Lin Nian started to eat. To be fair, the attitude of the state-run restaurant wasn't great, but the taste was quite good. The pig trotters were tender and flavorful, separating from the bone with just a nibble. Taking a bite of the noodles, they were firm and coated with the pig trotter broth, delicious. She took a sip of the soup, and it was simply fresh. After eating a small portion, she couldn't continue. Turning to look at Fu Qiushi. He had finished an entire bowl. Then, to her astonishment, Fu Qiushi took her bowl and poured the remaining noodles into his own bowl and continued eating. Lin Nian was stunned, so that was what he meant by eat as much as you can. After finishing, Fu Qiushi took a sip of water, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and said to Lin Nian, wasting food is shameful. Lin Nian. All right. She had drifted off again. How shy. As they were leaving, one of the waitresses called out to Lin Nian, Miss, I'm Deng Suitsue. My uncle is the head chef here. I'm 19 this year and don't have a partner yet. How old is your brother? Does he have a partner? When she asked this, the other 2 waitresses leaned in to listen and exchanged glances with Deng Suitsue. Wow, this girl is quite bold, Lin Nian thought, just as she was about to respond. Fu Qiushi, who had already walked out the restaurant door, turned back. He said to Deng Suitsue, Comrade, The person in front of you is my partner. Please do not introduce her to anyone. The first part made Deng Suitsue disappointed, but the second part immediately provided her an escape route. Lin Nian felt in her heart. Actually, before the big villain turned bad, he was a very warm person. Sure enough, Deng Suitsue visibly relaxed. She extended her hand towards Lin Nian. Comrade, can I be friends with you? This girl was also good-looking, because they were both exceptionally attractive. Deng Suitsue had misunderstood that they were siblings. Now that she knew they were partners, Deng Suitsue immediately lost that thought. In the restaurant, she was considered young and beautiful. But compared to Lin Nian, it was like comparing heaven and earth, making it impossible for her to feel even a hint of jealousy. Lin Nian quickly extended her hand. I'm Lin Nian, a youth from Hongsheng Township. It's nice to meet you, Comrade Deng Suitsue. The girl in front of her had a sincere gaze. And Lin Nian didn't mind making another friend. After all, it was just socializing. If it didn't work out, they could just part ways. Waitstaff at state-run restaurants were one of the 8 major workers of this era. Being friendly with her could only bring benefits. After shaking hands, Lin Nian took a bag of oranges from fodder and placed it on the counter. You treated me to pig trotters, so I'll treat you to oranges. Deng Suitsue was overjoyed. Come back here for lunch later, bring a lunchbox, and I'll save you some fatty intestines without a ticket. See, benefits just came. Lin Nian readily agreed. It was another delightful day. It seemed that ever since she met fodder, her luck had been getting better. This person really brought good fortune to his partner. Even a fake partner brought good fortune. Chapter 64. The braised pork was delicious. After coming out of the state-run restaurant, Lin Nian was already full of energy. Fodder had to go to the bureau, so Lin Nian agreed to wait for him at the supply and marketing cooperative. Even though Lin Nian could carry a lot of things when coming to the countryside, she still found it lacking. Fodder had sent some supplies, but now that he had his own house, those items were just not enough. The supply and marketing cooperative in the county was busier than the one in the village. A salesperson shouted that the peach crisps had arrived, and immediately a crowd rushed over to buy them. A moment later, another shout announced that the dried fish had arrived, prompting another wave of people to push over. Lin Nian had no desire to squeeze in. She specifically looked for a less crowded counter to browse, buying only what she needed and skipping the rest. At the bureau, Fodder took out his documents and introduction letter. After the staff reviewed them, one colleague immediately went to report to the leadership and called the unit that had stamped the introduction letter, reaching Yang Dongliang. After verifying, the bureau chief personally met with Fodder. After listening to Fodder explain the situation, the bureau chief was very indignant. He said, Comrade Fodder, rest assured, we will not tolerate any criminal who steals from the families of martyrs. This case is extremely serious, and this kind of corruption must be eradicated. Otherwise, supporting the army and their families will become a joke. Fodder handed over the evidence to the bureau chief and saluted him, saying, I thank you on behalf of the martyrs' families. The bureau chief returned the salute, saying, this is what we should do. Fodder said, I come from a reconnaissance background and am currently staying in the village. I can cooperate with you secretly. The bureau chief agreed and then called several capable colleagues to form a special task force. Although Fodder did not attend the meeting before he left, the bureau chief introduced him to the task force leader and members for easier communication later. After leaving the bureau, Fodder headed straight to the department store. He went directly to the bicycle counter and smiled at the salesperson, saying, Sister, I want to buy a 26-inch bicycle. Do you have any? The bicycle salesperson was a middle-aged woman. She glanced at Fodder and exclaimed, what a handsome young man. The middle-aged woman immediately became enthusiastic, smiling as she replied, Yes. Yes. Just yesterday, a few arrived. If you had come a bit later, they would have been sold out. Bicycles were indeed rare, but obtaining a bicycle ticket was not easy, and these things were quite expensive. In their county, bicycles were not as scarce as in big cities. How much? Fodder liked a forever brand bicycle. Unfortunately, this one did not come with a headlight, so he would need to find a way to get Lin Nian a bicycle with a light when he returned. One bicycle ticket plus 150 yuan. Fodder quickly paid for the ticket and bike, pushing the bicycle as he returned to the bureau. The colleagues at the bureau greeted him warmly when he arrived. When they learned he had bought a bicycle for his girlfriend, they promptly helped him with the paperwork, stamping the bike frame and fixing the license to the handlebars. The bike certificate had Lin Nian's name on it. Lin Nian was troubled about how to carry everything back after shopping too much when she saw Fu Qiushi riding the bicycle to pick her up. She ran over in surprise. "Where did you borrow this bicycle? It's brand new." Fu Qiushi got off the bike and secured it, then helped Lin Nian carry her things, securing them to the triangle bar and rear seat of the bike. He said, "I bought it at the department store. If there's any situation in the village in the next few days, I need to rush to the county. Having a bicycle is more convenient." Lin Nian gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Mainly, it's very useful to be able to buy things so easily in the countryside in just a few days. "So, what will happen to the bike when you leave?" Lin Nian couldn't help but ask. "Is it easy to carry on the road?" Fu Qiushi replied, "I won't be taking it. I'll sell it at a low price. I bought it for 150, and if you give me 80, I'll sell it. I can take a stroll around the educated youth point. I'm not worried about not finding someone who wants it." Lin Nian was stunned. No wonder this person could be a big villain. So wasteful. Without needing to ask at the educated youth point, she exclaimed, "I want it. How can I let those people at the educated youth point have it for cheap? I'll pay a bit more later to make sure you don't lose out." Fu Qiushi smirked. "That's great. It saves me from asking. Do you have any other places you want to go? Is everything done?" They both spoke in unison and then laughed. "I don't have any places I want to go anymore. Everything is done." Again, they spoke in unison. They both laughed until they bent over. And after laughing enough, Fu Qiushi suggested they take a good look around the county town so that next time Lin Nian came, she would at least know where everything was. Lin Nian nodded in agreement. After walking around the county town, they went to the state-run restaurant. It was mealtime, and there were many people. However, when Deng Tse saw Lin Nian and Fu Qiushi, she left the other customers and ran over to greet them. "You're here? I saved you a spot. Oh, push the bicycle to the backyard. It'll be a hassle if it gets stolen outside." She led them to the backyard to secure the bicycle, then brought them back to a wall seat in the dining area, attracting many envious glances. "What do you want to eat?" she asked enthusiastically. "Braised pork," Fu Qiushi replied. The young lady mentioned braised pork earlier. She must be craving it. Also, a meatball soup and a stir-fried vegetable. After ordering, Fu Qiushi looked at Lin Nian, who continued, "Can I buy more of the fatty intestines you mentioned? I want to take some back for the elderly to try." Deng Itsue patted her chest. "Of course, just give me the lunchboxes, and I'll pack it for you in the back." Lin Nian took out the new lunchboxes she had bought, 5 large ones. Deng Itsue was a bit taken aback. "Oh wow, that is quite a lot." Knowing what she was thinking, Lin Nian quickly explained, "Let us get 2 boxes of fatty intestines, and the remaining 3 boxes can be filled with big meat buns, all packed full. Later, you'll see how many tickets I need to give you." Hearing this, Deng Tetsui let out a sigh of relief, nodded in agreement, and took the lunch boxes to the kitchen. Lin Yin followed. "Can I go with you to borrow some space to wash the lunch boxes?" "They're new. No need for you to do that. Just sit down. We can't let outsiders into the kitchen. I'll wash them for you." "Thank you." Lin Yin felt that this new friend was really nice. Soon, the dishes came out. The bright red braised pork trembled as it was served, a spoonful mixed with rice, and Lin Yin felt utterly satisfied. After eating and drinking to her fill, Lin Yin hastily paid before Fu Qiushi could, leaving a handful of milk candies at the counter. "Please enjoy." Deng Tsusue saw Lin Yin off at the door, and when she returned, the other 2 waitresses said, "This girl is really down to earth and easy to befriend. Indeed, just look at who her friend is." She left a few candies for the other 2 and took the rest to the kitchen to share. "Hey, it's still white rabbit milk candy." The kitchen staff were also very happy, saying, "Next time your friend comes, we'll say some good stuff for her." Although Deng Tsuetsue had only just made a friend, she was much better than those relatives who only knew how to take advantage and never gave anything in return. "Lin Yin, save me a box of buns. I'm afraid I'll be hungry tonight." On the way back, Lin Yin sat on the rear seat of the bicycle with a big bundle. Fu Qiushi carried her, and the handlebars were also filled with bags. The 2 rode back like this. Having eaten too much at noon, Fu Qiushi was worried that riding the tractor would make Lin Yin feel nauseous. Riding a bicycle allowed him to go slower and avoid the bumps. "All right," Lin Yin readily agreed. Chapter 65, Confirming the Village Feast, riding a bicycle at a slow pace. Whenever the road was slightly longer, Fu Qiushi would stop by the side for a while, letting Lin Nian get off to stretch and drink some water. With such delays, the two of them returned to the village a bit late, just slightly later than Xiao Lan and Shi Heping. The two of them didn't come back by bullock cart. They missed the time to ride due to going to the police station to report case. The two walking back had increasingly gloomy expressions. The villagers, knowing Xiao Lan's character, didn't bother to ask her what happened, but instead approached Shi Heping. Shi, educated youth. What happened to you guys? Shi Heping helplessly replied, we went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things, but it was too crowded, and our money got stolen. So it was stolen, huh? The villagers exclaimed, oh no, you should have gone to the supply and marketing cooperative in pairs. If you wanted to squeeze in, you should have held your money tightly in hand. It's not easy to get stolen when it's in your pocket. Exactly. Every time we go in pairs, and when we squeeze together. That way, we're surrounded by our own people, and no one dares to take advantage of us. Xiao Lan rolled her eyes irritably. They don't target you because you're poor. Don't flatter yourselves. The villagers, they really wanted to tear Xiao Ziking's mouth off. One villager couldn't help but retort, what's wrong with being poor? Do we eat your family's rice or drink your family's water? What's it to you? Being poor is honorable, you know? Great people have said that the poor and lower middle peasants are the most honorable. Go ask around. Who the hell dares to be labeled a rich peasant? If you have money, does that make you great? I see you as just a capitalist young lady. If you annoy me, I'll report you to the committee. Shi Heping was utterly speechless. He really couldn't take it anymore with Xiao Lan. When they were in the capital, they didn't spend every day together. And life wasn't this tough. Back then, although Xiao Lan had a bad temper, it hadn't reached this level, and he could still tolerate it. But now, he really couldn't endure it anymore. Yet he had to keep enduring. Who could understand his pain? After being scolded, Xiao Lan's expression turned even worse. She instinctively wanted to retort, but Shi Heping shouted at her, Xiao Lan, can you just calm down? This is the countryside, not the capital. Even if you call your parents to send someone, it will take several days. Xiao Lan looked at Shi Heping in disbelief. Pointing at her nose, you dare to scold me? Shi Heping darkened his face. Scold you? Comrade Xiao Lan, I didn't scold you. I'm reminding you that coming to the countryside is to receive re-education from the poor and lower middle peasants. Reminding you to understand your situation. Xiao Lan's expression changed several times. She could understand the words, but she was just angry and felt wronged. She didn't want to stay in this broken place anymore. She would call her parents and her grandfather to apologize, asking him to come and take her back. At that time, she would definitely report Shi Heping, who made her lose face in front of those stinky farmers. He would suffer when she got back. Oh, who is that? Isn't that Lin Nian's partner? And Lin Nian, sitting in the back seat. A bicycle. Comrade Fu is riding a bicycle. Oh my, it's new. Did he buy a bicycle? My goodness, a bicycle. Our village only has one at the captain's house. The villagers rushed over, surrounding Fu Qiushi and Lin Nian tightly. Fu Qiushi and Lin Nian got off the bike, allowing the villagers to admire it. Yes, last month the unit issued bicycle tickets, and I brought one. I saw that the department store had them for sale, so I bought one for Comrade Lin Nian. Fu Qiushi said, Isn't it trendy to prepare for marriage with a bicycle and a ringing bell nowadays? I'm just making arrangements in advance. As soon as Fu Qiushi finished speaking, everyone praised him for being considerate and good to Lin Nian. They also praised Lin Nian for being lucky to find such a thoughtful partner. Lin Nian thought that when Fu Qiushi left, she would buy that bike. At that time, she could only say it was a gift from Fu Qiushi. After all, no one had ever heard of asking a partner to buy things. Self-strategy achievement unlocked. Brother Qiushi is great. Lin Nian blushed and glanced at Fu Qiushi in agreement. Everyone began to tease, saying that when they got married in the future, they must come to the village to distribute wedding candy. Fu Qiushi generously replied, we will definitely hold a feast in the village, so everyone, wait for it. Lin Nian thought to herself, as expected of the big villain. He could lie with such ease that she almost believed him. The villagers prefer to talk to people like Fu Qiushi and Lin Nian much better than someone like Xiao Lan, who had her nose in the air. On the day Fu Qiushi arrived, the news about Xiao Lan spread throughout the village. Two women returning from the market spread the gossip. And now everyone knew that Xiao Ziqing wanted to marry Comrade Fu, but Comrade Fu didn't like her. He liked Lin Nian. Now that it had come to the point of discussing the wedding feast, Lin Nian couldn't be stingy. She took out a handful of fruit candies she bought from the supply and marketing cooperative to share with everyone. When Fu Qiushi saw her distributing candies, his smile became even brighter, attracting the attention of the aunts and sisters. So handsome. Lin Nian is so good, gentle, generous, and beautiful. Comrade Fu, your taste is really good. Of course, compared to some people with tempers like stones in a latrine, Lin Nian is a fairy. Some people have no idea what they are. They should just go take a piss and look at themselves. But be careful. If such a stupid person pees in the wrong place, they might fall into a latrine. Ha 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 ha. Xiaolon was shaken by these women's comments. Anger and jealousy tearing at her. She glared at Lin Nian with resentment. Lin Nian, wait for me. You don't deserve Xiao Fu. Don't ever think about stepping into the Fu family's door. Fu Qiushi's expression turned cold. He said, first of all, in the new society, marriage is free. Feudal arranged marriages are the criticized dregs of feudalism. Secondly, Nian doesn't need to step into anyone's door. She only needs to step into my Fu Qiushi's door in the future. Thirdly, my grandfather knows Nian. He really likes her. It's you who isn't liked by him. By the way, you don't even deserve to be compared with Nian. Fu Qiushi publicly stated his position. He couldn't let everyone compare Lin Nian with Xiaolon, nor let them think Lin Nian was someone his family wouldn't accept. Xiaolon was stunned. She was completely crushed by Fu Qiushi's words and ran away crying, covering her face. Sure Heping didn't say a word to help Xiaolon this time. He even felt that Fu Qiushi was right. Xiaolon didn't deserve to be compared with Lin Nian. After Xiaolon ran away, the villagers pointed at her, and Lin Nian learned from their conversations that Xiaolon and Sure Heping went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy something and lost all their money. Lin Nian, what a relief. Fortunately, she didn't go to squeeze in. Otherwise, she would have lost her money too. Since she crossed over, she hasn't earned a single cent. When she has her own place, she will start writing articles to earn some money. At the same time, she will establish her reputation in the village, so everyone knows she is someone capable of publishing articles in newspapers, and they shouldn't easily provoke her. Oh dear, she doesn't even know if her articles will be accepted by the newspapers. After all, times are different, and Lin Nian is still a bit unsure. Chapter 66. The excitement someone with good news ran to the Lin family to announce that Comrade Fu, who was staying with them, had bought a bicycle for his girlfriend. Lin Nian, everyone in the Lin family rushed out to greet them. It's a bicycle. Before Lin Nian's house is finished, it will definitely be kept at their place. Buying a bicycle in the early 1970s was indeed a sensational event in the whole brigade. First, you need money. Second, you need to get a bicycle ticket. Both of these were quite difficult for the members of the cooperative, who were always thinking about how to fill their stomachs. Lin Nian had never seen such a scene before. Many people came to take a look. The Lin family immediately helped carry things, afraid that the items would damage the precious bicycle. Although it wasn't theirs, they still felt protective over such a valuable item. As everyone gathered at the Lin family home, they couldn't help but circle around the bicycle. It was Aunt Chu who spoke up. Xiao Fu, hurry and take the bicycle into the back room. You two aren't married yet, and you need to take good care of this. It wouldn't look good if it gets old by the time you get married. Besides, Lin Jiqing hasn't even ridden it yet, and it's not right for others to touch it. With just a few words, she silenced those who wanted to take a ride. It was a gift for his girlfriend, and she hadn't even ridden it yet. Everyone, it's almost mealtime, and there's no extra food at home. So I want to keep you all. Aunt Chu managed to send everyone away with just a few words. For those who didn't want to leave, she physically ushered them out, talking as she went, making it clear they were being dismissed without them being able to complain. Lin Nian couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the old lady in her heart. Once everyone left and the door was locked, Lin Nian took out the fatty intestines and buns. She had already stuffed Fu Qiushi's portion into his backpack outside the village. But taking out 4 lunchboxes still startled the Lin family. I have a friend at the county state-run hotel. They had fatty intestines today without needing tickets. So they helped me buy 2 boxes. The other 2 boxes are buns. Everyone can have one later. Don't think I'm saving them for me and Brother Chiosher. I don't like leftovers, and Brother Chiosher doesn't he either. Lin Nian knew that Lin Dagong would take his 2 younger brothers to the homestead to work with her alone that evening. She heard this from the uncle who helped her with work. Aunt Chu sighed, thinking how could anyone not cherish this girl, if only she were her own granddaughter. However, even though they weren't related, it didn't stop her from treating Lin Nian like her own granddaughter. The fatty intestines were greasy and smelled amazing. Aunt Chu sent Duan Chanhua to pull a few radishes from the field, wash them, cut them into pieces, and cook them with the fatty intestines. Just needing a little salt, which turned the 2 boxes of fatty intestines into a big bowl of dish. The buns were steamed hot, and a pot of porridge was cooked, along with some cornmeal steamed buns, and everything was ready. Lin Nian specifically chose to eat the radishes, which soaked up the broth from the fatty intestines and melted in her mouth, particularly delicious. Sometimes she would scoop a spoonful of radish and fatty intestines into the steamed buns, and that taste was also fantastic. Each person had a bun, and oh, those large meat buns made the younger ones squint their eyes in happiness. Dan ate half of his and gave the other half to his father, Lin Daong, who rubbed his belly and said, Dan's tummy wants to eat fatty intestines. Dad will help Dan eat the bun. The fatty intestines were also very tasty, and Lin Daong happily helped his son with this. He said, Dad is strong. I can help you eat a few more. Aunt Chu then split her bun in half and gave it to Lin Daong. Help your mom eat half too. Then Lin Dagong and Lin Daqiang also asked Lin Daong to help them eat the meat buns. Lin Daong was so happy eating the buns, and helping everyone made him even happier. Mom, Daong has energy now. I could do a lot of work later. After finishing the buns, Lin Daong rubbed his belly and said to Aunt Chu, making everyone laugh. That night, everyone ate until they were stuffed. After dinner, Fu Chiosher took Lin Nian back to the youth point. After dropping her off, he went near the cow shed and, after confirming there was no one around, began to mimic the sound of an owl. Dai Goen heard the owl's call and felt puzzled. The people in the cow shed had just finished their work and hadn't eaten yet. Why was that kid looking for him at this time? Did he have something urgent? I dropped something in the field. I'll go find it. Don't wait for me to eat, Dai Goen said to the professor couple. They usually cooked together, with Chi Hui doing the cooking. All right, we'll save some for you, Chi Hui replied. Dai Goen rushed to the agreed spot, anxiously asking, What's going on? Why did you call me at this hour? Fu Chiosher took out the lunch boxes and chopsticks. Meat buns, they're cold, but make do with them. The water in the kettle is hot. Dai Goen glared at Fu Chiosher in anger. You call me out here just to eat buns? You brat, I'm telling you if you do this again, I want to come out. Fu Chiosher replied, Then I'll go straight to the cow shed. Let's see if I dare. Dai Guan. Others might not dare, but this kid definitely does. So infuriating. Another day being dominated by this brat. Fu Chiosher said, Don't argue with me. It's almost harvest time. Eat well now, so that when the labor intensity increases later, your body can handle it. What could Dai Goen do? He could only take the buns and eat. Wow, it's been a long time since I've eaten meat buns. Even if they're cold, they're delicious. He took a few bites of the bun and a sip of water. Hey, this kid actually diluted milk powder. Such good stuff, save for your girlfriend. He puffed out his cheeks. Fu Chiosher replied, There's enough for your girlfriend. Don't worry about it. This is the extra portion for my grandfather. Even with the 3 of you and Yin Yin, you want to finish it. Dai Goen grumbled as he ate, and Fu Chiosher asked him to take the leftover 2 buns back, but he had to finish the diluted milk powder. You just wait. Bullying an old man. Don't let me get back at you. Once I'm out of the cow shed, you're in trouble. Fu Chiosher said, Don't blame me. It's your father's fault. Just let my dad be the one in trouble. Dai Goen glared at him. Fu Chiosher then took out another kettle filled with clean water, asking Dai Goen to rinse his mouth before leaving. At the youth point, Lin Nian once again became the center of attention. What she didn't expect was that Shi Heping had actually returned to the youth point to stay. Had he broken up with Xiaolon? That seemed impossible. However, this was none of Lin Nian's business. After chatting with several enthusiastic male and female youth, she returned to her dormitory. To her surprise, even Huang Yufeng didn't act strangely anymore. Her attitude made a complete turnaround. Lin Nian sighed. realizing just how great the allure of that bicycle was. The next day at the storage room, the team leader announced a new task assigned to Lin Nian, asking her to guard the cow shed for 4 work points a day. There wasn't too much specific work to do, just guarding the cow shed. This made the youth and some members wanting to do light work very envious. But Lin Nian thought that if this were truly a good thing, the party wouldn't assign it to her. That rascal must be up to no good. Chapter 67. Earning performance. Lin Nian's job was to watch over the cow shed. Lu Yongnin naturally assigned her other tasks and did not treat her specially. She worked alongside the other male, educated youth. However, this work was much more laborious than the weeding she had done with Lin Nian earlier. But he didn't say much about it. Work is work. He wasn't a pampered young master. Since Lin Nian had to go to the cow shed, Fu Qiushi naturally followed her. As soon as he arrived at the cow shed, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. You read your book. If there's anything you don't understand, just let me know, he said. The people in the cow shed had to go out to work early in the morning. Taking care of the cows was not their responsibility. They were afraid that these bad elements would harm the cows of the production team. They were only allowed to stay in the cow shed because the environment was harsh, dirty, and smelly. My job is to watch the cow shed. I don't have to clean the stalls, Lin Nian said to Fu Qiushi. It wasn't that she was lazy. She just felt a bit embarrassed about Fu Qiushi working. It's too smelly. It'll make it hard for you to read. Fu Qiushi said, already picking up a dung shovel to clean the cow shed. Let me help you. Lin Nian felt uncomfortable just sitting there. She originally thought of plugging her nose, but then she realized that if her nose was blocked, she would have to breathe through her mouth, which seemed even harder to accept. So she temporarily covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Fu Qiushi said seriously, Comrade Lin Nian, please recognize your identity. You are my partner now. I, as a male comrade, have the opportunity to perform in front of female comrade, and you cannot take that away from me. Lin Nian responded, okay, you can go read outside the cow shed. There's a tree over there. Just sit under the tree so you won't be bothered by the smell. If anyone asks you, just loudly say that the cow shed is too smelly and your partner is cleaning it. Lin Nian could only nod, okay, come find me when you're done. Fu Qiushi smiled and agreed, watching the young girl leave. During the day, the cows were taken out to be cared for by the cow herds. But the cow shed had to be cleaned by Dai Goen and a few others. The couple Wu Wangshui and his wife did not do this work. It actually fell on Dai Goen and Peng Weimin. Fu Qiushi cleaned the cow pen, carried the dung out to the compost pit, then returned to wash the cow pen with water. Fu Qiushi, I'm going to the brigade office. At that moment, Lin Nian's voice rang out from outside. Fu Qiushi poked his head out from the courtyard. Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Taking this opportunity, Fu Qiushi used a wire to hook out the key that Dai Goen had hidden in the door crack, opened the door, tidied up Dai Goen's room, took the clothes out to wash, and hung them in the yard to dry. It wouldn't take long for the sun to dry them, and no one would notice. Lin Nian was called away by Granny Yang. Lin, educated youth, your remittance notice has arrived. I heard the postman say it. It's definitely true. Granny Yang was very enthusiastic. Among so many new educated youths, Lin Nian was the first to receive a remittance notice. What if Mrs. L snatched it from Xiao, educated youth? I will firmly follow Lin, educated youth. Lin, educated youth, is so nice. She doesn't curse at people. Xiao, educated youth, is just like a venomous young lady from a landlord family in the old society, coming to the countryside to exert her power. Someone will report her sooner or later. Just wait. Granny Yang was very perceptive. Really? That's great. I was just worried about running out of money. Lin Nian smiled, as she had been spending money on repairs and buying various things, so it was perfectly normal for her to run out of money. Letting everyone know she was broke and only had the money from the remittance notice would prevent anyone with ulterior motives from thinking about her. Upon hearing this, Granny Yang immediately educated her. Lin, educated youth, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you're just a young girl. You can't spend all your money. You should leave some for emergencies. Otherwise, if something happens and you don't have money, it'll be very uncomfortable. Oh dear, this Lin, educated youth, does have money, but she really knows how to spend it. She had previously wanted her grandson to curry favor with Lin Nian, but since Lin Nian's partner was so good, she couldn't bring herself to let her grandson steal someone else's partner. In fact, her grandson couldn't even compare to Fu Qiushir's little toe. Lin Nian said nonchalantly, "It's fine. If I run out of money, my family will send more." Unless both her parents lost their jobs, which was impossible. Granny Yang. It's hard to imagine the life of city people. However, their 2 or 3 months of salary is equivalent to what our farmer earns in a year. "Hey, Lin, educated youth, do you think my little grandson has a chance to go to the city to work?" Granny Yang leaned in to ask Lin Nian, "Why is Sister L competing for Xiao Lan?" "Isn't it because being Xiao Lan's partner can help him go to the city to work?" Lin Nian said, "It's hard to get into the city as a worker. Positions in the factory are limited. For example, if both parents are employed, they have several children waiting to take over. But what can be done? If there are 5 or 6 children, but only 2 jobs for the parents. If any family frees up a job, the threshold of that house would be trampled flat, just like our family. Although my stepfather is the deputy factory director, he can't just stuff someone into the factory. So many eyes are watching. If you dare to break the rules and stuff someone in, everyone will make a fuss. And you might even lose your job. Even I don't expect to rely on my parents to go back to work in the city. At most, I'll get married and go to the defense zone with my husband. If any educated youth tells you they can help your grandson get a job, you can just slap them. If they had that ability, could they still come to the countryside? Let's take a step back. Even if a factory has an external recruitment quota, you must have an urban household registration. And it must be a factory that is determined to recruit outsiders. Otherwise, how could outsiders take up positions? Lin Nian reasoning convinced Granny Yang instantly. Disappointed, but somewhat gleeful, she felt that Mrs. L's efforts had been in vain, and all her flattery was wasted. She had been stifling herself like a little girl day after day, only to end up with nothing. I'm so happy. Who told Mrs. L to compete with me? Lin Nian continued, "Oh, don't laugh at me, but why did I go to the countryside? One is to follow my biological father's example, responding to the call to contribute myself to this vast rural land. And the second is to avoid making it hard for my biological mother. If I go to the countryside, her job can be given to my stepsister, saving her from arguing with my mother all day about going to the countryside for work. Being a stepmother is not easy." As she spoke, Lin Nian was moved by her own words, thinking, "Look how good a daughter she is." Granny Yang and the others had previously thought Lin Nian was silly. After all, there were always 2 foolish, educated youths who came each year, doing a few days of farm work before regretting it. But now, she felt she had uncovered the truth. Lin Nian had gone to the countryside to avoid making life difficult for her biological mother. No wonder her biological mother and stepfather had given her so much money. It was out of guilt. However, you think your grandson going to the city isn't impossible. Lin Nian suddenly changed the subject, and Granny Yang instantly perked up. But by this time, they had already arrived at the brigade office. When Ma Chuna saw Lin Nian, she greeted her, "Lin, educated youth. Here's your remittance notice, 50 yuan. The members who had come to see if they had received their letters were shocked. 50 yuan. That's a lot. Lin, educated youth's family really spoils her. Expecting to see their own remittance notices, disappointed Xiao Lan sneered. What is so great about 50 yuan? If you didn't know better, you'd think it was 500. Country bumpkins. In a few days, my 3,000 yuan remittance will arrive, and it will definitely shock you." Chapter 68. Your parents are impressive, Xiao Lan sarcastically remarked, and the smiles on the faces of the members disappeared. It felt as if they were poor folks who had never seen money. Lin Nian did not change her expression. She smiled and said, 50 yuan is already a lot for me. After all, ordinary workers only earn 20 to 30 yuan a month, and temporary workers earn about 15 to 18 yuan. I'm from a small place and haven't seen much of the world, so it's only natural for Xiao Jiqing to mock me. I just wonder how much money Xiao Jiqing received in her remittance. It would be nice to see it and broaden my horizons. Once Lin Nian said this, the members' feelings improved. Lin Jiqing said she had no experience, which was just giving them a way out. Grandma Yang was the first to agree. Yes, Xiao Jiqing. Did you receive your remittance today? If you did, show it to everyone and scare us a little. Xiao Lan raised her chin. I brought a lot of money when I came, so my mom naturally won't send me money so soon. But in a few days, she should be able to send me 3,000. 3,000. Everyone was stunned. 3,000, that's terrifying. So much money that they couldn't even dare to imagine it. How long would it take for a family to save that much while tightening their belts? Xiao Jiqing is something else. Grandma Yang was also dumbfounded. With so much money, was it too late for her to compete with Xiao Jiqing? Xiaolan enjoyed seeing the shock on their faces. These country bumpkins. How shocking. Lin Nian was very supportive. Wow, Xiao Jiqing's family is extraordinary. 3,000 yuan can be taken out just like that. It doesn't seem like a family of cadres in the new society. It feels more like a capitalist family in the old society. I thought 50 yuan was a lot. My parents saved every penny to send me so much, which made me a bit uneasy. I even planned to send half back to them after I withdrew it. Now, compared to Xiao Jiqing, I feel like a little maid showing off a big knife in front of a landlord. Xiaolan said, Lin Nian, what nonsense are you talking? She wasn't stupid. She could hear the sarcasm in Lin Nian's words. Lin Nian shrugged. I'm not talking nonsense. I'm just expressing my amazement and wondering about Xiao Jiqing's background. How much your parents earn in a month? As far as I know, provincial and ministerial leaders earn a level 4 administrative salary, which is over 400 a month. I wonder if Xiao Jiqing's parents are provincial and ministerial leaders? Or perhaps even more impressive, level 2 or 3 administrative leaders. Could they be level 1? Lin Nian made a surprised face. Could your parents really be level 1 cadres? The members didn't understand these terms and asked Lin Nian what level 1 and 2 administrative salaries meant. Lin Nian explained, Our great leaders are level 1 administrative leaders, earning over 600 a month. As you go down the levels, the county mayor is probably level 13, earning about 150 a month. So everyone thought about it. If Xiao Jiqing's parents were so wealthy, what positions did they hold? Everyone gasped. The county mayor is only level 13. How high-ranking must Xiao Jiqing's parents be? No wonder she is so arrogant. Xiaolan's face turned green. The pride she had moments ago vanished in an instant. Her family's prestige came from her grandfather, not her parents. Her dad earned over 120 yuan a month at a security zone level 16 job, and her mom was a public school teacher, earning only a few dozen yuan a month. Seeing Xiaolan's face change, Lin Nian quietly signed off and left. She had been worried that the 50 yuan remittance might spark heated discussions among the members, and she needed to think of ways to cool things down. Hey, Xiaolan jumped out herself. If she brought it up, then Lin Nian couldn't be blamed. After all, it was her own desire to show off. If Lin Nian didn't take advantage of it, she would feel guilty about not using Xiaolan's high profile. As Lin Nian left the team office, she turned to look at Xiaolan, surrounded by members asking about her parents' ranks, and she couldn't help but laugh. She glanced at the notes on the remittance slip and knew Huang Jiangwo was anxious. He wanted her to call back? Sorry, the phone bill is too expensive. She can't afford it. Lin Nian hummed a tune and went to her homestead, which was already taking shape. The ground had been leveled, and the foundation had been dug. The cleared stones were piled to one side, and there were several piles of earthen bricks. The bricks were large, and the member responsible for building the house said it would be ready in 5 days. It seemed like he wasn't just boasting. Wow, I'm about to have my own house. Lin Nian was very happy. She ran to the cattle shed and saw Fu Qiushi sitting cross-legged under a tree. Flipping through her book, Qiushi, Lin Nian jogged over. Fu Qiushi looked up and saw the girl running towards him in the sunlight, smiling brightly. And he couldn't help but smile back. He stood up. What good thing happened? Lin Nian raised the remittance slip in her hand. Remittance? Someone is anxious and wants to bribe me. Fu Qiushi took the remittance slip and saw it was sent by Huang Jiangwo, who had also written a note asking Lin Nian to call him back. It seemed to be regarding Zhang Cuifang and Huang Lili. Calculating the time, the mother and daughter had been locked up in the detention center for a while now. They must be going crazy. Lin Nian smiled. The worse they are, the happier I am. Sometimes I wonder if Huang Lili is actually Zhang Cuifang's biological daughter, and I was just picked up. Otherwise, why would she hate me so much? Yes, it's hate. The look Zhang Cuifang gives me is full of undisguised hatred, while the look she gives Huang Lili is that of a mother looking at her daughter. Zhang Cuifang is really going all out to curry favor with Huang Jiangwo. I just don't know what will happen when Huang Jiangwo decides to abandon her in the future. Fu Qiushi wanted to hug Lin Nian, but he was disgusted by his dirty clothes. He held back and silently told himself, tomorrow, bring a set of clean clothes to work. Not every biological parent is worthy of being a parent. Lin Nian nodded fiercely yes. So I don't want to be her daughter. It's better to be her enemy. I can't let her hate me for nothing. At the team office, Xiaolan, who had finally escaped, ran to the fields with a dark face. She found LCY. You come here. LCY was a bit surprised. The usually indifferent Xiao Jiqing actually came to find him. He quickly put down his hoe and ran over to Xiaolan. This woman has a temper as bad as a stone in a latrine, but he wanted to be a worker, and he wanted to be a cadre. At this moment, he needed to endure. As long as he became a worker or a cadre in the future, he could finally hold his head up high. Moreover, his dad said, as for women, you must pamper them before marriage, and after marriage, if they don't listen after having children, just beat them. No matter how valuable a woman is before marriage, after marriage, and having children, she must behave. Xiao Jiqing, what do you want me for? Elsie Hua asked with a forced smile. Xiaolan frowned and covered her nose, stepping back in disgust. Stay away from me. Elsie Hua had no choice but to stop, maintaining a distance of at least 3 meters between them. Xiaolan walked to a place without anyone around and stopped. Didn't you say you'd do whatever I asked? Is that for real? Elsie Hua quickly patted his chest and promised. Of course it's for real. Xiaolan lifted her chin. Good, tonight. Find a few people to destroy everything on Lin Yan's homestead so she can't build her house. Once it's done, I won't treat you unfairly. Elsie Hua's eyes lit up. This is promising. Okay. Without a second thought, he agreed. Xiaolan walked away satisfied. Elsie Hua also hummed a tune as he left. After they all left, 3 eggs peeked out from behind a nearby tree. Even the sound of someone peeing could be heard, and someone wanted to harm Sister Lin. The 3 eggs instantly exploded. Chapter 69. Falling into the latrine. Big brother, what do we do now? Erdan asked Dadan. Dadan looked at Sandan and Erdan. Go home. Take out the 2 firecrackers I gave you, and then follow that surname Xiao. As soon as she goes to the latrine, light them and throw them in. These 2 firecrackers weren't obtained during the New Year. In these times, there were no New Year celebrations, so where would one get firecrackers? A family in town was celebrating, and they set off firecrackers at their doorstep, which Dan happened to come across while running errands with his elders. After the firecrackers were set off, Dan quickly fished them out from a pile of scrap paper. He grabbed them and ran, nearly getting caught and beaten up by the family's child. After returning home, Dan gifted the firecrackers to his 2 younger brothers, who treasured them and hid them away, unwilling to play with them. They wouldn't even let anyone take a look at them. Very precious. Dan was actually worried that his 2 younger brothers would be too attached, thinking of ways to coax them. As a result, without any hesitation, Erdan and Sandan ran home with their baskets. Once home, they dropped the baskets and rushed inside to find the firecrackers, while Dan went to the kitchen to look for matches. The 3 brothers gathered in the yard, hands open, showing off the firecrackers and matches on their dirty little hands. Dan collected the firecrackers and waved his hand. Let's go. Find that surname Xiao. The 3 Dan brothers ran out in a rush, specifically taking small paths to avoid people. Xiaolan wasn't working. She was at the storage room every day. The team leader said it was to arrange for Xiao Jiqing and the scorekeeper to learn, so that if the scorekeeper had to take leave one day, there would be someone to take over that job. However, during her learning period, the team wouldn't give her any work points. Well, without work points, the members wouldn't fuss. What does it have to do with them? As long as they didn't get dividends or food at the end of the year, who cares if she works or not? Big brother, if we deal with that surname Xiao, what about LVC Hua? On the road, Dan asked Dan. Sandan also looked at Dan eagerly. Dan asked them back. Think carefully. After we deal with that surname Xiao, we'll decide what to do next. Sandan replied, if only we had 2 more firecrackers, we could blow up his eggs. Dan disagreed. We can't cut off someone's roots. If Grandma finds out, she'll beat us. If anyone finds out, they'll come after us. Sandan felt disappointed. Then what should we do? When he pulls, does he throw firecrackers into the dung pit? But isn't he afraid of the smell? Dan suggested. Otherwise, let us bring my dad and trap him in a sack? Dan responded, no way. Uncle doesn't know when to hold back. What if he accidentally kills someone? Sandan said. If he dies, we can drag him to the mountains to feed the wolves. Dun. The youngest is the most ruthless. Once we deal with that surname Xiao, We'll sneak over to the LV family and dump dung water into their pot. The Dan thought for a moment and said. Sin Dan clapped his hands. Great. Let them eat dung for dinner. We should splash it inside too. Splash everywhere. Let them be dung beetles. Once the three Dan brothers reached a consensus, they quietly approached the storage room. Seeing Xiao Lan leaning over the table in the storage room, the Dan instructed Air Dan and San Dan, you two keep an eye here. I'll hide outside the latrine. As soon as that surnamed Xiao goes to the restroom, you two make wildcat sounds like cats fighting. Air Dan and San Dan nodded eagerly. The Dan told them to hide well and not let anyone discover them. Then he stealthily ran to hide behind a pile of junk outside the latrine. The brothers were lucky. It wasn't long before Xiao Lan got up and left. Turning towards the latrine behind the storage room, Air Dan and San Dan followed a little, confirming she went to the latrine, then each pretended to be a wild cat, making different cat sounds. Very lifelike. Dadan listenit carefully. When he heard Xiao Lan cursing in disgust, estimating she had squatted down, he lit one firecracker and threw it into the latrine. Oh no, it didn't explode. It turned out to be a dud. Disappointed, the Dan immediately threw the second firecracker. While throwing it, he looked around for any large stones. If the second one was also a dud, he would throw in a stone. Although it wouldn't be as effective as a firecracker, it would still be enough to deal with someone like that surnamed Xiao from the city. The Dan threw the firecracker directly into the squat toilet below. After throwing, he quickly stepped back, finding cover to shield his body. Bang! The firecracker exploded. It was exhilarating and shocking. It stirred up public anger and dung. Xiao Lan's scream echoed, followed by her frantically jumping around, and then she successfully bounced herself into the dung pit. You see, the latrine on this side of the storage room was quite simple. It was just a dug dung pit with two boards laid over it, leaving a gap in the middle and surrounded by grass. It couldn't withstand the shock of Xiao Lan's bouncing. With a loud splash, the Dan waved his fist in triumph. Success. He quickly left the scene of the crime and reunited with Air Dan and San Dan, sneaking towards the LV family. Xiao Lan's scream attracted the attention of those guarding the storage room, including the scorekeeper and other members who had come to change farm tools. A few people saw Xiao Jiqing, who was disgusted by the dirty rural area, floundering in the dung pit along with many dung pit creatures, and were simply stunned. The scorekeeper went to find a long-handled dung scoop and handed it to Xiao Lan, telling her to grab on. They also quickly sent someone to the LV family to call for help, to bring a change of clothes for Xiao Lan, busy working in the fields. Sister LV was dumbfounded when she heard that Xiao Lan had fallen into the dung pit of the storage room. Did she hear that wrong? Or was there something wrong with her ears? After confirming it several times, Sister LV felt an opportunity had come and hurriedly asked someone to call LVC Hua to the storage room. She then called her man and rushed home to pry open Xiao Lan's door to rummage through her things. An opportunity. Sister LV and the youngest LV found 2 jars of meat, a jar of fruit, and a jar of malted milk, but nothing else. There wasn't a single cent of money as they had imagined. Both were a bit disappointed. In fact, if there was no comparison, they would have treasured these items greatly. But who let there be a comparison? It was known that the team leader's grandson had boasted about how generous Xiao Jiqing was while living at the team leader's house. Let us take these first. The youngest LV suggested. If she finds out her things are missing later, we can say we left in a hurry and forgot to close the yard gate. We don't know who took her things. Sister LV nodded in agreement. What a pity, not a single cent. This is even worse than that Lin Jiqing. The youngest LV dismissed her. Haven't you heard the village gossip? They say Xiao Jiqing personally said there will be a remittance of 3,000 yuan in a few days. When a remittance arrives, let's see Hua find a way to turn raw rice into cooked rice. Anyway, that Shiping has moved away, and no one is watching us all day long. Later, I will get some livestock medicine and let everyone in the village know that Xiao Jiqing took the wrong medicine and acted like a rogue towards our Sihua. The women's director is right. Xiao Jiqing's family is too high up. We have to be wary of her sending Sihua to jail to eat peanuts. Sister LV's eyes lit up in agreement. Sure, just listen to you. Oh, by then, that 3,000 yuan will be ours. With that money, we can build a big house. Chapter 70. A bit confused, old Lu Yao chuckled and said, You really can't imagine, once she marries our fourth son. What do we lack? If she doesn't want to marry and wants to go back to the city, sorry, pay up. If she doesn't give us 3,000, we'll go to the committee and make a fuss, and we'll stir up trouble at the station. A woman playing tricks is also a crime. The couple's eyes sparkled as they dreamed of prosperity. Sister Lu and old Lu Yao took Xiaolan's clothes and went out, deliberately leaving the main door unlocked, taking along the other members of the Lu family who had rushed back upon hearing the news, showing their concern for Xiaolan, making it seem like the whole family had left and forgotten to lock the door. In fact, they weren't afraid of anyone stealing from their home because the important rooms were locked and only Xiaolan's door was pried open. Xiaolan losing her things had nothing to do with them. As for the kitchen, the oil and salt were locked in the cupboard. The grain was locked in the granary, and the iron pot was embedded in the stove. It would take some effort to pry it away. They were completely unafraid. The key was that they would soon bring Xiaolan back. This was a windfall for the 3 eggs. Once the family left, the 3 eggs entered the Lu household. At this time, the onlookers in the village had all rushed to the storage room, and there was no one around, which opened a convenient door for the 3 eggs. Big Egg and Second Egg went to the latrine to scoop the waste into the bucket, lifting half a bucket at a time with ease, then pouring it into the 2 pots of the Lu family. After running back and forth a few times, they splashed waste all over Xiaolan's open room, yard, walls, and door. Once they finished, Big Egg waved his little hand. Let's go home and change clothes. Second Egg and Third Egg happily followed. They took care of those 2 who were trying to mess with Sister Lin. How happy. Big Egg said, we still need to tell Uncle about this later. I'm afraid Fourth Lu will do something bad at the homestead tonight. Big Egg, we definitely need to tell him. But what we've done today, we must keep our mouths shut. No one can tell. Even Uncle can't tell. Second Egg and Third Egg solemnly nodded in agreement. In the storage room. The scorekeeper had tried several times to pull Xiaolan up, but failed. Mainly, the latrine pit was like a quagmire, it had suction, and the pit on the storage side wasn't deep. Otherwise, with Xiaolan flailing around chaotically, someone would surely die. Xiaolan wasted a lot of energy flailing, and every time the scorekeeper tried to pull her up, he would give up halfway, and Xiaolan would fall back into the waste pit, causing ripples and splattering waste on those who came to help. Everyone was quite disgusted. Fortunately, Lu Sihua showed up. Seeing Lu Sihua rush over without any disgust and calling out to Xiao Jiqing, the scorekeeper immediately gave up his position. Lu Sihua couldn't use a waste pole to pull Xiaolan out of the pit, so he squatted down and reached out to her. Thankfully, he often did the dirty work of splashing waste. Otherwise, Lu Sihua probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. However, Xiaolan's hand slipped, and after several attempts, he couldn't pull her up. So, he didn't care about anything else and changed from squatting to lying down, making it easier to exert force. Just as he lay down and managed to pull Xiaolan up a bit, her hand slipped again, and seeing that she was about to fall, she suddenly hugged Lu Sihua's neck. Lu Sihua, who was trying hard to lift her, was pulled into the waste pit by her. Lu Sihua wanted to hit someone. Damn. But clearly, that wasn't an option now. Both of them had fallen into the pit. Lu Sihua supported Xiaolan, letting her climb up. Lu Sihua also climbed up using the edge of the pit. After getting ashore, Lu Sihua carried Xiaolan and ran towards the river. When they reached the riverbank, he jumped into the water. Oh my, he had no problem splashing waste on the fields. But falling into the waste pit himself was quite a problem. The onlookers followed to the riverbank to continue watching the excitement. And the people at the youth station also went over. Everyone saw the stinky Lu Sihua carrying the stinky Xiaolan into the river. At that moment, Xiaolan's mind was filled with the extremely disgusting waste pit, and she couldn't think of anything else. Hugged by Lu Sihua as he jumped into the river, she was scared and held onto him tightly. This made it convenient for Lu Sihua, under the pretext of helping Xiaolan wash off. Using the cover of the river water, he felt her all over. If it weren't for the stench, he might have had a reaction. Lu Sihua sank down with Xiaolan, and after a few times, frightened, Xiaolan hugged him tighter, until her face was free of waste. Lu Sihua finally spoke. Lan, don't worry, no matter how stinky you are, I won't dislike you. I will take responsibility for you. To the villagers and the youth, it looked like Xiao Lan was clinging tightly to Lu Sihua. Sister Lu rushed over and saw this scene, deliberately shouting loudly, "Oh dear Xiao Jiqing, the river isn't deep. Don't hold on to my fourth son too tightly. He isn't team married yet." Xiao Lan didn't react at all, and Sister Lu was secretly delighted, while Lu Sihua was also very happy. This confirmed that Xiao Lan was indeed clinging to Lu Sihua, not Lu Sihua taking advantage of the situation. Among the crowd, Ping looked at the scene with a cold gaze, cursing inwardly. Shameless. Usually, she acted high and mighty in front of him, holding herself like a noble lady. And now, she was throwing herself at a mud-legged man and holding him so tightly. So shameless. Other youths were also dumbfounded, never expecting the once arrogant Xiao Jiqing would end up in a waste pit, and now in the river, holding on to another man without letting go. Simply, not to mention, from now on, Xiao Lan's image in the youth's hearts had plummeted. No matter how good her background was, she had fallen into a waste pit. Seeing that everyone had witnessed this scene, Sister Lu shouted to Lu Sihua, "Sihua, this won't do. Xiao Jiqing really won't let go. Just carry her ashore first. Go home and change her clothes. Don't let her catch a cold." Lu Sihua obediently carried Xiao Lan out of the water, and now her figure was fully revealed. Her white shirt, soaked through, became transparent, drawing everyone's gaze to her. Moreover, after coming out of the water, everyone could see more clearly that Xiao Lan had her legs wrapped around Lu Sihua's waist. TSK, TSK. The crowd immediately began to point and whisper about her. But at this moment, Xiao Lan, whose head was buzzing, completely didn't register any of this. She had only one thought, which was to hold tightly onto the person who saved her, not wanting to fall back into the waste pit. The three eggs truly didn't expect that their two firecrackers would scare the surname Xiao into such a state. Sister Lu shook out Xiao Lan's clothes and draped them over her, blocking many unkind gazes. It wasn't that she was kind-hearted. She simply felt that Xiao Lan would definitely marry into their family, and she didn't want outsiders to take advantage. Just look at those bachelors in the village, each with eyes like they were about to pounce and do something bad. Lin Nian learned about this when it was already a bit late, as Granny Yang and a group of old ladies rushed to find her in the cow shed, chattering away. Listening to the elderly lady's vivid descriptions, Lin Nian glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky. Her stomach churned. The old ladies clearly didn't want to let her have lunch. There is no need to describe it so vividly. Winky face, but speaking of which, the opposing side suddenly self-harming in such an extreme way. Lin Nian truly didn't understand her actions. Chapter 71. The crisis of three eggs getting hit inside her stomach. It felt like a storm was brewing. The old ladies, however, were enjoying themselves. As for Lin Nian, her damned curiosity prevented her from calling for a stop. How did she end up in this mess? Lin Nian was genuinely curious. Who knows? Aunt Hu San said. However, after Lin Nian treated them to a handful of sunflower seeds, they volunteered to go and inquire about the Lu family. The wind blew in, and just as quickly it was gone. Lin Nian. Fu Qiushi couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. She was simply too cute. No wonder she was his wife. Have some water, Fu Qiushi said, handing her the water bottle filled with orange-infused water. The sweet and sour taste was just right to settle the churn in her stomach. After drinking some water, Lin Nian asked Fu Qiushi, "What do you think about this matter?" Fu Qiushi took the bottle from her, screwed the cap on, and replied, "It's just an accident, or someone is deliberately targeting her. But no matter what, it's because of her poor character and inability to handle situations that led to this unfortunate result. Unlike you, who is gentle, kind, smart, and decisive. People like you are destined to have good luck." Lin Nian loved the last sentence. "You'll have good luck too." She echoed back what Fu Qiushi had said to her. "In my eyes, you are the best." She wouldn't hesitate to shower him with compliments, because, who knows, if Fu Qiushi heard enough praise, he might stick to his last line and not turn dark anymore. It was not impossible. After saying that, they exchanged smiles, and Lin Nian stood up and ran to the hillside, shouting toward the distance, "We are all the best." After shouting, she waved at Fu Qiushi, who jogged over. He was tall and slender, and even while running, he moved gracefully like a pine tree. He was really handsome. "Now it's your turn to shout." Lin Nian tilted her head slightly, blinking her apricot eyes at him. The expectation in her eyes made Fu Qiushi unable to refuse. He ran to her side, spread his arms, and cupped his hand around his lips. Fu Qiushi and Lin Nian are the best couple. This was what he shouted in his heart. Carrying 3 eggs to deliver food. Lu Yongnan. I should be at home, not in the mountains. This afternoon, while others couldn't eat due to nausea, he was stuffed. Sister Lin, it's time to eat. Little Fu, it's time to eat. The 3 eggs had no idea about the awkwardness of young couples. Fu Qiushi reached out to Lin Nian, saying, I'll hold your hand going down the slope. Lin Nian understood instantly. Time to put on a show. She placed her hand in his palm. His fingers were long, and his palm was broad, easily enveloping her small hand, although a bit rough and calloused. But it felt very secure. Lin Nian's face turned red, unsure whether it was from the sun or embarrassment. At that moment, Fu Qiushi changed his grip to interlock their fingers, and they slowly descended the slope, letting go only when they reached the 3 eggs. Sister Lin, Grandma, made fish today. My dad secretly went fishing with my second uncle while everyone else was at the storeroom. My second uncle is really good at catching fish. He can spear one with perfect accuracy. Egg quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, my dad is the best at spear fishing. However, the river belonged to the public, and catching fish without permission was not something they could do openly. During the day, Lin Daong had to work, so there wasn't much opportunity to sneak off to fish. At night, when it got dark, Aunt Chu Wen-ti allowed Lin Daong to go into the water, so the Lin family hardly had fish to eat all year round. Only in winter, when the river froze, would the brigade organize an ice fishing event, allowing each household to get some fish to save for the new year, adding a meat dish to the dinner table. It was also a good omen. Every year has surplus, right? What do the common people wish for? Isn't just this? Oh, this time it was thanks to Xiaolon. If she and T led everyone to the storeroom to watch the fun, Lin Dagong Wu and T have thought of going fishing. They hid upstream to catch fish. And when they caught one, they ran away without being greedy, perfectly avoiding the crowd. That was really bold and quick. Is Uncle Daong really that amazing? That's great. I want to eat fish too. The Dan opened the lid of the lunchbox, and a fragrant fish smell wafted out. Of course, my dad is the best. Dan proudly puffed out his chest, and Sandan followed suit. My second brother's dad is his second uncle. No other kid's second uncle in the village could compare to his. Grandma asked us to accompany Sister Lin and Little Fu for lunch, and after eating, we'll take the bowls back. The Dan said while arranging a small table and bamboo stools. Let us leave this table and stools here. Just put them in the cattle shed to avoid carrying them next time you come. Fu Qiushi helped set the food, with 3 full lunchboxes of dishes and a large basket of mixed grain buns, along with a lunchbox of rice. It was all because Lin Nian mentioned she preferred rice. Lin Nian scooped rice from the lunchbox into her bowl. She couldn't finish a whole box. Seeing Lu Yongnan staring at the lunchbox, Fu Qiushi said, I'll eat the leftover rice from Yin Yan. Lu Yongnan silently averted his gaze. They established a rule for lunch today. No talking while eating since there was fish, and being distracted could lead to fish bones getting stuck in their throats. If everyone could manage to stay silent during the meal, he would reward them with milk candies afterward. Fu Qiushi added, worried that someone would inadvertently bring up Xiaolon and affect Lin Yan's appetite. After saying that, the 3 eggs covered their mouths, signaling with their eyes that they could hold back from speaking for the sake of the candy. Lu Yongnan expressed his stance through silence. He decided to let the 3 eggs deliver lunch in the future. He wouldn't come again. Fu Qiushi picked a piece of meat from the fish belly, carefully removing the bones, and placed the fish meat in Lin Yan's bowl. In return, Lin Yan picked a piece of another dish for Fu Qiushi. Lu Yongnan. At the Lin family home, Aunt Chu sent Lu Yongnan, the outsider, and the children away to keep their clothes from getting dirty. Lin Dagong went to search the children's room. The wall hole where they had hidden firecrackers was empty. The children thought they had hidden them well, but everything was under the adults' control. Firecrackers were not something adults would allow them to play with recklessly. At the very least, they had to ensure they weren't near open flames or the calm. According to the scorekeeper, he heard an explosion and then heard Xiao Jiqing scream. Fragments of exploded firecrackers were found in the cesspool, and later the brigade leader had someone fish out an unexploded firecracker. Duan Chunhua said. The family still didn't understand. This disaster was caused by the 3 eggs. Mom, what should we do? Duan Chunhua asked, somewhat worried. If Xiao Jiqing found out it was our 3 eggs who harmed her, it would be endless trouble. She was petty and vengeful. Lin Daqiang slammed the table angrily. What to do? When they come back, beat them up. Every day, they could just know how to cause trouble. Lin Daong didn't know who his brother was talking about hitting. He was just a good younger brother who listened to his older brother. Break their legs. Daong go. Chapter 72. Not beating anymore? Duan Chunhua quickly said. Second, your elder brother wants to beat Dayton, Erden, and Sandan. Lin Daong, huh? No, you can't beat the eggs. My elder brother can beat me. I'm thick-skinned and can take it. Lin Daqiang glared at Duan Chunhua fiercely. Nonsense. If you don't beat the child, how can they learn? Indulging a child is like killing them. Today there are people in the storage room. If there weren't, someone like Xiao Jiqing might end up in a serious situation. Aunt Chu also said, the elder brother is right. Children should be disciplined. Duan Chunhua immediately dared not speak up. Daong didn't understand much else, but realized that Aunt Chu also wanted to beat the 3 eggs. He ran over, knelt down, and stuffed his upper body into Aunt Chu's arms, looking at her pitifully. Mom, don't beat the eggs. Let Daong take the beating for you. If Mom beats Daong, an elder brother beats Daong, don't beat the eggs. Mom, the best mom. Don't beat the eggs. Aunt Chu raised her hand and gently rubbed his head. Daong, the eggs have made mistakes, and when they make mistakes, they must be punished. Otherwise, they will turn bad. Do you want them to become bad eggs in the future? Lin Daong shook his head vigorously. No. Bad eggs are smelly. Aunt Chu smiled with satisfaction and continued to ask, then does Daong still want to stop this? Don't worry. Your elder brother knows how to control his strength. He won't hurt them. Only then did Lin Daong reluctantly agree. Of course, whether he agreed or not didn't matter. Daong, everything that happened at home today must not be told to outsiders. Aunt Chu reminded him. Lin Daong covered his mouth and nodded, looking just like the 3 eggs. The 3 eggs took some candy, carried a few small bamboo stools and a basket for rice, and happily headed home, completely unaware of the storm waiting for them at home. Grandma, little brother Fu gave us milk candy. Grandma, we each have one. Sandan put down the small bamboo stool, bounced over to Aunt Chu, and held up a big white rabbit milk candy, his bright eyes shining with, Grandma, eat it quickly, it's so sweet. Aunt Chu turned her face away, not wanting to look. Come into the main room. Lin Daqiang called out. Fourth, go close the door. You 3, come here and lie down. Only then did the 3 eggs see the 3 benches lined up in the main room. Oh no, we're going to be beaten. The smiles on the 3 eggs' faces instantly disappeared as they timidly looked at the benches and moved slowly. Lin Daqiang slapped the table. Hurry up. The eggs were startled and quickly ran to lie on the benches. And before they even started getting beaten, tears began to fall. Do you know what you did wrong? When Lin Daqiang was angry, it was usually Erden who faced him. After all, he was the only son of Lin Daong and received a bit more favoritism in the family. His uncle and aunt treated him better than Dayton and Sandan. Uncle, we didn't know we were wrong. Erden looked up at Lin Daqiang pitifully, his face full of confusion. In that moment, Lin Daqiang felt like he might have wrongly accused them. But the next moment, Lin Daqiang became angrier. These kids didn't even admit to the things they did. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He had to punish the troublesome kids, but the necessary steps had to be followed before that. I'll give you one more chance. Think carefully about what you Haven T told the adults. Dayton quickly raised his hand. Dad, it's not that we didn't say it. It's that we didn't have time to say it. This morning when we were cutting grass, we accidentally heard Xiao Jiqing and LV Sihua talking, saying to let LV Sihua find someone to destroy Lin Jia's land at night, when everyone is asleep. What? Aunt Chu stood up in shock. You 3 stand up and tell me properly. The 3 eggs quickly stood up, and Erden said, Grandma, what my elder brother said is true. We heard it very clearly. We definitely didn't hear it wrong. Sandan added. That nasty woman Xiao said that once they succeeded, she wouldn't treat LV Sihua badly. Dead dog. Excuse me, little friend, are you polite? Damn, I'll go kill them. Lin Dagong jumped up in anger and went to pull Lin Daong. Second brother, let us go. Aunt Chu, come back. Where do you think you're going? You must pretend you don't know about this. Lin Dagong panicked. Mom, we can't let them bully Lin Jiqing like this. Aunt Chu glared at him. Don't be so rash. Xiao Jiqing fell into a dung pit, and the LV family was splashed with dung. Even the pot is full of dung. If you take people to beat them now, it just makes it clear that these troubles were caused by our family. What will you do if they don't admit it later? Pull the 3 eggs out? As long as you pull the 3 eggs out, even the dumbest person can figure out who did this today, and they will definitely blame it on Lin Jiqing. And then Lin Jiqing will be in serious trouble because of you. Think about that Xiao's background. If she insists on putting the blame on Lin Jiqing, then Lin Jiqing will be publicly criticized. Lin Dagong was instantly deflated by her words. He hung his head, kicking at the small pit on the ground. Then what should we do? Shouldn't this matter just be let go? Let that wicked woman in LVC Hua get away with it? Aunt Chu, you all don't worry about it for now. After dinner, I will go find Comrade Xiao Fu and Lin Jiqing to ask for their opinions. Dayton anxiously asked Lin Daqiang, Dad, are we still going to be punished? Aunt Chu said to Lin Daqiang, this matter is over. They will save the beating for later, since the children only acted after hearing this. They are not in the wrong. If I don't say it, then let it be. They can keep it a secret at home. They will definitely not say anything outside. After all, they are children. The methods they can think of are still a bit naive. Just dropping a dung pit is really giving that Xiao woman an easy way out. Aunt Chu was extremely angry. The 3 eggs immediately cheered up and ran to help Aunt Chu, each calling out, Grandma, you're so nice. Grandma is the best. Aunt Chu couldn't help but smile, her anger dissipating a lot. She stretched out her finger and poked each of the eggs on their foreheads. You have really eaten too much candy lately. Your little mouths are too sweet. After dinner, Aunt Chu went to the cow shed and saw Lin Nian lying on the mat under the shade of a tree, sleeping soundly, with a book covering her face for shade. Comrade Fu was sitting next to her, using a book as a fan to keep her cool and chase away mosquitoes. When Fu Qiushi saw Aunt Chu coming, he quickly got up to greet her. Auntie, is there something wrong? Earlier, he had already sent away a group of old ladies, hoping that Lin Nian could take a good afternoon nap. Aunt Chu glanced at Lin Nian, who was sleeping soundly, and said to Fu Qiushi, just like I told you, when Lin Jiqing wakes up, let her know. She recounted the news she heard from the 3 eggs. You all need to make a decision on this matter to see how to deal with it. Chapter 73. Opportunity Exchange. Fu Qiushi, thank you for coming to tell me. Are you free now? Aunt Chu, I'm free. Just tell me what you need me to do. My family can provide help. Fu Qiushi chuckled lightly. It's nothing major. Just that Lin Nian is sleeping, and I would like to ask you to keep an eye on her while I go take care of something. Aunt Chu understood and urged anxiously. Comrade Fu, you are part of the team. There are some things that are not good to do for fear of being caught. You must not joke with your future. Listen to Aunt Chu. You make the decision. Let DeChong and the others handle it. Fu Qiushi, don't worry. I won't act recklessly. I'm just going to find someone to understand the situation. I promise I won't do anything rash. With his assurance, Aunt Chu finally relaxed her furrowed brow. Fu Qiushi turned and walked down the slope, and at the moment he turned, his face quickly turned cold, a fierce glare flashing in his eyes, almost tangible. He directly approached Jiang Tianfeng and got straight to the point. Do you want to be the team leader? Originally, discussing cooperation with Jiang Tianfeng was part of his plan, but Fu Qiushi hadn't expected to find him so early and so hastily. However, now he changed his mind. Jiang Tianfeng was taken aback. Fu Qiushi's abrupt question left him a bit confused. Of course, he wanted to be the team leader. He felt very unwilling after losing to Bao Xiangdong. He thought his defeat was unjust. However, when Captain Fu suddenly approached him with this question, it threw his mind into disarray. He had to consider why Captain Fu was asking him this question. Was there a trap involved? If he fell into it, what kind of losses would he face, and what was it about him that Captain Fu valued? In short, various questions flooded his mind, tangling into a mess. Fu Qiushi paid no attention to Jiang Tianfeng's confusion and said, I have a way to have the village re-elect, and Bao Xiangdong cannot participate in the election. The opportunity is yours. It's up to you whether you can seize it. Jiang Tianfeng was shocked. Captain Fu's identity gave him an innate sense of admiration for him. but such an important matter made him instinctively hesitant to believe it. He swallowed hard and asked, "Why does Captain Fu want to help me?" Fu Qiushi looked him in the eye. "I believe you have seen that Bao Xiangdong is targeting Comrade Lin Nian everywhere. I can spend little time with her, so I must clear the way before I leave. Also, the autumn harvest is coming, and I can't bear to let Comrade Lin Nian work hard. I need to find her a position that doesn't require field work. Of course, if you have the ability to be elected as the team leader, you only need to provide Comrade Lin Nian with a fair chance for job competition, such as a written exam. I will make it difficult for you." Jiang Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief. This condition was honestly not harsh at all and wouldn't put him in a bind. As for the team positions being limited, he felt that since Fu Qiushi dared to bring it up, he must have some confidence. In other words, if Bao Xiangdong were to step down, it might drag a couple of others down with him. Jiang Tianfeng was stunned. What did he just hear? Captain Fu had a way to have Qianjin village re-elect the team leader and could prevent Bao Xiangdong from participating in the election. What was Captain Fu planning to do? Why did he have the ability to intervene in Qianjin village's affairs? Fu Qiushi, you can choose not to believe me, but you can wait for the results. Right now, just give me your word. Are you willing to exchange opportunities with me? If you are not willing, then I apologize for the disturbance. I will look for another partner." Jiang Tianfeng blurted out, "Aren't you afraid that I will refuse and then spill beans?" Fu Qiushi smiled without answering. His gaze was calm, but gave Jiang Tianfeng a feeling of being seen through. How foolish. The answer was obvious. If Captain Fu was afraid, how could he approach him? Moreover, how could he prove that this conversation ever took place? There was no evidence. As long as Captain Fu did not acknowledge it, he could easily label him as defaming a team member. Besides, could he really bear to give up this opportunity? He couldn't. Captain Fu must have investigated him long ago, seeing through his character. Otherwise, how could he ask so directly? Jiang Tianfeng reviewed the situation again, then asked, "So, what do you need me to do before all this?" "Just to be clear, I won't do anything immoral or illegal." Fu Qiushi, you just need to bring people to guard Comrade Lin Nian's homestead every night until the house is completed and she moves in. Of course, I won't let everyone guard for free. If your team needs any supplies, you could draft a list for me, and as long as it's not excessive, I will arrange it for you once Comrade Lin Nian's house is finished. If the demands are too much, I will find someone else to guard. Jiang Tianfeng nodded. "Okay, I will bring people to guard tonight. One person can work for a pound of miscellaneous grain a day. No need to ask those people about the payment. That will only cause problems. A pound of grain per night, plenty of people will come to work." Fu Qiushi was indifferent to this. He extended his hand. "Happy cooperation." Jiang Tianfeng shook his hands vigorously. Happy cooperation. Although it was an exchange of opportunities, he still felt that if everything went smoothly, he would benefit significantly. Deep down, he couldn't help but feel grateful. Captain Fu was a good person. Fu Qiushi reminded him, "If you have any meritorious performance before the election, your chances will be greater. Also, the village's mass base is something you need to handle." Jiang Tianfeng nodded in agreement. While guarding the homestead, don't let it be too obvious. Keep it discreet. You might gain something. Just pick some people and only tell them that there will be work at night. The guarding of the homestead must be kept confidential, at least for today. Fu Qiushi reminded him. "Can you do that?" Jiang Tianfeng assured him. "I can do that." He wanted to ask something, but held back. Perhaps he would have answers tonight. Fu Qiushi nodded slightly to bid farewell, and Jiang Tianfeng stood in place, watching his tall figure gradually fade away, feeling indescribable emotions. Captain Fu seemed to have everything under control. Jiang Tianfeng inexplicably felt that what Captain Fu said had a chance. Thinking this way, his excitement surged, and he began to consider who to bring. The number of people didn't need to be too many, but they had to be reliable. At the Liu family, Sister Liu was so angry that she sat on a stool at the door, crying loudly. She had been crying and cursing for an hour. Originally, she was delighted when Xiao Jiqing fell into the dung pit. After all, this incident greatly improved the relationship between her fourth son and Xiao Jiqing. They hugged and touched in public. However, when they brought him home, the yard was full of dung. Xiao Jiqing's room was even worse, with dung everywhere. Seeing this situation, she screamed and struggled out of her fourth son's arms and ran to the team leader's house. moving in there again. Afterward, she discovered that the pots in the kitchen and the water tank were also full of dung. Who was the scoundrel that did this? She better not find out. If she did, she would definitely make him pay dearly. Chapter 74. For the rest of her life, she only needs sweetness of futile effort? That must not be the case. After Elsie Hua and the others cleaned up the house, they went to the door to pull in the endlessly crying and cursing El Deseo. Mom, it's fine. Tonight, I'm going to help Xiao Jiqing with something. If I get this done, she will give me benefits. Plus, with what happened today, the whole village saw it. She won't be able to deny it in the future. If she doesn't acknowledge it, I will go to the youth office to make a scene. Upon hearing this, El Deseo immediately stopped crying and cursing, anxiously asking, "What does she want you to do?" El Sihua smiled and replied, "She wants me to take people to destroy Lin Jiqing's homestead in the middle of the night to vent her anger." El Deseo exclaimed, "Find people? Who are you looking for? Just take your brothers and your dad with you. You guys can handle it. Don't let outsiders get involved when they might talk outside. And 2. Lin Jiqing isn't easy to mess with. If the word gets out, you'll be in trouble. Besides, if you hire outsiders, you'll have to share the spoils." El Sihua felt his mom made sense and immediately agreed. El Day frowned and said, "Isn't this a bad idea? Who benefits from creating trouble for Lin Jiqing? Besides, Lin Jiqing is quite nice." El Sihua grew unhappy. "Big brother, we're going at midnight. Who's going to be out there at that time? No one will know it's us. Moreover, the benefits Xiao Jiqing gives, am I the only one who gets them? Don't we all share it at home? Also, Xiao Jiqing will be your sister-in-law in the future. If we get on her good side, not only will I have a job, but who knows, she might even get your parents to help you guys get jobs too. Fine. If you think Lin Jiqing is good and you can't do it, then don't go. But don't expect to benefit from my wife in the future." El Sihua knew his older brother just wanted to take advantage without putting in effort, and it wasn't because he cared about Lin Jiqing that he didn't want to hurt her. He was just saying nice things. Third brother will go with you. Second brother will go with you too. We all want jobs. Who wouldn't want to be a city dweller? Only a fool wouldn't want that. Once the second and third brothers declare their support, El Day said, "We're family. I can't just let you guys go while I stand by." "All right, I'll go too." He feigned a sense of guilt, but ultimately chose to support his brothers. El Sihua scoffed, but didn't say much. This family will still rely on him in the future. He would see who dared to back down. So it was settled. The El family was hungry, but no one mentioned cooking. The pots and water tanks that had been used for manure were really. The family resignedly went to wash the pots and tanks again, but no matter how they washed, there seemed to be a lingering smell of manure. Xiaolon was the same. While bathing at the village chief's home, no matter how she washed, she felt there was a smell of manure on her. Her skin was wrinkled from the water, yet she refused to stop. Xiaolon was utterly frustrated. The village chief's wife, Luo Ho-Hot, who helped her bathe, along with Du Guizhi, who was responsible for boiling water, were also on the verge of breaking down. If it weren't for Xiaolon promising them money and jobs, they would have stopped attending to her long ago. Despite their repeated patience, they were still cursed by Xiaolon in her whims. Then, Xiaolon developed a fever. After the brigade's medic came to take a look, they suggested sending her to the town clinic. Bao Xiangdong had to arrange for people to take Xiaolon to the town clinic, with all the medical expenses covered by him. After recovering from her 4 drip at the clinic, Xiaolon asked Bao Xiangdong to lend her 200 yuan and some fabric coupons to buy clothes. Bao Xiangdong. I haven't even seen the money yet. He was just about to pull out the cash. He had to give it. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. In the village, the Lin family, after dinner, couldn't hold back any longer and asked Fu Qiushi and Lin Nian, "Should I take Daong and Dagong to keep watch tonight?" Lin Nian shook her head. "No need to keep watch. Brother Qiushi has already arranged it. Just pretend you don't know about it. You must act as if you don't know. Or if you accidentally alert the snake while trying to help, it will ruin Brother Qiushi's plan. He is from the team. You must trust his abilities." Seeing Lin Daqiang's worried expression, Lin Yin added a few more words, her tone a bit heavy. In fact, Lin Daqiang was worried that Lin Yin was too polite to trouble them, and he was secretly pondering whether to sneak a look tonight. "Okay, I'll listen to you. If there's anything we can help with, don't feel shy. Just let us know." Lin Yin smiled. "Uncle Daqiang, don't worry. When have I ever been polite with you guys? I'm going to the youth station. You all have worked hard all day, so get some rest." Aunt Chu accompanied her and Fu Qiushi to the door, watching the young couple's figures disappear around the corner before returning to the courtyard. In the afternoon, Fu Qiushi had briefly explained his arrangements to Lin Nian. He only mentioned asking Jiang Tianfeng to take people to keep watch and ambush, without mentioning the deal he made with Jiang Tianfeng. After all, nothing was finalized yet, and he feared disappointing Lin Nian in the end. If this route in the village didn't work out, he would find a way to get a certain unit to loan Lin Nian out for a few days, at least to avoid the busy harvest season. Labor is the most honorable, but he didn't need Lin Nian to earn this honor. Whenever it came to matters involving Lin Nian, Fu Qiushi felt his thinking was narrow-minded, lacking a broader perspective and a spirit of sacrifice. But so what? Anyway, Fu Qiushi didn't want Lin Nian to suffer. Even a tiny bit of hardship, he couldn't bear to let Lin Nian endure. His little girl had suffered for over 10 years. That was enough. Now that she had met him, she only needed sweetness. Do you think Jiang Tianfeng and the others will catch anyone tonight? Lin Nian asked Fu Qiushi, knowing that his plan was the best. Only the militia patrolling and accidentally catching the saboteurs would ensure no one suspected the Lin family, thus avoiding bringing up the incident with the 3 eggs and the manure explosion. Would they not be cautious enough and alert the snakes? Fu Qiushi lowered his head to meet Lin Nian's gaze. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. Lin Nian beamed. Then thank you for your hard work. Fu Qiushi smiled back. Since you know I'm working hard, what do you plan to use to reward me? Lin Nian tilted her head. What do you want? Fu Qiushi replied, I want you. Can you knit sweaters? Lin Nian blinked. No. Seeing Fu Qiushi's disappointment, she chuckled, but I can knit scarves. After saying that, Lin Nian's heart began to race like a little deer. Knitting a scarf for a boy during dating seemed like a basic move, right? Thinking you knit me a scarf? Fu Qiushi's eyes sparkled with anticipation again. Lin Nian couldn't withstand Fu Qiushi's affectionate gaze. She hurriedly turned her face away and quickened her pace. That depends on your performance. But after just a few steps, her hand was caught by Fu Qiushi. Slow down. It's dark and the road is slippery. Their hands felt quite warm. Chapter 75. Being involved, you young intellectuals really know how to stir things up. In the girls' dormitory at the Young Intellectual Station, Sun Yinhua was jokingly teasing Huang Yufeng while rubbing clam oil on her hands. Huang Yufeng's expression was not good. She belonged to the faction of Xiaolan, who had suffered such a big humiliation, and she felt embarrassed as well. The way everyone looked at her was as if when Xiaolan fell into the cesspool, her follower also fell into the cesspool. It was really annoying. Huang Yufeng tried to save face. This can't be blamed on Xiao Zhika. Xiao Zhika said that someone threw firecrackers into the cesspool. I think this matter should be reported to the office. We must find out who did this bad thing and root out this toxic tumor. Otherwise, who would dare to use the toilet in the future? But for some reason, Xiao Zhika did not report it. And the brigade did not say they would report it either. What does the brigade mean? Are they bullying us female young intellectuals? Usually quiet and not fond of meddling. Yang Chunlan spoke up. With Xiao Zhika's temperament, if she wanted to report it, could the brigade stop her? Who knows what the situation was at that time? Report it? What if it leads back to her? Oh, such a big commotion. Who can resist discussing it? Sun Yinhua looked shocked. Wait, who would be so foolish as to blow themselves up in a cesspool? I think she just can't afford to lose face. Falling into a cesspool isn't a good thing. You can't lose face in the village and then go to the commune to lose face. If it gets any bigger, the whole county will know that there's a young intellectual named Xiao Lan who fell into a cesspool in Qianjin village. If it were me, I would never do that. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Ugh, she would never fall into a cesspool. It's impossible for her to fall into a cesspool for a lifetime. Once Sun Yinhua said this, everyone felt it made sense. Such a thing was indeed too embarrassing. Huang Yufeng was indignant. Can this matter just be left like this, letting the person who threw the firecrackers go unpunished? Yang Chunlan replied, unless someone saw it. Otherwise, we really have no way to deal with it. I think maybe Xiao Zhika was just unlucky, running into some mischievous kids. Otherwise, who would know when she went to the toilet? You know, the brigade leader even asked, and there weren't many people in the storage room at that time. They were all together, and no one followed Xiao Zhika to the toilet. Besides, Xiao Zhika also said there was no one around when she went to the toilet. Su Nianhua locked up the clam oil, and Huang Yufeng rolled her eyes, thinking it wasn't anything special. Look how precious she treated it. Locked up. Who is she guarding against? She rubbed her rough hands, still feeling a bit frustrated. Originally, Xiao Zhika had agreed to give her a bottle of snowflower cream. But then all her stuff got splashed with feces. Thinking of this, Huang Yufeng firmly said, Xiao Zhika must have been harmed by someone. It can't just be some mischievous kids. Otherwise, how could the elf family have been splashed with feces? It's so obvious that it's retaliation. Su Nianhua nodded. Without catching the perpetrator red-handed, there's really nothing we can say. After saying that, she mischievously asked, what do you think? Will Xiao Zhika and El Sihua get married after hugging and cuddling in the river? TSK. Xiao Zhika's clothes are all soaked through. Who did Xiao Zhika offend? She turned her eyes to Huang Yufeng and Yang Chunlan. It seems that since Xiao Zhika came to our Tianjin village, her relationship with Lin Zhika has not been good. Do you think it could be Lin Zhika? Lin Zhika is in the cow shed, Yang Chunlan reminded. She didn't even show up. Su Nianhua snorted. P.S. She has money. Can't she buy a few kids? Besides, there are 3 kids in the family she teamed up with. Huang Yufeng excitedly said, Yes, it must be Lin Nian. It has to be her. Bang! The door was kicked open. Lin Nian stood at the door with a dark face, and Huang Yufeng and Su Nianhua's faces immediately turned awkward. But Huang Yufeng held her head high and insisted. Lin Nian, tell me, was it you? Usually, you don't get along with Xiao Zhika. I didn't expect you to be such a malicious person. You made Xiao Zhika fall into the cesspool and splashed feces on the elf family. Did the elf family offend you? How could you just blame the elf family just because Xiao Zhika lives there? The commotion grew louder, and both male and female young intellectuals from the station came out to watch the fun. Don't say, Huang Yufeng shouting made some people feel it made sense. The way they looked at Lin Nian was a bit off. After all, conflicts among young intellectuals are one thing, but using such a disgraceful method because of conflicts is truly unacceptable. After all, they are all young intellectuals. Who knows whether one day such a stinky method will fall upon themselves. Lin Nian's face was ugly. She asked Huang Yufeng, Comrade Huang Yufeng, you say so definitively. Do you really think I did this? Huang Yufeng held her neck high. Of course. If it's not you, then who is it? It must be you. Lin Nian, where's the evidence? Huang Yufeng laughed. Do we even need evidence? Even a fool can guess it was you. Lin Nian, why is it me and not you? Huang Yufeng arrogantly replied. Need I say more? I have a good relationship with Xiao Zhika and you. Lin Nian, let me remind you, if it's just a bad relationship with Xiaolon, then the range is broad. It's far more than just me. Huang Yufeng retorted. That is not the same. Xiao Zhika never targeted them. Xiao Zhika has only ever tripped you up. Lin Nian laughed. Oh, so it turns out Comrade Xiaolon has always been tripping me up. What does she trip me up with? Huang Yufeng realized she had misspoken and hurriedly tried to make up for it. I don't know. Anyway, you must be holding a grudge against Xiao Zhika, and then you found someone to blow up the cesspool, causing her to fall in. Lin Nian ignored Huang Yufeng and instead said to the young intellectuals watching the drama, Everyone heard what Huang Yufeng said tonight. Tomorrow at dawn, I will take leave to report to the commune office. I will accuse Comrade Huang Yufeng of defamation. I hope when the comrades from the office come down to investigate, you can truthfully tell them what you saw and heard. The crowd. What is Lin Nian doing? How dare she report it? Is it really not her doing it? Huang Yufeng screamed. You can't report it. Lin Nian sneered. Why not? Just because you're guilty? Or because someone else is guilty? I, the one you declare to be the culprit, am not afraid. What are you afraid of? Are you the one who blew up the cesspool? Don't say you have a good relationship with Xiaolon. We've all heard Xiaolon insult you. Who knows if you've been harboring a grudge for a long time, right? After hearing what Lin Nian said, the crowd felt enlightened. Indeed, there is such a possibility. In the most chaotic years, there have been many incidents where close relatives and friends around you laughed and stabbed you in the back. Huang Yufeng, I thank you all for being such fence-sitters. You're talking nonsense. If you report it, Xiaolon's disgrace will go to the commune. Lin Nian, how can you be so selfish? Comrade Xiaolon is already pitiful enough. She fell into the cesspool because of you and was taken advantage of by El Sihua. Her spirit has already suffered a huge blow. You cannot hurt her anymore. Chapter 76. Can't live anymore. Lin Nian made her so angry that she laughed. I'm suing you. You keep saying I harmed Xiaolan. Such slander and defamation. I'm not taking the blame for this. If I don't report it, with you shouting like that, I'll be the bad guy. You pity Xiaolan, but am I not pitiable being accused by you? Why should I trade my reputation for Xiaolan's? She's not even my child. Besides, if it weren't for you, Huang Yufeng, slandering and defaming me, would I even sue? If I didn't sue, would the stink of Xiaolan falling into the cesspit reach the commune? So don't drag me into this. The one who stabbed Xiaolan in the back is clearly you. Everyone, right? Lin Jiqing makes a good point. Huang Yufeng, what are you scheming? Huang Yufeng, I realize if you succeed, it would be killing two birds with one stone. A few days ago, I even heard Huang Yufeng talking behind Xiao Jiqing and Lin Jiqing's backs. I think she's just jealous of their good living conditions and family background. That's why she's deliberately stirring trouble. Lin Nian woke everyone up, and now their minds were incredibly clear. Countless possibilities popped up. Huang Yufeng was panicking, repeatedly arguing that it wasn't her, that she only suspected Lin Nian and she hadn't done anything wrong to Xiao Jiqing. However, the more she explained, the less anyone believed her. Huang Yufeng cried. She never understood why Lin Nian was the prime suspect, but after a few words, everyone doubted Lin Nian and turned their suspicions onto her instead. She cried out loud. Unfortunately, Lin Nian was not one to pity the distressed. She said, Huang Yufeng, I'm definitely suing you. If tears were useful, why use the law? Huang Yufeng screamed. Lin Nian, how can you be so vicious? We're all from the same youth point. I misspoke, and I apologize to you. Do you really have to sue me? Can't you be a little kinder? Who can go through life without making mistakes? I just suspected you a bit. Do you have to escalate things like this? Lin Nian raised her chin. Of course I can. Damn it. Is this attitude called an apology? You shamelessly accuse others of being unkind. Letting you off? That's impossible. After saying that, she looked at the other youths. Don't plead for her. If we tolerate this kind of behavior, it will encourage this trend of casually throwing accusations. In the future, anyone who dislikes someone just needs to speak a string of nonsense and won't be held accountable. What comes back around to you? Who knows if you can still be as kind and forgiving as you once advised others to be? Moreover, once someone is defamed and unable to clear their name, what kind of outcome might that lead to? At best, their reputation is ruined. At worst, they could be paraded through the streets for re-education. Want to experience that? Someone sneered. I had no intention of persuading. In fact, I was trying to persuade. I genuinely thought that some verbal disputes among the youths didn't need to escalate to the level of reporting. But Lin Nian's words weren't without reason. Forget it. I won't get involved in this trivial matter. Well, let's all go back to sleep. We've had a long day, and we still have to work tomorrow. I don't know who said this, but everyone hurriedly left. In the end, besides the people in Lin Nian's dormitory, only the male youth leader Qiao Guoyang and the female youth leader Zhang Hongying remained. Their expressions were quite complicated. In the other dormitories, only a few heads peeked out from the windows. Zhang Hongying looked at the crying Huang Yufeng with disdain. What's the use of your crying? You brought this trouble upon yourself. You have no evidence. Lin Jiqing can sue you. If you have evidence, you can sue Lin Jiqing. Can crying solve the problem? Qiao Guoyang was also quite annoyed. Everyone has worked hard all day and is exhausted, and you choose this moment to cause trouble. Don't you know your weight? Lin Jiqing is someone who can make the team leader suffer repeatedly. How confident can you be to speak ill of someone behind their back and still accuse them with such righteousness? Is your brain filled with nonsense? All you do every day is create trouble. Go bother your ancestors. Lin Nian ignored the two of them, no longer wanting to deal with Huang Yufeng. She directly went into her dormitory, packed her thermos, wash basin, and locked luggage, and left. She didn't want to stay here anymore. She decided to borrow a place from the Lin family. After spending a few days together, Lin Nian felt that the Lin family's character was quite good. When Lu Yongnan saw her packing her things, he reached out to help. I'll take you to the Lin family. Staying there until you move is fine. It's too chaotic here. I also want to borrow a place from the Lin family, but I don't know if they have any space left. Lin Nian's fighting power was too strong. She didn't need his help in arguments. Sigh. Only this kind of manual labor could showcase his value. Otherwise, the third brother would definitely beat him for being useless. Lin Nian, we'll ask when we get there. Zhang Hongying watched Lin Nian leave the youth point, opened her mouth, and ultimately said nothing. Huang Yufeng shouted at Zhang Hongying, Zhang Jiqing, you're the leader of the female youths. Are you just going to watch her sue me? If she sues me, how will the commune view the female youths from Qianjin village? And how will they view you as the leader? Aren't you afraid of things escalating and getting you in trouble? Zhang Hongying laughed angrily, scolding. You don't even realize you made a mistake and come to provoke me? What the hell are you? Just a dog of Xiao Jiqing, and you dare to bark at me. This batch of youths truly has no decent people. No one respects her, and she's full of anger. Just now, she was afraid Lin Nian would blow things out of proportion, so she spoke up against Huang Yufeng. But while Lin Nian was present, Huang Yufeng only knew how to cry and didn't say a word. Once Lin Nian left, this wretched person turned her anger on her. Huang Yufeng didn't expect Zhang Hongying to scold her so mercilessly, even calling her a dog. She felt utterly defeated, letting out a howl and lunging at Zhang Hongying, scratching her with a claw. Zhang Hongying's face instantly bore several scratches. She hadn't expected Huang Yufeng to strike, and before she could react, she had already been hit. Once she realized what happened, Zhang Hongying was furious. Having worked in the fields for a few years, there was a huge difference in physical strength compared to a newcomer like Huang Yufeng. Zhang Hongying swung a big slap at Huang Yufeng, stunning her. Then she grabbed her hair and yanked her towards herself, kicking her hard in the stomach. Huang Yufeng screamed, clutching her belly and collapsing to the ground. Zhang Hongying pulled her hair, dragging her up, and began slapping her repeatedly. I'm making this clear. If I get disfigured, I'll hit you 8 times a day. Also, if I lose face, you'll have to compensate me. Otherwise, I'll make your face a mess too. Spit. What a piece of work. Huang Yufeng was in a miserable state. She was unwilling. How can someone like you be the leader of the youth point? I'm going to sue you. I'll find the team leader tomorrow to report you. You think you can still be the leader? Zhang Hongying was also exhausted from hitting. She gasped for breath. Go ahead. You can go. I don't care about being this so-called leader. I'll still hit you 8 times a day. Huang Yufeng. Aya. They're all bullying her. She can't live anymore. Chapter 77. Moving out of the youth station. As soon as Lin Nian stepped out of the youth station, she immediately slipped to the side, listening with great interest to the commotion inside. Who doesn't love gossip? There wasn't much entertainment these days, and gossip brings joy. Oh, it sounds like a fight broke out. Too bad she couldn't see it. Once there was no more noise inside, Lin Nian turned around. Not far away, under a tree, leaned a man. He looked relaxed and lazy, and in the moonlight, he appeared dashing and unruly, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Lin Nian with a half-smile. She was taken aback. She couldn't resist this charmingly rogue demeanor. Although there was no evidence, Lin Nian felt that Fu Qiushi was flirting with her. What are you doing here? Lin Nian swallowed hard and asked. Where's Lu Yongnan? She looked around, her heart racing a bit too much, bouncing happily. Fu Qiushi straightened up and walked towards Lin Nian. I had him take the luggage to old Lin's house first. Let's go back. Lin Nian shyly shot him a glare. What do you mean let's go back? It sounds like we're a couple returning home together. There's no rush to go back. We can stand here for a while. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. Fu Qiushi chuckled lightly, quickly glancing at the moon when she looked over. The crescent moon. Lin Nian also looked up at the moon, touching her ear. Let's go. Otherwise, the moon will cut off our ears. Her grandmother used to tell her that she shouldn't point at the moon, or it would sneak in and cut off her ears while she was asleep. Fu Qiushi couldn't help but laugh. He turned and walked alongside Lin Nian. My mom scared me with that too. At this point, a hint of bitterness flashed in his deep eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Why are you outside the youth station? Lin Nian placed her hands behind her back, gazing at the path ahead as she softly asked Fu Qiushi. She had seen him leave before she returned to the youth station. Fu Qiushi replied, I wanted to come find you to say a few words. But as soon as I got to the door, I heard you arguing with the people inside. I heard you held your ground, so I didn't want to interrupt you. Nian Nian is great. You think clearly and know how to hit the key points. Lin Nian blushed at the compliment, smiling shyly, her mood lifting. Hee. She was a bit worried about leaving Fu Qiushi with too aggressive an impression. But on second thought, she had shown him many sides of herself. There was no need to pretend. Realizing this, Lin Nian felt her worries were utterly foolish. Ahem. She cleared her throat. I didn't want to move into the Lin family so soon because I was afraid the Lin family wouldn't be easy to get along with. After all, you never know a person's true heart. Even my own mother could set me up for failure, let alone strangers I've never met. But after this period of contact, I quite like the Lin family. So after what happened tonight, I made up my mind. Anyway, I won't stay long. At most, I'll move to a new house after the autumn harvest. I really don't want to stay at the youth station for another second. Fu Qiushi sighed. Oh, I thought you wanted to move into the Lin family because of me. Lin Nian widened her eyes, instinctively saying, how could that be? We clearly. She glanced around, lowering her voice to a whisper that only Fu Qiushi could hear. Our relationship is fake. Fu Qiushi looked at her in surprise. Comrade Lin Nian, you're overthinking it. I believe we have a common goal, and living together makes communication easier. Lin Nian. Fu Qiushi stifled a laugh. Comrade Lin Nian, I must criticize you. Didn't we agree? Acting must be realistic, so you have to get into character yourself. In other words, we are now pretending to be a couple. Not to mention, as a good-looking young woman from a well-off family, if you don't have a visible partner, just think about how many people would be interested in you. Think about Xiao Jiqing. You should know what Lu Sihua is after. If he didn't have ulterior motives, why would he jump into a cesspool to save someone and then carry them to the river, letting everyone see him getting handsy with Xiaolon? Lin Nian frowned. Fu Qiushi's point was indeed a problem. But what if you leave? Fu Qiushi replied, what if I leave? As long as we don't say anything. How would outsiders know anything? Lin Nian thought about it. All right, let's not discuss this issue anymore. It's too dark. I'll hold your hand. After saying that, Fu Qiushi reached out and took Lin Nian's hand. He had used this reason to hold her hand on the way to the youth station, and now he used it again on the way back to the Lin family. Lin Nian was used to it, obediently letting him hold her hand, though her face was burning and her heart raced. What if we turn this pretend relationship into something real? Youth is fleeting. It's a pity not to experience a couple of romances. But he is the dark villain. Lin Nian, aren't you afraid of indigestion? Pretending to be a couple might end up costing you your life. Stay alert. Oh, why stay alert? Let's enjoy the moment. If anything goes wrong later, we could just break up. It's a new society. Divorce is possible, so breaking up is definitely fine. Inside Lin Nian's mind, two little voices were arguing fiercely, making her heart race even more. How annoying. At this moment, after dropping off the luggage and returning to the youth station, Lu Yongnan ran into two people on the way back. Sangu was holding Lin Jiqing, who was looking down and was walking slowly towards him. Fu Qiushi gave Lu Yongnan a look. Lu Yongnan crouched down and slipped into a small path. Do single dogs have no rights at all? Lu Yongnan wanted to cry. Sister Lin, Nian Nian. As they approached the Lin family, the three eggs spotted Lin Nian and Fu Qiushi and rushed over, with Aunt Shu yelling behind them, slow down. Fu Qiushi let go of Lin Nian's hand, watching as Erdan and Sandan each grab one of Lin Nian's hands, bouncing towards the Lin family. He felt a bit jealous that the little kids could hold Lin Nian's hand without restrictions. Lin Jiqing, I've already prepared a room for you. You can have a room to yourself. We haven't touched your bedding. You can set it up yourself later. Thank you, Lin Nian said. Suddenly bringing up the need to stay overnight felt awkward, and she wondered if it would cause trouble. But don't worry, I won't stay for free. Are there any extra rooms? If not, I can squeeze in with you or your sister-in-law for a few days. Please don't clear a room just for me. What are you talking about? Aunt Shu rolled her eyes at Lin Nian. We have plenty of extra rooms in our Lin family. When the third one was still around, he kept sending money back, so we saved some. Later, we thought if the third one and his family came back, they'd need a place to stay. Plus, since all the sons have married, there will definitely be more grandchildren, so it's always good to build a few more rooms. So, we added a few more rooms. I wanted to tell you long ago that if you couldn't get used to the U station, you could come live at my house. But since you were going to fix your own house, I didn't bring it up. Aunt Chu walked ahead, occasionally turning back to talk to Lin Nian. This really wasn't easy to mention. Chapter 78 Night Shift Lin Jiqing had just arrived and rashly suggested that someone stay at her home. It might make her think too much. As a Jiqing, It was better to spend a few days in collective life first. Lin Nian smiled and said, I didn't expect I would be so delicate. I couldn't stand it after just a few days. So I had to trouble you. Upon entering the courtyard, the Lin family was all present. Lin Nian greeted everyone, and Aunt Chu and Duan Chanhua took her to the room that had been prepared. The room had been vacated by a few eggs. After all, even if a room that hadn't been lived in was hastily cleaned, it would still carry a smell of dust. All of the eggs' belongings had been moved out, and the Kong surface and floor had been cleaned thoroughly. Duan Chanhua helped Lin Nian make the Kong with the bedding she had brought herself. You can put your other things in the cabinet. The cabinet door can be locked, and the room door can also be locked. Duan Chanhua was quick and efficient, having finished making the Kong and then taking Lin Nian's water bottle. I'll go to the kitchen and fill a pot of hot water for you. Thank you, Aunt. Lin Nian hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Duan Chanhua smiled and said, We're all family. No need for thanks, or it feels distant. After she left, Aunt Chu took Lin Nian's hand and asked, I heard from Lu Jiqing that you got into a fight with them at the Jiqing Point. What happened? Tell me. If there's going to be a quarrel or a fight, the Lin family isn't lacking in people. The Jiqing Point was crowded, and quarrels were no secret, which was why Aunt Chu asked. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought it up herself. Lin Nian told Aunt Chu the whole story, to which Aunt Chu replied, That Huang Jiqing is quite capable. She guessed part of it right. It was indeed the eggs that caused the trouble. However, it wasn't Lin Jiqing who bribed the eggs. Lin Nian said, Don't worry, I told her I would sue her for defamation. She wouldn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. I want to drag the eggs into this. The most suspicious party is not the eggs. Lu Sihua's intentions were already apparent. How could it not be a case of a thief shouting to catch a thief? He caused Xiao Jiqing to fall into the manure pit, and then Lu Sihua had the chance to be the hero and take advantage of her in the river. As for the manure at their home, perhaps it was to cover their tracks that they treated their own harshly. Also, it could be that the team leader's family wanted to win back the wealthy Xiao Jiqing, which is why they pulled this stunt to make her afraid to stay at Lu's house and return to theirs. You see, didn't Xiao Jiqing go back to stay at the team leader's house? Both families are not good people. They need to let them fight among themselves. Aunt Chu nodded in agreement. When Duan Chanhua came in with the hot water bottle, Aunt Chu shared her thoughts with her. Duan Chanhua's eyes lit up, and she patted her chest, saying, Don't worry, mother, leave this to me. Lin Nian quickly asked, Aunt, if you spread rumors, won't you get involved? Duan Chanhua proudly replied, Don't worry, absolutely not. I'm quite experienced in this kind of thing. In fact, to spread gossip, there was no need to say it outright. While working, a few women could gather and chat, and with a little hint, smart people would naturally voice the guesses she wanted. Aunt Chu also smiled and said, Leave it to the Danma. She can handle it. Lin Nian took out a pack of biscuits from her bag and handed it to Duan Chanhua, saying, I can't let Aunt work hard for nothing. If you don't take it, I won't have the face to stay at the Lin family. I might as well move back to the Jiqing Point now. Biscuits. A big pack of biscuits. The kind wrapped in paper into a cylinder, sealed at both ends. Oh, I want it. Duan Chanhua couldn't help but swallow her saliva, but she still didn't dare to reach out and looked at Grandma Chu instead. Grandma Chu couldn't stand her like this. Lin Jiqing gave it to you. Just take it. Duan Chanhua was overjoyed, quickly took the biscuits, thanked Lin Nian, and left happily. She tore open the biscuit package, called the 3 eggs, gave them 2 pieces, and then instructed that Dan and Sandan share 1 piece. And Dan goes to split one with your dad. The rest I'll save for you. You can have it during the autumn harvest. The 3 eggs cheered and hurried to find Lin Daong. Meanwhile, Duan Chanhua went back to the room with the biscuits, carefully shook the crumbs into her palm, licked a bit, and then closed her eyes, lost in the rich, sweet aroma. Lin Daqiang laughed at her appearance. What a shame. Duan Chanhua smacked her lips, bringing her palm closer to Lin Daqiang. You try some. Lin Daqiang shook his head. You eat. Have you ever seen a man who loves sweets? Women are the ones who chatter. Lin Jiqing gave it. Does your mother know? Duan Chanhua laughed and licked the remaining crumbs in her palm. Oh, it tastes so good. Who else would give me biscuits if not Lin Jiqing? Mother must know. If she didn't, how could I dare to take something so precious? She resealed the biscuits and locked them in the Kong cabinet, signed to Lin Daqiang. Lin Jiqing is really straightforward and knows how to treat people. No wonder the 3 eggs like her. Even mother likes her. Lin Daqiang sat on the Kong edge, took off his shoes, and washed his feet, asking with a smile. Don't you like Lin Jiqing? Duan Chunhua replied, Of course I like her. Just think, how great it would be if I could give birth to such a pretty and well-behaved daughter. Lin Daqiang said, Then let's work hard tonight. You're the one who ate the biscuits. Who knows, you might just conceive a daughter. Duan Chunhua. To be honest, that turn came a bit too suddenly. I almost got thrown off. Lin Nian lay on the spacious Kong, sighing in her heart that she could finally sleep alone. This room was very spacious, and the Kong was also very wide, much better than where Lin Nian had stayed at the Huang family. However, her own house would be even better in the future. Lin Nian rolled around on the bed twice, feeling happy as she fell asleep. Fu Qiushi quietly went out to keep an eye on Lin Nian's homestead. In the middle of the night, Lu Laoyao brought the 4 brothers of the Lu family, carrying hoes, shoulder poles, and other tools, and stealthily went to Lin Nian's homestead. Upon arrival, the 4 men looked around, and Lu Laoyao said, Smash those earthen bricks and throw them into the foundation. Fill the foundation. The sons nodded in agreement, swinging their tools to start the destruction. Father, both sides of the homestead are ruined? Lu Laoyao replied, Ruined. You see, when doing things, one cannot be too rigid. Xiao Jiqing said to smash Lin Jiqing's homestead, so we only smash Lin Jiqing's. We need to be perceptive. Lu Jiqing and Lin Jiqing are a group. Xiao Jiqing also dislikes him. We're just doing a little extra work, but in Xiao Jiqing's eyes, it will be different. Understand? Lu San laughed and flattered. I have to say, experience is crucial. Father, you think things through. Lu Si, you need to remember your father and brothers, to please Xiao Jiqing. We came out at midnight to do physical labor. Once you marry Xiao Jiqing, don't forget your brothers. Lu Sihua smashed the earthen bricks and said, Don't worry. As long as I marry Xiao Lan, I will definitely make her family turn all our brothers into workers. Chapter 79. Work requires seriousness. LV Sihua's assurance made the whole family very happy, and they were full of energy even in the middle of the night. LV Laoyao also taught his sons, no matter what work we do, we must do it solidly. Just like these clay bricks, they must be smashed into tiny pieces, then refilled and compacted tightly. That way, if they want to dig it up again, it will be a hassle. If we don't smash and compact them, it will be very easy to clear the foundation. The several sons of the LV family exclaimed, Right. Dad is right. We should listen to Dad. Dad is known in our village for his excellent workmanship. Who can compare with Dad when it comes to meticulous work? The sons of the LV family flattered LV Laoyao until he was floating with pride. LV Sihua said, Dad, it's really labor-intensive to smash them like this. Why not just dig and fill? We could dig pits everywhere here, and when they come back to work, they will not only have to dig the foundation again, but also refill the pits. If we're not careful, this might drag on until the autumn harvest. And after the harvest, everyone will have to rest. Anyway, they will not be able to move into the new house. Upon hearing this, LV Laoyao found it reasonable, so those who dug pits dug, and those who smashed bricks smashed. After all, the pits needed to be dug, and the bricks had to be destroyed. Jiang Tianfeng and his men were ambushed not far away, watching the LV family work energetically. Captain, they're causing destruction. When we take action, one team member couldn't hold back and asked. Jiang Tianfeng kept his eyes on them. Wait a bit longer. Let us catch them when they're too tired to run, so we don't miss one or two. He never expected that someone would actually come to sabotage Lin Jiqing's homestead. He clearly heard that it was Xiao Lan, Xiao Jiqing, who sent them to do bad things. But if they keep digging like this, it will indeed delay a lot of work, as they said. We promised Lin Jiqing to finish the repairs in 5 days. And it's almost done now, and these bastards are here to create chaos. It's worth noting that the workers repairing the house were organized by Jiang Tianfeng. And the few people who came ambushed tonight were all working to repair the house for Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan. Seeing their hard work being destroyed, everyone was really angry. So frustrating. To be honest, Lin Jiqing gave us money, and we earn work points. The house must be fixed for her. If it gets destroyed midway, Lin Jiqing will just move in a little later, but what about the work we wasted? This is ridiculous. This is not just causing trouble for Lin Jiqing. It's clearly messing with us. Right, Captain? Are we just going to watch this happen? We can still stop it now. Jiang Tianfeng remembered what Fu Qiushi had said. The implication of Fu Qiushi's words was to escalate the matter. If we stop it now, the LV family's little brats can easily avoid punishment. After all, they have just started. If they say a few words of pleading and apologize, the party will cover it up with some excuses. Yuan-Ts suffer any losses. Once we catch them, we'll ask Lin Jiqing and Lu Jiqing for their opinions. If they are willing, these people can be taken to the detention center. If they are kind-hearted, then we can ask these little bastards to compensate us for our work points. The ambush team members listened and felt it made sense, so they stopped saying anything more. Xiao Jiqing was simply, I don't even know what to say about her. I can only say that her pit of filth was not wasted. She is truly too wicked. But indeed, Lin Jiqing and Lu Jiqing are really good. This is our first time working and earning big teamwork points. And the host even provides meals. Unfortunately, in this world, the kind are bullied, and the good horses are ridden. Who can argue with that? The militia members all felt quite indignant for Lin Nian. The several elders of the LV family were still unaware that their every move was being watched, working with great enthusiasm, and soon they had taken off their shirts and rolled up their pant legs. Sweat poured out as if it were free. Thinking about the benefits promised by Xiao Lan and the jobs that the Xiao family would arrange for them in the future, they were full of energy. Fu Qiushi was watching the homestead from another location. Seeing it was about done, he quietly left, and quickly he made his way to the village. He used a branch to strike an old broken ceramic pot he found somewhere, banging it loudly. Not good. The cows in the shed have been stolen. Get up and catch the cow thief. He ran around shouting, and even Lin Nian, who was woken up, didn't recognize Fu Qiushi's voice. Lin Nian groggily crawled out of bed, while Fu Qiushi had already climbed over the wall into the Lin family and returned to his room. When he went outside, he looked just like Lin Nian, with messy hair and sleepy eyes. Hurry, hurry. The cows have been stolen. Quickly to the shed. Outside came a noisy commotion. Some members were holding torches, and some were still buttoning their clothes, all rushing towards the cow shed. The Lin family also got up and opened the door to go out. Aunt Chu left 3 eggs and Lin Daong at home to guard the door. Someone must stay at home to prevent thieves from taking advantage of the chaos. With her command, even with their curiosity, 3 eggs and Lin Daong stopped in their tracks. Right? We must guard the house well. Lin Jia has so many things. We cannot let them get lost. What happened? I'll tell you when I come back. Lin Nian winked at 3 eggs as she left. The 3 eggs immediately responded, winking back at Lin Nian wildly. Aunt Chu could hardly bear to watch these show-offs. Lin Nian had a flashlight, and Fu Qiushi had one too. Fu Qiushi walked with the men from the Lin family, while Lin Nian held the flashlight, jogging alongside Aunt Chu. At the LV family, LV Dazhao was overwhelmed by the situation. The cows are missing? Everyone rushed towards the shed, and the several elders of the LV family were over there. If they hadn't had time to hide, would they be mistaken for cow thieves? LV Dazhao's legs went weak, and leaning against the door frame, she slid down softly. Grandma, what's wrong? The children of the LV family heard the commotion and rushed out, running to join the excitement. Only one granddaughter noticed LV Dazhao and returned to support her before running out. Let us go see. LV Dazhao trembled her lips, trying hard to steady herself, and with her granddaughter supporting her, she staggered along. They forgot to lock the door. It's worth mentioning that while everyone in the village rushed to the cow shed, a few sneaky figures crept out to take advantage of the situation. The LV family was thus robbed. The place where they hid their grain was broken into, and all the grain was taken away. After moving the grain, the thief returned to break open the lock on the con cabinet, stealing the money that LV Dazhao had hidden, along with other items like the malted milk powder she had taken from Xiaolan. Chapter 80. Malicious Intent. When the crafty Lu family members discovered the flames and the approaching crowd, they realized the situation was dire. What the hell is going on? Did we forget to check the almanac before going out to work tonight? Where the hell is the almanac now? That's feudal superstition, you know. Stop talking nonsense and run. Lu Laoyao was about to explode with anger. At this critical moment, his sons were still talking about the almanac. How did he end up with such foolish sons? Who the hell did they take after? A few sons reacted quickly, tossing aside their tools and preparing to flee. You idiots, go pick up the stuff. There are our family's marks on it. Every household had hoes and carrying poles, and to avoid mixing them up with the brigade's tools or those of other families. Almost every family's farming tools would be marked with their own symbols. The sons hurriedly went to retrieve their things. However, Jiang Tianfeng didn't give them a chance. With a gesture, his team members surged forward and captured a few of them. "What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? Let go of me. Quick, let go." The Lu family members struggled, but their efforts were in vain. Jiang Tianfeng and his companions swiftly took off their belts and bound them together in a line. At that moment, the members running ahead had already arrived and were astonished to see the Lu family members tied up. "Captain Jiang, are these the cow thieves from the Lu family?" "No, we didn't steal any cows." Lu Laoyao cried out desperately. "We wouldn't dare steal cows. That's a serious crime." The Lu brothers also shouted in unison that they were not cow thieves. "You want to run for brigade leader smoothly? You better have some merit to show." Jiang Tianfeng recalled Fu Qiushi's words. He felt a bit torn, unsure of how to respond, when a team member interjected, "We don't know. We were patrolling at night and just happened to see them sneaking around, so we caught them." "What happened? Did a cow go missing in the village?" "Let's hurry to the cow shed and see if the cows are there." "Oomph." The Lu family scoundrels wanted to sabotage their hard work. They wouldn't be polite in return. It's tit for tat. Jiang Tianfeng didn't refute this and took 2 people along with other members to the cow shed. Dai Goen and others were summoned to open the courtyard gate, and everyone rushed in to check the cow shed. Fortunately, the cows were still there. What a relief. When Bao Xiangdong arrived, Jiang Tianfeng reported, "The cows are fine, but we caught a few of the Lu family members sneaking around near the cow shed. Not sure what they were up to." Bao Xiangdong went to the cow shed and, seeing that the cows were all right, let out a sigh of relief. If the cows had truly gone missing, he wouldn't have a good outcome as brigade leader. In front of everyone, Bao Xiangdong sternly lectured the few people in the cow shed. "If you live in the cow shed, you must take good care of the cows. If any go missing or get hurt, you won't get away with it. The lives of the cows are more valuable than yours. If anything happens, you will be severely punished. Don't think about being sent to the desert to plant trees. Even eating peanuts could be a consequence." The few of them lowered their heads, acknowledging their mistakes. Bao Xiangdong snorted coldly and left the courtyard. Everyone followed him in a grand procession to the homestead, gazing at the Lu family members. And Bao Xiangdong's expression was terrifyingly cold. "Tell me, why did you come to steal cows?" Bao Xiangdong showed no goodwill towards the Lu family, who attempted to undermine him. "Brigade leader, this is a misunderstanding. We didn't steal cows. Even if you gave us 100 guts, we wouldn't dare steal from the brigade." Yes, we really wouldn't dare. It's truly a misunderstanding." A militia member sneered. "If it's not stealing cows, then what is it? Sneaking around in the middle of the night. You can't possibly be here to admire the moon." The eldest of the Lu family, Lu Dasheng, hurriedly explained. "We came to dig up Lin Jiqing's homestead. We didn't come to steal cows." Only then did everyone see that Lin Nian and Lu Yongnan's homestead had been destroyed almost entirely, with soil bricks smashed and the ground full of pits and hollows. The foundation that had been dug was filled back in. Everyone gasped in shock. The workers had spent 3 full days on the job, and the Lu family managed to destroy it all in just half a night. This was simply inhumane. Lin Nian stepped out from the crowd, looking at the Lu family in disbelief, her face filled with hurt as she asked, "Why? I thought my relationship with Lu Deseo was pretty good. Why would you want to harm me?" Her eyes reddened as she scanned the crowd, ultimately landing on Lu Deseo. Everyone's gazes followed suit, and Lu Deseo avoided Lin Nian's eyes, defiantly stating, I'm jealous of your good life. I don't want you to live well. I can't betray Xiao Jiqing. Fourth brother is still hoping to marry Xiao Jiqing. Yes, you a Jiqing. Why should you be allowed to build a house as soon as you arrive? Brigade leader, we were wrong. We were jealous of Lin Jiqing, so we did something foolish. We know we were wrong, and we apologize to Lin Jiqing. Lin Jiqing, you are magnanimous. Please forgive us this once. Forgive you? No way. Lin Dagong kicked Lu Sihua, knocking him over. As he fell, the other Lu family members also toppled down. Stop. No hitting. Bao Xiangdong shouted. Lin Nian and Fu Qiushi stepped forward to restrain Lin Dagong. Listen to the brigade leader. I believe the brigade leader will handle this matter fairly and justly. Bao Xiangdong maintained a stern face. Comrade Lin Jiqing is right. No matter what, we must not resort to violence. You cannot destroy Lin Jiqing and Lu Jiqing's homestead out of jealousy. That is wrong. No matter how great the personal grievance is, you cannot damage others' property. The Lu family nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Bao Xiangdong reprimanded them a few more times before turning to Lin Nian. Comrade Lin Nian, this matter is the fault of the Lu family. They are willing to apologize, and your house will be repaired by the brigade. The brigade guarantees it will be done well. This matter ends here. The autumn harvest is approaching, and the 5 Lu family members are strong laborers. If anything happens to them and they can't participate in the labor, it will affect the autumn harvest. The world is vast, but the autumn harvest is paramount. Comrade Lin Nian, your awareness is so high. You must understand. Scoundrel, using the autumn harvest to pressure me. Ha ha ha. You think you can make a big deal small and a small deal disappear? No way. The brigade leader is right. Nothing is more important than the autumn harvest. I wouldn't dare disrupt the autumn harvest. After all, the autumn harvest is a very important matter. However, although the team's cows are still here, that's only because everyone came quickly. I believe we shouldn't let the would-be cow thieves off just because the cows are still here. Lu Deseo shrieked. Lin Jiqing, we were talking about your homestead. Why are you bringing up cows? She instinctively felt that Lin Nian had malicious intent. Chapter 81. I, Lin Nian, have never suffered a loss. Why can't we mention cattle? Why do you get so nervous when Sister Lu brings up cattle? The members of the team chimed in. Yeah. Why are you nervous when cattle are mentioned? If your family is just digging a pit, then there's no need to feel guilty. No. The work during the day is so tiring, and the autumn harvest is coming soon. Instead of staying at home to rest and save energy, why would the whole family run out at midnight to dig a pit? Lin Nian added, yeah, what is the point? Clearly, they could cause trouble after the autumn harvest. Lu Lao Yao hurriedly defended. After the autumn harvest, your house will be repaired. How can we cause damage? Lin Nian replied, but you are not digging pits for me. It's the brothers who are helping me repair my house. The wasted work points are theirs. Bao Xiangdong said, Lin, educated youth, you are mistaken. The team won't let the members work for free. They worked for a few days, and the team will count those days of work for them. Even if the work year is wasted, they won't lose a single work point. The hardworking men breathed a sigh of relief. But Lin Yin said, but team leader, who will account for these lost work points? For example, if they worked for 3 days, earning 10 work points each day, 10 people for 3 days means 300 work points. You can allocate work points as you wish, but the money and grain distributed at the end of the year are fixed. If there are extra work points, but no extra money and grain, then everyone's share will be less. So, will these extra 300 work points be distributed among all the members? Lin Yin's voice was not loud, and it carried a hint of hesitation. She seemed a bit unsure and weakly asked, Am I thinking wrong? Bao Xiangdong's face turned darker than the night. He just knew. He knew. He knew that once Lin Yin opened her mouth, it would put people in a difficult position. The team leader can't allow that. Exactly 300 work points. Why should they be distributed to us? Absolutely not. Don't even think about taking a single penny from me. Bao Xiangdong's face twitched, and he angrily shouted, All right, everyone, shut up. Can I let everyone share these 300 work points? Whoever did the bad deed will be deducted from their family. These 300 work points will come from the Lu family. The Lu family gasped at the words, 300 work points. Team leader. Sister Lu wanted to struggle a bit, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the members interrupted her, all saying this idea was good. It should be deducted from the Lu family. Oh no, there was no way to struggle. All right, this matter ends here. Bao Xiangdong was very impatient. Lin Yin said, The team leader is indeed the team leader, fair and just a model for us to learn from. But the issue of the cattle is not resolved yet. We really can't let this matter end here. Just because we didn't lose the cattle today doesn't mean we should forget it. If those thieves know our village doesn't take our cattle seriously, they might come to steal again in a few days. Team leader, we must report this incident. No matter what, even if the police come, it can intimidate the cattle thieves. At worst, we can take the 5 members of the Lu family back to the station for investigation. It won't cause any loss to the village. Team leader, if the working cattle are lost, Your responsibility as team leader will be very serious. Moreover, with the autumn harvest coming soon, I shouldn't have to explain how important the production team's cattle are. The members felt that Lin Nian made sense and echoed that they should report it. They must ask the comrades from the police station to come down and investigate. Lin Nian added, "It's a bit unfair to Uncle Lu's family, but we believe he didn't come to dig near the cattle shed at midnight out of jealousy towards me, but rather to cover up and prevent being discovered while attempting to steal the cattle, to have an excuse. After all, this reason is simply untenable. She didn't know how this matter would be judged. Attempted theft is also a crime." Lin Nian made this up with her eyes wide open, as very few members understood the law. The faces of the Lu family turned pale. They all shouted, No, we can't report it to the police." Lu Shanhai, the third son of the Lu family, hurriedly defended. It was the fourth brother. The fourth brother took Xiao Zhiqing's benefits and brought us to destroy Lin Zhiqing's homestead. We didn't want to steal cattle. Damn it. The one who married Xiao Zhiqing is the fourth brother, not him. He would cover for the fourth brother. As for work, who cares about the future when the present is at stake? If they're caught as cattle thieves and sent to labor reform, what work would they have left? It must be said that Lu Sanhai's mind was still somewhat clear. The third brother was right. It was the fourth brother who dragged us here. We originally didn't want to come, but the fourth brother was desperate for Xiao Zhiqing. We had no choice. Lu Jiang hurriedly agreed. He didn't want to go to labor reform either. Not to mention them. Lu Sihua was also scared. He spilled the beans about when Xiao Lan came to find him and what was said in detail. This guy cried bitterly. We really came to cause trouble, not to steal cattle. We've been here half the night, and we really didn't see any cattle thieves. Woe is me. How do we run into cattle thieves? The Lu family members all confirmed Lu Sihua's words, and Bao Xiangdong hesitated a bit. He was also afraid of cattle thieves. Should they report it to the police or not? He felt this matter was suspicious no matter how he looked at it. At this moment, Fu Qiushi stepped forward and said, "No matter whether what the Lu brothers said is true or not, your village must report this matter. And I will also report it to the Bureau. Collective property is no small matter. Being cautious is never a mistake. Additionally, damaging a member's property is also a big deal. If the team leader is lenient and only lets the other party apologize, then will anyone who sees someone they don't like be able to come up at midnight and cause damage? After all, if they get caught, they just apologize. If they don't get caught, it's the victim who suffers. Right now, they're digging a pit on the homestead. Will it escalate to arson in the future? Evil cannot be condoned. The arrogance of criminals cannot be encouraged. You must understand that today, it might just be my partner Lin Nian who is unlucky, but if this behavior is tolerated, next time it could be someone else who is unfortunate. I must pursue this matter to the end, not out of being unreasonable, nor out of disregard for local ties, but to firmly defend the property rights of the members." Lin Nian supported, "Yes, to prevent all members' property from being easily damaged. I am willing to be this unreasonable person, no matter if you say I am cold-blooded or that I am an outsider who doesn't care about my fellow villagers. I accept it, but I absolutely do not wish for similar incidents to happen in the future." Lin Nian, you little vixen, don't make it sound so nice. You just want to let our family go, and I'll fight you. Sister Lu could no longer hold back, rushing towards Lin Nian. Duan Chunhua intercepted her halfway, grabbing her hair and throwing her a few punches. "You shameless woman, you still have the nerve to argue after doing bad deeds. I'll beat you to death. You evil seed." The daughters-in-law of the Lu family hurried to help, and old lady Chu shouted and rushed forward. "Don't just watch. If they dare to ruin Lin Zhiqing's homestead today, tomorrow they will dare to blow up your latrine. And the day after they will dare to burn your house." Old lady Chu has a pretty good reputation in the village, and with Grandma Yang and others having formed a bond with Lin Nian in a short time, they all rushed out to help. They knew that helping Lin Zhiqing would not be in vain. A group of women soon got into a scuffle, quickly beating the women of the Lu family until they cried out for mercy. Chapter 82. Taking sides. Aunt Chu found some help, and the LV family also had their supporters. After all, close relatives couldn't just stand by and watch. Someone had to step in. The scene was chaotic. This was Lin Nian's first real experience of such a situation. Fortunately, the women's director, Paving, was no pushover. She organized a group of women comrades and successfully separated the two factions. Lin Nian quietly noted down a few of the aunties and sisters from their side, planning to prepare a token of gratitude later. Aunties and sisters, you should all go to the health station to get checked out and see if anyone is injured. I'll cover the costs. Lin Nian looked worriedly at the messy-haired, disheveled group of older women, fearing they might have gotten hurt. It's fine. No need to see a doctor, Aunt Shu proudly said. Beating those wasteful women didn't cause any injuries. Lin Nian glanced at Sister LV and the others and thought, yes, they really did look worse off than Aunt Shu's side. Each of them had bruises on their faces. Their hair and clothes were even more disheveled, and many had lost their shoes in the scuffle. We should still check, or I won't feel at ease, Lin Nian insisted. The aunties and sisters, seeing Lin Nian so concerned, felt quite reassured and waved their hands, saying it wasn't necessary. Why spend that money? It's better to give them something practical. At that moment, Bao Xiangdong shouted, Lin Nian, look at what you've caused. You've only been here a few days, and you're already causing trouble. You're disrupting the unity of the members and inciting them to fight. I'm going to report you to the youth office and have you sent back. A little girl trying to fight me. He wouldn't miss an opportunity to hold something against her. Aunt Chu exploded with anger. Bao Xiangdong, shut your mouth. It was clearly the LV family's youngest who started attacking Lin Nian. Do you think everyone's eyes are blind? Lin Nian pulled Aunt Chu behind her, gently patting her hand, then smiled at Bao Xiangdong. If the brigade leader thinks that way, then go ahead and do it. After all, I can't stop you, can I? However, I will have Comrade Fu Qiushi report this incident to the Bureau tomorrow morning, and the Bureau will find out what really happened. I believe the comrades at the youth office will consider the Bureau's investigation results. Bao Xiangdong. His expression gradually turned sinister. Regardless, disrupting the unity of the members is your fault. Lin Nian shrugged. Right. You're the brigade leader. Whatever you say goes. Bao Xiangdong was about to explode. Lin Nian's attitude drove him crazy. The new and old educated youths at the youth point looked at Lin Nian with complex expressions. One of them, who had a position in the security team, stood tall, daring to confront the brigade leader directly. They usually had to smile at him. Being sent back to the youth office was a severe punishment. Once sent back, they couldn't return to the city. The youth office would send them to more remote, worse-off villages. Moreover, it would leave a heavy mark on their records. Even if Lin Nian was justified, being sent back by the brigade would leave a significant mark on her record, even if the youth office mediated and didn't reassign her. Brigade leader. The militia team was involved from start to finish tonight. We clearly saw that it was the 5 brothers of the LV family and the instigator, Xiao Jiqing, who disrupted the unity. If anyone should be sent back to the youth office, it should be Xiao Jiqing, not Lin Nian. I, as the militia leader, do not agree with this decision. Women's Director Gua Suaping also shot a deep glance at Jiang Tianfeng and added, Brigade leader, I also disagree. Lin Nian is the victim of tonight's incident. Bao Xiangdong was furious. He didn't expect these two to jump out and undermine him. Had he been too nice to them, usually? Get lost. What a mess. Fine. You're all so capable. You're all right. I'm not dealing with this mess anymore. Bao Xiangdong stormed off, not even mentioning Xiaolon. He couldn't say more. He could only play dumb. Otherwise, these people would not let up until they dragged Xiaolon into it, and he would be left with nothing. Xiaolon was really a troublemaker. So much trouble and still causing problems. Ugh, it was infuriating. Damn it. He had never been so irritated in his life. He abruptly threw down his responsibilities, leaving everyone a bit stunned. The village had such a huge incident, and the brigade leader just said he wouldn't manage it? Fu Qiushi quietly remarked, how did Comrade Bao Xiangdong become brigade leader with such irresponsibility? The members were confused. If the brigade leader doesn't manage brigade affairs, then who does? Ziang Dianfeng Gan Li Sai, Lao Lu, Lao Dang. You two keep an eye on these 5. Don't let them run away. We need to pay attention to movements around the cow shed. We can't let someone steal our cattle under the cover of darkness. Also, with the autumn harvest coming, everyone should keep an eye on their property to avoid being robbed. Everyone disperse. We have work tomorrow. Sister LV yelled. Are we just going to let it go after being beaten like this? Compensation. Lin Nian must pay us. Guo scolded. You started it first. You can't blame Lin Nian for this. The Bureau will send someone tomorrow. If you feel wronged, tell the Bureau comrades and let them handle it. Usually, Sister LV seemed quite shrewd, but how could she be so clueless at a critical moment? Didn't she see her men were all tied up and crying? Sister LV was suddenly awakened by Guo scolding. She panicked and rushed over to kneel before Lin Nian, but was pulled back by Duan Chunhua, preventing her from going down. Lin Nian, I know I was wrong. I'll bow to you. Please let our family go. We were blinded by greed, tricked by Xiao Jiqing. For the sake of my family with old and young, please let us off the hook. Lin Nian took 2 steps back, her face full of righteousness. Tomorrow, when the Bureau comrades come to investigate, if you have no connection to the cow theft and there's no damage to collective property, just my personal losses, and you're willing to compensate, I naturally want to pursue it. It's useless to plead with me now. We still haven't clarified if there are any cow thieves. This concerns the collective, and I can't make that decision. After saying that, she turned to Aunt Chu and the others. Ladies, let us go to the brigade health station. I need to have the health worker check you out to feel at ease. She exchanged glances with Aunt Chu, who this time didn't refuse but took the lead. All right, let us go to the health station. Head held high, walking with great spirit. The injured from the LV family followed along, crying out in pain. They needed to go to the health station for some medicine. Lin Nian reminded them. I'm only responsible for the aunties and sisters who helped me out. You need to find whoever you got hurt for. The older women halted, looking at Sister LV, who screamed, Don't look at me. I have no money. Why should we go to the health station? Who goes to a health station after a brawl in the countryside? Money grows on trees. Grandma Yang turned around to mock her. Look, you all helped her fight, and she doesn't care about your lives. Look at Lin Nian. We don't want to go to the health station, but she insists we must. Oh dear, you've just been used as cannon fodder. Several injured women couldn't take this and immediately started pulling Sister LV, demanding she pay. Sister LV naturally refused. So a few old ladies got into a scuffle again. The members, this is never ending. I regret not bringing sunflower seeds. Chapter 83. Enjoying the show without caring about the trouble, Lin Nian took Aunt Chu and the others to the health station. Fu Qiushi rode back to the county. It was just about to dawn, and it was better to go early to communicate the issues. The comrades in the Bureau lacked an excuse to visit the members, and now they had one, to investigate potential cattle thieves. They also needed to investigate the character of the Liu family and the relationship between the Liu family and the team leader, Bao Xiangdong, etc. I have to say, Xiaolan's meddling was annoying, but it ended up being a big help. Well, the gift of the swimming package with 3 eggs was indeed not a loss. At the health station, a few aunts and sisters almost lifted the roof with their chatter. The health worker, Lu Yong, checked their bodies while listening to their gossip, thoroughly enjoying it. There were no issues, just a bit of skin abrasion. They just needed to come here every day to apply some red medicine. Once everyone had finished sharing their gossip in vivid detail, Lu Yong announced loudly, Oh, what a pity I didn't get to see the gossip. There was no way around it. His wife was pregnant, and he couldn't leave her to watch the commotion. What if those thieves came with a diversion? Lin Jiqing, I need to talk to you about something. Can you stay for a moment? As everyone was about to leave, Lu Yong hurriedly called out to Lin Nian. Sister Daqiang, please wait for me outside. Lin Nian stopped and told Aunt Chu and Duan Chunhua. After the two went outside, Lu Yong rubbed his hands, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, It's like this. My wife is pregnant, and I want her to have something good. So I thought about exchanging some milk powder with you. I don't need a whole bottle. Just a little bit will do. I can trade you some prepared honeysuckle and orange peel or something. Of course, if you don't have or don't want to, that's fine. You don't have to feel awkward. Saying this long string of words made Lu Yong's face turn red, and he even broke out in a bit of sweat on his forehead. He was really embarrassed, but he didn't have any tickets to buy milk powder. He didn't dare go to the black market. Milk powder was really hard to buy when supplies were tight. Even with tickets, they wouldn't sell it to you unless you had a doctor's note proving that you had a patient needing nutritional supplements due to surgery or severe illness. After Lu Yong finished speaking, he regretted it. How could Lin Jiqing possibly give him such a precious thing? He felt embarrassed about his rashness. Just as he was about to say he didn't want it, he heard Lin Nian exclaim in surprise. Really? Show me the orange peel and honeysuckle. Do you have any chrysanthemum, goji berries, or dandelion? Lu Yong was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. I picked these on a mountain, all cleaned up. Lin Jiqing. Take a look. In a short while, Lu Yong brought out several cloth bags and opened them for Lin Nian to see. Lin Nian looked at them and was indeed quite satisfied. The autumn harvest was about to start, which was tiring, so preparing some cooling drinks would prevent heat stroke. I have a bottle of unopened milk powder. Do you want to exchange? Lu Yong's eyes lit up. Of course, let us exchange. He was so happy he was spinning around like a headless fly. After a moment, he realized and hurried to find paper to wrap things for Lin Nian. Lin Jiqing. I can't thank you enough. Lin Jiqing, look, the milk powder sells for $2.95 a bottle at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I'll give you $6. No, I'll give you $10 worth of medicinal materials. How about that? If that's not enough. Lin Nian said, $5 is enough for me. I want to use more than that, and if it gets damp and bugs get into it. That would be a waste. Lu Yong was so moved he almost cried. Lin Jiqing, you're really a good person. Lin Nian looked at Lu Yong, who was wiping his tears with his sleeve. This is a man who cries easily. You don't know for this milk powder. My father-in-law, and I thought of many ways and received many cold looks. My wife has it tough. She's pregnant and still thin, and she always cramps her legs at night. He mumbled as he hurriedly prepared the items. When Lin Nian left, she was carrying a long string of medicinal packages. Lin Jiqing, why did you buy so many medicines? Duan Chunhua exclaimed. Did Lu Yong trick you into buying them? I'll go find him. Lin Nian quickly stopped her. No, these are summer cooling herbs like chrysanthemum and honeysuckle. I plan to let Brother Chiosher take some with him. Oh, so they're for Comrade Xiao Fu. Then it's not too much. The three of them chatted and laughed on their way home. On the road, Duan Chunhua scolded Xiao Lan and the Lu family's ancestors thoroughly. As a result, before they reached home, they saw a crowd gathered outside the Lu residence. They hurried over to take a look and heard Aunt Lu's heart-wrenching cries from a distance. Damn thieves. You scumbags, stealing from my ancestral home. Oh heavens. Please let a lightning bolt strike that useless bastard. Old Lady Yong, you can't say that. Your family has 5 men who haven't done anything useful either. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, all agreeing. Aunt Lu was so furious she trembled all over. The angrier she got, the happier old Lady Yong became. Who told this ridiculous woman to compete with her for Xiao Jiqing? Oof. Let us see who can be smug until the end. The more unfortunate that nasty woman was, the happier she felt. You old whore, I'll tear your mouth off. Aunt Lu screamed, crazily lunging at old Lady Yong. Old Lady Yong was no pushover, and with her helpers, Aunt Lu took a few hard slaps. Aunt Lu felt wronged. Really, it's so unfair. They're all bullying me. I'm so pitiful. And these shameless old hags are still picking on me. Is there no justice left? She cried bitterly after being beaten. The daughters-in-law came to pull her apart, and it took a lot of effort to rescue her from old Lady Yong and the others. Aunt Lu then slapped each of them a few times. Poisonous women. You're all poisonous women. Watching your mother get bullied and not stepping in. You just want to see me get beaten to death. Spit. You shameless women are all rotten to the core. Just wait. I'm going to make my sons divorce you. The daughters-in-law were stunned and trembled with anger. Duan Chunhua shouted, what are you afraid of? If you want to leave, then leave. Women can remarry easily and still make some bride price. It's harder for men to remarry, and the bride price for a second marriage is higher than for a first. Can the old Lu family afford it? You have 4 sons. Yeah. Why does the old Lu family feel so confident? Exactly. The old lady even mentioned divorce. The thieves just touched your house. Where would the money come from to marry off 4 sons again? Aunt Lu exploded. What does that have to do with you? Get lost. Get away. The members. Why should we leave? We're not standing on your land. They were clearly standing outside her yard. I say, why does your family feel so confident? Are you looking to steal cattle? Aunt Lu went mad. We didn't steal cattle. We didn't plan to steal cattle. Lin Nian gently said, everyone, don't misunderstand. Maybe Aunt Lu wants to marry Xiao Jiqing, and then Xiao Jiqing's money would become the Lu family's money. They definitely weren't afraid that Xiao Jiqing wouldn't marry. After all, Xiao Jiqing and Lu Sihua were in such a situation. The member suddenly realized, oh, Xiao Jiqing said her family would send her $3,000. With this $3,000, wouldn't it be possible for the Lu family to marry several wives? Lin Nian muttered another sentence. Sigh. Some people can share hardship, but can't share joy. The money hasn't even arrived yet. And they're already thinking about changing wives. The faces of several daughters-in-law from the Lu family changed simultaneously. Lin Nian curled her lips. It seems that the provocative remarks, without any technical content, have taken effect. She really enjoys the excitement and doesn't mind making things bigger. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Chapter 84. The frying pan. The three daughters-in-law of the Lu family were not meek. They had just been beaten by their mother-in-law in front of the whole village, and they were already irrational. In a fit of rage, the three of them pounced on Sister Lu. What a scene. It was so intense. They beat Sister Lu until she screamed. The women's director, Guo Suaping, was stunned. In the end, they were separated, and it was already dawn. The villagers really had a lively second half of the night. There were no radios in the village, and watching a movie was a very luxurious affair. They might not get to see a movie even once a year. So, the commotion at the Lu family was truly enjoyable to everyone, and even though they lost half a night's sleep, they felt it was worth it. After the excitement, they returned to the Lin family. Aunt Chu told Lin Nian, "You don't have to go to work in the morning. Let Dayton and the others watch over it. You can sleep at home." Lin Nian shook her head. "That's not good. I should still go to work. There isn't much to do anyway." "Then let Dayton and the others keep you company," Aunt Chu said. Lin Nian thought for a moment. That's a good idea. Let's have Dayton and the others bring their textbooks, and I'll teach them later." The few eggs had not been to school, as almost all the children in the neighboring village had not gone to school either. It wasn't that they didn't want to go, but the school was in the neighboring brigade, and a heavy rain in the summer had destroyed the small schoolyard there. The commune had not allocated funds, and the village had no money to repair it. The commune said they would raise funds to repair the school after the autumn harvest. So the children would have to wait until then to go to school, and it might even be until the next spring. The eggs were very happy. There were children in the village who didn't like studying, but all of their children did. Why? Because the third uncle was a university student and the pride of the family. They knew that after their third uncle graduated, he would work and send money and tickets home every month. Life in the countryside was too hard, and it was too difficult to earn money. Although now they were getting into university through recommendations, learning more was always good. They heard that the conditions for jobs in the city were either middle school or high school graduation. If they didn't study, even if opportunities presented themselves, they wouldn't be able to seize them. Once everything was settled, Lin Yin first took out a bottle of malted milk powder, then rummaged for some brown sugar, divided it into several portions, wrapped it up, and also found a few packets of biscuits. She put these things into a basket and instructed Dayton and Erden. The malted milk powder is for health worker Lu at the health station. These portions of brown sugar and biscuits should be delivered to Grandma Yan. Each of them gets one portion of brown sugar and one biscuit to thank them for taking care of me. The three eggs nodded seriously, stamping their feet and saluting, guaranteed to complete the task. Lin Yin gave each of them a big white bun, rubbed their heads, and smiled. "Go ahead." At the county bureau, when Fu Qiushi arrived, the doors were still closed, so he went to the nearest state-run restaurant to eat. He casually bought a dozen buns and brought them over just as the county bureau opened. "Oh, isn't this Comrade Fu?" As soon as he entered, a comrade who was cleaning saw Fu Qiushi and greeted him with a smile. They knew each other well. "Why are you here so early?" Fu Qiushi replied. "I came to find Comrade Yin Zheng for something. I ordered too many buns, and I can't eat them all. If anyone hasn't had breakfast, they can make do with these." Saying that, he handed the paper bag he was holding to the comrade. No, how can I accept this?" The comrade quickly waved his hands, but Fu Qiushi directly placed the items on the table. "Please help me out. I can't just carry these to the leadership office." After saying that, he stepped inside. The comrade shouted from behind him, "Thank you, Comrade Fu." After shouting, he quickly called over his colleagues to share the buns. "They are meat buns. I can already smell them. Comrade Fu, your timing is perfect. I was just about to send someone to find you." Fu Qiushi knocked on Yin Zheng's office door. Yin Zheng was brewing tea, and when he saw Fu Qiushi, he immediately broke into a smile. He was the head of the special investigation team. There has been progress in the case. Our people were watching the post office and discovered an old lady coming to the post office to fraudulently claim Aunt Chu's remittance. We haven't caught her yet, but we have comrades specifically watching, and she hasn't been seen interacting with anyone from the neighboring village. Fu Qiushi said, I came for this matter too. Last night in the neighboring village. The cow theft was just me shouting randomly. There was no cow thief last night. But you can use this excuse to investigate the whole village. Coincidentally, the Liu family's vandalism is related to Xiao Lan and the educated youth Xiao Ji. Xiao Lan has complicated ties with the brigade leader's family. So no matter how you ask the villagers about the matter of the package to the party, it won't raise any suspicion. Ha, great. Comrade Fu, you are really something. Yin Zheng gave him a thumbs up. This indeed provides convenience for our investigation. I was worried about how to approach this without alarming the snake. You're suited for our line of work. You must consider this profession when you transition in the future. You will definitely have a bright future in this line of work. Fu Qiushi smiled and nodded, absolutely. Originally, he wanted to use the assistant's investigation letter from Rongqing to go to the village to ask Lin Nian, using it as an excuse to investigate this matter. Now that he had a more suitable excuse, Fu Qiushi went to the post office to call Gu Chaoyang, asking him to hold off on the assistant's investigation for a few more days. Gu Chaoyang readily agreed. After all, it was just a matter of keeping that mother and daughter in the detention center for a few more days. Zhang Cuifang didn't mind. She would ultimately be sentenced anyway. However, considering the current situation, Huang Lili was not likely to be sentenced. In the village, when Bao Xiangdong saw that Fu Qiushi had indeed brought comrades from the bureau, his face darkened. He thought Fu Qiushi would only go to the commune office. Damn, he was embarrassed all the way to the county. Not only comrades from the bureau, but also those from the office. Involving such important collective property as the draft docs, the bureau was taking it very seriously. In the coming days, the bureau would send people to the neighboring village to investigate, leaving no stone unturned. With the autumn harvest approaching, the county had issued strict orders not to allow any mistakes regarding important autumn harvest resources like draft oxen. If there were any mistakes, the local grassroots leaders would likely face punishment. If we couldn't solve the case, we would also face severe consequences. So this time, Brigade Leader Bao must cooperate well with us to do a good job with the villagers. Whatever we ask, if they know, they must answer. We can't wait until the losses occur to regret. By then, it will be too late. Bao Xiangdong shook hands with Yin Zheng, smiling painfully. Of course, I will notify them to hold a villagers' meeting immediately to discuss this matter. Yin Zheng nodded with a smile. After a brief villagers' meeting, the villagers went about their work, while the people brought by Yin Zheng began to investigate in the fields. The comrades from the commune office took over the 5 men from the Liu family and went to survey the scene at the homestead. Through verification, it was determined that before the house was handed over to Lin Nian, the earthen bricks and other materials belonged to the collective property. After all, if the earthen bricks were destroyed, the collective would need to provide new bricks for Lin Nian and Liu Yongnian to repair the house. If the foundation was destroyed, the collective would also need to send workers to fix it. Therefore, the 5 Liu family members did not destroy private property. They destroyed collective property. The Liu family was so scared that they immediately sold out Xiaolan. After putting on silver bracelets, the comrades then went to the brigade leader's house, brought Xiaolan the silver bracelets, and took her away together. In the village, it exploded. Chapter 85. How much do you hate your men? The women of the L family immediately decided to go find Lin Nian, and the several aunts who had just received Lin Nian's thanks in the morning hurried to follow. At this moment, Lin Nian was already in the cattle shed. The day before, Fu Qiushi had cleaned the cattle shed thoroughly, and today she didn't want to spend the whole day smelling the stench, so she was hesitating whether to tidy up the cattle shed. The old women of the L family marched in confidently. Lin Nian, you little wench, may you not die a good death. You troublemaker. I'll fight you to the end. El Dazhao, with a bruised face, charged at Lin Nian with several daughters-in-law, but Duan Chunhua and Grandma Yang quickly blocked them. From the chaotic conversation, Lin Nian understood the full story. She wondered, El Dazhao, how much do you hate your men? You come here to scold and hit me. Aren't you afraid I'll hold a grudge and report your men to the authorities? Shouldn't the normal procedure be for you to apologize to me, compensate for the losses from last night, and then ask for my forgiveness for Eldage and his son? If you're sincere, I might really forgive you. But you come shouting for blood and cursing me. TSK, do you all have lovers? Hoping your men stay locked up forever so you can divorce and remarry? Everyone was stunned, right? Lin Jiqing makes a good point. At this moment, shouldn't they be apologizing and asking for Lin Jiqing's forgiveness? As long as Lin Jiqing didn't pursue the matter, the brigade wouldn't either. If they weren't cow thieves, they would definitely be released. Everyone looked at Elda Zhao and her daughters-in-law with newfound suspicion. Elda Zhao and her daughters-in-law were also taken aback. Under everyone's gaze, they quickly tried to defend themselves, but who would believe them? Some people are always willing to think the worst of others, so they can highlight their own goodness. Moreover, some people want to believe the facts. Only what they want to believe. I'm sorry, Lin Jiqing, my man is blinded by greed. Don't worry, we will definitely compensate you for your losses. Elda Zhao's wife reacted quickly and immediately apologized. I should have scolded you, I was wrong. El Heir's wife added, Lin Jiqing. I know I was wrong too. My husband was just instigated by El Sihua. No, he was forced by El Sihua. El Sen's wife tugged at her mother-in-law's arm. Elda Zhao suddenly realized and slapped her own face twice, then kept apologizing. Lin Nian sighed. We're all from the same village. I don't want to make things difficult for you. It's just that I came to the countryside alone. And if I'm too weak, I might get bullied. I don't know if your apologies are sincere. I'll just look at your actions. All right. You've said what you needed to say. Go to work now. I need to get to work too. This cattle shed is really dirty and messy. I need to clean it up. Elda Zhao rolled up her sleeves. I'll do it. Lin Jiqing, you take a break. I'll do it. She wasn't foolish. After realizing, she immediately got to work. She was quite flexible. Lin Nian immediately argued with her. How can that be? This is my job. But Elda Zhao wouldn't have it. However, she couldn't win against Elda Zhao. Lin Nian felt quite helpless. The several daughters-in-law of the L family also didn't go to work, but directly took leave and ran to help Lin Nian at her homestead. Last night, how their men buried the foundation. Now they were clearing the soil from the foundation. Innocent? Not all. When their men came to do bad deeds. Each one was wishing for Lin Nian to have bad luck, while Zaya's hiking was satisfied and then arranged work for their men. Everyone saw that there was actually no fight. And since they didn't dare delay work, they all scattered. Lin Nian took 3 eggs to the tree and laid out a mat. Then took them to review their lessons. Studying, after all, is something that requires seizing every moment. As for whether to forgive the L family, of course not. She just knew that in the end, this matter would also be discussed in the village, and as long as it didn't involve stealing cattle, the men of the L family would definitely be brought back to the village. If Lin Nian insisted on holding on and not letting go, they could indeed be made to stay in jail, but she didn't need to go against the brigade. There was no need at all. Rather than make enemies, she might as well take the opportunity to fight for her own benefits. Meanwhile, the comrades in the bureau were busy visiting everywhere, asking all kinds of questions. The common people were really verbose, sharing everything. They visited during the day and worked overtime at night to sift through useful information from the statements. That night, Dai Goen and others returned to the cattle shed, tired, and found it as clean as the day before. The old man couldn't help but curl his lips. He thought, this little rascal has started to make use of his wife. He knew that Fu Qiushi hadn't been in the village all day. So the only one who cleaned the cattle shed was his wife, Lin Nian. Professor Peng and his wife were also very happy, as it meant less work for them. This Lin Jiqing guarding the cattle shed is really good. Professor Qi said, it should be known that Lin Nian's job was to guard the cattle shed. She could choose not to work. Professor Peng said, it's hard to see the benefits in just a day or two. We've taught for a lifetime. And what is the result? The students we invested the most in and had the highest hopes for brought people to our home to smash things. After Professor Peng finished speaking, Professor Qi's expression darkened. Dai Goen said nothing and went to fetch water to wash up. Yu Wangshui and his wife glanced at the cattle shed and then turned to enter the house. Not long after, Yu Wangshui's wife Bailan came out of the cattle shed. She had been outside for nearly an hour and returned with grass clippings all over her hair and clothes. What did Bao Kangmai say? Yu Wangshui asked while munching on the bun that Bailon handed over. Bailon said expressionlessly. He said once the comrades from the bureau leave, you need to act quickly. This is the medicine for breeding the cattle. Take it easy. Don't let it cause any fatalities. Yu Wangshui snorted. I know what I'm doing. How could there be any fatalities? Really, just a bun, and you've let him sleep with you like that. After finishing the bun, Yu Wangshui grumbled in dissatisfaction. Bailon ignored him, washed up, and climbed into bed to sleep. Yu Wangshui mumbled towards her back. TSK. Really cheap, just a bun, and you let him sleep with you. Can't deny, Lin Nian is quite charming. She looks good. Sigh, what a pity for those two dogs. Yu Wangshui felt itchy in his heart, but unfortunately, he couldn't touch her. Rongqing, detention center. Huang Lili was once again fighting with Zhang Suifang. To be precise, it was Huang Lili unilaterally beating Zhang Suifang. Zhang Suifang was dodging desperately, and everyone in the cell was watching the excitement, just missing the sunflower seeds. You filthy woman. You and your daughter conspired to harm me. I really believed your lies. Thought you were good to me. What a load of crap. Lily, listen to me explain. I really didn't expect that dead girl would betray us. From childhood to now, no matter how you bullied her, I never said anything. I was truly good to you. Think about it. If I really cared for her, how could I have starved her and beaten her from childhood? Lily, mommy loves you. Huang Lili spat a thick phlegm on her face. Pooh. My mom died long ago. You were that dead girl's real mother. You were just, Huang Lili was in the heat of the moment when suddenly someone kicked her away and she crashed heavily against the wall before sliding down, immediately letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 86 Maternal Love. Huang Lili hadn't clearly seen who was hitting her before she was pinned down by a few people, who then covered her mouth. At that moment, a sharp knock came from the iron bars. What are you doing? Causing trouble will get you locked up. The guard, it was just an accident. Huang Lili fell. No one is causing trouble. A middle-aged woman quickly smiled and explained. The people around Huang Lili then released her. The guard looked through the bars at her. Huang Lili, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Huang Lili trembled as she spoke, surrounded by several people, and dared not speak out of turn. She remembered that when she was first beaten, she had reported it to the guard, but the others in the cell accused her of lying, saying she had fallen against the wall to frame them. No one helped her. Zhang Suifang helped her, but they were mother and daughter, so her testimony was not accepted. In the end, the one who was locked up was not the ones who hit her, but her. The isolation room was only a few square meters, with a small window on the door for food delivery, no toilet, only a bucket. In any case, Huang Lili was only locked up for 3 days. But the experience left her fearful of that place. As long as you're fine, no loud noises. The guard scolded them a little and then left. Huang Lili trembled, unsure how she had provoked the ruthless figures in the cell again. When she first entered the cell, her and Zhang Suifang's beds were near the toilet. She was unhappy with her sleeping arrangement and bullied the weakest one inside, Jian Hongmei, to give up her bed. As a result, Jian Hongmei didn't say a word, and she was beaten badly by the other prisoners in the cell. Later, she learned that the spot by the door had the best ventilation and was where the boss of the cell slept. And this Jian Hongmei, she was a murderer. Oh no, why was her luck so bad to provoke a murderer as soon as she entered the cell? Other criminals might have some reservations for lighter sentences, but murderers were different. Killing one person meant death. Killing two meant death. Therefore, no one in the cell dared to provoke Jian Hongmei, even if her physical strength wasn't the highest. After the guard left, Zhang Suifang cautiously approached Jian Hongmei, trying to appease her. Sister Jian, Lily is still young. If she has done anything wrong, please be magnanimous. Jian Hongmei kicked her down, and Zhang Suifang bit her lip tightly, not daring to make a sound despite the pain. You all hold her down and stuff a stinky sock in her mouth. Jiang Hongmei slowly walked towards Zhang Suifang, who was terrified, but she was quickly pinned down. Huang Lili, as if seeking credit, quickly took off her sock and stuffed it into Zhang Suifang's mouth. With a flattering look at Jian Hongmei, Sister Jian, it's all set. Jian Hongmei squatted down and spat on Zhang Suifang's face, then stood up and began to punch and kick Zhang Suifang. She hated those who abused their own daughters the most. How could such people be fit to be mothers? Worse than dogs. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted Zhang Suifang to taste the bitterness of being abused and beaten, she could have killed her right then. After all, she was already sentenced to death. Killing one more bastard would be avenging heaven. Jian Hongmei got tired of beating her, then let them release Zhang Suifang. Zhang Suifang lay on the ground like a dead dog. Huang Lili didn't care about her at all. Zhang Suifang was in so much pain she thought she couldn't take it anymore. It was all that dead girl Lin Nian's fault. When she got out, she would make sure that dead girl would suffer. Zhang Suifang couldn't take it, and neither could Huang Lili. Every day in the detention center was torment for both of them. Time passed day by day, and not even a single person came to interrogate them. When asked, they said the evidence collection was not finished. Unable to get out, Huang Lili cursed Zhang Suifang every day, and everyone pieced together the truth from their arguments. After knowing the truth, the other prisoners couldn't understand Zhang Suifang at all. Some of them favored sons over daughters, but they still cared for their own daughters to support their sons. You wouldn't let the fat water flow to outsiders. Everyone looked down on Zhang Suifang's behavior of abusing her own daughter to please her stepdaughter. The result of being looked down upon was that everyone bullied her a little whenever they had the chance. Huang Lili and Zhang Suifang's life in the cell was truly hellish. When everyone in the cell had fallen asleep, snoring filling the air, Zhang Suifang struggled to get up and crawled to her own bed. She covered herself with the blanket, silently crying with her head covered. Why was her life so bitter? Why? Clearly, she could have lived a good life, but it was all that ungrateful Lin Nian's fault. Lily didn't understand her, and her own son complained about her. Who was she doing all this for? The more Zhang Suifang thought about it, the sadder she became. Oh heavens, open your eyes. How could a daughter harm her own mother like this? You should strike that unfilial daughter down with a bolt of lightning. Zhang Suifang was so heartbroken that she didn't sleep all night and had to get up on time in the morning to exercise, then go do hard labor. Jian Hongmei, come out. After everyone had worked for a while, someone came to interrogate Jian Hongmei. Jian Hongmei was taken away, and the others just glanced at her before immediately burying themselves in work, not daring to pause for a moment. In the interrogation room, Jian Hongmei sat in the interrogation chair, her hands and feet shackled to the chair. Gu Chaoyang entered the interrogation room, and Jian Hongmei lifted her eyelids to glance at him, then said, I've already said it many times, he hit me. I couldn't take it and killed him with a stool. Are you all annoying, always asking and asking? Just sentence me to death already. Comrade, Jian Hongmei. New evidence has emerged in this case, and your daughter Jian Shaoling has reported that your husband Wang Changshan raped her, and you killed Wang Changshan to save her. Our evidence collection has been completed, proving that Comrade Jian Shaoling is telling the truth. She has been violated by Wang Changshan. Upon hearing this, Jian Hongmei lost her composure, struggling wildly. She's lying. Wang Changshan didn't rape her. She's innocent. She wasn't raped. I killed Wang Changshan. Just sentence me to death. Just sentence me to death. Jian Hongmei's eyes turned red, her exposed skin bulging with veins, and she screamed hysterically. Gu Chaoyang gestured, and two female officers brought a girl who appeared outside the iron bars. Mom, Mommy, I've already told the comrades in the bureau. I don't care about my reputation. I can't lose my mom. The girl was in tears, and Jian Hongmei broke down, crying. You silly girl, what are you doing? Don't you know you'll ruin your reputation like this? How will you get married in the future? How will you live? Jian Shaoling cried, Mom, I've signed up to go to the countryside. I've talked to the comrades at the youth station and asked them to arrange for me to go far away. I will take root in the countryside, where no one knows me and no one knows what happened to me. You should reform well, strive for a reduced sentence. And when you get out, go find me in the countryside. I'll take care of you. I just beg you not to leave me. Without you, I can't live. The mother and daughter cried bitterly across the iron bars. After Jian Shaoling left, Jian Hongmei said to Gu Chaoyang, Comrade Gu, I confess, but I want to ask Comrade Gu to do me a favor. In the county, Shiping took a leave of absence to call Shaolan's home. He couldn't afford to delay this matter, but the day before when he called, no one was home, so he had to come back the next day. This time someone answered the phone. It was Shaolan's mother. Hello, is this Ping? Ping, and he sent a letter to you. Did you receive it? Shaolan's biological mother. Du Yufin asked, how is Lan Lan doing now? I need to tell you, you have to talk to Lan Lan properly. Aunt Du, it's not good. Lan Lan has been caught. She is now in the detention center. Chapter 87. Stirring the fire what? Peace, this is not a joke. Du Yufin could hardly believe her ears. She thought she had misheard. Sure, Hepping was extremely anxious. Auntie, it's true. It's the person caught in Hongsheng Township. You all know Lamlin's temper. She can't stand it in there. There are all sorts of people locked up in there, and with Lamlin's temperament, she will really suffer. Sure, Hepping was extremely pleased that Xiaolan had been arrested. His family wanted him to marry Xiaolan, but both Xiaolan and her parents wanted to marry into the Fu family. Now that Xiaolan has had the experience of being in jail, it is likely that her marriage with the Xiao family won't happen, and she can only choose him. Moreover, Xiaolan had insulted him many times, and he'd been enduring it. He had been praying for Xiaolan to have bad luck, so he could strike back at her arrogance and also relieve his own grievances. However, while he was secretly pleased, he did not dare delay in action. After all, this was a big deal. Annie, please think of a way. I called your house yesterday, but no one answered. I can't just stay in the county. I have to go back to the village. This back and forth has already wasted a lot of time. Sure, Hepping rambled on, and Du Yufin felt her head buzzing. Okay, I'll think of a way. By the way, Hepping, tell me what's going on? Sure, Hepping's eyes flickered, and he said, Annie, I can tell you, but please don't tell anyone that I said it. Du Yufin was very annoyed. I know, just tell me quickly. Don't worry, I won't betray you. Only then did Sure Hepping say, Annie, a few days ago, Fu Qiushi came to the village, and Lan Lan was very happy to see him, thinking he came to see her. Who knew Fu Qiushi secretly found a partner named Lin Nian, who was also a sent-down youth in the same village as Lan Lan. Lan Lan scolded that sent-down youth a few times, and Fu Qiushi defended Lin Nian. When Lan Lan got angry, she wanted to teach Lin Nian a lesson. She didn't actually do anything to Lin Nian, just caused a bit of harmless damage to her homestead. Just a prank. Who knew that Lin Nian insisted on escalating the matter? She insisted on accusing Lan Lan of damaging collective property and personal property. By the way, the one who caused Jiaming to go to jail on the train was her. What? Du Yufin screamed. That little vixen? She actually seduced little Fu. Little Fu is still protecting her? Was this all little Fu's doing? Sure, Hepping said vaguely. On the surface, it has nothing to do with Fu Qiushi. But the brigade leader wants to settle it privately. But Fu Qiushi insisted on reporting it to Vent for his partner. And it was he who brought the police to arrest Lan Lan. He just wants to prick a thorn in Du Yufin's side, making her and her husband uncomfortable. He planted a landmine, so that when he goes to dig the wall later, it will be smoother. Du Yufin took a deep breath. Okay, I understand this matter. You find a way to see Lan Lan and tell her to hold on a little longer. I'll find someone to get her out. Also, tell her that I will find her Uncle Fu and Aunt Lu right away. After speaking, Du Yufin hung up the phone. Sure, Hepping came out of the post office with a smug smile on his face. Anyone who saw him kept their distance. Ugh, this person looks abnormal. After Du Yufin hung up the phone, she immediately called Fu Qiushi's stepmother, Lu Ting. No one was at the unit. She then called home. Lu Ting was at home and said she would come over. Du Yufin also called her husband. There's a big problem at home. You need to come back quickly. Her tone was bad, and Xiao Wenming did not dare to delay. He immediately took leave to go home. We arrived home and heard Du Yufin's account. He was furious and slammed the table. The Fu family is simply too much. We can't tell the old man about this. Let's go to the Fu family and let them handle it. Fu Qiushi caused this trouble. They must take responsibility. Fu Guicheng is a big leader. But no matter how big a leader, he cannot bully people like this. Du Yufin nodded repeatedly. The couple immediately set off straight for the Fu family. When they arrived at the Fu family, Lu Ting noticed the two had grim expressions and stopped smiling, asking, What's wrong, old Xiao? What happened? Don't panic. Just take your time to explain. Lu Ting took Du Yufin's hand and walked her to the sofa, and after they sat down, she had someone pour them tea. Old Lu, I beg you, please talk to the leaders and let little Fu give her Lan Lan a way out. Du Yufin had just sat down when she started to plead. Lu Ting was startled and quickly asked, Old Du, what exactly happened? Did you misunderstand something? Our Qiushi is in the security area. What do you mean by giving Lan Lan a way out? Isn't Lan Lan down in the countryside? Du Yufin wiped her tears and recounted the embellished story she heard from Sure Hepping to Lu Ting. Lu Ting. She was stunned for a moment. Lan Lan got locked up because of Fu Qiushi. The surprise came too suddenly. Ugh. No, I misspoke. The shock came too suddenly. Fu Qiushi actually caused such a big mess. She calmed herself down and softly advised, "Don't worry, I'll call comrade old Fu right away and have him come back quickly." After speaking, she hurried to make the call. The Xiao couple may not have much ability, but Xiao Wenming had a good father. Their elder, Xiao Kuei, and Fu Yongzhang were both old comrades who had once fought in the same trench. Although the old comrades had retired, they held high ranks and had considerable influence. Xiaolan liked Fu Qiushi and wanted to marry him, which Lu Ting was happy to see. This way, she could build a good relationship with the Xiao family and wouldn't be afraid of them helping Fu Qiushi. After all, with Xiaolan's bad temper, Fu Qiushi's stubborn nature meant they would definitely not get along. Marrying would only create enmity. Moreover, there is an old saying that when marrying a wife, one should marry a virtuous one. Bringing back a troublemaker like this, what good could Fu Qiushi bring? Only Fu Qiushi would be worse off. Everything in the Fu family could then fall into her children's hands. Besides, she still needed allies. She needed to coax the Xiao family to stand on the same side as her, so she could fight for more benefits for her children in both the Fu and Xiao families. What? Old Fu is already home? How long has he been gone? Oh, he should be almost there. Okay, I got it, thank you. Lu Ting hung up the phone and went to comfort Du Yufan. Don't worry, old Du. This time it's Qiushi's fault. Our family won't abandon Lan Lan. Just as she finished speaking, they heard the sound of a car parking at the yard gate, and Lu Ting immediately got up to welcome him. When Fu Guochang got out of the car, he greeted the neighbors passing by, and Lu Ting quickly moved close to him, linking her arm with his and whispering in his ear, "Old Fu, let me give you a heads up. You mustn't get angry." Her voice seemed low, but passers-by and the driver nearby could hear it. Fu Guocheng frowned. What trouble has he caused again? Lu Ting sighed. Qiushi used his connections to get her Lan Lan, who is the granddaughter of old Xiao down in the countryside. Locked up? Passers-by hearing her words. Damn, is Fu Qiushi that ruthless? If he doesn't like his fiancée, he just send her to jail? Chapter 88. Complaining at the door as Lu Ting spoke. She secretly glanced at the faces of everyone around her. Just one look was enough to tell that everyone was listening. She was satisfied and pushed Fu Guochang into the courtyard. Old Fu, you mustn't get angry. The Xiao couple is waiting inside. Old Zhao's expression was very grim. When old Du came in, he cried incessantly, begging us to let Qiushi let go of Lan Lan. Qiushi is not a bad kid, but he hates me, so whatever I get involved in, he goes against it, regardless of whether it's good or bad. To be honest, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have paid so much attention to the Xiao family's child, being so fond of him, and with the friendship between the two families. I just wanted to bring them together. I didn't expect him to randomly find a girl. It's all my fault. What should we do? Marriage is a lifelong commitment. We can't let our tempers get in the way. I don't know where this girl came from, with no background, and she's tough. Old Fu, I'm really worried about Qiushi. If he doesn't live well, how can I explain it to Sister Liang? I promised Sister Liang that I would take good care of you too. At this point, Lu Ting's eyes turned red, and she stopped to wipe her tears. In just the time it took to reach the door, Lu Ting processed the whole matter and said it all, clearly taking her time. By now, they had reached the door, and Lu Ting was still crying without pushing the door open, while Fu Guocheng naturally stopped to suppress his anger and comfort Lu Ting. Although no one from the neighbors climbed over the courtyard wall to eavesdrop openly, they were all listening against the wall. Don't cry. The one at fault is that ungrateful son. The old man really spoiled him. Now he dares to buy people off and frame others. He truly has no regard for the law. He's simply a bad seed. There's no saving him. Lu Ting's gaze flickered. With a son like that, being stamped with such a label by his own father, how could his future be good? She felt satisfied inside, but didn't show it on her face. Old Fu, you mustn't blame Qiushi. There might be a misunderstanding here. You should ask him properly later. But as for the Xiao couple, we really need to apologize to them. Their daughter is a good girl, and just because she couldn't stand him looking for another partner without a word, she got a little upset and ended up in jail. That's our family's lack of integrity. Who lacks integrity? Fu Qiushi lacks integrity. Fu Guocheng's face darkened. Don't worry, I will handle this matter well. With his words, Lu Ting finally pushed the door open. As soon as the door opened, Du Yufan rushed over, pretending to kneel, but Lu Ting quickly pulled her up, and Fu Guiqing's aide also hurried to help her. Leader, our Lan Lan has a bit of a temper. What she did was indeed wrong. Whether it was Lin Jiqing using means to get easier work, or Lin Jiqing being greedy for pleasure, unwilling to stay at the youth point, spending money to fix the house. Those are others' matters. She shouldn't have meddled. Xiao Fu doesn't like her. She shouldn't have clung to him or insulted Lin Jiqing as a vixen seducing Xiao Fu. She shouldn't have retaliated irrationally after Xiao Fu scolded her for defending Lin Jiqing, leading to her causing trouble, causing her to fall into the dung pit and then act out. She even found someone to dig up her homestead. Our Lan Lan was wrong. We are willing to compensate Lin Jiqing for her losses, but Xiao Fu really shouldn't have someone take Lan Lan away. Leader, we only have one daughter. Thinking about what she has suffered because of Lin Jiqing, my heart is breaking. Xiao Wenming angrily rebuked Du Yufan. What are you begging for? Don't you know who harmed your daughter so badly? Du Yufan cried uncontrollably. Xiao Wenming clenched his fists, his neck rigid, and said to Fu Guocheng, Leader Fu, I, Xiao Wenming, have always respected you greatly. But regarding Lamlin's matter, your family is really bullying us too much. If your family looks down on Lan Lan, just say so. Our Xiao family is also a respectable family in the courtyard. We certainly won't cling to you. Old Xiao, rest assured, I will give you an explanation for this matter. I will arrange for someone to go to Hongsheng Township immediately. After Fu Guocheng finished speaking, he made a few phone calls in front of the Xiao couple, which improved their expressions a bit. Lu Ting continued to persuade them, and then they finally took their leave. As soon as they left, Fu Guocheng slammed the table. This ungrateful son. This time, I absolutely won't let him off. Lu Ting quickly went to pat his back. Don't be angry. If the child is wrong, teach him slowly. One day, he will understand your father's good intentions. Fu Guiqing's face turned red and his neck thickened. I'm afraid I won't last until that day and will be angered to death by him. You don't need to speak up for him. Your kindness, he doesn't understand at all. It's like a blind person who can't see. In Jinjin village, the comrades from the bureau withdrew from the village, but the elf family was not let go. Their matters were the topic of every household's meal. In the past few days, many families had saved on several dishes because of this. The names Lin Nian and Xiao Lan were practically famous in the village. With mixed reviews, the old educated youth at the youth point were a bit confused. This new batch of educated youths was indeed a bit fierce. Lin Nian was aware of the village's commotion because of her generosity. When Granny Yang and others slacked off, they would come to chat with her. Who spread rumors about her, who stood by her side, who slandered the elf family, what movements were happening at the youth point. Lin Jiqing. Let me tell you, Shi Jiqing has returned from the county town. He said that Xiao Jiqing's parents already know about Xiao Jiqing's situation, and it won't be long before Xiao Jiqing returns. He also said that the relationship between Xiao Jiqing's family and Comrade Xiao Fu's family is very good. And this time Comrade Xiao Fu reported to catch Xiao Jiqing. The Fu family will definitely deal with Comrade Xiao Fu. They say that the support you've found will lead to your partner's downfall. They say you're about to have bad luck. After Granny Yang finished speaking, several women stared at her, assessing her expression. Lin Nian raised her small face and replied nonchalantly, This is a new society, not the old one. The officials can bully the common people to death, and no one cares. The greatest people have said that our country's cadres should serve the people. Moreover, I am part of the most glorious working class. My partner is the most lovely person in the world. He has fought on the battlefield for the interests of the country and the people. He hasn't done anything wrong. Why should the Fu family deal with him? Is the Fu family a feudal family? That won't do. If his parents dare to deal with him because of this matter, don't they fear being reported as feudal remnants? As for myself, I am part of the glorious working class. Who should I fear? The new society, obtained through the lives of countless martyrs, is meant to empower the working people, not to let certain cadre families bully the common people. Anyway, I'm not afraid. If the Xiao family really wants to bully the working people, I am not a softie. I will fight them to the end and report them to the end. In a new society, there are places to reason with. It's not that anyone can have their way. Her impassioned speech instantly enlightened Granny Yang and the others. That's right. The working people are not afraid of anything. Granny Yang and several older women had experienced the dark history before liberation. Having gone through it, they could compare. They knew that the new society is good, the new government is reasonable, and it wouldn't bully the common people. Moreover, there are numerous examples of small figures defeating big figures. Everyone instantly chose to stand by Lin Nian. After all, whether Xiao Jiqing is good or not has nothing to do with them. But if Lin Jiqing is good, they will benefit. However, when Sister Lu, who was helping Lin Nian in the cow shed, heard these words, she had a different thought. She quickly threw away the broom in her hand and ran off, glaring fiercely at Lin Nian and the others as she passed by. Chapter 89, whose gossip, oh my goodness, this is fantastic. If Xiao Jiqing can come back, then the men in her family can come back too. This way, they won't even need to compensate Lin Jiqing. And Lin Jiqing's partner is about to be in trouble. Once Xiao Jiqing returns, she will definitely deal with Lin Jiqing. At that time, Lin Jiqing will only be able to take care of himself and won't have time to trouble them. In time, his family won't recognize him anymore. Sister L became happier the more she thought about it and rushed to find a few daughters-in-law, telling them what was going on, and immediately, they dropped what they were doing and followed Sister L. How could they work for someone else without earning their own work points? When the other members saw that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had come back to work for points, they naturally knew what they were scheming and approached to ask a few questions. Sister L spat towards the cow shed and cursed. That little whore, that black-hearted woman. Just because of small matter, she wants my men to be locked up. The government isn't hers to control. Just wait. My men haven't done anything. That woman who gives birth to sons and curses her father and men won't get her way. At the cow shed, as soon as Sister L ran off, Lin Nian got up and shared the sunflower seeds and peanuts she had with Grandma Yang and the others. Grandma Yang, you all chat for a bit. I'm going to clean up the cow shed. Grandma Yang hurried to follow. Oh, the work at the cow shed is all those bad elements business. It has nothing to do with you, Lin Jiqing. You don't need to do it. The other ants also chimed in. Yeah, this is all the bad elements work. Lin Nian replied. I can't stand the smell if I don't clean it up. Plus the brigade gave me 4 work points. It's not right to just waste a day sitting here. I can't feel at ease if I'm not working. Aunt Kai-sen stuffed the sunflower seeds and peanuts in her pocket and rolled up her sleeves to push Lin Nian aside. Let me do it, Lin Jiqing. With her strength, she managed to spin Lin Nian around. Oh, Aunt San, you're too kind. I'll treat you to some candy later. The others couldn't let this go, so they all rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Aunt Kai-san was truly crafty. They couldn't let Aunt Kai-san outdo them. Lin Jiqing, just wait. We'll make sure to clean this place up thoroughly, with not a trace of smell. Lin Nian anxiously called out from behind them. Hey, wait. You all took all the tools. What am I supposed to use? I can't just do nothing. Grandma Yang, quick-witted, said, Lin Jiqing, you have knowledge. Just guide us from the side. We'll do the physical work, and you handle the ideological work. Lin Nian, suddenly stunned by Grandma's wisdom and eloquence. These old ladies were quick to get to work, and the tasks at the cow shed were completed in no time. Knowing Lin Nian liked cleanliness, a few of them even went to the creek to wash their hands before gathering around her. Taking advantage of someone should also be done professionally, with a sense of vocational ethics. Lin Nian gave each of them a piece of fruit candy. I don't have much candy left, so don't be picky. Picky? There is not much work anyway. Exactly, Lin Jiqing. Even if you don't give us candy, we still want to help you with your work. Indeed, Lin Jiqing. Don't look down on our friendship. Previously, Lin Jiqing had given them sunflower seeds and peanuts. Now, adding a piece of candy was quite generous. Moreover, Lin Jiqing was someone who valued relationships. The day before, they helped her speak up and deal with someone, and the next day, the 3 eggs from her family came to deliver gifts, bringing brown sugar and cookies. With her being so generous, who wouldn't he want to help her? The few of them gathered under the tree to chat again, and Lin Nian sighed. Sigh, seeing everyone working energetically in the fields, I really can't feel at ease. You guys say, during the day, the cows have been taken away by the cow herd, and there's nothing valuable in the cow shed. So why do we need to waste 4 work points on labor? Did anyone guard the cow shed before our brigade's autumn harvest? Grandma Yang smacked her thigh. No one has ever guarded an empty cow shed before. Who knows what the brigade leader is thinking? Yeah, why didn't I think of that? What is the point of guarding a cow shed with no cows? Lin Nian, Do you think the brigade leader knows something? So he sent someone to guard it, in case any enemy spies come to contact these bad elements? Impossible. Grandma Wong firmly waved her hand. If it's to guard against enemy spies, they should send a militia team. What does it have to do with you? A little girl? Delivering vegetables? And Kai-san, exactly. Besides, if the enemy spies were looking for bad elements, wouldn't they come at night? No one would know then. Even if they came during the day, they should go to where the bad elements are working. Why come here? Lin Nian to stuff notes? That doesn't make sense either. Stuffing notes would risk being seen by others in the courtyard and then getting reported. After finishing one sentence, Lin Nian immediately rebutted her own words. Everyone was also confused, and Grandma Yang said, "Who cares about that? Maybe he just doesn't want you to earn more work points." Everyone nodded. That makes sense. Not far away, Yu Wang Shui, hiding behind a nearby haystack, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn, how long are these old ladies going to be at it? Are they leaving or not? Not earning work points? Damn it." He had been hiding here for half a day. First, 3 calves were guarding, and then a bunch of old ladies came. With so many people, how can he make a move? Yu Wang Shui was furious, and just as it was about to be noon, Fu Qiushi came over carrying a basket from a distance. "Damn it." Yu Wang Shui cursed quietly and turned to leave. "Forget it. I'll find another opportunity tomorrow. There's too much work." He can't waste too much time by the cow shed. Back at the field, Yu Wang Shui found Bai Lan. "You go find Bao Kong, eh? And tell him to think of a way to trip up a few of Lin's little bastards and those old ladies in the village who are close to Lin Nian. They surround her every day, making it hard for me to make a move." Bai Lan blang li avet, okay. Under the tree, Fu Qiushi arrived, and the few ants left. "I'll let the 3 eggs go home for lunch. They'll come find you after they finish eating." Fu Qiushi placed the basket on the low table under the tree. "For lunch, we have buns with pickles. I bought the buns at the state-run restaurant this morning. Pork and vermicelli filling. You hurry and wash your hands." Pork and vermicelli. Lin Nian swallowed. Hey, she loved that flavor. She dashed towards the creek. And Fu Qiushi called after her, "Slow down." When she returned after washing her hands, Fu Qiushi had already set the bowls and chopsticks. In Lin Nian's bowl, there was already a plump, white bun. "What gossip did those ants share with you?" Fu Qiushi, picking up a bun for himself, asked Lin Nian before taking a bite. Lin Nian bit into the bun, and it was so delicious that she squinted her eyes. 2 words, satisfied. After finishing 1 bun to appease her stomach, and taking a sip of the water, Fu Qiushi handed over. Lin Nian finally spoke, "About your family planning to deal with you, and the gossip about me losing my support and getting into trouble." Chapter 90. See through. After eating and drinking enough, the 2 lay on the mat across the table. In a place where Lin Nian couldn't see, Lu Yongnin crouched on a small mound, keeping watch. Third brother was playing with a girl, exhausting him to no end. Sigh. Lin Nian leisurely shared the gossip she heard with Fu Qiushi, not missing a single word. "You're in big trouble." After saying that, Lin Nian turned to look at Fu Qiushi. "The Fu family is going to deal with you, Fu Qiushi. Let me explain to your family that our relationship is fake." Fu Qiushi stared at the branches swaying in the wind and said softly, "No need." Lin Nian frowned slightly. "But," Fu Qiushi turned to meet her gaze. "Do we not agree on this?" Lin Nian replied, "But this is a different situation." Fu Qiushi said, "Explain clearly." "Then let Xiao Lan continue to cling to me? My stepmother really likes Xiao Lan. She's trying hard to get me to marry her. My father only listens to my stepmother. Nian Nian, I admit that I had some selfish motives in asking you to pretend to be my girlfriend. I've hidden part of the truth from you, and if you regret it, I respect your decision." The villain's tone was low, and his expression was pitiful. Lin Nian sighed. "I knew the villain wouldn't be too honest. Hell, all for the mission." While helping comrade Yang Dongliang, he was actually also blocking his own bad luck. But the villain was indeed quite miserable. Having a stepmother really does come with a stepfather's reality version, right? How could someone as exceptional as Fu Qiushi be harmed by Xiao Lan? In the original story, Fu Qiushi kidnapped his stepmother and eventually died from sniper shot. It seemed that his family relations might be worse than hers with Zhang Cuifeng and Huang Jiangwo. Indeed, behind every darkened villain, there's a standard configuration of a malicious stepmother and a muddled, biased biological father. Lin Nian felt she might have glimpsed the truth. The two unrelated supporting characters in the original book were really tragic, and she felt a little sympathetic. No wonder he enlisted at 16 and went to the battlefield at 17. Lin Nian thought for a long time before rationally saying, "I'm willing to help each other. Mutually beneficial. However, if they endanger my personal safety in the future, I will definitely choose to clarify." She was timid. She wanted to live. Although having Fu Qiushi as a fake boyfriend had many benefits and would help her avoid a lot of trouble, she also didn't want to be used as a stepping stone by those in power to be eliminated. Fu Qiushi smiled. He smiled for a long time before saying, "Thank you, Nian Nian. If someone from the Xiao family threatens you or harms you, you don't have to abide by our agreement. Your safety comes first, and you don't have to be polite with them. But if such a thing happens, please be sure to tell me. However, I won't let those damn things come in front of you." Lin Nian said, "Either of us has the right to end this fake relationship at any time, but we must notify each other in advance before ending it." Fu Qiushi responded, "Okay, if we end the fake relationship, then it becomes a real one." Lin Nian nodded, smiling as she extended her hand. "Pleasure to cooperate. Pleasure to cooperate." Fu Qiushi also extended his hand, and their hands tightly clasped together. "How are you going to handle this matter? Have you thought about how to explain it to your family?" Lin Nian asked Fu Qiushi. Fu Qiushi's smile remained. "Naturally. We can't let them take advantage of this. As long as Xiaolan insists on not admitting it, it will be easy to get out of this. Everything can be pinned on the LV family. But Xiaolan isn't smart. She's used to being domineering in the capital and won't take the comrades from Hong Xingxiang seriously. She doesn't even have to interrogate. She'll just shout that it's the LV family she bribed. What does it matter? She didn't kill or set fire. Just ruined a bit of broken homestead and mud bricks worth a few bucks and still thinks the comrades will treat it as a major case. She'll yell that the comrades are poor and have never seen the world, making a big deal out of trivial matter. Her grandfather is a big official, and her father is also a big official. She will definitely make the comrades regret it, make them lose their jobs. Xiaolan has incurred public wrath. By the way, she even spat on the station chief, hitting him in the face. Lin Nian, she was utterly bewildered. Her nemesis had too strong a self-destructive ability. She felt. It seemed like she didn't even need to manage Xiaolan. Xiaolan could ruin herself, but this matter couldn't completely pin her down. So Nian Nian, you can think about how much benefit to ask for from this opportunity. The Xiao family doesn't want Xiaolan to have a record. So besides settling things with the station, they also need to pacify you, the victim. After saying this, Fu Qiushi reminded her, "You can ask for a high price." Lin Nian's eyes brightened, but the light quickly faded. "I'm afraid I can't handle this money well. A large sum of money in clear sight attracts too many greedy eyes. If the Xiao family loses money, they will definitely publicize it and keep it a secret from me. There's a saying, a thief for 1,000 days. But there's no way to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. But I still want the Xiao family to bleed. What do you think?" Fu Qiushi thought for a moment and said, "You and Lu Yongnan's house should invite the county engineering team to repair it. Make it a brick house. Then, seek a benefit for the brigade. After all, you'll be staying in the brigade, and securing a benefit for them can earn you a good grassroots support. If there's a position that doesn't require field work, you can take it without hesitation." Securing benefits for the brigade? Lin Nian elongated her voice. But she quickly had an idea. Build a primary school for the brigade. The Education Bureau and the commune can sort it out with the Xiao family. Anyway, the brigade must have a primary school. The primary school in the neighboring village collapsed and hasn't been repaired, so 3 eggs can't even go to school. If the primary school is built in the forward brigade, the children of the brigade will have easy access to education. Moreover, with the school built, the principal and teachers are in demand. Not to mention, anyone in the village with a junior high school or high school diploma can apply to be a teacher. Even private teachers are fine. The Xiao family pays, but the village will appreciate me, and Xiaolan will probably be furious. Ha 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 ha. As Lin Nian thought about this, she burst into laughter. Fu Qiushi curled his lips, saying softly, "It won't just be Xiaolan who gets angry. All right, you should sleep for a while. I'll keep watch over you." "Okay." Lin Nian covered her face with a book and fell asleep peacefully. When Lin Nian woke up, The person beside her was no longer Fu Qiushi, but San Ketan. Where did Fu Qiushi go? Fu Qiushi went to the commune, sending the information he compiled about Xiao Lan's misdeeds and some villagers' testimonies to Old Master Xiao and Old Master Fu. At the same time, he called Old Master Fu from the post office. When the call connected, Old Master Fu's mocking voice came through the receiver, full of vigor. You little brat. Why are you calling? Aren't you all grown up now? Don't you need Grandpa to manage you? What's wrong? Have you been beaten down by that clueless father of yours? Come crying to me, an old man. Let me tell you, it's too late. Weren't you tough before? Is this all you're capable of? After Fu Qiushi waited for Old Master Fu to finish scolding, he finally said, Your unfilial grandson is teaming up with Xiao Lan's parents to deal with your big granddaughter-in-law. On the other end of the phone, Old Master Fu. What the hell? What did my grandson just say? I have a big granddaughter-in-law. Damn. Xiao Lin, bring me my machine gun. I'm going to shoot that unfilial bastard. Chapter 91. Lowering the head. Fu Qiushi didn't care about the old man's emotions. He briefly introduced Lin Nian's situation and concluded, I have already organized the bad deeds Xiao Lan committed in the countryside and sent them to you and Grandpa Xiao. I don't expect your unfilial son to be fair, and I just hope he won't use his power for personal gain. Old Master Fu snorted angrily, You little brat. Teaching me. Fu Qiushi replied, I'm hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. Old Master Fu heard the busy tone from the phone and was furious, blowing his beard as he said to the guard Xiao Lin, Look at this little brat's attitude towards me. Oomph. Who is the grandfather here? Him or me? Xiao Lin quickly took the phone from his hand and put it back, then helped the old man sit down. After handing him a teacup, he persuaded, That boy Qiushi is busy. With such a big issue, he has to run around for that comrade. Otherwise, if his girlfriend gets bullied by that girl from the Xiao family, he won't be able to protect her, and that will reflect badly on you. Old Master Fu huffed. Forget it. I won't squabble with the younger generation. You go check on this comrade Lin Nian from the Hongxing Machinery Factory in Rongqing. Her father is the martyr Lin Chongzhen. Xiao Lin replied yes. Xiao Lin made several phone calls, and the call was directly transferred to the old factory director of Hongxing Machinery Factory. After finishing the call with the old director, he called relevant departments of the Rongqing Bureau, quickly jotting down notes in his notebook. After making those calls, 2 hours had passed. Meanwhile, the old man listened closely, and after hearing everything, he sighed, This girl is not easy, but she is also resilient and smart. Oh, to think she managed to contribute her house for free to the housing authority for 5 years, putting her biological mother and half-sister in a difficult position. So decisive, so clever, and could be so ruthless. An old man who has experienced the baptism of war, fought countless battles, and managed to protect himself in some unseen struggles can keenly grasp the truth just from a few words. She put people in a tough spot and ran away, showing no attachment to the comfortable life in the city, even giving up a job that everyone fights for. No wonder that brat values her so much. He even knows to soften up and come to me, the old man, for help. It turns out he feels the same way. Not to mention that brat. I also value this granddaughter-in-law. That brat is just like me. He has a good eye for people. He should find a decisive and smart girl like Lin Nian. Otherwise, he won't be able to deal with that couple. Xiao Lin interrupted. Qiushi isn't softening up. He's just notifying you to deal with your son. Thank you. After thinking for a moment, he said to Xiao Lin, Call old Tian from the business bureau. Lu Hongbing from the business bureau has a bad character and is unsuitable for a leadership position. He should be sent to clean toilets. Have him send someone to collect Lu Hongbing's materials. Lu Hongbing is Lu Ting's second brother, and his job was arranged by Fu Guocheng, moving directly from a local coal mine to the business bureau in Beijing. Old Master Fu didn't interfere, but that doesn't mean he didn't have someone watching him. Lu Ting has 3 brothers, 2 younger brothers, 2 sisters, and 1 younger sister. Ever since she married Fu Guocheng, her whole family has risen with him. Fu Guocheng, decisive and efficient, had already called his connections in the eastern province for help. Lu Ting suggested sending a reliable person over to keep an eye on things. Qiushi is your own son. There's no need to let an outsider ruin our relationship. I think we should let Lu Chong go over to take a look and coordinate a bit. It's also good for Qiushi to know your struggles as a father. Lu Chong works in the factory's labor union, and he is best at handling disputes and doing ideological work. Perfectly, he could also persuade that comrade Lin Nian. If she is willing to voluntarily give up Qiu, that would be the best. Fu Guocheng slammed the table. I've spoiled him, Lu Ting advised, no matter what. He is your own son. How can there be overnight grudges between father and son? Besides, the eldest grandson and the youngest son are all dear to the old man. You're not doing it for anything else. Just to let dad breathe easier. What's wrong with lowering your head to your own son? Listen, lowering your head to your own son. Persuading Fu Qiu is called lowering your head to your own son. TSK. Fu Guocheng indeed held his neck high and shouted, "Do I need to lower my head to him? He's been spoiled by the old man." Lu Ting gave him a glare. You shouldn't be angry with dad. How old is he now? All right, I want to interfere. I've already called Lu Chong, and he should be here soon. This time, I plan to let him bring some money over. If that girl Lin Nian is sensible, she should take the money and leave Qiu. Actually, if she is willing to leave Qiu, we can also help her find a job. Old Fu, call your connections in the eastern province and see if you can get a job quota somewhere. Old Fu, it's all for the kids. Don't be so stubborn. Seeing Fu Guocheng about to explode again, Lu Ting quickly calmed him down. After some persuasion, Fu Guocheng finally agreed to her suggestion and made a call to a connection in the eastern province to request a job quota in a county. Lu Ting was satisfied. After Lu Chong arrived, Fu Guocheng gave him a few instructions and left. Once Fu Guocheng was gone, Lu Ting handed Lu Chong 3,000 yuan. Keep 500 for yourself, give 1,000 to your parents, 1,000 to your grandparents, and the remaining 500 to your fourth and fifth uncles. This money is meant to deal with Lin Nian. The job quota for Lin Nian can wait. I will find a way to operate it, and we can exchange it for your wife's hometown, which can be given to her brother. Lu Chong muttered, Can it be exchanged for a job in Beijing? Lu Ting rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? How difficult is it to get a job quota in Beijing? Only a fool would exchange it for a position in the countryside. Besides, arranging all of you in Beijing is already too conspicuous. Old Fu and that old man are already very dissatisfied. There are also many people watching Old Fu. You all need to be clear-headed. If Old Fu is in trouble, our whole family will suffer too. First, take care of our own people, understand? Lu Chong chuckled. Aunt, please don't be angry. I was just saying, don't worry. I will definitely handle this well. Lu Ting glared at him. I haven't even instructed you yet, and you're boasting. Do you know how I want you to do it? Lu Chong patted his chest. Of course I know. ISNT it just to stir up trouble. Making Fu Qiu and Aunt's husband incompatible? We also need to ruin Fu Qiu's reputation and deal with that girl Lin Nian. We can't let him end up with his lover. Lu Ting was satisfied. If you handle this well, I will buy you a watch at the overseas Chinese store when you come back. Chapter 92. Engering det County Bureau. The Special Investigation Team has already apprehended the old lady who fraudulently claimed benefits. It didn't take much effort for her to confess. After all, she is just an ordinary old woman. No matter how cunning she is, with the evidence laid out before her, how could she not confess? She certainly wouldn't want to take the heaviest blame upon herself. It's important to know that the accumulated amount over the years is quite substantial. So substantial that it could buy peanuts. Her situation is different from Zhang Cuifeng's. Zhang Cuifeng did not fraudulently claim anything, as the funds were sent directly to her by Yang Dongliang. The purpose was clearly stated in the memo section, using the money intended for child support. In this era, misappropriating child support is a moral issue, not a legal one. It's one of those cases where it's hard for honest officials to intervene in family matters. However, what the old lady did is considered theft. The old lady's name is Dong Zhaodi. She is Ma Min's second aunt, and her home is relatively close to the Hongsheng Township commune. The old lady explained that Ma Min asked her to collect the money on his behalf and gave her 2 yuan as a reward each time. All the surface evidence points to Ma Min currently. There is no evidence linking this matter to Bao Xiangdong. Yan Zheng frowned and said, Comrade Fu Qiu, why do you suspect Bao Xiangdong? Fu Qiu replied, It's impossible for just Ma Min to keep this matter under wraps for so many years without anyone knowing. Someone must be covering for him. The person providing cover cannot have a low position. I believe Bao Xiangdong is the most suspicious. I also learned that Ma Min is quite cowardly and timid. He wouldn't have the guts to handle such a big matter alone. A comrade said, "But these are all your speculations, Comrade Fu. We need to rely on evidence when handling cases." Fu Qiushi responded, "They must be dividing the spoils. I will call the leader now and ask him to transfer a large sum of money, clearly stating this is the last time funds will be sent. If the amount is large, and it's the last time, if there's anything involving Bao Xiangdong, he won't be able to hold back, and won't let Ma Min keep the money until the end of the year. You all can't intervene in the village. But I will keep an eye on Ma Min. Once he splits the money with Bao Xiangdong, I will catch him red-handed." Yin Zheng nodded. "This is feasible. We will explain the stakes to Dong Zhaodi. If she can cooperate well with our actions, it will be considered a meritorious deed, and her sentence can be reduced. Furthermore, we need to send 2 more comrades to assist Comrade Fu Qiushi. Okay, let us dispatch 2 young comrades from Lin County and send them directly to Qianjin Village through the county's youth office to work as educated youth." Everyone nodded in agreement with Yin Zheng's plan. Yin Zheng then went to seek approval from the director, while Fu Qiushi used the station's phone to call Yang Dongyang, asking him to transfer a few hundred yuan at once and to note in the memo that this is the last time sending money. Qianjin Village. The Bao family. Bao Kongmei was discussing with Bao Xiangdong. "Dad, Yuan Shui hasn't found an opportunity to act. There are many old women surrounding Lin Nian every day. Even without those old women, the 3 kids from the Lin family are also around her. You need to think of a way to ensure she is alone." Bao Xiangdong said, "No need. Wait until Xiao Jichen comes out, then I will arrange things. Otherwise, who are you doing this for? The main thing is to see Xiao Lan's true capabilities through this matter." Bao Kongmei nodded. "All right, I will tell him not to rush and wait a bit. But doesn't that just make it easier for Lin Yin? Letting her off so easily?" Bao Xiangdong disdainfully glanced at his son. "Only this way can we lower her guard. Don't you know how crafty that little girl is? Use your brain. Otherwise, with your current mindset, how will you take over my position in the future?" Bao Kongmei tapped his head, indicating he understood and would be more careful in the future. The next day, a comrade named Yi Guiyu from the Hongshang Township Commune received a call from the county, inquiring if the Public Security Office had arrested a young, educated youth named Xiao Lan from Qianjin Village, requesting them to release her. He hurried to the office to inquire. After learning the truth of the matter, he demanded her release. This does not constitute damage to collective property. At most, it's damage to private property, which can be settled privately. Release her first. We can't let this affect the autumn harvest. Then urge them to negotiate compensation privately. There is no need to make this a big deal. The director was troubled, but we have confessional evidence. According to laws and regulations, this is also a behavior that should be severely punished. Moreover, the victim's fiancé is the squad leader of the security area, and he witnessed the entire incident. And he has already sent out 2 copies of the materials. If we handle this recklessly, who knows what trouble we might face in the future. Moreover, the county bureau is also taking this matter very seriously. And it's not good to just let her go. Yi Guiyu frowned in that case. I will communicate with the higher-ups and ask them to speak with Xiao Lan's family, letting them negotiate with the victim first. If the victim is willing to forgive and acknowledges this as a misunderstanding and a joke between both parties, then you can. The director replied. If the victim does not pursue it, we can naturally release her. Yi Guiyu smiled and thanked him. All right, I understand. After he left, the director breathed a sigh of relief. The county received Yi Guiyu's reply and didn't know what to say. After all, the victim's fiancé is not an easy person to deal with, and the relevant materials have already been sent out in 2 copies. This is tricky. They certainly know Xiao Lan's background and are wary of her using her influence. He then informed his superior. This message was relayed through layers and eventually reached Fu Guocheng. Leader, we received news from the Hongshang Township Commune that Comrade Xiao Lan has confessed to what she did, and Comrade Lin Nian's partner has sent out 2 copies of the case materials. The Hongshang Township side said that they can only release her if the victim does not pursue the matter. Fu Guocheng's eyebrows knitted tightly, and he said with a displeased tone, what is the Public Security Office in Hongshang Township doing? How can they casually give case files to outsiders? This is a violation of discipline. This ungrateful child doesn't want to offend the Xiao family completely? The voice on the other end sighed. We asked the same question, but the Hongsheng Township side said that it was Comrade Fu Qiushi who went to find the witnesses for evidence and did not go through the office. He just let them know that he was doing this. Actually, if Comrade Fu hadn't intervened, this matter wouldn't be difficult to handle. But now, no one knows who Comrade Fu has given those 2 copies of materials to, and the Hongsheng Township side doesn't dare to act recklessly. We kindly ask you, please ask Comrade Fu about this. He is your son. He will listen to you. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Fu Guocheng's face darkened. Thinking that ungrateful child has never listened to me. He is always going against me. After returning home, Fu Guocheng told Lu Ting about the situation, which made Lu Ting extremely angry. That damn Fu Qiushi. How could he play such a trick? Is he trying to ruin Xiaolan? No, we can't let him ruin Xiaolan. Otherwise, the Xiao couple will tear their faces with us. And she and her 2 children will lose the Xiao family as support. Old Fu, I know, Qiushi hates me. I'll go plead with him. Fu Guocheng's expression became extremely grim, and he interrupted Lu Ting coldly. There's no need to plead with him. You let Lu Chong ask her how she can agree not to pursue Xiaolan. If she doesn't ask for much, just give it to her. If she demands excessively, directly accuse her of extortion. Compete with him? That girl is still a bit young. Chapter 93. A reminder to Suanzi extortion and blackmail with a huge amount of money. If he operates a little more, he will definitely end up serving a long sentence. There is even a possibility he might end up eating peanuts. Fu Guocheng doesn't think he's being cruel at all because he believes that the woman who seduced his son and instigated him to go against his father is not worth pitying. Lu Ting agreed and quickly went to find Xiaolan's mother, Du Yufan. There was no other way. She had just given 3,000 yuan to her family and couldn't dare to touch the household money again. Fu Guocheng would inquire about it. The amount was too large, and she couldn't explain it well. Moreover, although Fu Guocheng is a high-ranking leader with a relatively high salary, the family savings are really not much. Fu Qiushi's biological mother had money, but after she died, her money and dowry were all taken away by the old couple, claiming it was for Fu Qiushi in the future. And that old couple also had money, but they were unwilling to give Fu Guocheng a single cent. Over the years, she often had to pull money to support her family. In any case, there isn't much money in Lu Ting and Fu Guocheng's hands.